In the Grand Duchy of Gold, in the territory of Deepwater, the sun hung high in the midday sky. 1116, 1117, 1002. As the training session concluded, Klober placed his twin swords down and exhaled slowly, a faint ripple of emotion crossing his otherwise stoic face. Peak of the apprentice knight. Quite impressive. Klober Oat, the fourth son of the Baron of Deepwater, had faced the extraordinary misfortune of losing his mother in childbirth. This tragic event had inevitably rendered his position within the family rather precarious. His father and brothers exhibited little affection towards him. Congratulations, young master. You've broken through to the pinnacle of the apprentice knight. At the tender age of 15, you might yet aspire to become a sky knight. If Lady Lilith were to know, she would certainly rejoice from above. Lilith of the Golden Rose, Klober's mother in this life, hailed from an esteemed count's family and was known for possessing two magnificent golden rose drieds capable of producing magical potions, said to significantly aid aspiring knights in their quest to ascend toward more formidable ranks, hence the name Golden Rose. Mother, did my arrival truly lead to her difficult childbirth and subsequent demise? Klober pondered. He was not a native of this world 15 years prior. He had inexplicably transmigrated into the body of a newborn. Dragons and elves were unique phenomena of this realm. The dragons here resembled the winged western dragons rather than the eastern dragons of his previous life. Nevertheless, dragons remained a powerful symbol in this world. Moreover, this land lacked mineral resources. Only dragons could generate metals and other vital resources. Iron dragons produced iron, while gem dragons yielded precious gems. Elves, as Klober understood them, belonged to a magical life form, evolving from the most basic of sprite bugs to small elves with human-like features, and finally to grand elves capable of fluent speech. They were composed entirely of magical elements, rather than flesh and blood. Oh, this world did possess magic and magicians, however. Most of them served as researchers employed by the nobility, generally regarded as lacking in combat strength and more akin to scholarly individuals. It is worth noting that Klober's family, the Oats, were part of the noble class, boasting their own magician and elves. The magician was saved from the battlefield by Klober's grandfather, the first Baron of Deepwater, and out of gratitude, he chose to remain in the territory. As for the elves, the Oat family had a total of 13 sprite bugs and one small elf, all scattered across the most fertile lands within their domain, enhancing the growth of crops. The sole function of crop sprites was to significantly boost agricultural yields within a specified vicinity. For instance, if a field could traditionally yield 10 pounds of oats, it could produce 20 once, enhanced by the sprites. This was merely the potency of sprite bugs, representing a doubling of yields. According to the information Klober had gathered, the family's small elf could amplify the output of 100 acres by fourfold based on its own sprightly core, although each sprite bug's area of effect was limited to 20 acres. Klober sighed softly. After all, he had never ventured beyond the Baron's territory, and his current knowledge was limited to whatever he had gleaned from his family's or mother's elves, undeniably incomplete. Rest assured, Sir Foster, I will definitely break through to becoming a formal knight by the age of 16. There existed a notion in this world that those who broke through to formal knights by the age of 16 had a chance of becoming dragon riders. Although no solid theory substantiated this belief, it had become one of the standards by which noble lineage compared talent against one another. After accepting the towel from Sir Foster and wiping away his sweat, Klober drank the restorative tonic provided by the Golden Rose family, meant to warm and fortify his body. This remedy was not a mage's potion, but rather a concoction of various herbs. Simmered together to provide mild, invigorating effects, it was most suited for laying a solid foundation at the apprentice knight stage. While it may have been an ordinary brew, it still held a hefty price of 10 silver coins per bottle in the market, the ratio between copper, silver, and gold coins being 1 to 100, thus 1 gold, 100 silver, 10,000 copper. A loaf of black bread costs 1 copper coin, sufficient for an ordinary man to eat a meal. Henceforth I shall refrain from mentioning this again to avoid seeming overly verbose. As for why Klober resorted to using the Golden Rose family's tonic to aid in his training, he lamented that he had no other options. His mother's death during childbirth had incurred the ire of his father, who harbored no affection for Klober, given that he represented the very reason for his mother's tragic end. Had it not been for the bewildered and helpless look of a child upon Klober's arrival in this life, awakening the residual paternal instincts within the Baron, he might have become the shame of a transmigrator who met an untimely demise shortly after arrival. While he had survived, it was patently evident that he would never receive any resources or support from his family. Klober had never even joined the family at the dining table, the reasoning being that the Baron couldn't stomach his resemblance to Lilith. Fortunately, upon discovering the situation, the Golden Rose family stepped in forcefully to shoulder Klober's training resources and on numerous occasions offered to adopt him into their family. Yet, Kralote had repeatedly declined this proposition. Returning to the matter at hand. Having reached the peak of the apprentice knight stage, Klober intended to exploit this momentum, practicing his breathing technique in the hopes of touching upon the threshold to becoming a formal knight. During the transition from apprentice knight to formal knight, the breakthrough usually involves drawing upon one's own vitality to condense a seed of life. Often, apprentices with inadequate background or those older in age may find their life force insufficient for successful condensation of the fighting energy seed, leading to potential failure in their breakthrough. While failure didn't endanger one's life, it could irreparably damage one's foundational strength, with vitality-restoring potions mostly controlled by a handful of nobles, such as the Golden Rose family, where Klober's mother hailed from. Klober wasn't seeking to break through to formal knight status at that moment. Instead, he hoped to attain a better understanding of the sensation of energy through his breathing technique. When one finds that feeling, their chance of successfully advancing becomes significantly higher. Gaining this energy sensitivity was not about condensing fighting energy, it was rather a means of achieving tranquility and mindfulness. The primary benefit of the apprentice knight's grasp of energy during the transition stage was that it allowed their internal life force to become more harmonious, thus consuming less energy when condensing fighting energy. Under normal circumstances, one might expend 10 units of life force, however. Once energy sensitivity had been achieved, they could reduce that expenditure to 9.5 units. While the difference may seem minimal, no one dared wager that they were not the one on the verge of failure due to the lack of that seemingly trivial vitality. Klober, you've yet again neglected your meal due to training. I do wonder how a knight who skips meals can ride into battle. A light and cheerful voice chimed from behind Klober. As the words fell, a young girl in a pale green dress approached, accompanied by her maid bearing a tray of food, standing before Klober. Christina, my dear sister. Klober gently embraced the girl. She was none other than Christina Oat, his third sister, who also occupied an unfortunate position within the family. The Oat family currently had 4 children. Croc Oat, the eldest and heir apparent to the barony, enjoyed his father's utmost trust and favoritism, yet his talent was lackluster. At 28 years of age, he remained an apprentice knight. Rumors spread that the Baron had intended to purchase an expensive potion to aid Croc in breaking through his bottleneck. Klaus Oat, at 25 years, was the second son, serving under the noble Stephen in the Red Flame Knights. During his visit home last year, he revealed that he had been promoted to formal knight and now held the position of vice captain within the order. Christina Oat, 18 years old and the third daughter of the Baron, possessed mediocre knightly talent and, due to the family's contempt for women, had long been stuck at the mid-level apprentice knight stage. Christina, his third sister, was one of the few who treated him kindly in the Oat household, the other being Sir Fosterwood Shield, who had cared for Klober since mother's passing. Sir Foster had once been a knight under Lilith, now a formal knight himself, and in his youth had belonged to the Knight Order of the Golden Rose family. After pledging to follow Lilith, he had transitioned to the Deepwater territory. By all accounts, a knight should be allowed to return to their previous lord's household upon the death of their noble master, particularly a formal knight like Foster. Even the Golden Rose family, with its considerable stature, would consider this a significant loss. It was uncertain whether it was Klober's striking resemblance to Lilith or perhaps Foster's unwavering knightly code that repulsed him from witnessing the Oat family's maltreatment of an innocent child, especially since Klober was the last child born from a difficult delivery under the command of his master. Foster believed that the arduous childbirth could not be attributed to a newborn babe, but rather to his mistress, Lady Lilith, who had sacrificed her life to bring forth this child. In his view, Klober was the embodiment of his mistress' legacy and therefore deserved protection over her most precious existence. Foster's thoughts echoed the sentiments of the majority within the Golden Rose family, for Klober bore an uncanny likeness to Lilith in both appearance and demeanor. The Oat family's mistreatment of Klober heightened the discontent felt by the Golden Rose family toward them. Admittedly, Croc, the eldest brother, had once displayed kindness towards Klober when he was younger, but upon witnessing Klober's prodigious talent in knightly training, Croc's demeanor shifted thereafter, showing no further goodwill toward him. Klober understood it was merely Croc's sense of insecurity manifested by the perceived threat to his status as heir due to Klober's abilities. While understanding his brother's perspective gave him insight, Klober found himself at odds with Krok's pettiness, a noble heir so narrow-minded that it was difficult to fathom. Not only was the primogeniture system deeply entrenched in this world, but Klober also held little regard for the Baron barony. If Krok was unable to see beyond his jealousy, Klober feared the future Baron would likely struggle to secure the family's fortunes. Klober unceremoniously seated himself on the ground, disregarding noble etiquette, and dug into the modest meal laid out before him. An oat flatbread, a pound of beast meat, and a bowl of fish soup constituted Klober's unremarkable repast. When compared to his father and other brothers, Klober's meals were remarkably meager. Setting aside the oat flatbread, the 1 pound of magical beast meat served as a significant source of nourishment, a portion of the spoils from Foster's hunts in the border forests. As for the fish soup, it had been harvested from the depths of the Deepwater Lochia freshwater body that occupied a quarter of the territory, one of the largest lakes in the duchy, and indeed the origin of the barony's name. In comparison to the common folk, this meal was considered splendid, however. For one bearing the bloodline of both the Oat and Golden Rose families, such fare ought not to grace his tablite, was a source of disgrace. Alas, he had no table at all, so it mattered little. Klober held no particular regard for this so-called disgrace. Yet the rules of this world were as such he remained weak, bound by the inevitable need to comply and incapable of resistance. He could only express his correct attitude to Sir Foster, the aging knight, and to the Golden Rose family members who provided him with training resources each month. As Klober voraciously consumed the roasted magical beast meat, he attentively absorbed the loving admonishments of his sister. This had become an ingrained part of his daily life. However, a sudden interruption shattered this simple and warm scene. "Young Master Klober, Miss Christina, the master requests that you both come to the castle for a meeting." Chapter 2. A shocking arrival. The newcomer was none other than Elf, the steward of Oatmeal Castle, who typically managed food procurement and financial documentation within the estate. His position could be described as one of considerable authority, overseeing a cadre of 20 to 30 servants, primarily ensuring the needs of the Baron and Baroness, along with their children, were met. The newly appointed Baroness, though she could hardly be termed new, was more accurately the second to hold the title, having already served in that capacity for a significant period. Following the death of the previous mistress, Lilith, barely a month passed before Baron Crow selected the wealthiest merchant from the territory and promptly married his only daughter, rumored to be a strategic move to secure the merchant's inheritance. The merchant, not lacking in foresight, had reportedly sought several mistresses in hopes of producing a male heir to counter the Baron's ambitions. The inheritance laws of the Grand Duchy of Gold permit female offspring to inherit, yet should a male heir be born, the rights would automatically transfer to the eldest son. It was said that the merchant was of advanced age, with his previous children having perished in military service, leaving the possibility of an heir entirely to fate. The Baron's conduct in this matter appeared rather unseemly. However, this was contingent upon his formidable connections. In the entire western region of the Grand Duchy of Gold, only 2 prominent count families held sway, the Moonlight Mushroom family and the Golden Rose family. Krow's father, Yalmanot, had been a member of the contemporary Count Stephen's personal guard, distinguished for his exceptional talent and valor in battle. Earning a reputation for generosity among the noble circles of the West, he had maintained amicable relations with both counts, exemplifying the noble ideal. Alas, fate was unkind. He suffered a grievous injury from a magical beast while attempting to ascend to the rank of High Knight, managing to return to Deepwater territory before succumbing to his wounds after 3 days. Casting aside these distracting thoughts, Klober focused on the meeting convened by the Baron. Elf, while delivering the message, had not disclosed the nature of the assembly, yet it was well known that the Baron seldom permitted him to partake in the governance of the territory. It was likely a military meeting, though whether it pertained to bandit suppression or escort missions remained a mystery. Noble families in the Grand Duchy of Gold rarely convened for meetings, preferring gatherings to discuss military or economic matters. Yet, the Oat family, being a baronial house, was among the less affluent, with a mere 2 generations of lineage and the only notable asset being a diminutive oat sprite. Hosting banquets in the style of grand nobles entertaining lesser nobles was a challenging affair, particularly for the Oat family, which, despite the scarcity of lesser nobles in Deepwater territory, often found itself strained by the frequency of such events. Military meetings regarding bandit suppression had gradually included Klober since his ascension to the rank of low-level squire. For even a squire in this impoverished barony could be considered a pillar of strength. Deepwater territory boasted 3 formal knights, Baron Klober's father, who struggled at the initial stages of knighthood, serving as vice-knight commander under Count Stephen, and the venerable Knight Foster, who had long attended to Klober. Baron Krell, of mediocre talent, persisted in his struggles as a low-level knight, failing to earn the loyalty of the territory's inhabitants. In contrast, Klober, who exhibited remarkable aptitude at a young age, garnered the affection of the populace, leading to rampant rumors and significant rifts within the family. As Klober and his entourage made their way, the common folk greeted him with warmth, to which he responded with a charming smile, his handsome visage radiating an undeniable charisma. Those who had never ventured beyond Deepwater territory were captivated by his charm, genuinely believing he embodied the qualities befitting a noble. This admiration inevitably tarnished the reputations of Baron Krell and his eldest son, Croc. After all, one could not in good conscience praise a lord whose appearance resembled that of a corpulent pig unless he were indeed their lord. Consequently, in Deepwater territory, the title of the most handsome was universally attributed to Baron Krell, with Klober following in second place. The Baroness' attractiveness was of little consequence. His name represented absolute authority in this land. Before long, the group arrived at their destination, Oatmeal Castle. Constructed of wood and earth, the castle boasted 3 stories. The first floor housed various rooms and a grand hall where the servants and steward resided, alongside the kitchen and storage areas. The left side of the second floor contained quarters for Klober and the other baronial offspring, while the right side remained vacant for guest accommodations. Though visitors were a rarity in the remote Deepwater territory, the third floor comprised the Baroness' private quarters, where the Baroness occasionally resided. Though she primarily occupied the second floor, the third floor featured 4 rooms: the Baroness' bedroom, a study, a small room for treasured items such as ancestral breathing techniques and gold coins, and a 4th room serving a purpose akin to an armory, housing all the weapons and armor of the Oat family, including the reputed steel plate armor of the first Baron. In the hall, discussions had commenced, and Klober's arrival elicited barely a ripple. Only Lord Erek, commander of the territorial soldiers, acknowledged him with a slight nod. Erek, a peak squire knight at 35 years of age, had attempted to ascend to formal knighthood but had failed. However, he was said to have recuperated from the injuries sustained during that attempt and was preparing for a second endeavor. Initially, Erek had, like many in the territory, dismissed or even looked down upon Klober. Yet, after Klober's display of valor during bandit suppression missions following his elevation to high-level squire, their dynamic shifted. Erek, finding himself unable to best Klober in their sparring sessions, often lamented the formidable lineage of the Golden Rose family. The respect garnered through Klober's enhanced abilities was palpable, exemplified in Erek, who, despite being a minor noble himself, understood the weight of his status was not hereditary. His title could only be passed down if he succeeded in becoming a formal knight, a prospect he now regarded as unlikely, pinning his last hopes on this final attempt at ascension. However, a new hope emerged in Klober. The common folk remained oblivious, but Erek, as one of the higher echelons, was acutely aware. The Golden Rose family had repeatedly sought to claim this exceptionally gifted young knight, and while Baron Krell might fend them off for a time, could he truly prevent Klober's departure from Deepwater territory for a lifetime? Once Klober departed, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights with his talent. Becoming a Sky Knight was merely the beginning. His ultimate destiny might even lead him to the rank of a title-holding knight, or perhaps even a Dragon Knight. By the grace of the Golden Dragon above, Klober had the potential to become a Dragon Knight. This realization left Erek, who had long struggled to attain formal knighthood, feeling despondent. Was this the pinnacle of a squire knight? Glancing at Klober, who passed by, Erek could not help but exclaim, sensing the shared aura between them. The peak of an apprentice knight exists in a rather remarkable state. Although there is no presence of fighting spirit within, a unique essence manifests, akin to a phenomenon of life force condensed from the body being honed to its utmost limit. This essence can typically be perceived only by those at the same rank as the peak apprentice knights or by formal knights of higher standing. The meeting venue, which had been relatively tranquil, erupted into chaos at this revelation. What? The peak apprentice knight? Who could it be? It can't possibly be young Master Klober, can it? Is that true? Young Master Klober is only 15 years old, isn't? I've heard that in the Emerald Kingdom, one can participate in the Dragon Knight selection program if they break through to a formal knight by the age of 16. My goodness, it's no wonder. Young Master Klober has always impressed me since childhood. Oh, please. When you were young, you avoided young Master Klober at all costs. I challenge you to a duel. You balding fool. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you, you spineless shrimp. The atmosphere in the meeting hall quickly devolved into a cacophony. Meanwhile, Klober exhibited no awareness of being the center of attention, quietly seated in his chair, as if the discussions around him did not concern him. As the commotion escalated, the Baronair, Croc, narrowed his eyes and cast a dark glance at Klober before forcefully rapping his knuckles on the table. Silence. Silence. This is a meeting. Despite Croc's modest prowess, he commanded a basic level of authority befitting the future Baron of Deepwater, swiftly restoring order to the raucous assembly. The discussions on military strategies resumed. As Croc sat listening, he recognized that the decade-interval Western Expedition Order was once again underway. The Golden Duchy is located in the southeastern region of the Night Continent, bordered to the north by the Emerald Kingdom, with the east and south flanked by the vast expanse of the Azure Sea. Scattered islands, these waters. But none are particularly large, with the biggest merely matching the area of a viscountcy. To the west lies an endless forest, collectively known as the Mois Forest, which is home to numerous magical beasts, ranging from the weakest to the most formidable. Any beast, even the lowest tier, can engage in combat with a formal knight. These creatures are termed magical beasts because they have awakened a force within them that is equivalent to fighting spirit, yet fundamentally different in nature. After extensive research, mages have chosen to refer to this force as magical power, thus naming the beasts imbued with it as magical beasts. Low-tier magical beasts correspond to formal knights, mid-tier to great knights, high-tier to earth knights, and the apex magical beasts correspond to sky knights. It is said that above these top-tier beasts exists a powerful entity known as the Phantom Beast. Phantom beasts correspond to the titled knights among humans. Not only are phantom beasts immensely powerful, but they also possess a considerable degree of intelligence, allowing them to form contracts with humans for mutual benefit. Generally, only titled knights can withstand the burden of a phantom beast contract, which is why they are also referred to as phantom beast knights. The titles of these knights are often derived from the characteristics or most potent abilities of the phantom beasts they are contracted with. For instance, in the barony where Klober resides, their lord is Count Stephen Moonlight Mushroom, a family named after the Moonlight Mushroom Potion Spirit. The most formidable member of this family is Count Stephen himself, a peak Earth Knight who is said to be in seclusion, aiming to breach the barriers of Sky Knight status. His neighbor, the Frostfang Knight, Marquis Baron Frostwolf, exemplifies this trend, as his family no longer uses the name of the Great Spirit for their surname, but instead adopts the name of the Phantom Beast they are contracted with. The Arctic Frostwolf is the Phantom Beast of the Frostwolf family, and the title of Frostfang Knight was earned by Marquis Byron after he defeated a defiant Phantom Beast with his self-created fighting technique, Frostfang Strike, during a previous Western Expedition Order. Chapter 3. War is approaching once again. The time for the decennial Western Expedition has arrived. It remains uncertain how many of the old nobility will succumb and how many of the emerging gentry will rise. No one can foresee the future. Thus, they can only muster all their soldiers and knights, preparing meticulously for the impending conflict. As one of the nobles of the duchy, Baron Klober naturally felt compelled to heed the Archduke's command. To demonstrate his respect for the Archduke, Baron Klober resolved to bring all the formal knights and squire knights within his territory to the battlefield. Currently, there are 3 formal knights in the Deepwater territory. However, his second son, Klaus, serves in the Earl's knightly order and cannot return to participate in the war under his father's banner. The second knight is Sir Foster, an old knight, and since the passing of Lilith, the Golden Rose, Baron Klober no longer possesses the authority to command the old knight, as he holds the title of knight himself. Thus, the appropriate address should be Sir Foster rather than the more casual Grandpa Foster as referred to by Klober. However, such a term does foster a sense of intimacy and can bridge the gap between them. After careful consideration, it appears that the only knight capable of being commanded in the entire Deepwater territory is Baron Klober himself. In his youth, he was indeed valiant, but after years of indulgence, he has grown increasingly fearful of death. Ultimately, the conclusion is that the combat capability of the formal knights in Deepwater is effectively zero. This revelation is quite shocking in the realm of chivalry. A baron without a single knight at his disposal is indeed a subject of ridicule. Seated below, Baron Klober sensed the gravity of this predicament. Ordinarily, a minor noble like himself, bestowed by a great noble, would lead his soldiers to assemble under his lord's banner, culminating in a unified departure to the battlefield led by the Archduke. In this case, his lord is Earl Stephen of the Moonlight Mushroom family. While the number of barons under the Moonlight Mushroom banner may not reach dozens, it is at least 8 or 9. Each of these barons commands at least 1 or 2 formal knights. In this comparison, the Oat family seems to be the most feeble among the nobility. Consequently, he turned his gaze to Sir Foster, who stood behind Klober, and addressed him. Sir Foster, would you be willing to assist the Oat family in this war? In return, I can grant you a domain of your choice, excluding Lakeside City, as your knightly fief. Lakeside City is the heart of the barony. Unlike many nobles who build their castles outside the city, Oat Castle is constructed in the very center. Although this may hinder military efficiency and increase the risk of intelligence leaks, it offers a significant advantage: safety. Should Deepwater face an invasion, the first line of defense would be the rudimentary earthen walls of Lakeside City, followed by the residents of the outer city, and finally Oat Castle at the center. This underscores Baron Krau's evident cowardice. The location of Oat Castle was chosen by the first-generation Baron of Deepwater for its flat terrain, proximity to water sources, and the ability to diversify food supplies through fishing. In times of siege, they could rely on the lake's bounty for sustenance. In Baron Krau's view, these factors were sufficient to support the establishment of a city. Thus, Lakeside City was built, conveniently located, densely populated, and characterized by fertile land. It must be acknowledged that Baron Krau possesses a certain wisdom in governing his territory, even if Klober believes the Baron constructed the city primarily for his own safety. By allowing Sir Foster to select a fief for himself, Baron Krau undoubtedly expressed significant sincerity. The farmlands outside Lakeside City are cultivated by the oat sprites and other agricultural creatures, making it the largest grain-producing area in Deepwater. Most of the other sprites reside in the vegetable village to the south, which, while not far from Lakeside City, is still a considerable distance away. There, one can find several vegetable-type sprites, such as cabbage and carrot sprites, making it the second most prosperous area in Deepwater. From Baron Krau's words, it is clear that he would have no objections should Foster choose the vegetable village. However, standing behind Klober, Sir Foster remained unmoved by the Baroness' sincerity. On the contrary, his cold demeanor vividly reflected his current sentiments. Absurd. Do you take me for a fool? I am a distinguished knight from the Golden Rose family, and my previous compliance with your commands was merely out of respect for Lady Lilith. Now that she has passed, do you expect me to regard you favorably? Just days after her death, you welcomed a new bride into your home while professing to remember her. Disgusting. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Lady Lilith's demise remain shrouded in mystery. Until the truth is unveiled, Sir Foster will certainly not grant this so-called Baron a favorable countenance. Discontent? If you disagree, I dare you to confront me and witness how I would crush your foolish head. Observing the displeased expression on Foster's face and his clenched fists, Baron Krau prudently chose to abandon his recruitment effort. After all, if it came to blows, he was no match for Foster. Before arriving in Deepwater, Foster was already a mid-ranking formal knight. After all these years, he must surely be a high-ranking knight, if not at the pinnacle. As a low-ranking noble, Krau felt it best not to provoke him further, lest he truly find himself in a confrontation. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the Baron signaled for his heir to continue presenting the forthcoming plans, while he sat quietly in contemplation. Klober has reached the peak of squire knighthood. I see no reason to keep him in the territory any longer. If it proves unfeasible, I shall allow him to become a wandering knight after his coming-of-age ceremony. After all, that hypocritical Golden Rose family seems eager for him, so I might as well grant them what I no longer desire. It is foolish of them to revel in the spoils of what I cast aside. Baron Krau had once entertained the thought of nurturing Klober's talents when he first displayed promise, but at that time, his heir, Croc, had developed a conflict with Klober. Naturally, the Baron favored his own heir and suppressed Klober. Thus, the situation evolved into its current state. The father does not resemble the father. The son does not resemble the son. It is uncertain how many nobles await the spectacle of the Oat family's misfortunes. Alas, countless words culminated in a single sigh. Upon hearing this sigh, Croc paused his explanation of the plan and trembled slightly as he glanced in the Baron's direction. Witnessing this, Baron Krau furrowed his brow and waved his hand for Croc to continue. However, the increasingly anxious Croc became more disorganized in his speech, ultimately stumbling into silence. Unable to articulate a single word, the Baron sighed helplessly, It was his exemplary younger brothers who instilled in him a sense of crisis and inferiority. The second brother is manageable. While he is outstanding, he still shows respect for the eldest. As for the fourth, the Baron glanced at Klober, who sat nearby, coldly observing the unfolding drama, and shook his head in resignation. This predicament is of my own making. Nonetheless, as the one who chose the heir, it is ultimately my responsibility to uphold this decision. Very well, let us adjourn this meeting for now. You may consult Lord Erek for the specific details, as he is in charge of commanding all the troops. With this directive given, the Baron instructed Croc to take some time to calm down while he remained to wrap things up. Undoubtedly, this pertains to the glory of knights and the honor of nobility. Ultimately, a grand promise was made, suggesting that should one accrue sufficient military achievements, titles, and fiefdoms would be plentiful. Even if one could not secure them personally, recommendations would be made to Lord Count Stephen for his distribution. Upon the conclusion of the assembly, Klober did not linger, promptly escorting Foster back to his chamber. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and Klober, seated at the edge of his bed, could not help but display a grave expression. It is crucial to understand that this is war. Even formal knights cannot stir the waters significantly. Only the great knights represent a substantial banner, while earth and sky knights are the pinnacle of combat prowess. In typical Western expeditions, the highest echelon of strength comprises 5 marquises, who are essentially 5 titled knights. They rarely engage directly, intervening only when magical beasts surface in the forests. Thus, the most active and formidable force is generally the Sky Knights. As for the Duchess, she must remain vigilant against the formidable presence lurking deep within the forest, a mysterious entity capable of injuring even a golden dragon. Only by transcending into a formal knight can one attain the capacity for self-preservation. However, the Baron shows no inclination to impart the latter half of our ancestral breathing technique. The Oat family's proprietary breathing technique, known as the tidal wave breathing method, was a low-level technique conferred upon the first Baron by the Moonlight Mushroom family during the fief's bestowal. Low-level breathing techniques are classified by their quality, enabling mastery only up to the Great Knight realm, while intermediate techniques allow advancement to the Sky Knight tier. It is said that advanced breathing techniques hold the secrets to transcending the titled knight rank and forming pacts with magical beasts, while the legendary pinnacle techniques are rumored to contain the secrets to becoming a dragon knight. It is said that the Duchess practices such a technique. Moreover, the quality of battle aura derived from low-level breathing techniques is inferior to that generated by intermediate techniques, which accounts for the disparity in combat strength between lesser and greater nobility. Upon reaching the limits of a low-level breathing technique, one may transition to another technique. For instance, if one has cultivated a low-level technique to the Great Knight stage and fortuitously acquires an intermediate technique, a switch is permissible, provided the attributes align. Battle aura undeniably possesses attributes, with the majority of an individual's aura derived from paternal lineage. For instance, the Oat family is associated with water attribute aura, making the practice of the tidal wave breathing method quite seamless. In contrast, Klober has inherited his mother's gold attribute aura. Fortunate that the breathing method for the Squire Knight stage bears a close resemblance. Otherwise, he might not have attained his current level of mastery. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Squire Knight stage, he became acutely aware of the inherent attributes within him, sharpness and resilience. These are the most pronounced characteristics of gold attribute aura, discernible through the perception of one's own aura qualities. Klober's intention is to first obtain the latter half of the tidal wave breathing method for examination, then compare it with Foster the Elder Knight's Gale breathing method, to ascertain if he could potentially devise a low-level breathing method of the gold attribute. Unfortunately, the Baron remains steadfastly unwilling to relinquish the latter portion of the breathing technique to Klober. Otherwise, Klober is confident he could attempt to ascend to a formal knight within a few days. Chapter 4 Before the War to Others. The formal knighthood might appear as an insurmountable challenge. However, for Klober, it was not particularly daunting. His greatest struggle lay in the absence of a suitable breathing technique to facilitate his breakthrough. The breathing technique of the Elder Knight Foster was wind-based, while that of the Oat family was water-based, and his mother's lineage, the Golden Rose family, possessed a gold attribute, likely what Klober had inherited. Despite the close ties with the Golden Rose family and their consistent provision of training resources, it was improbable that they would offer him a breathing technique simply upon request. After all, He bore the surname of the Oat family and remained a member of that lineage. As long as he retained this surname, the Golden Rose family would certainly not provide him with a low-level gold-based breathing technique without compensation. Had he been adopted into the Golden Rose family, it is conceivable that not only low-level techniques, but even mid-level ones might have been bestowed upon him. Klober never doubted his grandfather's favoritism in a world dominated by self-interest. The fact that he had received unwavering support in the form of training resources for over a decade attested to his significance in the eyes of the Golden Rose family. Perhaps initially, it was due to the affection stemming from his mother, Lilith, but eventually, it became an investment motivated by Klober's own talents. Nonetheless, he decided to set aside such musings and focus on preparing for the impending war. With that thought, Klober laid out all his accumulated wealth. Since he had begun participating in military operations at the age of 9, from bandit suppression to escort missions and mercenary work, he had amassed a total of 124 gold coins and 72 silver coins over the past 6 years. This was no trifling sum. It is noteworthy that an average family of 3, subsisting solely on black bread, would spend only 30 silver coins annually. Klober's savings could sustain such a family for 400 years without the threat of starvation. This situation exemplified the exorbitant value of metal in this world. The scarcity of metal, produced exclusively through dragons, kept prices consistently high. The vast baronial territory of Deepwater possessed merely a handful of knightly swords, a suit of steel armor, and a few iron spearheads. A few years prior, upon his advancement to a high-ranking squire, Klober had led a small team on a bandit-clearing mission, unexpectedly discovering an iron dagger on the bandit leader. Without a second thought, he tucked the dagger into his pack, as it was customary for the spoils of a defeated foe to belong to the victor. Afterward, he sold the dagger at the only blacksmith in Moonlight City, fetching nearly 30 gold coins, a staggering sum for a mere dagger. It was speculated that a knight's sword could command a price exceeding 100 gold coins. However, passing merchants had remarked that metal was exorbitantly priced only in rural areas like Deepwater. In the territories of the great nobles, although metal remained valuable, a dagger would not fetch such an outrageous price. Klober's 124 gold coins and 72 silver coins retained considerable purchasing power. He intended to acquire a warhorse for riding, a knight's sword, and if funds allowed, a suit of leather armor. Otherwise, he would have to settle for a simple garment fashioned from beast hides. In this mineral-deficient world, it was common for lower-tier nobles or soldiers like Klober to don leather armor stitched from the pelts of magical beasts. The durability of such armor was commendable, offering basic protection against stray arrows. Naturally, Klober could not procure equipment from Deepwater. He planned to accompany Foster to Moonlight City, the wealthiest city in the region. It served as the residence of Count Stephen and was renowned as the most prosperous locale, one of the few places where iron weapons were sold. After a night of rest, Klober and Foster embarked early in the morning towards Moonlight City. Count Stephen's domain lay in the southwestern part of the duchy, although somewhat remote. Its proximity to the Moy Forest ensured an abundance of training resources. Fortuitous individuals occasionally stumbled upon solitary magical beast cubs or wild spirit insects within the forest. Indeed, spirit insects existed in wild varieties. Investigations suggested that their emergence was due to a self-evolutionary phenomenon, wherein plants, upon reaching a certain growth threshold, communicated with the ambient magical elements, resulting in their transformation. The Moy Forest, rich in magical elements and fertile soil, presented a much higher probability of producing spirit insects than through artificial cultivation by the uninformed. This allure contributed to the duchy's decadal expeditions into the Moy Forest, as its riches were simply too tempting to resist. It was said that during the nation's founding, the Duke had explored the forest atop a golden dragon. Yet within its depths lurked terrifying creatures capable of injuring dragons. The true nature of these beings remained a mystery, perhaps a formidable phantom beast or another type of dragon. Nevertheless, Klober leaned towards the notion of a powerful phantom beast, for dragons were exceedingly rare. Should any sign of a dragon appear, it would undoubtedly attract several dragon knights from the kingdom. After a swift journey, the pair arrived at Moonlight City. True to its name, the city's walls were predominantly constructed of marble. It was said that soldiers patrolling at night required no torches, as the moonlight illuminated nearly everything. Upon presenting their family crest, Klober and Foster rode into the city, making their way directly to the blacksmith. Perhaps the news of impending war had spread, for the shelves outside the blacksmith were crowded with patrons eager to purchase weapons and armor. These individuals were typically younger sons of noble families or the heirs of affluent merchants, all attempting to arm themselves to secure substantial gains in the forthcoming conflict. Count Stephen welcomed this eagerness, as it afforded him a lucrative income before the war, bolstering his confidence for the battles to come. Krob, like those around him, stood before the shelves, selecting an appropriate knight's sword. Soon, he discovered a weapon that piqued his interest, a single-handed knight's sword, measuring approximately 110 centimeters in length. Designed for mounted combat with an elongated blade, the spherical hilt, crafted from brass, featured intricate engravings, while the grip, made of walnut wood, measured about 20 centimeters. Krob tested the sword, finding the grip comfortable and well-crafted, allowing for a secure one-handed hold, which pleased him greatly. With the sword in hand, Krob surveyed the other weapons for sale in the shop. After a careful selection, he purchased a kite shield, a knight's lance, and 5 throwing spears as part of his arsenal. In exchange, Krob's 124 gold coins dwindled to less than 20, thwarting his plans to acquire a warhorse and leather armor. In the realm of leather armor, one can procure the necessary materials from the world of Warcraft to have garments tailored. Thus, the next endeavor is to acquire a warhorse. In this world, the most precious commodity is metal, followed closely by warhorses and provisions. The knight's sword cost Klober nearly 90 gold coins, while the kite-shaped shield, lance, and spear collectively amounted to a mere 20 coins, illustrating the scarcity of metals. The same applies to warhorses. A common nag can be obtained for a mere 4 or 5 gold coins, and Klober currently rides an aged nag. However, this particular steed possesses a timid disposition and lacks the stamina requisite for bearing a knight into battle, compelling Klober to seek a robust warhorse. With the knight's sword sheathed at his side, the shield secured upon his back, and the spear and lance fastened to the horse, Klober set forth toward the stables of the Moonlight Mushroom family's castle. All establishments within Moonlight City that offer military goods, such as weapons and warhorses, are operated by the Moonlight Mushroom family. The location for selling warhorses is conveniently situated adjacent to the stables on the castle's periphery, where the count sells off warhorses retired from the knightly orders or surplus ordinary steeds. Klober and his companion intend to purchase a warhorse that has been retired from the knightly order. These steeds are typically those whose riders have perished in battle and left their horses unattended, thus finding their way to the stables for sale. Consequently, their physical condition and mental acuity are generally sound, ensuring they can be a formidable ally on the battlefield. Klober holds high expectations for the warhorse, as it represents his second life, should he find himself short on funds. He even contemplates selling his current nag or borrowing gold coins from an old knight to supplement his resources. Welcome, esteemed member of the Oat family. Cherished darling of the Golden Rose, Klober was greeted. Upon entering the castle gates, he encountered one of his acquaintances from the Moonlight Mushroom family. Chapter 5. Mounts Frank Moonlight. The eldest son of Count Stephen is known for his warmth, humor, and a certain romantic flair, making him one of Klober's close friends. Frank, weren't you out surveying the territory? Klober inquired, surprised. Just a few days prior, when they last met, Frank had yet to embark on his inspection, and it seemed implausible to have covered the entire estate in such a short span. Enough of that. Hasn't the Duke's war mobilization been announced? My father has spent the last few years preparing for a breakthrough, leaving all matters, big and small, upon my shoulders. Upon learning of the impending war, I hurried back to the estate to make preparations, Frank replied with a resigned smile, burdened with the weight of responsibilities expected of a young count's heir. And what of you? The war is nearly upon us. Yet you are here instead of preparing your territory, Frank asked, puzzled. Klober then candidly shared his intention to purchase a warhorse. What? Baron Klober has not even equipped you with weapons? You are his offspring, and to enter the battlefield empty-handed is akin to courting death, Frank exclaimed. Such was the nature of noble lineage. Frank's momentary astonishment stemmed from the harsh reality that familial bonds often paled in comparison to vested interests, leaving second sons frequently marginalized within their families. Klober, however, was an exception. His remarkable talents should have warranted assistance from his family, as even modest resources like basic weaponry and breathing techniques were generally provided to promising heirs. After all, the cost of fundamental equipment rarely exceeded a few hundred gold coins, merely a trifle for a baronial household. Ultimately, it was a private family matter. While Frank held a cordial relationship with Klober, he had no inclination to meddle in the affairs of the Yen family. Nevertheless, upon learning of Klober's quest to purchase a warhorse, Frank took the initiative to lead him to the stables of the active knights of the Red Flame Order, a group renowned for their full-body armor forged from red copper. Commanded by Count Stephen, the knightly order boasted a full complement of 500 men, all possessing at least the rank of a squire, with the leadership typically held by seasoned knights. The Count maintained his own stud farm, generously supplying the order with mounts, including public and training horses, and even luxuriously retiring a batch of battle-hardened steeds each year for civilian use or sale to lesser nobles. Frank intended to help Klober select a training horse that was still in service. This training horse, belonging to the same breed as a warhorse, was either just reaching maturity or nearing it, and upon acclimatization to a knight's riding, would be inducted into active duty. Soon, Klober's eyes fell upon a brown warhorse in the training yard. Given its stature, it appeared to be a newly matured steed, standing about 1.6 meters tall, neither particularly tall nor short, but within the acceptable range. Its coat gleamed with health, its limbs were robust, and its hooves bore the marks of expert grooming, producing a resonant sound upon contact with the ground. Its long, flowing tail danced in the wind as it galloped, reminiscent of a flag fluttering in the breeze, adding an element of grace. Observing the horse Klober had chosen, Frank couldn't help but smile. You certainly have an eye for selection. This is a youngblood bay, just matured at the beginning of the year, possessing a hint of low-level magical beast lineage, one of the finest breeds for the battlefield. As it happens, this blood bay is still without an owner. Since you wish to purchase it, why not bestow upon it a name? As for the price, 20 gold coins seems fair. 20 gold coins was indeed a reasonable sum, while it might be excessive for an ordinary warhorse. It was a bargain for one with magical beast lineage. After selling his old steed, Klober gathered the required 20 coins and successfully acquired the blood bay, also purchasing a saddle and reins. As he mounted the horse, Klober reveled in the sensation beneath him, a smile creeping across his face. Then let us call you Radiance. May we achieve glory and honor together through this war. It was both a hope for his steed and a personal aspiration. Klober vowed he would carve out a place for himself in this conflict. Seeing Klober's satisfaction with his new mount, Frank felt a genuine happiness for his friend. He initially intended to invite Klober to the evening banquet at the castle, but alas, Klober needed to procure a suit of armor, leading to a polite refusal. Very well, my friend. How could I possibly hinder a promising knight in pursuit of his path? I wish you success. Remember, our friendship is as enduring and radiant as gold. Impervious to the ravages of wind and rain, Frank declared. Indeed, Frank was a friend worth cultivating. Though he shared the common noble flaws of self-interest and rigidity, it did not diminish the depth of their bond. Frank had aided Klober immensely, both materially and in other intangible ways. Oh, Klober, if you seek to acquire armor, why not seek assistance from your mother's Golden Rose family? For them, a suit of armor would be a mere trifle, given their wealth, Frank suggested. Klober shook his head. I regret to say, Frank, it is merely leather armor crafted from magical beast hides. I shouldn't have to resort to asking for such things. After all, the Golden Rose family has already invested quite a bit in me, enough to exhaust the goodwill left by Lilith. If I were to beg for more, I would risk depleting my own favor with them. Accumulating too many debts may tarnish their impression of me, which would be detrimental to my future prospects. Frank acknowledged the logic in Klober's reasoning. However, it just so happens that Adam of the Golden Rose family is passing through Moonlight City, reportedly bringing your training resources for the month. Are you not tempted to meet him? Frank's face bore a mischievous grin, as if relishing the prospect of teasing Klober. Klober's reaction was as anticipated. His eyes widened in realization. Ah, Frank, I see now why you broached this topic, setting a trap for me. Very well. You shall take me to tonight's banquet, my friend. For your little trick, I shall feast to my heart's content, making you rue the day. Klober retorted playfully. It was a jest, for the Moonlight family's wealth could easily accommodate Klober's appetite without causing Frank any discomfort. Frank reveled in this playful banter between friends. Very well. If you can eat to the point of discomfort, I shall provide you with a year's worth of food, all magical beast meat. Laughter echoed as the two friends made their way into the castle. Inside the castle, Klober gazed in awe at the luxurious surroundings. Though this is not my first visit, each entry into the Moonlight Castle fills me with wonder. Truly, the Moonlight family is deserving of their reputation. The Castle of Moonlight is a fortress exhibiting a distinct military expansion style, constructed entirely of marble. Surrounding the castle is an expansive moat, 3 meters wide and 7 meters deep. The outer walls of the fortress are riddled with apertures designed for shooting and positioning long weapons, while the interior storerooms are perpetually filled with a plethora of arrows and logs. Frank escorted Klober to the guest room, mentioning that he would send someone to inform him when the dinner commenced, then hurriedly departed, as if there were numerous other matters awaiting his attention. Klober remained in the room, quietly contemplating how to articulate his requests upon meeting his Uncle Adam. At that moment, Sir Foster, who had been a mere bystander, took the initiative to speak. "Are you concerned about how to approach Baron Adam?" Klober nodded in response. "I believe there is no need for you to waste time on such worries. Baron Adam holds far greater affection for you than you realize. It is merely that you have yet to perceive it," Foster suggested. Upon hearing these words, Klober fell into silence. Perhaps it was his identity as a transmigrator, or the hostility he had faced throughout his youth, that rendered his approach to situations rather callous. He perceived the Golden Rose family's regard for him as mere affection for the house itself, never considering it might extend to him as an individual. He might have considered his own exceptional talents, yet he had not accounted for the so-called familial bonds. As for Foster's assertions, Klober had pondered them. But in the grand tapestry of aristocratic society, he found it hard to believe that a formidable noble family would prioritize kinship to the extent of regarding even the fourth child of a foreign marriage as significant. Perhaps, "Dear Foster, there is no genuine kinship among the nobility. Everything is merely an exchange of interests, and I prefer to believe this." Having heard such sentiments frequently, Sir Foster remained unperturbed. He simply bowed respectfully before exiting the room, leaving Klober to his solitude. Chapter 6. The Banquet. And Adam Goldenrose. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the time belonging to the moon arrived. Klober was reminded by Frank's devoted servant to attend the evening banquet, donning the noble attire graciously provided by Frank. Klober followed the servant alongside Sir Foster towards the grand hall. By now, a considerable number of nobles had gathered in the hall, engaging in lively conversation. Predominantly those vassals of the Moonlight Mushroom family and a few local officials. It was then that Klober's gaze fell upon the man standing beside Frank, Adam Goldenrose. He was Klober's uncle, the youngest male scion of the previous generation of the Goldenrose family, now a fully fledged knight and one of Klober's most cherished relatives. At the age of 46, Adam held the title of Baron and was primarily responsible for the family's diplomatic and trade affairs. "Ah, Klober, come here, come here," Baron Adam exclaimed, spotting Klober amidst the crowd while conversing with Frank. His strikingly handsome visage stood out among the nobles. Even in Klober's childhood, one could discern the resemblance to Lilith, Adam's sister, who was once regarded as one of the most exquisite beauties of the family. Years of rigorous knight training had not darkened Klober's complexion. Instead, it rendered his skin even more alabaster. From a distance, his smooth, fair face radiated a chiseled elegance. His sapphire-like eyes shimmered with an enchanting hue. His thick brows, prominent nose, and perfectly shaped lips all exuded an air of nobility and grace. The modest noble attire prepared by Frank did little to diminish his charm. Rather, it accentuated Klober's refined demeanor. As Klober entered the hall, the gaze of numerous noble ladies and their counterparts fell upon him. Indeed, the most striking feature about Klober was his golden hair, a symbol of the Goldenrose lineage, which Adam believed was evidence of Klober's noble blood. Among Baron Krau's 4 children, only Klober possessed golden locks. This brilliant hair stood as a testament to nobility and lineage. It is noteworthy that the golden hair of the Goldenrose family is not merely ordinary. Even the Duke once praised it, remarking that the hue closely resembled that of the golden dragon. In contrast, other nobles with golden hair appeared dull and lifeless, akin to withered straw. As for the other 3 offspring of the Oat family, they typically bore common brown hair. In Adam's eyes, this was a mark of inferior lineage, a sentiment echoed throughout the Goldenrose family. This perception stemmed from the fact that the majority of commoners and serfs had brown hair, thus providing Adam with a point of contention against the Oat family. Had it not been for the limited eligible members within the family, their father would never have allowed his most favored sister to wed a baron. Seething with disdain for the Krau family, Adam swiftly regained his composure and beckoned Klober over. "My dear nephew Klober, seeing the blood of Goldenrose flowing through you fills me with joy. Thankfully, you haven't inherited much of Krau's foolish blood. Otherwise, you might still be meandering as a mere squire, much like your incompetent elder brother. Oh, has he reached the mid-level squire yet? Never mind. Look at you, a genius of the Goldenrose lineage, not only gifted in martial prowess, but also blessed with such exquisite appearance." Thank heavens you don't resemble Kral the glutton. Otherwise, no noble maiden would take an interest in you, and you might end up marrying some lowly merchant's daughter to carry on the family name. Baron Adam's words laid bare his disdain for Kral Ode, mocking him both in appearance and character. The enthusiastic Adam, after his lengthy exposition, grasped Klober's wrist, preparing to take a seat. However, upon touching Klober's wrist, he raised an eyebrow in surprise and gazed directly into Klober's eyes. Have you broken through to the peak of the apprentice knight stage? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the previously boisterous banquet fell into a stunned silence, with Frank, seated at the head, exclaiming incredulously, "What? You've broken through to the peak of the apprentice knight stage?" He momentarily forgot his noble decorum. The other attendees, however, were oblivious to this moment, or perhaps diverted their attention entirely to the revelation Adam had just made. "Yes, I just broke through yesterday. But I lack a subsequent breathing technique. Otherwise, I feel I could have attempted to advance to a formal knight last night," Klober confessed, leaving the gathered nobles momentarily speechless. "If I recall correctly, you are merely 15 years old, are you not? Still uninitiated into adulthood?" Adam inquired, astonished. "Yes," Klober replied. Goodness. The attendees, primarily formal knights themselves, had typically reached that status in their 20s or even 30s. An elderly baron present wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly recalling how, at 15, he had been preoccupied with mischief rather than focusing on martial training. He felt as though he had squandered his youth in comparison. Yet, Adam's attention fixated on the latter part of Klober's statement, lacking a subsequent breathing technique. What does that mean? Kral the glutton hasn't he even provided you with one? Filled with indignation, Adam Goldenrose could scarcely believe that Klober, a genius imbued with the noble blood of the Goldenrose family, had been reduced to such an embarrassing state of lacking even a complete basic breathing technique. The assembled nobles furrowed their brows. In their families, a prodigious talent would be nurtured with utmost care, even if they could not inherit a title. They would serve other great nobles to secure lands. With their family's support, coupled with innate talent, even the least fortunate baron would find a way to thrive, potentially leading to a division of the family to ascend to greater heights. Klober could only nod helplessly in affirmation. Upon receiving Klober's confirmation, Baron Adam slammed the table in frustration. "This is outrageous. Kral, that glutton, dares to insult the bloodline of the Goldenrose family. Upon my arrival in Deepwater territory tomorrow, I shall teach him a lesson he will never forget. I'll ensure he is so thoroughly beaten that even his father won't recognize him." Fuming, Adam's eyes blazed with fury, reminiscent of an enraged bull. The nobles present nodded in agreement. Even those who were on amicable terms with Kral expressed their discontent. The true extent of their indignation versus their desire to align with Adam Goldenrose's sentiments remained uncertain. Having vented his frustrations, Adam gradually calmed, turning to Sir Foster beside him and added, "If I find myself at an impasse with that glutton, I trust you will lend me your support, Sir Foster." Baron Adam was Lilith's brother, slightly younger than Baron Kral. He, too, was an apprentice knight, albeit practicing an intermediate breathing technique, endowing him with far superior energy quality and quantity compared to Baron Kral, whose training was limited to a basic technique. The notion of an impasse merely implied a temporary stalemate. Sir Foster nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. "For quite some time, I too have harbored a desire to confront that corpulent swine. Please, allow me to partake in this endeavor." Klober, observing the consensus reached by the two, found himself at a loss for words. "I shall extract his eyeballs and stuff them into his rear," Baron Adam declared with a vehement tone. "Now, gentlemen, let us proceed with our banquet. Let us refrain from discussing such disheartening matters." Noticing the atmosphere growing increasingly somber, Frank raised his glass to enliven the mood. "To the duchy, to the Moonlight Mushroom family, and likewise to the Golden Rose family. Cheers to the Grand Duchy of Gold. Cheers to the Moonlight Mushroom family. Cheers to the Golden Rose family," Frank proclaimed with fervor. A steady stream of delectable dishes was presented by the servants, the crystalline red wine glistening like rubies, captivating the eye. Klober, confronted with the sumptuous spread before him, did not hesitate to indulge, savoring a generous portion of roast meat from a mid-tier magical beast. Midway through his repast, Baron Adam gestured for Klober to draw near. "After the banquet concludes, pay me a visit in my chamber. I have a gift for you," Baron Adam stated cryptically before returning to his conversation with other nobles. Thus, the opulent banquet continued until midnight, culminating in guests retreating to their chambers, thoroughly inebriated. Klober, however, remained sober, his mind preoccupied with the enigmatic gift Baron Adam had mentioned during the feast. Could it be weaponry? Perhaps gold? Surely it cannot be a breathing technique. Klober was momentarily taken aback by his own musings, yet he soon regained his composure. Pondering endlessly served little purpose. After all, he had been invited to visit directly post-banquet. Resolving to uncover the truth, Klober, accompanied by Sir Foster, made his way to Baron Adam's chamber. It is worth noting that Sir Foster had always been by Klober's side, a steadfast guardian. Chapter 7. A precious gift. Klober's resting quarters were situated on the second floor, in close proximity to the watchtower, an arrangement he had specifically requested alongside Flack, for it afforded a view of the night's training sessions. In contrast, the room allocated for Baron Adam was located on the top floor, adjacent to Count Stephen's bedroom, with a full 3 stories separating them. Despite the late hour, the castle remained illuminated with numerous oil lamps, remnants of the recently concluded banquet. A multitude of servants toiled throughout the night, endeavoring to restore the grand hall to its former glory before the noble guests would gather for breakfast the following morning. Accompanied by Sir Foster, Klober swiftly ascended the flights of stairs, soon arriving at the top floor. At the stairwell's entrance, 2 armored knights stood sentinel on either side. Upon noticing Klober's approach, the knight on the left stepped forward to intercept him. "Master Klober, Sir Sam sends his regards. Baron Adam has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Allow me to escort you to his chamber." Sam, a familiar face from the Moonlight Mushroom family, hailed from a wealthy merchant lineage, not of noble descent, yet among the foremost in the region. Their principal enterprise was the Broken Wheel Tavern located on the city's western side, which lent the family name its significance, symbolizing their most cherished possessions. Sam, a young man in his mid-20s, had been recruited as a squire by Count Stephen's knightly order during his youth. Now, in his 20s, he stood at the pinnacle of a squire's training, with every prospect of advancing to full knighthood before his 30th year, at which point he would ascend to a lower tier of nobility under Count Stephen, acquiring a new surname. Under Sam's guidance, Klober arrived at the threshold of Baron Adam's quarters. After a polite knock, Sam took his leave. No sooner had he departed than the door swung open, revealing Klober's uncle, Adam of the Golden Rose. Having exchanged his formal banquet attire for a loose and comfortable brown shirt, Adam's face brightened upon seeing his nephew, and he welcomed Klober into his abode. The room was opulently adorned, with a luxurious carpet crafted from the pelts of high-grade magical beasts covering the floor, and a massive python skull hung upon the wall. After signaling for the servant who had poured the coffee to exit, Adam gestured for Klober to take a seat. "Please, Klober, there is no need for formality in my presence. I am your uncle." Klober smiled faintly, sitting directly across from Baron Adam, and lifted the coffee cup from the table to inhale its rich aroma. The fragrance was robust and inviting. Closing his eyes to savor it, he felt a profound sense of tranquility, reminiscent of the stillness of night. This must not be a product from the duchy, I presume? Though Klober's life was not particularly affluent, he had not neglected his education, which included the art of tasting, an essential noble pursuit. Adam nodded in affirmation. "This is a fine import from the Emerald Kingdom. I haven't amassed much of it. I intended to bring you a jar, but encountering you here at Moonlight Castle seemed fortuitous, so I decided to present it to you ahead of time." While Klober was not particularly fond of coffee, he graciously accepted Baron Adam's kind gesture with a nod. With the topic of coffee concluded, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, the passage of time becoming a blur. Eventually, Baron Adam inquired about Klober's training as a knight. "Now that you have surpassed the pinnacle of squirehood, your focus should be on achieving full knighthood before the war. If fortune favors you, you might secure a fiefdom and a title for yourself in the process." Baron Adam's words held weight. In the grander scheme of national warfare, only full knights possessed the means of self-preservation, while squires were merely advanced fodder. Each campaign in the duchy's western conquests birthed a new cadre of noble ascendants, while older nobles often fell by the wayside. Adam hoped Klober would seize this opportunity. "Uncle, your words sound simple," Klober replied with a resigned smile. He yearned to advance, but was acutely aware of his limitations. Without the proper breathing techniques, how could he hope to become a full knight? Adam's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "Is it so? If I were to present you with a suitable breathing technique, would you not be able to achieve that in a short time?" Klober took a moment to attune himself to the sensations of energy and vitality coursing within him. "If provided with the appropriate method, I am confident I could attain full knighthood within a week," he asserted resolutely. At this, Baron Adam's face brightened. Then that settles it. Here, take this. He opened a drawer and tossed a book-like object into Klober's hands. Klober, sensing an inkling of what it contained, eagerly glanced at the cover. The Heart of Gold. This is... Astonished, Klober looked up at Adam, who was sipping his coffee, amused by Klober's incredulous reaction. What? Do you doubt my ability to bestow upon you the family's intermediate breathing technique? Baron Adam's smile threatened to erupt into laughter, clearly entertained by Klober's astonishment. I understand that you have faced challenges in that wretched place of Deepwater, but you must recognize that not all noble families are as foolish as your father. This assertion held true. The majority of nobles were indeed refined egoists, a fact beyond dispute. Klober grappled with his self-perception and future aspirations, viewing himself merely as a lesser son of an uncherished baronial family. Despite possessing some talent, it remained unrefined, leaving him feeling weak. Yet, in the eyes of the Golden Rose family, Klober was a burgeoning star within the duchy. Moreover, in terms of appearance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the direct descendants of the Golden Rose family, the only distinction being his surname, a matter neither the head of the Golden Rose nor Baron Klober had deemed significant. It was evident to any discerning observer that upon reaching adulthood, Klober would inevitably align himself with the Golden Rose family, both from familial ties and material considerations. Only they could fully harness his exceptional talents. Furthermore, the Golden Rose family was among the rare noble houses within the duchy that valued familial bonds. Klober's mother, Lilith, was the beloved daughter of the current Golden Rose Count, Dennis. These elements combined rendered Klober's significance far greater than he himself realized. That being said, while I can grant you the Heart of Gold breathing technique, you must understand its value necessitates a contract with the family. Klober expressed no objection. He had prepared for the worst before his arrival, and the current circumstances were more favorable than anticipated. I am ready to sign the contract now. Please, uncle, present it to me. Adam promptly retrieved the pre-prepared contract from his drawer, along with a quill dipped in ink, and handed them over. Without even glancing at the document, Klober inscribed his name at the designated spot. Baron Adam raised an eyebrow. Are you not curious about the contract's contents? Are you not afraid I might sell you off? Klober shook his head. Since the family places its trust in me, I shall reciprocate that trust. Nothing more is required. Baron Adam sighed, shaking his head with a smile. Ah, you. Please pay close attention. I have reiterated this countless times. There is no need to maintain that facade in my presence. Klober, resigned, picked up the contract from the table and began to read it attentively. The content was not extensive. It essentially stated that Klober was to announce his allegiance to the Golden Rose family upon his 16th birthday, thereby becoming a member of the esteemed lineage. Both his surname and the emblem he bore would be altered to reflect the unique insignia of the Golden Rose family. In exchange, Klober would enjoy all the privileges accorded to direct descendants of the Golden Rose, such as access to the family's secret intermediate breathing technique, the Golden Heart, a monthly supply of 2 vials of potions, and the right to recruit attendants and followers from the territory during times of war. Note, the third privilege would take effect upon becoming a formal knight. It could be said that this contract brimmed with the sincerity of the Golden Rose family. For Klober, aside from his surname, he was almost already a member of the family. Their only request was for him to adopt the surname Golden Rose, which was infinitely more appealing than Oat. The former symbolized precious potions and great elves, whereas the latter merely represented ordinary agricultural sprites. Once he confirmed his acceptance, Klober transcribed a copy of the Golden Heart breathing technique in Baron Adam's study before returning to his quarters. Before his departure, Baron Adam entrusted Klober with this month's training resources. Considering Klober's imminent breakthrough to knighthood, Baron Adam took the liberty to exchange the original training resources for an equivalent amount and added the previously stipulated benefit of 2 vials of potions, thus providing Klober with a total of 3 vials of the family's specially crafted golden water potions. With potions and training methods in hand, Klober hastened back to his room. After exchanging greetings with Foster and Frank, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. He intended to successfully achieve his breakthrough to knighthood within a week, aspiring to gain greater advantages in the ongoing war. Seated cross-legged on his bed, 3 vials of golden potions beside him, he resolved to rest and restore his energy before embarking on the preparations for his breakthrough. Whether he would succeed hinged entirely on this moment. Chapter 8. The promotion to official knight upon awakening, Klober enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast served by his devoted attendants. all the while meticulously studying the golden heart breathing technique. The primary focus of a knight apprentice lies in physical cultivation, whereas that of an official knight centers around the mastery of combat aura. The transition from knight apprentice to official knight is marked by the emergence of an aura seed within oneself and the successful circulation of this aura throughout the body. After ensuring that he had thoroughly committed the golden heart breathing technique to memory, Klober commenced his training. Following the technique's instructions, he engaged his muscles and fascia. To his astonishment, discovering that his body, previously honed to its limits, was beginning to strengthen once more. He mused that an intermediate breathing technique undoubtedly surpassed a basic one, prompting him to train with renewed diligence. Frank was exceedingly generous, providing Klober daily with high-grade magical beast meat rich in energy and nutrients. Coupled with Klober's considerable innate talent and the suitability of the breathing technique to his physique, he swiftly elevated his physical condition to a new pinnacle within a mere 2 days. Having confirmed his enhanced physical prowess, Klober turned his attention to perceiving aura, the first step towards becoming an official knight. The experience of sensing aura is peculiar. Some may grasp it within mere minutes, while others may take several days. Fortunately, Klober had previously encountered the sensation of aura, and within mere minutes, he felt the life energy coursing through him. This energy, however, could not yet be deemed combat aura, as it neither fortified the user nor could it be channeled into weapons. It could be classified as life energy, a manifestation of the robust physique characteristic of knight apprentices. Having sensed this life energy, the next task was to empower it, transforming it into the potential for combat aura. There are primarily 2 methods to enhance life energy. The first involves burning one's own vitality, nourishing the life energy with supplements to facilitate its metamorphosis into combat aura. This method is commonly employed by many commoners and lower nobles. Its advantage lies in the minimal resource requirement, while its drawbacks include a high failure rate and adverse effects on longevity. Excessive consumption of vitality during this process could diminish one's combat effectiveness even if they successfully break through to the rank of official knight. Each year, some individuals in the Golden Duchy forcefully breached the official knight threshold, suffering significant vitality loss, ultimately leading to a premature aging. Such individuals often end up as noble guards or lords of modest estates for the remainder of their lives. The second method involves utilizing potions that correspond to one's attributes. These potions, imbued with vast amounts of magical energy, significantly assist the knight in cultivating their combat aura. Typically, a single potion suffices for an ordinary person to transition into an official knight, with the potion's magic combined with a modest sacrifice of vitality yielding a 70% success rate. For those blessed with exceptional talent and a solid foundation, the aura they generate is more potent, necessitating more substantial magical energy, potentially requiring 2 or even 3 potions. It is said that the Golden Duke, in his youth, utilized 3 high-grade potions crafted from golden dragon blood to achieve his breakthrough. As Klober gazed upon the 3 vials of golden rose potions in his hand, he felt the warmth of his uncle's affection. This gesture brought a sense of comfort to Klober, who had once endured the harshness of human nature during his childhood. He was not ungrateful. He recognized the care bestowed upon him by the Golden Rose family and Uncle Adam, acknowledging that his previous indifference had caused him to overlook their kindness. With this realization, he let out a gentle sigh, clutching the golden potions. Klober recalled the humiliations of his youth, and a flicker of determination ignited within him. He promptly uncorked the vial and consumed the potion in one swift motion. The potion's sweet and rich flavor enveloped his palate as he swallowed, sending a powerful surge of energy coursing through his being. The previously tranquil life energy within him grew tempestuous, voraciously absorbing the dissipated energy around him. As he experienced a subtle ache within, Klober finally grasped the necessity of physical refinement during the knight apprentice stage. A body lacking resilience might not withstand the potion's effects, let alone endure the sacrifice of vitality. The energy generated by a single potion was insufficient for Klober's life energy to undergo transformation, a fact he had anticipated. Upon consuming the second potion, the once waning life energy surged with renewed vigor, accelerating in flow as it gradually adopted a pale golden hue. Seizing the moment, Klober swiftly ingested the final potion. As it took effect, an overwhelming energy coalesced the life energy within him into a singular mass in his abdomen. Through sheer will, Klober compressed this life energy repeatedly until it formed a radiant, golden sphere the size of a quail's egg. At the instant the sphere coalesced, Klober's body quivered, and a warm, potent combat aura surged through him, washing over every part of his being. Old injuries from his youth, as well as those incurred during training and combat, were healed, restoring him to peak vitality. Healing old wounds was merely one facet of the aura's capabilities. His body became exponentially stronger, a transformation beyond mere multiplication. Whether in strength, agility, or reflexes, Klober felt he had become at least 2 to 3 times more formidable than before. This enhancement was not trivial. If his original strength rated a 6, it now soared to 18, capable of effortlessly sending his former self flying for miles with a mere slap. If compared to knight apprentices, Klober's stamina had also vastly improved, allowing him to confront 100 or even 1,000 foes without fatigue. As for failure, such a thought was inconceivable. To date, no knight apprentice had ever bested an official knight, neither in physical prowess nor in combat aura. Theoretically, a knight apprentice could not even breach the defensive aura of an official knight. Only those of equal rank or higher could inflict harm. Feeling the tumultuous aura swirling within him, Klober closed his eyes in delight, fully aware that his ascension to official knight marked the first step towards his ascendance to the pinnacle of this world. However, even after achieving this breakthrough, Klober did not immediately emerge from his seclusion. Instead, he practiced the knight section of the golden heart breathing technique, allowing the aura to circulate along its prescribed pathways. He sensed the gradual enhancement of both the quantity and quality of his combat aura, an intoxicating sensation of empowerment. Thus, time passed until the day Klober had agreed upon with Adam arrived. Dressed impeccably, he arrived early at the hall of Moonlight Castle. The surging aura radiating from him captured the attention of all present official knights, especially that of Baron Adam, whose reaction was the most pronounced. "Oh my heavens! Ancestors above! Klober, have you truly just become an official knight? Your aura is so potent, devoid of the usual instability of a recent breakthrough." In an instant, the man who had been seated on the chair sprang several meters into the air, his knightly prowess manifesting in a display of remarkable agility. His large eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The assembled nobles shared a collective sentiment. All had recently ascended to the rank of formal knights. Yet they could not help but feel their own foundations wavered in comparison to his formidable aura. Klober smiled faintly, acknowledging the significant role played by the 3 potions bestowed upon him by Uncle Adam. It was only after consuming these potions that he transitioned into the formal knight stage, perhaps attributing his solidified presence to their influence. However, a portion of this was merely a half-truth. The instability of others was solely due to the burning of their life force, a phenomenon Klober had not experienced, thus rendering the notion of instability moot in his case. The 3 potions from Baron Adam were indeed crucial, lending credence to Klober's statement. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. 3 vials? One elderly lord with silver hair inquired, scratching his ear, while his companion swallowed hard, responding uncertainly, It seems to be 3? Even Baron Adam stood momentarily dumbfounded. Although he recognized his nephew's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated the extent of it. Formal knights who had successfully ascended using 3 potions were exceedingly rare within the entire Golden Duchy. It was said that apart from the Duke, only a handful of marquises possessed such extraordinary gifts. The reason Adam had given Klober all 3 potions was simply that they were his only remaining vials, and in a bid for peace of mind, he chose to entrust them entirely to Klober. He had always believed that 2 potions would suffice for Klober's ascension, as excessive use of potions could inflict severe harm on the body. In the realm of formal knights, there existed an unspoken rule: the more potions consumed during the breakthrough, the more solidified one's foundation would be, thereby enhancing combat prowess. Similarly, with ample resources, one's cultivation speed would surpass that of others. After all, if one could absorb a potion in a single session while another could manage 3, the disparity in speed was undeniable. Moreover, the absorption of potions comes with a risk of developing resistance. Typically, a formal knight could only absorb a potion once a month. The remainder of the time must be dedicated to cultivating and battling to completely assimilate the residual energy within. Overindulgence in a short span could lead to an accumulation of combat energy, impeding its flow and potentially damaging one's foundation, thus hindering cultivation speed. Over time, the quantity of potions consumed during a breakthrough evolved into a benchmark for assessing an individual's talent. Without a doubt, Klober's prodigious reputation would spread throughout the duchy. securing him a place on the prestigious lists of potential matches for noble families. The advantages of ascending to the rank of formal knight extended far beyond mere recognition. Chapter 9. The changes brought by strength. While Klober celebrated his ascension to a formal knight, basking in the adulation of many, far away in the Deepwater territory, Baron Klober found himself ensnared in a predicament. Where was the caravan of the Golden Rose family? Had it not been said that it would arrive within days? Perched impatiently on his chair, Baron Klober drummed his fingers upon the table, his labored breathing and grave expression betraying his agitation. To elaborate, Baron Klober had been comfortably ensconced in his castle, indulging in slumber, when news arrived from the neighboring Baron Eterpis that he had achieved the rank of a Grand Knight. Although this newfound power did not grant Eterpis access to the title of Viscount, it did confer upon him absolute authority within his baronial domain. At 40 years of age, with the lifespan of a Grand Knight stretching between 2 to 3 centuries, Eterpis had ample time to accumulate military merit and ascend to the esteemed rank of Viscount. Regrettably, the relationship between Baron Klober and Baron Eterpis was far from amicable. In fact, it could be described as exceedingly hostile, rooted in disputes over interests. The strength of Klober's Deepwater territory languished at the bottom of the duchy, overshadowed even by several well-established knightly manors. Once, the territory boasted a formidable old lord, Klober's grandfather and Klober's father, who fought valiantly, but since the old baron's passing, the region's influence had plummeted. Weakness in power denoted a lowly status, and Baron Klober often relied on the prestige of his wife's lineage from the Golden Rose family to bolster his standing. It is worth noting that the Golden Rose family, possessing a cadre of several Grand Knights, commanded immense power among the baronial houses, most of which boasted only Grand Knights. To clarify the hierarchy of strength, Squire Knight, Formal Knight, Grand Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, Title Knight, Beast Knight, Dragon Knight nobles with the strength of formal knights could establish their own families, while those of lesser strength typically held knightly titles, governing a manor or village. More powerful formal knights, or families with multiple formal knights, could rise to the rank of baron through military accomplishments, securing substantial lands. Those of Grand Knight status began as barons, with landholdings that expanded with further military success. Earth Knights predominantly belonged to Viscount families, with only those of considerable lineage and more than 5 Earth Knights qualifying as Count families. The requirements for Marquis families were simpler, possessing at least 1 Sky Knight. As for Title Knights, they primarily belonged to Marquis families, with Dragon Knights forming the basis for ascension to duchy status. Currently, Baron Eterpis stood at the pinnacle of baronial power. Not only a Grand Knight in his own right, but also commanding the loyalty of at least 3 formal knights, significantly surpassing the strength of Deepwater territory. Baronial families with Grand Knights held the right to expand their territories through military achievements. Given the close proximity of their lands and the deep-seated grievances between them, if Baron Eterpis were to utilize his military prowess to annex parts of Deepwater territory, Baron Klober would be powerless to resist, compelled to cede his lands. The territory of the Moonlight Mushroom family was limited, and mutual annexation among barons was permissible under the watchful eyes of the high nobility, provided that a baron's landholdings did not exceed the limits dictated by their rank. Thus, Baron Klober's anxiety escalated. Eterpis's territory was marginally larger than his own, yet still fell short of the maximum land area permissible for a baron. If Eterpis were to proceed with annexation, it could result in Klober losing a quarter of his territory. His only hope lay in amplifying this matter, seeking aid from his lord in consideration of the deceased old baron. As for the Golden Rose family, it seemed that neither he nor the entirety of Deepwater territory held any significance in their eyes compared to the recently ascended Klober. In the Grand Hall of Moonlight Castle, revelers celebrated the emergence of a new formal knight. The attendees were primarily members of baronial families, where having a Grand Knight was a remarkable achievement, and formal knights represented the highest echelons they could aspire to. Baron Adam and Frank were in good spirits, merely rejoicing in Klober's success. Klober, who had just achieved his breakthrough, was naturally elated, though he maintained a semblance of restraint, drinking less frequently in response to the toasts from the gathering. The festivities continued for an entire day, and as the guests grew weary, they stumbled back to their chambers. Klober, having imbibed rather liberally, intended to retire to his own room, but was halted by Baron Adam. After summoning a servant to bring a sobering broth, Klober spent a moment regaining his composure before following Adam to a lavish chamber. Once seated, Baron Adam cut straight to the chase. Congratulations on becoming a formal knight, Klober. Though I suspect you've heard many similar sentiments today, I wish to discuss something else. With that, he produced a signed agreement and handed it to Klober. Klober could not help but smile. Uncle Adam, rest assured, now that the agreement is signed, I shall not breach it. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Deepwater territory for the ceremony, and then we shall return to our family. Seeing Klober's prompt acceptance, Baron Adam exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared that Klober, in his exuberance, might act impulsively and breach their agreement, which would not only incur the wrath of their family, but also jeopardize Klober's standing within the noble circles of the Golden Duchy. It seemed that Klober had not allowed his recent triumph to cloud his judgment. Excellent. Now that all is settled, you should return and rest. I will send a servant to your room to awaken you before our departure tomorrow, Adam advised. Klober nodded and prepared to leave. As he turned to depart, Baron Adam called after him. By the way, since you have achieved the rank of a formal knight, it is only fitting that I, as your uncle, present you with a gift. Frank mentioned that you lacked a set of armor, so I arranged for one to be prepared for you in your room. Please try it on when you return. Klober paused, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the gesture. Suppressing his unease, he nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. With that, he exited the room. Baron Adam watched Klober's retreating figure, lost in thought. Lilith, my dearest sister, Klober is a remarkable young man. I fear I no longer need to fulfill the promise I made to you. Tears welled in Adam's eyes. For the entire noble community knew of the close bond he shared with Lilith, who was of similar age. It was said that upon learning of Kral's seamless succession after Lilith's passing, Adam had been consumed by rage, ready to march into Deepwater territory and exact vengeance upon Baron Kral. Fortunately, he had been intercepted at the door by Daniel of the Golden Rose, Klober's grandfather. Daniel, accustomed to navigating turbulent waters, had cultivated an unflappable demeanor. Though he grieved for his beloved daughter, he understood the necessity of restraint. Otherwise, the Moonlight Mushroom family would not acquiesce, and his grandson might suffer dire consequences. After extensive discussions within the family, it gradually evolved into the current monthly resource transport caravan led by Klober. Baron Adam, driven by his feelings for his sister, eagerly volunteered to take charge of this caravan. Upon returning to his room, Klober's gaze fell upon the armor laid upon his bed. It was a set of intricately engraved beast-hide armor, and as Klober touched it, he marveled at its superior flexibility and hardness, far surpassing that of armor crafted from low-tier beasts. This was armor made from the pelts of intermediate-level beasts. Klober could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Intermediate beasts corresponded to the strength of human grand knights, and their pelts not only offered greater flexibility and hardness, but also excelled in the conduction of fighting energy. This set of leather armor, if all went well, would serve Klober even after he advanced to become a grand knight. As he caressed the armor, a sense of grandeur filled his heart. With weapons, armor, and steed all prepared, he had also achieved the rank of formal knight. What lay ahead was to showcase his prowess on the battlefield and earn military merit to be bestowed a noble title, even if it was merely the lowest rank of knighthood. Filled with aspirations for the future, Klober gradually drifted into slumber. Sir Foster, who stood guard nearby, could not help but smile at the scene. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Klober awoke without anyone calling for him. His routine had been disrupted over the past couple of days due to his breakthrough in the banquet. Normally, he would rise early to commence his morning training. After several days of indulgence, Klober resolved to resume his training and persist in his efforts. Today, he intended to practice the fighting techniques that only formal knights could wield, known as combat skills. Combat skills are explosive capabilities emanating from the user's inner fighting energy, facilitated by specific vibrational frequencies and operational pathways in conjunction with the coordination of bones and muscles. Such skills are often synonymous with great power. When a knight employs a combat skill, it signifies the unleashing of their utmost strength. Combat skills are categorized into three types: defensive, offensive, and supportive. As the name suggests, defensive skills significantly enhance the user's defensive capabilities. Some formidable techniques can even withstand attacks from opponents of a superior rank. Offensive skills greatly amplify one's attack power, often yielding devastating force that exceeds the user's own rank, frequently turning the tide of battle. Supportive skills focus on enhancing other body parts. For instance, the widely recognized eagle eye skill enhances the user's vision through the augmentation of fighting energy, making it particularly suitable for archers. Klober's first intended combat skill to learn was an offensive technique, the Radiant Blade. Chapter 10, The Blade of Radiance, a technique of the Golden Heart breathing method, is one of the least challenging combat skills, seemingly tailored for new knights like Klober. This technique enhances the weapon's sharpness and resilience by accelerating the vibration frequency of the internal fighting energy, wrapping it around the weapon like fine threads. It can be regarded as a remarkably versatile combat skill. The ease of practicing this technique does not imply a lack of potency. Klober estimates that it can augment his attack power by at least 60%. Unfortunately, the Blade of Radiance cannot be applied to armor, otherwise, his combat prowess would soar like a rocket, he lamented. He firmly believes that given enough time, mastering this technique would be as effortless for him as plucking fruit from a tree. Yet, reality doused him with cold water. War was imminent in the duchy, and the time available for his training was slipping away like grains of sand in an hourglass. Even with his exceptional talent, he feared he could only master one combat skill before the conflict began. Klober understood that his future would shine like the stars on the battlefield, and he yearned to forge his courage and fearlessness amidst the flames of war. At that moment, the training ground was filled with numerous members of knightly orders and other nobles engaged in rigorous practice. Most were official knights and members of knightly orders hailing from various noble houses, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess within the Count's territory. They possessed not only exquisite combat skills and formidable strength, but also shared intricate ties with the Moonlight Mushroom family. Either a knight had married into a collateral branch of the Moonlight Mushroom family, or the eldest son of a baron served as a knight attendant under the great knight of the Moonlight Mushroom clan. Such connections ensured the loyalty of the various noble classes within the territory. After all, they were all part of one family. Perhaps you would even refer to me as uncle or cousin. Unless a matter of grave severity occurred, this territory, predominantly bearing the Moonlight Mushroom surname, would remain free from misfortune. Among the throng of seasoned knights, Klober's youthful appearance, having just reached adulthood, stood out remarkably. The resting knights nearby turned their gazes towards Klober as he diligently practiced his combat skills. "Look over there, Klober is training," one remarked. "Oatmeal. I heard he just became an official knight yesterday. It seems he's practicing the Blade of Radiance of the Golden Rose family. But isn't their martial arts secret supposed to be kept from outsiders? How did he get it?" A weathered knight, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel, overheard the younger colleague's envious tone and smiled wryly. "You doubt my news-gathering skills? Klober has never been favored by the Lord of Deepwater territory since birth. Luckily, his innate talent is exceptional, and the Golden Rose family has provided him with basic training resources. Otherwise, I doubt he would have even crossed the threshold into knighthood." Standing tall in the face of his colleague's astonishment, he whispered conspiratorially, "I hear Baron Adam plans to take Klober back to Deepwater territory to discuss changing his surname. Perhaps next time you see him, you'll have to address him as Klober Golden Rose." "Really? Is that true? Would the Baron of Deepwater territory agree? He's his own son, and with such talent, he's destined to become a great knight, easily rising to land knight status. The Oatmeal family is set to become a viscount in a decade or so. Would he let a cooked duck fly away?" the young knight exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around him. "If it were me, I would agree to anything. I'd sell my estate just to ensure his training. It's a foolproof investment." His loud exclamation attracted the attention of nearby knights, who eagerly joined the conversation about Klober's gossip. Among them was a middle-aged man dressed in opulence, visibly of higher status, who scoffed derisively. "Him? That gluttonous pig from Deepwater territory? If he had any sense, he wouldn't let his talented son fall into such disgrace." He went on to reveal that Klober had purchased his own weapons and even lacked the funds for armor. As his words hung in the air, the knights listening gasped in disbelief, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. "By the dragons above, if my son were that capable, I wouldn't just provide him with armor. I would give him my entire estate as long as he could elevate our family's standing. I would accept my demise for that." Indeed, a 16-year-old official knight is undoubtedly a seed of greatness. Becoming a viscount is the least of his potential. I remember Klober was not such a foolish man. He should not have made such a fundamental mistake. Who can fathom the world of fools? As the conversation deepened, more nobles and knights joined in. They were mostly offspring of the nobility and official knights from across the Count's territory, possessing competent intelligence and experience. They began to piece together the situation with a reasonable rationale. Information 1. Klober bears a striking resemblance to Lilith of the Golden Rose. Information 2. Klober's existence threatens the eldest son of Baron Klober. Information 3. Baron Klober had numerous mistresses before Lilith of the Golden Rose gave birth. Information 4. A merchant's daughter, his mistress, had provocatively visited days before Lilith's delivery, and Baron Klober did not punish her. Information 5. After Lilith's death, the mistress seamlessly moved into the Baron's castle. Information 6. A follower of Lilith, an official knight, had threatened to personally behead Baron Klober. With these pieces of information, the gathered nobles, many of whom had lived through similar experiences, could easily surmise the unfolding events. Lilith of the Golden Rose was unable to satisfy Baron Klober during her pregnancy, prompting him to seek out mistresses. When one of them dared to provoke him, he chose not to retaliate, leading to Lilith's distress and eventual death. To cover up this scandal, Baron Klober shifted the blame onto the newborn Klober and, to silence the mistress, took him into the castle. As the details emerged, many present could not help but imagine the indignities suffered by the noble Lilith at the hands of a lowly merchant's daughter, while her husband failed to defend her honor. In the castle, her sorrow culminated in her tragic demise after giving birth to a child. Many in attendance, being noble families with daughters married far from home, could not help but envision their own daughters in such a plight, wondering what would become of them if they encountered a husband as callous as Klober. Their faces darkened at the thought. While they had grown accustomed to Klober's infidelities, few among them could claim unwavering loyalty in marriage. However, the audacity of the mistress to provoke the castle's lady without facing repercussions was an affront to the Golden Rose family and an intolerable breach of conduct for all present nobles. Given that the ruler of the duchy, the Grand Duke, was female, the status of women within the noble circles was relatively elevated. The male head of the family managed external conflicts and territorial affairs, while the female head oversaw the castle and servants. A noble woman does not sever ties with her family upon marriage. Rather, she maintains close connections, fostering collaboration between the two noble houses. Baron Klober's actions could be seen as a grave insult to the Golden Rose family and a significant lowering of the noble standards. Let us put it this way, with the matter of Klober at hand, henceforth, those nobles who wish to forge familial alliances through the marriage of their daughters will think twice. Human emotions are tender. Who does not wish for their daughter to wed happily? Should she be subjected to such indignities upon her marriage, it is likely that a war would erupt between the two families, leading to the lamentable loss of both daughter and soldiers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the knights present were acutely aware of the implications, and the one leading the discussion was drenched in cold sweat, fearful that these words might escape their circle. Yet, fortune is capricious. Indeed, the very thing one fears often comes to pass. Is what you just said true? A low growl, imbued with fury, resonated from behind the crowd. Instantly, they parted to clear a path for Baron Adam, accompanied by a sprightly old knight. The one who had posed the question was none other than this seemingly vigorous knight, Foster Woodshield. Born into humble origins, he was raised with the unwavering loyalty to the Golden Rose family and his sovereign. At the tender age of 13, he was summoned to the battlefield, where a foe's blow nearly claimed his life. Yet, the benevolence of the great dragon spared him. Since that fateful encounter with death, Foster seemed to awaken, honing his skills to an extent that, while not miraculous, certainly eclipsed those of his fellow warriors. In his days as a senior squire, he was chosen by Lilith Golden Rose, the most cherished princess of the Golden Rose family, to serve as her personal guard. This was his first experience in close proximity to nobility. His lady, Lilith, was a remarkably cheerful and compassionate individual, her golden tresses mirroring her radiant spirit. Those days of service were the happiest of Foster's life. Years later, as Foster approached the threshold of becoming a knight, he found himself lacking the accolades necessary to procure the elixir of ascendance. He understood all too well that, without the potion, the odds of his elevation were perilously slim. It remains unclear whether his usual melancholic demeanor was noticed or if Lilith learned of his plight through other means. One fateful evening, she personally bestowed upon him a vial of Golden Rose elixir. Take this, Foster. As your sovereign, it is my duty to shoulder this burden for you. You must grow stronger, so that you can better protect me. Is that not so? With those words, Foster returned to his quarters in a daze, only to awaken the next morning, dark circles under his eyes, to fulfill his duties. You must grow stronger, so that you can better protect me. Is that not so? He held on to those words in his heart. When the news of Lilith's tragic death during childbirth reached him, Foster felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Yet, His integrity forbade him from laying blame upon the innocent newborn. Thus, with a tumult of emotions, he pledged his loyalty to the newly born Klober, vowing to safeguard the most precious gift left behind by his sovereign. He once believed that the passage of time would dull the sting of his anger. However, upon learning the truth behind his sovereign's demise, he realized that the humiliation, the murder of his lady, still festered within him. Yes, murder. Foster was convinced that Baron Klober and his mistress conspired to end his sovereign's life. Otherwise, how could a commoner dare to provoke the Baroness and the Countess's daughter? Surely, without Klober's tacit approval, that wretched woman would not have the audacity to challenge the noble lineage of the Golden Rose family. Now speak. What you just said, is it true? Foster, his face contorted in rage, alongside the brooding Baron Adam, became the most fearsome figures on the training grounds, without exception. Meanwhile, Klober, still conscripting peasant soldiers in Deepwater territory, remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that awaited him. Chapter 11. Journey to Deepwater territory. The events unfolding on the training ground did not escape the notice of Klober. At this moment, he was wholly absorbed in mastering his own fighting spirit, channeling it according to the intricate pathways outlined in the secret techniques of combat. It must be acknowledged that Klober possessed extraordinary talent. The technique he was mastering, the radiant golden blade, although merely a rudimentary skill within the Golden Heart, proved to be as challenging as the advanced techniques found in lower-tier breathing methods. This disparity exemplifies the differences among individuals. Obtaining a high-tier breathing method does not guarantee successful cultivation for everyone. After all, if one has already expended considerable time and effort on mastering basic breathing techniques, the pursuit of intermediate methods would require even greater diligence and perseverance. Specifically, basic breathing techniques serve as a means to reduce the cultivation difficulty by sacrificing fighting spirit and physical strength. They are characterized by their modest enhancements, but, correspondingly, present significantly lower challenges. As one ascends the ranks, breathing techniques grow increasingly potent, bestowing greater combat effectiveness upon their practitioners. However, this increased power is matched by a substantial rise in cultivation difficulty. In this fantastical realm, particularly for the affluent and noble families, aside from their ancestral tomes of combat techniques, any techniques acquired through trade or conquest can be imparted to others, provided that an appropriate cost is paid. Take the Moonlight Mushroom family as an example. They possess not only their secret intermediate combat techniques, but have also procured 3 additional tomes through various means. Yet, these invaluable texts are not relegated to obscurity. Rather, they are regarded as rewards for meritorious service, thereby motivating family members to contribute even more significantly. However, despite noble intentions, few knights achieve successful mastery. Those of lesser birth or talent tend to opt for basic breathing methods as their primary choice. Only those with confidence in their abilities or favorable family circumstances would accumulate merit to exchange for intermediate techniques. The reality is that many who aspire to intermediate breathing methods often languish in mediocrity, ultimately retreating to the basic techniques in search of mere breakthroughs. Klober, having demonstrated his exceptional talent early on, was thus favored by Baron Adam, who presented him with the family's ancestral Golden Heart, an ideal technique for those of the Golden Rose lineage, facilitating the absorption of potions crafted from the Golden Rose. Consequently, techniques like the Golden Heart are often referred to as bloodline techniques, as they are exceptionally suited for those possessing the corresponding lineage. Outsiders would struggle to achieve even half the effectiveness, rendering a basic breathing method more advantageous. Klober closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. He focused his mind, summoning the latent fighting spirit within him. As his will directed it, the fighting spirit surged through his meridians like a torrent. He carefully guided the energy along designated pathways within his body. Each flow of fighting spirit elicited a slight sting, yet Klober gritted his teeth in endurance, recognizing this as an essential phase. Once his meridians adapted to the vigor of the fighting spirit, it would signify that his body had acclimated to its swift currents, allowing for the next step in enhancing his physical prowess. As the fighting spirit intensified, it gradually coalesced atop the sword in Klober's grasp. The blade seemed to come alive, emanating a soft golden glow. This luminescence, though not overwhelming, was strikingly radiant, mirroring the brilliance of his golden hair, which is precisely why this technique is known as the radiant golden blade. Empowered by the golden fighting spirit, the sword could effortlessly cleave through stone. capable of slicing an armored knight and his steed in twain with a single stroke. Thus, the elevated status of formal knights is underscored. For entering this rank signifies crossing into the realm of the extraordinary, endowed with strength and physical capabilities far beyond the ordinary. Successfully executing the radiant golden blade confirmed Klober's foundational mastery of the technique. Now, he merely needed to familiarize himself with the flow of fighting spirit. Retrieving his sword, Klober noted the noticeable depletion of fighting spirit within him and estimated he could perform the technique 5 to 6 more times. For one newly initiated as a formal knight, such an entry-level technique indeed suited him best, minimal consumption and high efficiency in actual combat. Just as Klober sheathed his sword, he noticed a large gathering of individuals on the other side of the training ground. Curiosity piqued, he made his way toward the crowd. Midway through his approach, he spotted Baron Adam emerging with Foster from the throng. Both men paused upon seeing Klober. The perceptive Baron was the first to speak, inquiring, "It appears you have mastered the radiant golden blade?" Klober nodded, responding, "I can now wield it. I merely need to become more familiar with the technique's pathways." Baron Adam's face brightened with approval. He recognized Klober's exceptional talent, recalling his own experience with the technique, which took him nearly half a month to grasp, earning him reprimands from his instructor for allegedly lowering the overall standards of the Golden Rose family. Reflecting on the past, an awkward expression crossed Baron Adam's features. He resolved to keep this matter buried in his heart, lest his nephew's lofty perception of him be tarnished. "Now that your training is complete, we must hasten to Deepwater territory. After addressing your matters there, we shall return to the family to hold your coming-of-age ceremony. You may even find an opportunity to attain a title from this campaign," Baron Adam continued, animatedly outlining his plans. In his mind, his nephew, a prodigy, was destined to shine on the battlefield. With the family's backing, while a baron might be difficult to secure, a knight's ascent would be straightforward. Once Klober surpassed the rank of knight, acquiring a baron title would be all but assured. After all, even among the Golden Rose family, not all barons were high-ranking knights. There were formal knights as well. A blatant illustration of this was that even the gluttonous pig of Deepwater territory could be a baron, so why not his own nephew? It must be said that Kral had indeed diminished the prestige of the baron title. Thus, the three conversed as they returned to the castle to gather their belongings in preparation for their journey to Deepwater territory. Klober specifically instructed his attendant to inform Frank that, due to Frank's late-night revelry, he had yet to rise, necessitating Klober to relay his message through the servant. Upon returning to his chamber, Klober changed into a fresh outfit, having long since drenched the previous one in sweat. Once donned with his newly acquired gear, he intended to head to the stables to retrieve his horse. On the road, Klober fortuitously encountered the personal attendant who had assisted Baron Adam in procuring his horse. From this servant, Klober gleaned that, unbeknownst to him, Baron Adam seemed to have unearthed certain truths surrounding the death of his mother. This revelation abruptly silenced Klober, whose spirits had hitherto been buoyant. His feelings towards this mother, whom he had never met, were profoundly intricate. Be it love or resentment, it all seemed to pale in significance the moment Lilith departed from this world. He was Klober, the son of Lilith, the Golden Rose. That was all he needed to remember, for everything else held no importance. Chapter 12. Surnames, Families. In honor, the road from Moonlight City to Deepwater territory is indeed riddled with potholes, which explains why. Aside from Baron Adam, who is responsible for transporting resources for Klober's training, no other merchant caravans are willing to venture to Deepwater territory for trade. However, poverty has rendered the presence of bandits along this road exceedingly rare. Even when they do appear, they are typically weak and feeble. In an environment where iron goods are scarce, most common bandits are equipped with wooden clubs and spears, though some fortunate souls might possess a few iron tools. For instance, the iron dagger seized by Klober during the last bandit purge was a substantial treasure to him. As sunlight cascaded down, it illuminated Klober's resolute visage and tall stature. He sat firmly atop his steed, gripping the reins with unwavering determination. The warhorse trotted steadily, carrying its master through the merchant caravan. Closely following was the loyal Sir Foster, an aging knight who, despite his years, remained vigorous. Time had etched deep and shallow lines upon his face. Yet these marks did not diminish the courage and resolve within him. Foster was clad in a pristine set of armor, a reward for his past valor. A half-armor of iron engraved with the Golden Rose family crest. It is noteworthy that the attire worn by Klober was not ordinary. but rather a beast skin armor bestowed upon him by Baron Adam. This armor was merely a transitional gift for Klober as he served as a knight squire. As fully fledged knights typically donned iron armor, offering far superior protection. The hierarchy of armor is as follows: no armor, leather armor, iron armor, enchanted armor, dragon armor. With the caravan traveling light and experiencing a smooth journey, Klober and his companions returned to Deepwater territory approximately 2 hours ahead of schedule. After ensuring the comfort of their servants and guards, Baron Adam led Klober and others towards Baron Krau's chamber. Ironically, Adam Goldenrose, a member of an external family, entered Oat Castle as if it were a deserted realm, facing no obstruction whatsoever. In contrast, Klober, as a member of the Oat family, found even the freedom to move within the castle a challenge, relegated to remaining within his quarters. Leading the way, Baron Adam strode forward, followed closely by the impassive Klober and Foster. As they navigated the castle, their servants hastily retreated, for it was evident that the noble yet ill-tempered Baron Adam was once again seeking trouble with Baron Krau. Initially, the servants had endeavored to uphold Krau's authority due to their roles, but after being soundly beaten by the guards brought by Adam, none dared to speak further. Even Baron Krau, upon learning of this incident, refrained from uttering a word, leaving the servants to keep their distance. At that moment, Baron Krau was in his study attending to official matters, and thus Baron Adam headed straight there. Disregarding any semblance of noble decorum, he forcefully kicked the solid wooden door of the study, shattering it with the power of his righteous fury and the might of a formal knight. "Krau, you wretched swine loathed by dragons, I have come to settle the score." With a belly full of rage, Baron Adam resembled a beast, his eyes aflame as he sought Krau's presence. Meanwhile, Krau, seated and engrossed in his reading, was momentarily stunned. "By the dragons, just as I was immersed in this novel. How dare someone shatter my door and threaten me? Does he truly believe that the Baron of Deepwater territory is without temper?" He slammed his fist on the table in a fit of anger, akin to a furious wild boar. "How dare anyone disturb the tranquility of my domain? Are they simply tired of living?" However, upon realizing it was Baron Adam, his furious expression froze on his face. He opened his mouth to protest, but recalled the beating he had received from Adam the previous month, which still left him with a dull ache in his abdomen. Ignoring Adam's provocation was out of the question. After all, he was a noble, deserving of basic respect from Adam, even if the latter was backed by an earl's family. With this thought, Krau regained his composure. "Adam, you are no longer a child. You are a baron and should conduct yourself with greater maturity. Though I may have previously indulged you, you cannot behave so rudely in another's castle. If your sister were still alive, she would surely concur with me." As soon as Krau invoked the memory of Adam's deceased sister, the remnants of Adam's anger reignited. "Krau, you seek death." Before the words fully escaped his lips, a fist enveloped in golden aura struck Krau's face, distorting his features into an expression of disbelief. Having spent most of his life sheltered, Krau had not engaged in battle since his youth, relying on his eldest son and knights to handle bandit purges and territorial patrols. This had rendered him complacent, and the force of Adam's blow sent him sprawling to the ground, dazed. Rubbing his aching left cheek, Krau's expression twisted into one of fury. Fortunately, his privileged lifestyle had allowed the fat on his face to absorb much of the impact. Otherwise, he might have lost a few teeth. "Adam Goldenrose," he growled, the pain awakening a long-dormant ferocity within him. He clumsily summoned his aura, a swirling blue light enveloping him. This was the Oat family's secret technique, the most formidable battle skill from the wave breathing method. The wave armor technique significantly enhances physical attributes and defense, with legends stating that a single strike infused with aura is as formidable as crashing waves. The first Baron of Deepwater territory, Krau's father, gained renown on the battlefield thanks to this versatile technique, which was said to have almost reached the Grand Knight realm. Once fully perfected, this technique would manifest as an armor of aura upon his body. Wave armor? If Baron Yalman were to wield it, I might concede out of respect. Baron Adam scoffed disdainfully at Krau, who trembled slightly from channeling his aura. "You, a mere waste who struggles to envelop your entire body with aura, dare to challenge me?" After delivering the blow, Adam regained his composure, shedding the ferocity that had earlier consumed him. "Let me ask you, Krau, of all those present, who do you believe you could possibly defeat? You speak of maturity, yet you are on the brink of the grave and cannot even best your own son. How ludicrous! What? Have you lost your mind? How could I possibly?" Krau stammered midway, having suddenly realized. He glanced at Klober, who stood silently nearby, disbelief washing over his face. Klober has broken through to become a formal knight. Seeing Kral's incredulous expression, Baron Adam felt a surge of delight. Indeed, he has just recently achieved this feat, consuming 3 of my potions in the process. It pains me greatly. Baron Adam lounged on the couch, addressing Kral in a tone reminiscent of the Versailles region. What? This is impossible. Did he not just break through to the pinnacle of the squire rank? Wait, what did you say? He has consumed 3 vials of potion? Kral fell silent, realizing he had underestimated Klober's talent and had been overly confident in his own judgments. He understood that Adam, the Golden Rose, could not deceive himself in this matter. Since he had spoken, it must indeed be true. Yet, this was precisely what he most dreaded. Klober had showcased his talent to the entire duchy, achieving no less than the status of a Knight of the Earth. The previous harsh treatment of Klober by himself and the entire Oat family would inevitably come to light. The Golden Rose family would delight in this turn of events, as it would highlight their discernment and appreciation for familial bonds. Meanwhile, he would be ridiculed by the noble class for a lifetime. He had cast aside his own son, a burgeoning genius, thus thwarting the Oat family's prospects for advancement and provoking an adversary that the Oat family could not afford to confront in the future. Kral possessed a fundamental understanding of politics. Recognizing the irreparability of the situation, he resolved to ease the tensions between the parties. With this thought, Kral relaxed his body. Engaging in a fight was futile. Adam was right. Even a freshly ascended Klober could likely best him in combat. After all, apart from his low-tier knight rank, Kral's battle experience was limited to that of a squire on the battlefield, while Klober had engaged in combat from the ranks of a low-tier squire. Thus their experiences were comparable. Furthermore, Kral's proficiency in the application of combat energy was on par with Klober's, as he had scarcely utilized it since his promotion to knight. Given that Klober was considerably younger in terms of physical prowess, Kral found it doubtful that he could surpass him. Very well. I understand. Accepting the unchangeable reality, Baron Kral felt a wave of despondency wash over him. His scant political acumen whispered to him that Baron Adam had certainly returned with Klober for a specific purpose. The only connection he had with Klober was their father-son relationship and their shared surname, the only legacy bequeathed to the family by the singular elf they possessed. A name that shone with glory, Oat. Chapter 13, Klober. Golden Rose indeed. My purpose for coming here is to hasten the drafting and signing of the adoption agreement. I shall take Klober and depart from this place without wasting a moment longer. Upon finishing this statement, seemingly concerned about Baron Kral's potential change of heart, Baron Adam added, Kral, do not forget your previous promises to me and to the Golden Rose family. Indeed. He had been acutely aware that the day Klober ascended to the rank of a formal knight was the day he would adopt the surname Golden Rose. However, he did not anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly and conveniently. At this very moment, on the eve of the decree for the Western expedition, a palpable tension and excitement enveloped the entire continent. The noble families were in a frenzy, eager to rally all the resources within their dominions to conquer the uncharted territories and expand their realms. Yet, in stark contrast to the ambitions of other noble families, Kral found his own Deepwater domain somewhat lacking in strength. Including Klober and his follower Foster, there were only 3 formal knights in total. If Klober were to be adopted into the Golden Rose family during this critical period, would it not leave Kral as the sole knight in Deepwater? Should the war unfold with him being the only knight to represent his domain, it was likely that his lord, Stephen Moonlight Mushroom, would strip him of his baronial title and bestow it upon a more formidable noble family. No, this cannot happen. With his resolve firm, Baron Kral clenched his fists and spoke in a most courteous tone. While the adoption of Klober into the Golden Rose family is indeed a significant matter, the nation is currently in a state of mobilization for war. I believe it would be more prudent to postpone the adoption ceremony until after the conflict has concluded. He endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, wishing to avoid provoking any further discord. Baron Adam, when not overly agitated, displayed considerable acumen. He was well aware of the current military capabilities of Deepwater and understood the critical importance of having 2 formal knights. He cared not for the fate of the Oat family or Deepwater. His singular concern was whether Klober could be smoothly adopted into the Golden Rose family. Seated on the sofa, Baron Adam adjusted his posture and addressed Kral. I am informing you, not negotiating. Kral, the adoption of Klober is already a reality. We had agreed upon this in the past, and Klober has signed the contract. Should you refuse, you shall face the wrath of the dragon's breath. Whether you agree today or not, Klober shall from this moment forth be a direct descendant of the Golden Rose family. You cannot alter this outcome. Your only option is to determine whether you can gracefully conclude your nominal father-son relationship with Klober. Do you understand? The Golden Rose family stands by its word. With these words, Baron Klober recognized the irrevocability of the situation, but was reluctant to forfeit this final opportunity. Thus, he turned his gaze toward his less favored son. Klober, I understand that your time in Deepwater has not been pleasant, and I bear some responsibility for that. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, then you shall be the sole heir of Deepwater, and the only little sprite of the Oat family can be entrusted to you, provided you choose to remain here. In this crucial moment, Klober's long-absent wit returned. He realized that he had to lay all his cards on the table if he wished to salvage any possibility of Klober reconsidering. With eyes full of hope, Klober regarded Klober, fully aware that it might be too late, yet determined to fight for even the slightest chance rather than surrender entirely. Baron Adam scoffed, amused. Did he truly believe his nephew was a naive young lad bereft of paternal affection? Such emotional appeals held no sway over him. The conditions he offered could easily be matched, if not surpassed, by the Golden Rose family. My nephew understands gratitude and is a clever lad. He knows how to choose wisely. With this thought, Baron Adam idly played with his fingers on the sofa, showing no intention of interjecting. In response to his father's hopeful gaze, Klober offered a slight smile. If one were to grade Klober's noble etiquette, it would undoubtedly receive full marks. He inclined slightly, wearing a congenial yet distant smile, and spoke. Regrettably, I must decline your request, Baron Klober. I have resolved to return to my maternal family, a decision that is irrevocable. After a prolonged silence, Baron Klober ultimately acquiesced to the demand, for he could not afford to offend anyone in the room. He produced a piece of parchment and lifted a quill, commencing the writing of the adoption agreement. The adoption agreement is a unique rule among nobles in this world, commonly employed for noble mergers and the incorporation of collateral branches into the main lineage. Lilith Golden Rose is the biological daughter of Count Daniel, and thus her offspring can naturally become direct descendants of the Golden Rose family. Soon, the others received the handwritten adoption agreement from Baron Klober, which explicitly stated that Klober would henceforth have no ties to the Oat family of Deepwater, existing solely as Klober Golden Rose. Likewise, Klober would no longer enjoy any benefits associated with the Oat family. However, in this regard, Klober himself was unconcerned. With signatures affixed to the adoption agreement, Klober officially relinquished the surname Oat, exchanging it for his new lineage. Henceforth, his full name would be Klober Golden Rose, the legitimate son of Lilith Golden Rose, and the direct grandson of the current Count Daniel, not a grandson by marriage. His siblings, by legal standing, remained under the Oat family and could only be considered grandsons or granddaughters. Well then, now that the adoption is complete, let us return to the family estate at once. I wish to introduce you to your grandfather. I believe he has also learned of your elevation to formal knight by now. With that, he disregarded Baron Klober. Rising to leave the study, after taking only a few steps, Baron Adam suddenly halted and turned back to say, by the way, Klober, since Klober has returned to the family, our merchant convoy will not pass through Deepwater. Furthermore, at the training grounds of the Moonlight Mushroom family, I have heard some rumors regarding the cause of my sister Lilith Golden Rose's death. Once I return and report to the family, I shall investigate and return to speak with you. Let us hope that I do not come back with an army. Take care, Baron of Deepwater. With that, he offered no opportunity for Klober to retort or inquire, stepping through the disheveled doorway and departing the castle with Klober and his entourage. Rose Avenue. This is a straight and wide thoroughfare, meticulously paved to the point where cargo carts traversing it experience no jarring sensation. This road was thoughtfully conceived and lavishly constructed by the Golden Rose family. At its center lies the seat of the Golden Rose family, Flower Crown City. From Flower Crown City, traveling north leads to the capital of the duchy, St. Golden Fortress. To the south lies the neighboring territory of the Moonlight Mushroom Count, while to the west is the expansive Moy Forest. Count Daniel places great emphasis on road construction, resulting in nearly all roads, large and small, within the Golden Rose family's domain being exceptionally well maintained. The smooth roads and abundant local specialties have consequently led to the flourishing of trade for the Golden Rose family. This has allowed the entire Golden Rose family to amass considerable wealth, rendering them far from financially constrained. Their warehouses brim with iron weaponry, enabling the assembly of a 1,000-strong army at a moment's notice. The direct descendants of the family are entitled to receive potions monthly, with the value of a single potion capable of determining the rise or fall of a minor family. For Klober, it marks his first departure from the territory of the Moonlight Mushroom family. Although the world he inhabited in his previous life was more advanced, this realm possesses an enchanting mystique due to the presence of combat energy, elves, and dragons. The group advanced at a leisurely pace, soon arriving at the foot of Flower Crown City. Unlike Moonlight City, which is predominantly constructed of white marble and exudes a sense of immaculate neatness, Flower Crown City seems to be bustling with a myriad of transient populations. From the moment one crosses the city gates, the lively scenes of vendors peddling their wares can be seen and heard, while well-dressed individuals procure their necessities from various stalls. The layout of Flower Crown City is divided into 3 distinct sections: the outer city, the inner city, and the castle. The outer city consists of shops and the residences of commoners, primarily responsible for the influx and outflow of trade goods and populace, as well as the accommodation of laborers. The inner city is home to individuals of notable standing within the community, who typically possess 1 or 2 skills beneficial to the Golden Rose family. For instance, all the blacksmiths and armamentsmiths of the entire Count's domain reside here. Some nobles, having been granted fiefs, also inhabit the inner city, often holding positions such as city defense officials or captains of the guard. The castle serves as the residence for direct descendants of the Golden Rose family, including Klober, along with numerous servants and guards. Close followers like Sir Foster are also permitted to reside within the castle alongside their lords. According to Baron Adam, fewer than 20 direct descendants currently inhabit the castle, with most being collateral relatives undergoing unified knight training within its walls. What constitutes a direct line? Take the current Count Daniel as an example. His children are considered direct descendants, and the same applies to his grandchildren. However, should he pass the title of Count to his heir, Klober's uncle, Klober would then be classified as collateral, and even Baron Adam would fall into the same category. In truth, the distinction between collateral and direct lines holds little significance. For the current family leaders, it merely reflects the degree of familial affection. Had Lilith not been the Count's most cherished daughter, Klober might not have effortlessly secured the family's resource support, let alone the prospect of inheritance. Alas, this remains a hypothetical scenario. Dismounting, Klober entrusted his horse to the awaiting servant. Although the servant had never encountered Klober before, the striking golden hair of the individual before him signified that he must belong to the Golden Rose family, compelling the servant to render diligent service. Moreover, as this young man had been personally escorted by Baron Adam, he might well be a direct descendant residing in the castle. If he were to leave a favorable impression, the servant could potentially secure a position as this young lord's close attendant, an opportunity that promised a bright future. With this thought, the servant's eyes brightened, and his already bent posture deepened further. Ignoring the reverie of the servant, Klober, under Baron Adam's guidance, proceeded towards Count Daniel's study. This meeting would determine the trajectory of Klober's future life. Although he felt a sense of assurance, he nonetheless inhaled deeply, seeking to alleviate the tension within. Chapter 14. From this day forth, you shall be the Duke's favored youth. With a heart full of trepidation and anticipation for the unknown future, Klober's pulse quickened involuntarily. He clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat forming in his palms, as if he could sense the weight of the impending fate. Each step felt burdensome, as though he were about to tread into a completely unfamiliar realm. Beside him, however, Baron Adam appeared remarkably composed. His tall figure exuded an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if following him would illuminate the path forward. Klober took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and trailed behind Baron Adam into Count Daniel's study. The room was suffused with the faint aroma of old books, its walls adorned with precious paintings and ancient maps. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the mountain of books and documents piled on the desk. Count Daniel, though in his 60s, appeared more akin to a vigorous man just past 30 due to his prowess as a sky knight. His lustrous golden hair fell to a perfect length, complementing a face with sharp features, resembling a masterpiece carved by a master sculptor. His eyes, a captivating shade of azure, were deep and bright, reminiscent of the clearest summer seas or the twinkling stars in a pristine night sky. These eyes conveyed a gentle and cultured demeanor, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and kindness. When he gazed at others, the warmth within them seemed capable of penetrating the soul, entrancing all who met his gaze. At that moment, Count Daniel sat at his desk, intently reading a letter. However, the furrow in his brow betrayed his true feelings. His mind was far from the calm facade he projected. The footsteps of Adam and Klober naturally drew his attention. Upon seeing his son enter with a young man he had never met but bore the unmistakable traits of their lineage, Daniel realized this must be Lilith's son, his own grandson, Klober, the Golden Rose. Back already? Daniel placed the letter on the desk, wearily rubbing his brow. With the impending war, every matter within his territory required his oversight, and even his formidable physique as a sky knight felt the strain. Indeed, Adam, who had transformed into a model of decorum since entering the castle, stood tall, his expression grave, as if he were a righteous knight stepping out from the pages of a biography. Count Daniel seemed accustomed to his unreliable son's demeanor and did not probe further, instead focusing his attention on Klober. "It is a privilege to meet you, esteemed Count Daniel. I am Klober, the Golden Rose, son of Lilith. I humbly beseech you to accept my most sincere, profound, and noble respect." His gaze unwavering, his voice deep and resonant, Klober slightly bowed, his movements elegant and dignified, radiating an air of nobility and humility. The atmosphere was solemn, yet infused with warmth and friendliness. His impeccable manners and earnest expressions left Count Daniel with a favorable impression of him, regardless of Klober's sincerity. He nodded gently. "Klober, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me grandfather. Your mother, Lilith, is my most cherished daughter, and you, naturally, shall be my most beloved grandson." Count Daniel's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Lilith, suggesting that Baron Adam had fully briefed him on the news he had heard at Moonlight Castle. Klober exhaled in relief. At least Count Daniel's attitude remained favorable, unaffected by other factors. At the Count's gesture, Klober and Baron Adam took seats on the sofa in the study. Count Daniel retrieved the letter he had been reading and handed it to Adam and Klober. Baron Adam curiously held the letter, and after a brief perusal, his brow furrowed similarly to how Daniel's had. Noticing their shared expression, Klober leaned in to see the letter Adam held. The letter was not lengthy, but the signature at the bottom caught Klober's attention: St. Golden Castle. "Is this correspondence from the capital? Could it be that the Duke has issued a new command?" Klober speculated, his mind racing with visions of a turbulent political struggle. Unaware of Klober's curiosity, Baron Adam handed the letter to him. Klober eagerly accepted it and began to read. To his surprise, the letter's contents contradicted his initial assumptions about political matters. It was, in fact, a conscription order from the nation's ruler, the Golden Dragon Knight, Duke Golden. As the sole Dragon Knight in the duchy, the Duke held the highest position of nobility. As a vassal of the Duke, Daniel Golden Rose was naturally bound to obey the Duke's commands. However, the conditions outlined in the order were exceedingly stringent. The letter primarily requested that noble youths possessing golden attributes in their combat aura, who could achieve the rank of formal knight before the age of 25, join the Duke's direct knightly order. "Count, grandfather, isn't this quite favorable? This is the Duke's direct knightly order. Shouldn't we be eager to join? Why do you and Uncle Adam appear so troubled?" Klober, aware of the value of inquiry, posed his question directly. In response to Klober's query, Count Daniel explained, "You have only just emerged from the remote Deepwater territory, so your ignorance is understandable. Allow me to elucidate. You must know that each individual's combat aura is categorized by attributes, and the strongest knightly orders are formed by knights of the same attribute. The Duke's knightly order exclusively recruits those with golden attributes." Seeing Klober attentively listening, Count Daniel took a sip of coffee and continued. "The problem is that there are only a few noble families in the entire duchy with golden attributes, perhaps around 15 or 16, with only 2 or 3 being major noble houses. The Duke's requirement for candidates to achieve the rank of formal knight before the age of 25 means that those lacking sufficient talent or resources will be eliminated. In essence, aside from a handful of exceptionally gifted young nobles, the Duke's knightly order is primarily targeting recruitment from our few noble families with golden attributes." Upon grasping this, Klober understood that the main issue lay in the Duke's excessively high standards. While there were numerous golden attribute knights in the nation, few managed to reach the rank of formal knight before the stipulated age, and not everyone was willing to serve in the Duke's knightly order. Many preferred to exert their influence within their own territories, acting as local overlords. With so many stringent conditions, the size of the Duke's direct knightly order had consistently failed to grow. The more it stagnated, the more the Duke would become anxious. The Duke could indeed afford to broaden the age requirement slightly. Why must it be strictly confined to those under 25? Logically, a knight's peak combat prowess can be sustained well into their 50s or even 60s. Observing the sudden silence of the two elders, Klober could only slowly express his confusion with a question mark. Cough, cough. It was Baron Adam who addressed Klober's inquiry, albeit with an awkward demeanor. To be precise, it was not merely the stipulation of being under 25. The Duke had also subtly indicated that those who do not possess pleasing appearances should reconsider their desire to join her order of knights. Noticing Klober's expression of both understanding and bewilderment, Baron Adam felt compelled to elaborate further. The Duke's personal knightly order, often referred to as the honor guard among us nobles, reportedly requires a comprehensive examination of one's physique upon entry. One's height must not be below 1.8 meters, nor exceed 1.9 meters. The body must exhibit a harmonious physique, neither too corpulent nor too slender. A fair complexion is required, with long golden hair being preferable, and one must possess an attractive countenance. While listening to Baron Adam's explanation, Klober suddenly sensed a shift in the Baroness' gaze. Height, physique, appearance, and that dazzling golden hair. Good heavens. Klober, you are practically a natural-born knight. Huh, what on earth are you saying, Uncle Adam? Startled, Klober turned his gaze to the side, hoping Count Daniel would redirect Baron Adam's clearly wandering thoughts. Well, what you say does hold some merit. Count Daniel began to scrutinize Klober closely, realizing that Klober's attributes indeed perfectly matched the knightly order's criteria. It would truly be a pity for him not to join. However, but Uncle Adam just mentioned that this knightly order resembles an honor guard. Where appearance outweighs skill, what if it hinders my cultivation? Klober felt he might salvage the situation somewhat, as his innate masculinity resisted the notion of becoming a mere pretty boy knight in the eyes of others. Fear not, the knightly order has struggled to recruit members. Thus the Duke has significantly enhanced its benefits. Not only do they provide standard armor during service, but also a complete set of finely crafted weapons and steeds. Upon completing 1 year of service, all this equipment will rightfully belong to you. As for the resources for cultivation, you need not worry. The Golden Rose family will naturally shoulder your requirements, providing 2 vials of potions and 50 gold coins each month, delivered through the family's trading company in St. Gold Fort. Additionally, the Duke's knightly order allocates resources monthly for new knights such as yourself. It seems to amount to 1 vial of potion and 10 gold coins. After serving over a year, the benefits double to 2 vials of potions and 20 gold coins. As Count Daniel fully elucidated the benefits, Klober felt his masculine pride seemingly transform into something else. I might give it a try. Facing the astonished gazes of Count Daniel and Baron Adam, Klober awkwardly touched his face. Earning money is never a bad idea. Chapter 15. My desire for improvement, are you certain? This is not a decision you can easily retract. Count Daniel inquired gravely of Klober. Although it was their first meeting, Count Daniel felt an immediate fondness for this child, who bore a striking resemblance to Lilith. Klober's remarkable talent and commendable demeanor further deepened the Count's resolve to mentor him. The conditions of the Duke's knightly order are indeed commendable, yet how many opportunities for merit will you truly encounter within it? The Duke, being the foremost dragon knight of the continent, will have you merely as a figurehead. When you grow older or your looks fade, your only recourse will be to retire, receiving nothing more than a handful of gold coins and a set of weaponry. Such rewards may hold value for lesser nobles, but for families like ours, they are trivial. Count Daniel elaborated on the advantages and disadvantages of joining the knightly order, an act of silent affection from a senior to a junior. Weighing the pros and cons was a skill Klober had mastered since childhood. He feigned contemplation, while internally, he was already prepared with arguments to persuade Count Daniel. Rest assured, grandfather, I have resolved to join the Duke's knightly order. I cannot simply consume the family's resources without contributing in return. Once I am part of the order, I trust you and Uncle Adam will not be troubled by my choice. Klober understood his position well. He aspired to be a dutiful and talented descendant, capable of securing greater resources from the Golden Rose family to aid his training. Only by becoming powerful could he attain higher authority and status, allowing him to better repay his family. With this thought, Klober inwardly lamented the Duke's order. What they termed a knightly order was just a ceremonial retinue, a mere ornament to the Duke. However, as long as the resources were sufficient, Klober was not averse to being a decorative figure. After all, he was well equipped for it. Seeing Klober's determination, Count Daniel let out a resigned sigh. While he felt reassured by Klober's consideration for the family, he genuinely wished to offer him better opportunities to alleviate his guilt towards Lilith. Initially, I intended to place you beside Adam as an aide, allowing you to accrue some battle merit during the war and eventually knight you, gradually expanding your influence. However, since you wish to contribute to the family, I shall not hinder you. I will correspond with the Duke, recommending you for the Duke's personal knightly order, Dragon's Breath. Count Daniel patted Klober's shoulder, feeling regretful that their time together was so brief, yet he found joy in his grandson's ambition. Prepare yourself. There is a banquet at the castle tonight. Let those idle fellows come forth to witness the qualities that the younger generation of the Golden Rose family should possess. This directive was aimed at Baron Adam. Upon hearing it, Baron Adam acknowledged and promptly departed the study to fulfill his duties. Klober, meanwhile, remained in the study, engaging in casual conversation with Count Daniel. The bond between them was palpable, a connection strengthened by familial ties, perhaps influenced by Klober's mother, Lilith, as well. Their conversation continued, oblivious to the passage of time. As the night enveloped the castle in its inky embrace, while torches outside twinkled like distant stars, illuminating the dark world. Eventually, Baron Adam ascended to interrupt their conversation. Father, the banquet is ready. We await your presence and Klober's to commence. Very well. Count Daniel nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Klober. Though you are soon to join the Duke's knightly order, it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with some family members sooner rather than later, as we are indeed one family. Through their recent interactions, Count Daniel had formed a general impression of Klober, mature and composed, yet still displaying traces of youthful naivety in certain matters. His amiable nature and aristocratic demeanor were commendable, earning Daniel's satisfaction. However, Klober exhibited a notable flaw: suspicion. This may stem from his upbringing, as he seemed to trust those around him superficially, yet Count Daniel, having been a count for many years, could discern Klober's underlying mistrust towards the family. He suspected that only Foster, who had cared for him since birth, had earned his trust. Perhaps Adam also counted among those he trusted, but others, including his grandfather, remained uncertain. This matter could not be rushed. Count Daniel had hoped for Klober to reside within the castle for a time, fostering a sense of belonging to the family. Currently, Klober's attitude toward the Golden Rose family was largely one of gratitude rather than a sense of kinship. Damn that Crow. Count Daniel attributed the responsibility for this situation to Baron Crow, surmising his psychological motives. His understanding of Crow's character only intensified his disdain. Short-sighted and lacking vision, Crow had jeopardized the family's future to safeguard the primogeniture of his son, driving away a true talent capable of propelling the family forward. Greed had blinded him. He desired the power the Golden Rose family conferred while simultaneously seeking to assert dominance. Daniel had dispatched someone to investigate the intelligence Adam provided him, and based on his knowledge of Crow, he believed the matter to be true. It might have been a provocation orchestrated by Crow to undermine the Golden Rose family's influence in the Deepwater realm. However, it may have backfired, resulting in Lilith's tragic demise during childbirth, compelling Crow to employ underhanded tactics to conceal the truth. In the castle hall, the atmosphere of the Golden Rose family's coronation fort contrasted starkly with the chill of the Moonlight Fort. The architectural style of Coronation Fort was distinctly military, constructed from a yellow-brown stone that housed a training ground, arrow towers, armories, and guardrooms, covering an area roughly equivalent to 2 football fields from Klober's previous life. According to Count Daniel, this was the family's first castle, which explained its slightly smaller size, yet its exterior remained aesthetically pleasing. Despite this, Klober noticed that the castle featured numerous shooting holes and spear windows at regular intervals. It could be said that the fortress could withstand assaults from forces twice or even thrice its strength without faltering, and could endure against 5-fold numbers for a considerable duration. Many young members of the Golden Rose family had heard of a talented young relative who had recently been adopted back into the fold, and they were curious about this individual they had yet to meet. As Klober entered the hall with Count Daniel, the gazes of those present grew fervent. Klober's radiant golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over his shoulders, and his impeccably tailored attire accentuated his tall and well-proportioned figure. His skin was as fair as sheep's fat, imbued with a healthy rosy hue, as if to proclaim his vitality and vigor to the world. The handsome yet slightly naive visage, reminiscent of a budding sprout, signifies that its owner is a youth yet to undergo the rite of passage into adulthood. However, the metallic aura of fighting spirit coursing through him burns with an intensity akin to a blazing flame, radiant and formidable, serving as a warning to all not to underestimate him due to his tender age. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Klober sat at the left hand of Count Daniel, occupying the seat designated for the day's guest of honor. The banquet at Flower Crown Castle did not adhere to the ostentatious formalities typical of other noble gatherings. Upon Count Daniel's resounding declaration of the commencement of the festivities, all present were immediately enveloped in an atmosphere of exuberance and joy. Glasses were raised, laughter echoed, and merriment ensued. Simultaneously, numerous guests approached Klober, toasting in his honor as a gesture of respect. Klober recognized this banquet as a splendid opportunity to forge new friendships and expand his social network. Thus, he resolved to cultivate good relations with all present. He greeted the guests with remarkable generosity, welcoming each one with open arms. However, as a minor, he was prohibited from consuming alcohol, necessitating his choice of milk in lieu of wine for the toasting. Despite this, the jubilant atmosphere remained unblemished, and instead, it heightened the admiration for this promising young member of the family. Through this gathering, Klober distinctly perceived the divergence between the Golden Rose family and other noble lineages. Or rather, the contrast with his previous life in the Oat family. The members of the Golden Rose family lived with a more relaxed demeanor, their grasp of etiquette seemingly less stringent than Klober's own initial forays into the study of propriety. Yet, this environment imbued Klober with a refreshing sense of belonging, as he felt the trust emanating from the family members, a trust rooted in the bloodline flowing through his veins and the weight of his surname, Golden Rose. This indicated a formidable sense of unity within the family. According to Count Daniel, the individuals present represented a significant portion of the Golden Rose lineage. Oh, mighty dragon above! Approximately 50 individuals graced the banquet hall, some accompanied by family, while others arrived solo. Excluding the noble ladies married into the family, it seemed there were fewer than 20 adult males within the family, including Klober. Even when accounting for those serving abroad or on missions, the total count scarcely reached 30 or 40. This was undeniably a stark indication of dwindling numbers for a grand noble family. After all, even the Oat family, which had only been established for 2 or 3 generations, boasted 3 or 4 direct offspring, with countless illegitimate children. The Moonlight Mushroom family, conversely, was said to have progeny in abundance, capable of forming a cavalry brigade of sons. In a world devoid of entertainment, even among the nobility, their sole pursuit seemed to be procreation, ensuring the legitimacy of offspring born to noble ladies with whom they allied. Illegitimate children were abundant. Unofficial statistics suggested that the illegitimate offspring constituted a significant force within the family cavalry. Far to the east, the Marquis of Shadow Serpent had fathered over 100 illegitimate children, with his mistresses residing on the same street, receiving ample wealth for bearing his heirs. That street was colloquially termed Mistress Street or Bastard Street, though officially named Paradise Street. In contemplation, Klober realized his thoughts had wandered astray, and thus he set aside his chaotic musings to relish the banquet held in his honor. As time drifted on, the attendees became increasingly inebriated, guided away by servants to their chambers. Klober, having consumed only milk and thus remained sober, was approached by the equally clear-headed Count Daniel. "How are you finding it? Are you settling in?" Count Daniel genuinely wished for Klober to adapt swiftly to the family life. "Yes, grandfather, I sense no malice from the family members, which is somewhat disconcerting. However," he paused, "I truly feel the warmth of familial affection." Count Daniel erupted into laughter at this remark. "Do you suppose we are the sort of short-sighted fools who would neglect our kin? If we cannot protect our own family, our own blood, what claim do we have to nobility? We might as well cast aside our titles and live as commoners. Remember this, Klober, we can be ruthless or benevolent, but only towards those outside our family. To our own, we stand united." Chapter 16. Finally, a place to call home. This statement undoubtedly brought a profound psychological shock to Klober. After all, his experiences were far from ordinary. As a visitor from another world, he had crossed over to a new identity, one that suffered from coldness and injustice as the second son of a baron. This led Klober to adopt a rather biased and negative perspective on this world. Such sentiments peaked during his initial mission to eradicate bandits. "This world is utterly wretched," he thought, his face smeared with blood. Yet, at this moment, The words spoken by Count Daniel sparked a subtle transformation in his previously negative viewpoint. Perhaps there do exist beautiful and warm elements within this world. Upon reflection, it seems only natural, doesn't it? Perhaps he had been overly fragile and sensitive in the past. After all, his past experiences had taught him that everything possesses duality. However, upon arriving in this new world, he unwittingly fell into an inescapable dead end, much like being ensnared by a dulling aura. It was not entirely his fault. From the moment of his birth, the Deepwater territory had not welcomed his arrival. He realized that he must grow stronger and mature quickly to ensure his basic survival. Fortunately, as he matured and showcased his remarkable talents alongside a burgeoning combat ability, his life gradually stabilized. Count Daniel sensed this during their conversations. Thus, he fervently hoped to immerse Klober in the warmth and care of family. However, plans often yield to unforeseen changes, and just as Klober returned home, he was summoned by the Grand Duke to serve in the Knight's Order. Consequently, he had only a few fleeting days to address the traumas of his childhood. As he surveyed the chaotic banquet scene before him, Klober recalled the expressions of his kin welcoming him into the Golden Rose family. Their sincerity seemed genuine. He smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, grandfather." Klober was acutely aware that during their afternoon conversation, he might have inadvertently revealed some biased, even erroneous, notions about family, prompting Count Daniel to retain him after the banquet for a heartfelt admonition. Looking back, if the Golden Rose family truly embodies unity and kindness, then he too could become a harmonious and amiable member. Conversely, if this were merely a facade, he was confident in his ability to adopt the guise of a congenial yet cunning schemer. Upon witnessing his grandson's expressed sentiments, Count Daniel nodded in satisfaction, confident that as long as Klober embraced this family, it would remain steadfast, offering him ample time to savor the familial bonds. With the passage of time, elders tend to become more loquacious. As dusk approached, a servant would escort Klober to his room to rest. From this day forward, that room would belong to him permanently. Even when serving in the Knight's Order or managing his own territory, it would remain reserved for him, tended to by dedicated hands. "After breakfast tomorrow, please visit my study. I have matters to discuss with you," Count Daniel instructed before rising to head toward his study. He had numerous letters to respond to and preparations to make for war supplies, such as tents. Klober promptly stood and offered a good-night gesture to Count Daniel's retreating figure, then followed the servant to his chamber within the castle. Upon entering, he was struck by the room's opulence and antiquity. The first thing that caught his eye was a magnificent four-poster bed, adorned with intricate carvings and draped in luxurious bedding. Lavish tapestries hung from the stone walls, depicting ancient patterns along with the Golden Rose family crest. Beside the bed, several exquisitely crafted wooden chairs and a bedside table completed the decor. Located on the third floor of the castle, the room featured small windows that offered glimpses of the sturdy outer walls and moat. Heavy curtains cloaked the windows, shrouding the room in a mysterious ambience. In the corners, antique furniture such as an oak wardrobe and an intricately carved writing desk exuded the aura of bygone eras. A thick woolen carpet covered the floor, yielding a soft and comfortable sensation underfoot. This room evoked an immediate sense of grandeur in Klober, truly magnificent. The bed, if he discerned correctly, was draped in velvet and filled with goose feathers, reputed to provide the sensation of reclining on clouds. He had experienced a similar comfort in the room of Frank, the heir of the Moonlight Mushroom family, whose lavish bedding was possibly sourced from magical beasts. The moment he lay down, Klober felt as if he were sinking into its depths. Had Frank not insisted on dragging him out to witness the knight's training, he might have succumbed to slumber right there. Such indulgence, though, felt quite inappropriate. The wooden furniture, distinguished by its meticulous carvings, transcended mere utility to become works of art, likely worth as much as an ordinary knight's sword if sold. It was overwhelmingly lavish, so much so that Klober found it hard to believe this splendid room was prepared specifically for him. Curious, he inquired of the waiting servant, "Has this room ever been occupied, or did someone reside here previously?" The servant replied promptly, "This room was originally Miss Lilith's. The furnishings are of a caliber comparable to the master's bedroom. It is said that even Baron Adam's quarters do not match the opulence of your current abode. The master once decreed that you, young Master Klober, being the child of Miss Lilith, are entitled to inherit all her possessions left in the castle, including this room." The servant's recitation of Count Daniel's command provided Klober with a clearer understanding of his mother's esteemed position within the family, having only previously heard of her favor through others' accounts. This led to another question. If his mother was so cherished, why had she married a baron of limited aptitude? It was known that, given the Golden Rose family's power, noble families of equal rank would eagerly seek alliances through marriage. Thus, had Lilith announced her intent to wed, nobles across the duchy would have flocked to the crown city in hopes of winning her hand. With scant information available, Klober could only shake his head in resignation, planning to seek answers from Count Daniel or Baron Adam later. He gestured to the servant still waiting nearby, signaling that he could take his leave. After the servant departed, Klober reclined on the bed, the plush texture compelling him to close his eyes in sensory indulgence. It seemed the Golden Rose family welcomed his arrival, possibly due to their limited number of heirs. Their territory was vast, yet only a few dozen male members bore the Golden Rose name, scarcely sufficient for their holdings. Consider Adam, ennobled as a baron by Earl Daniel, with lands purportedly on the easternmost edge of the earldom. He seldom visited his domain, instead leading the family's trade caravans to foster relationships with other nobles and gather intelligence. The family maintained approximately 7 or 8 such caravans, extending their reach throughout the duchy and even trading goods into the Emerald Kingdom. Each caravan required a Golden Rose family member to lead, while cities like Floricrown and Floricor also necessitated family governance. Furthermore, several underage family members served as attendants in other prominent noble houses, a common practice among the aristocracy. Entrusting one's offspring to allied nobles for training strengthened bonds and prevented familial leniency during instruction. This arrangement accounted for over a dozen Golden Rose members. As staunch supporters of the Grand Duke, the Golden Rose family also dispatched 2 scions to serve in the Grand Duke's Dragon Breath Knight Order. One had reportedly excelled, surpassing the rank of Great Knight and becoming a knight commander within the order. Consequently, the Golden Rose family estate was sparsely populated, primarily with members of limited ability, below the rank of formal knight or advanced age. While eager to serve the family, their inadequate talent or constitution hindered their advancement past formal knight, restricting them to assisting with city management and serving as officials. As these thoughts swirled, Klober felt his eyelids grow heavy. He hastily shed his garments, settled into the bed, and drifted into slumber. Chapter 17. Will and Sam in the early morning. Before the sun had risen, Klober's biological clock dutifully roused him from his sweet dreams. His eyes fluttered open, and his consciousness gradually sharpened. It felt as though an invisible force propelled him, swiftly liberating him from the shackles of slumber. Without a hint of hesitation or lethargy, Klober rose from his bed to embrace the new day. His practice commenced at dawn, a routine unwavering, regardless of howling winds, torrential rains, or thunderous storms. He would rise punctually with the first rays of sunlight gracing the earth, proceed with his morning rituals, and finally embark on his daily journey of cultivation. Each morning, Klober engaged in simple warm-up exercises, acclimating his body for the impending high-intensity training. This habit stemmed from the knowledge acquired in his previous life. Warming up was beneficial for subsequent training and reduced the risk of injury. He would gradually regulate his breathing, allowing his mind to settle into a tranquil state, immersing himself in a meditative realm. Following this, he would practice his swordsmanship, repeating familiar movements over and over again. The process of honing his skills felt akin to a dialogue with oneself. Each swing of the sword deepened Klober's intuitive grasp over his muscular control. These subtle changes accumulated like water dripping through stone. As time passed, he not only became acutely aware of the movements of each muscle, but also learned to master their strength and rhythm with precision. This ultimate control over his body not only enhanced his technique, but also progressively improved his overall physical condition. After each training session, Klober could genuinely sense his strength incrementally increasing, as if an invisible energy continuously surged within him. This sensation captivated him, drawing him deeper into its embrace. He was enamored with the gradual amplification of his power, for it profoundly illuminated the truth that with unwavering perseverance and diligent practice, he could transcend his limits and reach greater heights. Having successfully broken through to the realm of a formal knight, Klober now needed to delve deeper into the mysteries and powers of fighting energy beyond mere sword technique. The mastery of combat skills, the totality of fighting energy, and its application became his immediate focus. Klober had successfully acquired the Radiant Blade technique, which he could practice in conjunction with his breathing methods while honing his swordsmanship. Consequently, his total fighting energy had increased by nearly 10% since his breakthrough. In essence, the future held great promise. Klober's current training regimen was remarkably stable. By continuing his current approach, he would effortlessly enhance his abilities. He estimated that in approximately a year, he would fully envelop his body with fighting energy, marking a significant breakthrough that would lead him to his first transformation in fighting energy. Upon completing this transformation, Klober would ascend to the rank of a great knight, a leap that was eagerly anticipated and a long-term goal of his. As a great knight, he would wield greater power and ascend to higher echelons. Having completed his training for the day, Klober tossed his sword and towel to two young attendants waiting nearby. These attendants had been specifically arranged by Count Daniel for Klober, serving as auxiliary personnel who would accompany him in the Dragon Breath Knight Order. In fact, the majority of knightly orders included such attendants, who typically hailed from the personal servants of noble knights currently in service. They bore multiple responsibilities, the most crucial of which was to attend to the daily lives of the knights. Furthermore, they were tasked with meticulously caring for the war horses, ensuring these invaluable companions maintained peak condition. In addition, attendants had to conduct thorough maintenance on the knights' weapons and armor to guarantee their optimal performance in critical moments. Lastly, they bore the banner that symbolized honor and status, a responsibility they could not shirk, for this banner represented the knight himself. The two attendants arranged by Count Daniel, Will and Sam, came from affluent merchant and minor noble families in Flower Crown City. They had undergone rigorous knightly training in the castle from a young age and had attained certification as intermediate knight attendants. Their families possessed considerable wealth and status within Flower Crown City, affording them the opportunity to be selected for service in the castle, as their lineage was fundamentally a vassal to the Golden Rose family, ensuring their loyalty. Additionally, such attendants typically harbored ambition, yearning to transcend their class, with their families providing support in this endeavor. Thus, it was no surprise that Klober discovered these two young attendants waiting at his door early in the morning, eager to leave a favorable impression on their future lord. To speak candidly, Will and Sam's families were indeed quite affluent, as evidenced by their gleaming chain mail. The armor glistening with metallic sheen, adorned with a gray cloak embroidered with the Golden Rose family crest. They wore iron helmets, genuine iron gear, and were equipped with long swords sheathed at their waists for close combat. Additionally, they bore small kite shields crafted from wood and leather, similarly emblazoned with the emblem of the Golden Rose family. Clad in brand-new deerskin boots, Klober suspected that these boots might have been completed just the night prior. The initial meeting among the three bore no surprises. Will and Sam pledged their loyalty, and Klober accepted it. They then led him to the training grounds. After some interaction and observation, Klober had developed a modicum of trust in Count Daniel, so he naturally did not refuse the individuals he had arranged, as he genuinely required attendants to assist him, allowing him to focus all his energy on cultivation. However, he was not one to easily place trust in others, especially in those who were mere strangers he had only recently met. Thus, despite accepting these two attendants, he did not fully delegate authority to them over all matters. Instead, Klober would assign them only minor tasks or errands. As for the more critical aspect of his meals, he remained vigilant and cautious. He understood the importance of food safety, aware of the many heroes who had perished from poisoning. Therefore, he would never risk entrusting this essential duty to these two attendants. In this regard, he exercised utmost caution, preferring to rely on experienced and trustworthy individuals for such responsibilities. Among many, the seasoned Knight Foster undoubtedly stood out as one of the most suitable candidates. The venerable knight, both loyal and dependable, had cared for him since childhood. With a wealth of life experiences and a meticulous approach to his duties, he instilled in Klober an unwavering sense of security. Only by entrusting these vital matters to him could Klober ensure absolute certainty. As the sun began to unveil its radiant visage, Klober stretched languidly, then absent-mindedly caressed his belly, which had begun to voice its discontent. He pondered whether it was time to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast in the hall to satiate his hunger. After all, following an intense training session, the body required ample energy to replenish its nutrients. With this thought in mind, he strode purposefully towards the hall, his steps light and resolute. Along the way, he took a moment to appreciate the surrounding beauty, which lifted his spirits considerably. Chapter 18. The charge. At this moment, the hall was sparsely populated. Aside from a few servants engaged in cleaning, there there sat Count Daniel at the head of the table, accompanied by a handful of his kin from the Golden Rose family. The majority of the attendees remained ensconced in slumber, a lingering effect of the previous evening's feast. Although Count Daniel had dispatched messengers to rouse them, the aftermath of the revelry would undoubtedly require considerable time to address. Count Daniel's gaze fell upon Klober, who had evidently just returned from his training, and he could not help but nod in satisfaction. With exceptional talent and a commendable work ethic, Klober was indeed a promising prospect. Supported by the resources of his family, it was not far-fetched to anticipate that the Golden Rose family would soon boast another land knight, thereby enhancing the family's prestige. In truth, the Golden Rose family placed immense importance on the cultivation of their heirs. A typical noble family would require a minimum of 5 land knights, while the Golden Rose family proudly possessed 12. This achievement was largely attributable to their willingness to invest substantial financial resources. Count Daniel, having recently ascended to the rank of Sky Knight with unparalleled prowess, had achieved a significant milestone half a year prior. Though this was a momentous occasion worthy of public announcement, he chose instead to retreat into the castle to consolidate his newfound power and await the opportune moment. Before long, the Duke's decree for the Western campaign arrived, placed conspicuously upon Count Daniel's desk by a messenger. As he regarded the letter that held the potential to alter the fate of the duchy, a sharp intuition stirred within him. The opportunity had arrived. The territory of the Golden Rose family lay in the western expanse of the kingdom, with nobles occupying the other 3 cardinal directions. The vast and mysterious Moy forest to the west remained unclaimed. Should Count Daniel desire to expand his domain to that of a marquis, the only viable route lay westward. The enigmatic Moy forest posed a formidable challenge. Count Daniel harbored no illusions about his ability to conquer it solely with his family's strength. Thus, the issuance of the Western campaign order presented a solution to one of his significant dilemmas. If his own forces were insufficient, surely the combined might of the duchy would prevail. In the chaos of battle, aligning himself with the Duke would afford him the opportunity to engage vigorously. Wherever the Duke struck, he would follow suit, and even in the event of defeat, the strength of the Moy forest would be considerably diminished. In due time, he could further his own ambitions, if not to the extent of a marquis's domain, at least to that of an additional count. The pressing question remained: how could he maintain his strength during the war while simultaneously establishing his presence before the Duke and the other nobles, demonstrating the contributions of both himself and his family? At present, Count Daniel lacked a definitive strategy, but he harbored some foundational ideas, intending to observe the unfolding circumstances on the battlefield. Having concluded his reflections, Count Daniel turned to Klober, who was engaged in a rather unrefined battle with a large piece of meat. It struck him as amusing how his demeanor exuded elegance in everyday life. Yet he transformed into a ravenous beast at mealtime. Despite Klober's graceful conduct and poised manner, which were indeed commendable, his eating habits were far from refined, likely a byproduct of having dined in training grounds since childhood. Nevertheless, the charm of a handsome individual rendered any action less irksome. Those familiar with Klober often found their fondness for him heightened, as his elegance seemed ingrained within him, almost too perfect to be human. It was only when he exhibited a somewhat coarse manner of eating that others would realize this striking young man was, in fact, a being of flesh and blood, rather than a mere wooden figure. Count Daniel, recalling their initial encounter, thought it remarkable how Klober had embodied an almost ethereal aristocratic presence, so astonishing it bordered on the surreal, particularly as he himself, a count, did not possess such grace. Yet upon witnessing Klober's current dining habits, Count Daniel could not help but smile. It was not that Klober was truly uncouth. Rather, the stark contrast to his usual elegance was amusing. After this brief interlude of levity, Count Daniel shifted the conversation to more serious matters. Just as Klober had swallowed a hefty portion of monster meat and was about to summon a servant for another helping, he heard Count Daniel's voice. "You must have met the 2 attendants I arranged for you. Their parents are merchants allied with our family, so the likelihood of betrayal is minimal. Both possess decent potential. At 18, they have already attained the rank of intermediate knight attendants, and it is anticipated they will ascend to full knights before reaching 30. This will bolster your own foundation." Count Daniel, observing Klober's youthful visage, leaned in to impart a few whispered words of caution. "Should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances on the battlefield, let those 2 attendants cover your retreat and buy you some time. We have plenty of such attendants within the family." and it will not take long to cultivate more. There is no need to concern yourself overly with them. Klober listened impassively to Count Daniel's instructions, then watched as the Count made his way to the study. Understood. Grandfather. Chapter 19. Arrival at St. Gold Fortress after breakfast. Klober swiftly set about organizing his belongings, preparing to embark on the journey to the capital of the principality, St. Gold Fortress. This expedition required a light load, as the urgent summons from the Grand Duke indicated that war might be imminent, according to Count Daniel's conjecture. Thus, Klober had to reach the Knights' headquarters as swiftly as possible to avoid unnecessary delays and potential complications at the border. They packed merely enough provisions for sustenance during the journey and set off without hesitation. The main road from Flower Crown City to St. Gold Fortress was typically patrolled, with few bandits, prompting Klober to forego the idea of bringing along several soldiers. The party consisted solely of Klober, Foster, Will, and Sam. Traveling light, Klober dedicated nearly 15 hours each day to the road, with the remainder spent resting and eating. In their haste, they even chose not to stop in the city on their first night, opting instead to camp on the plains to minimize delays. Despite the distance from Flower Crown City, a border town, Klober and his companions arrived at the gates of St. Gold Fortress nearly a week later, having exchanged horses twice with the Golden Rose merchant caravans along the way. Nestled within a rich valley and surrounded by towering mountains, access to St. Gold Fortress is limited to a single road from the southwest. It is said that when the Grand Duke was still the princess of the Emerald Kingdom, she recognized this location's defensible nature, ideal for the residents of the Golden Dragons, whose wild beasts served as excellent prey. Hence, the decision to establish the capital here was of significant military importance, despite the inconvenient transportation. The architectural style of the city is distinctive, merging Gothic and Baroque elements, with soaring spires and opulent decorations that captivate the eye. This style is collectively referred to as Emerald Relief style, a favored architectural form within the Emerald Kingdom. The streets are paved with orderly stone slabs, bustling with throngs of people. The air is filled with a medley of aromas, from the fragrant bread wafting from bakeries to the delectable scents emanating from restaurants. The merchants' calls, the rhythmic clatter of hooves, and the laughter of the populace intertwine to create a vibrant urban symphony. On the outskirts of the city, a grand castle stands atop a peak in the northern mountains, serving as the seat of the ruling class. Notably, St. Gold Fortress is not golden. The name is merely a shorthand for the abode of the Golden Dragons and the Grand Duke. The castle's walls are tall and formidable, occupying nearly the entire summit of the mountain, as if the mountain had been carved to create a castle, a marvel of craftsmanship. Due to the Grand Duke's establishment of the border and the expansion of the entire Golden Principality, nearly all nobles and citizens aspire to reside within St. Gold Fortress. There are even rumors that the original castle was constructed atop the northern mountain peak by the Grand Duke herself, while the city deemed the capital was spontaneously built by her followers, collectively referred to as St. Gold Fortress. By the time Klober arrived at St. Gold Fortress, dusk had fallen. Exhausted and weary, the group unanimously decided to find an inn to rest and unwind, planning to report to the castle the following morning. Immersed in a wooden tub filled with hot water, Klober relished the waves of relief coursing through his body, letting out a deep sigh. The days of rough travel and relentless riding had indeed worn him out. By the time they neared St. Gold Fortress, he had often eaten while mounted, and his sleep had been reduced to mere hours to expedite their arrival. Relaxing in the bath, Klober contemplated the details of his report to the knights. According to Count Daniel, the Dragon Breath Knights were stationed within the Grand Duke's castle, with all training conducted inside. The Grand Duke's castle lacked guards, as the members of the Dragon Breath Knights were tasked with patrolling and defending the castle, allowing only them, along with the Grand Duke and her servants, the freedom to move within. Thus, to report to the knights, Klober must first go to the Grand Duke's castle, where he would undergo a series of checks and tests before truly becoming a knight of the Dragon Breath Knights. The Golden Rose family also had members serving in the Knights, though they were older and might soon consider retirement. The number of members within the Dragon Breath Knights often determines a family's standing in the Grand Duke's esteem. Klober perceived the knight's position akin to that of an emperor and his courtiers, reminiscent of the dynamics during the reign of Robert Baratheon in his past life, where the Lannisters dominated the Red Keep. Despite his disdain for the Lannisters, Robert could not escape employing them within his court, as the queen and guards were of their kin. However, this world differs. The might of a dragon knight could easily govern a nation. And in the face of such power, rebellion is virtually inconceivable. Furthermore, the Grand Duke is the beloved sister of the Emerald King, who permitted her to avoid marriage and venture southward to cultivate the kingdom, a testament to a brother's affection. With significant strength to govern a nation and the backing of a powerful kingdom boasting several dragon knights, it is evident that whatever the Grand Duke undertakes, the nobles must fawn over her decisions. Fortunately, the Grand Duke appears to be a wise ruler, as her governance has led the principality to flourish. To secure more benefits for themselves, various nobles have been placing suitable kin into the Dragon Breath Knights, hoping to gain favor with the Grand Duke for their family's interests. Had it not been for the Grand Duke's high standards, the knights would have long since filled the castle, rather than being a mere handful to uphold appearances. It is rumored that a trend among nobles has emerged, favoring unions with families possessing golden attribute combat energy, aiming for offspring endowed with such traits. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the golden dragons have absorbed all golden energy, as many nobles find their descendants retain their original combat energy attributes even after marrying into golden attribute families. Only those families already possessing golden attributes can reliably produce offspring with the same, such as the Golden Rose family. After drying himself with a towel, Klober felt confident in his prospects of joining the Dragon Breath Knights. He envisioned presenting himself favorably before the Grand Duke, enhancing his image as a loyal and patriotic subject, and perhaps even receiving a fief from her. After all, the concept of being granted a territory of his own pales in comparison to that of a fief bestowed by the Grand Duke. Dressed in comfortable sleepwear and placing his weapon beside his pillow, Klober lay in bed, preparing to garner strength for the following day's induction test with the knights. Chapter 20. The Dragon's Breath Knights. On the following morning, just before the dawn broke, Klober was already awake. He had slept exceptionally soundly the night before, likely due to the exhaustion from days of relentless travel, resulting in such deep slumber that, had it not been for his remarkably precise biological clock, he might have found it difficult to awaken. At that moment, he stood in the tavern's backyard, wielding his knightly sword, engaged in the most fundamental warm-up exercises. Meanwhile, his two youthful squire attendants, Will and Sam, had grown accustomed to their master's training schedule and methods over the past few days. Will, when do you think I might finally break through to become a full-fledged knight like Master Klober? Then I could be a noble with my own estate or knightly domain. Sam, whose figure was slightly rotund, gazed enviously at Klober practicing his combat techniques, and murmured. Will, tall and lean, stood expressionless beside Sam, though the eagerness in his eyes was no less fervent than Sam's. Do you really think everyone possesses the innate talent of Master Klober? We are older than him, yet he is already a formal knight, while we remain mere intermediate squire attendants, hardly comparable. In my view, we should loyally serve our master. Who knows? Perhaps he will remember our fidelity and grant us each a potion to aid our breakthroughs, which is far more fortunate than those who risk their lives on perilous missions. Will replied, his tone akin to a lecture. Sam's face betrayed his displeasure at Will's admonishing words. I merely envy Master Klober's talent. How can you twist my words into disloyalty? If others were to hear you, I could be dragged out and punished. However, Sam's grievances did not provoke a retort from Will, who continued to focus on Klober's training, ready to promptly offer a towel and fresh water once his training concluded. Fulfilling his duty as a squire. Seeing that Will was ignoring him, Sam felt as though he had struck a pillow with his fist and could only fume silently while also watching Klober's training. Resolutely deciding to be the first to present a towel to their master, determined not to let Will steal the spotlight. At that moment, Klober remained oblivious to the subtle rivalry between his two attendants, fully immersed in his combat practice. The radiant blade in Klober's hand had been honed through relentless training, becoming more adept and formidable. He was currently practicing another technique, Golden Shield, which leaned towards defense and required knights at the formal stage to have sufficient experience before attempting. The fundamental requirement was the ability to envelop oneself in fighting spirit entirely or over a significant portion of the body. Although Klober had yet to achieve complete coverage, his mastery of fighting spirit surpassed that of other formal knights. Thus, he could concentrate the Golden Shield on critical areas, such as his heart and the joints of his limbs, effectively preventing surprise attacks from foes and avoiding injuries that could incapacitate or even claim his life. This technique undoubtedly held immense practicality on the battlefield. As his internal fighting spirit flowed with intent, a golden membrane materialized at the joint of Klober's right hand, He raised his knightly sword and delivered a gentle slash, which the golden membrane effortlessly deflected. While assessing the defensive strength of the golden shield, Klober struck down with greater force. When using approximately 60% of his strength, he felt a vibration at the side of the shield, at around 80%. The shield began to fracture. This golden shield is still unfamiliar to me. Once I master it, I estimate it will withstand nearly 100% of my current strength, but only for someone like me who has just broken through to become a formal knight. Those with extensive experience or superior physical capabilities might not find it as effective. Nonetheless, it is quite commendable, considering my current fighting spirit intensity is not high. I am merely practicing a simplified version. Once I achieve full coverage with my fighting spirit, the strength of the golden shield will naturally increase. Securing his sword at his waist, Klober accepted the towel from Will and prepared to head to the tavern for a hearty breakfast to replenish his energy before the morning's nightly assembly. Since Will and Sam had been assigned to care for Klober's daily needs, Knight Foster had devoted his attention to Klober's nutrition and his own training. Klober had previously discussed with Knight Foster his desire for Foster to advance beyond the formal knight stage, having lingered there for far too long. Emotionally and rationally, Klober hoped for Foster to ascend to the realm of the great knights. Accepting this perceived mandate from Klober, Foster had subsequently extended his training hours by several each day. Upon entering the tavern's hall, Klober ordered a roasted swift falcon platter, intended for Knight Foster, and a golden yak steak for himself. As for Sam and Will, they could manage with ordinary fare. Only formal knights experienced enhancements in physical prowess and total fighting spirit when consuming meat from magical beasts of the same attribute. For squire attendants, it merely provided a slight nutritional boost, hardly worth the distinction. Did Klober not consume magical beast meat when he was a squire? Sam queried. That was different. It was to supplement greater nutrition, as the provisions from Deepwater territory were barely sufficient to satiate hunger and lacked significant nutritional value. After finishing their meal, the group mounted their horses and made their way toward the castle to report to the knightly order. There was but one road leading from the foothills to the castle, along which Klober spotted several patrols of knights clad in exquisite plate armor, riding beautifully caparisoned warhorses. As Klober noticed a particular patrol, they had already caught sight of him and his companions. Halt! We are the Dragon's Breath Knights under the Duke's banner. Stranger, declare your identity and purpose, otherwise we shall consider it an act of war. The leading knight, emanating the aura of a great knight, drew his sword and called out to Klober. Klober and his companions halted in response. Squire Will rode forward, positioning himself between the two groups, raising the swallow-tailed banner and proclaiming loudly, "Before you stands Lilith of the Golden Rose family, and Klober, grandson of Count Daniel, son of the Golden Rose. We have come in response to the Duke's summons to join the Dragon's Breath Knights. This is our proof." He then placed the Duke's letter and the one bearing the seal of the Golden Rose family on the ground, returning to Klober's side while still holding the flag. A squire resembling an attendant from the Dragon's Breath Knights darted forward to retrieve the letters and returned to present them to the leading knight. The Duke's letter had been opened. The leading knight verified its contents as indeed a summons from the Duke. The second letter, bearing the Golden Rose family seal, further reduced his wariness towards Klober and his party. He signaled for his knights to lower their weapons and approached Klober. Initially distant, as they drew nearer, the group realized that this member of the Golden Rose family was extraordinarily youthful and remarkably handsome, even among the ranks of the Dragon's Breath Knights. Upon seeing Klober's resplendent golden hair, the last vestiges of the leading knight's caution evaporated, for the Golden Rose family was renowned for their striking golden locks, dazzling enough to nearly blind onlookers. The leading knight dismounted gracefully and extended a noble gesture towards Klober, who promptly returned the courtesy. Once the formalities were concluded, the knight addressed Klober, expressing, "I commend your loyalty, Sir Klober. I am Victor, the 5th commander of the Dragon Breath Order. It is my pleasure to welcome you to St. Gold Fortress. I shall assign a knight to accompany you to the castle for your initiation into the order. I hope we may work together within the ranks. Regrettably, I am bound by duties and cannot linger in conversation. I trust you will understand." With that, Victor designated one of the knights in the group to guide Klober. "I hope my arrangements meet your satisfaction, Klober of the Golden Rose." For reasons unknown, Victor placed particular emphasis on the words Golden Rose. Had Klober not sensed any malice in Victor's expression, he might have suspected a long-standing feud between the Sunflower and Golden Rose families. Afterward, Victor and his entourage resumed their patrol, leaving Klober and his 3 companions along with the remaining knight and his 2 attendants. I hope you do not take offense. Commander Victor is somewhat eccentric. Though he is not ill-intentioned, the knight slowly removed his helmet, revealing a mane of equally radiant golden hair. It is a pleasure to meet you, my nephew. I am Dylan of the Golden Rose. By virtue of our kinship, you ought to address me as uncle. Chapter 21. Is this really so absurd? Dylan, the Golden Rose, is nearing 30 years of age. He was promoted to a formal knight precisely at 25, his innate talent being rather unremarkable. However, bolstered by his resplendent golden hair, he successfully joined the Dragon Breath Knights and became a knight. After more than 4 years of support from potion resources, Dylan has reached the advanced formal knight stage, requiring only to solidify his foundation before preparing for the breakthrough to the Grand Knight level. Yet, as the years have passed, Dylan's appearance has lost the handsome allure he possessed upon first joining the knighthood. Despite employing numerous so-called skincare potions to maintain his looks, he remains unable to withstand the ravages of time, leading to a somewhat coarse visage. However, this coarseness is relative, within a cadre of exceptionally handsome knights. Even the slightest flaw in one's appearance renders one overshadowed by one's peers. This is also the reason why the Dragon Breath Knights are often referred to as a ceremonial guard or the Duke's pretty boys. Some knights spend far more on skincare products than on training resources, taking pride in it rather than feeling ashamed. It can only be said that power and status indeed influence one's perceptions. Initially, Dylan was swayed by their influence, but fortunately, with the assistance of other clan members, he experienced an epiphany and allocated most of his funds toward acquiring training resources. Well, a small portion of his funds still went toward skincare products. As time passed, Dylan noticed a continuous decline in the number of his kin within the knightly order. Currently, aside from the newly arrived Klober, the once vast order comprises merely 2 active knights. Had it not been for another clan member's commendable efforts in becoming the 3rd knight commander, the Golden Rose family would have likely faded into obscurity before the Duke. While the Duke is wise, it is imperative to have individuals nearby who can articulate sentiments on behalf of the family, conveying first-hand information and demonstrating loyalty. Dylan leads Klober along the road to the Holy Gold Fortress, engaging in light conversation. Once inside the castle, Klober's attendant will not be permitted entry into the inner fortress. They may only reside at the outskirts with the servants. Klober nods, understanding that adhering to the rules of the Holy Gold Fortress is paramount for him as a newcomer. Perhaps it is the familiarity of Klober's golden hair that evokes a sense of camaraderie, or perhaps Dylan is simply an amiable person by nature. Either way, he finds himself incessantly sharing information about the fortress. The Duke has stated that only those with golden elemental fighting spirit, namely members of the knightly order, can inhabit the inner fortress, as the golden dragon prefers an atmosphere that resonates with its own elemental essence. Thus, the Duke mandates that only knights of the golden element reside there, as comfort in their surroundings can enhance the dragon's mood. Klober understands that he is not merely a pretty face favored by the Duke, but also a jester tasked with entertaining the golden dragon. Perhaps calling him a dragon mint might be more appropriate, though it lacks the potency of catnip from his past life. Reflecting on this, Klober harbors more questions. And with Dylan, a seasoned member of the order, at his side, he seizes the opportunity to seek clarity. Uncle Dylan. He ventures, though he should be referred to as uncle in a traditional sense, he is considered part of the family due to adoption. If the golden dragon favors only the essence of golden elemental fighting spirit, why must it seek out those who have achieved formal knighthood before the age of 25 and possess good looks? Dylan, upon hearing this inquiry, merely gestures dismissively. You are simply unaware, having just arrived. In time, you will comprehend. The golden dragon possesses a haughty disposition. It detests the presence of inferior bloodlines around it, which is why it insists on noble lineage, particularly that of the great nobility. As for why it seeks handsome young men, Dylan's expression shifts, revealing a knowing smile. This leads into a discussion of the peculiar standards of the Dragon Breath Knights. Although the golden dragon is benevolent, it embodies one of the most arrogant temperaments among dragons, cherishing and pursuing all that is beautiful in the world, which is reflective of its own golden nature, beautiful and noble. Consequently, the Duke, residing in the castle, requires soldiers and servants to maintain it, and thus, he conferred with the golden dragon to invite the most beautiful and noble individuals among humanity to reside and serve in the castle. Hence, these outrageous requirements came to be. One must possess golden elemental fighting spirit, as the golden dragon is drawn to that essence. One must be handsome and well-proportioned, as the dragon is attracted to all things beautiful, and one must be of noble descent, as there is an undeniable magical lineage among the nobility, which elucidates the Golden Rose family's historical awakening of golden elemental fighting spirit and their strikingly luminous hair. As for the preference for youth, it is simply because the Duke has an affinity for youthful, handsome men, or rather, he is fond of those who possess a youthful charm. Ah, I see. But what does the initiation test for joining the knightly order entail? Is there some form of combat involved? Klober muses, rubbing his forehead, feeling as though the strategic significance of this so-called Dragon Breath Knights is negligible, resembling mere ornamental soldiers rather than formidable warriors. Indeed, the monikers of ceremonial guard and pretty boys are aptly assigned, as the discerning public's gaze is astute. A mere ornament is an ornament, after all. Klober had mentally prepared himself for this reality before his arrival. The castle is perched atop the highest peak, its temperatures several degrees cooler than the city below. The journey from the foot of the mountain to its summit takes approximately 2 hours, and Dylan leads Klober to the gates of the outer fortress. The outer fortress serves as the residence for the attendants and various knights, comprising a kitchen, training grounds, storage facilities, and living quarters. The members of the knightly order generally train in the outer fortress. In fact, the Dragon Breath Knights prefer to dwell in the outer fortress, as the inner fortress feels more like a workplace, standing guard or patrolling, devoid of any excitement. Moreover, only the Duke and the knights reside in the inner fortress. It is largely devoid of life, while the outer fortress buzzes with activity, making it a favored locale among the knights. On the way, Dylan has already briefed Klober on the requirements for joining the order. It is straightforward: to become a knight directly under the Duke's command, Klober must first visit the inner fortress under Dylan's auspices, where he will pledge his oath of allegiance in the presence of the Duke and the Golden Dragon. While this may sound simple, the practical execution reveals its true difficulty. Gaining entry into the castle is not challenging, provided one possesses letters of proof. The real challenge lies in the interview. It may seem easy to simply pledge loyalty to the Duke and the Dragon, yet if it were truly that simple, examples of failed assessments would not exist. Klober intended to inquire further from Dylan, but he had already shed his previous loquacious demeanor, donning a helmet and straightening his posture to exude an air of solemn authority. Observing Dylan's demeanor, Klober realizes that he may not be able to extract any further information from him, thus resigning himself to taking things one step at a time. Chapter 22. Audience with the Duke. From the moment they entered the castle, a profound silence enveloped Klober and Dylan, while Foster, Sam, and Will awaited news in the training grounds of the outer fortress. As they traversed the winding paths of the outer fortress, after a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at the inner keep. In stark contrast to the outer fortress, the inner keep was remarkably tranquil, almost as if time itself had come to a standstill due to its sparse population. Occasionally, a few armored knights could be seen stationed at specific locations, their unwavering gazes fixed upon the gardens ahead, as if they were anticipating a formidable foe lurking in the shadows. Dylan, well acquainted with the layout, guided Klober through a series of narrow corridors, making turns until they reached a magnificent structure at the highest point of the inner keep. Towering majestically, it exuded an imposing presence that commanded reverence. Standing before this grand edifice, Dylan finally broke the silence. "Sir Klober, push open this door, and you shall behold the most illustrious being in the entire duchy, the Golden Dragon Knight, the Golden Duke, the vanquisher of the Storm Dragon, the conqueror of the Azure Sea, Lady Veronica, the Golden Lady." Taking a deep breath, Dylan extended his right hand towards the ancient, dignified doorknob and, with a firm pull, opened the door halfway. Just as Klober hesitated at the threshold, Dylan darted around to the left side and swung open that door as well. Though Klober could not discern Dylan's expression behind his helmet, he sensed that it must be rather amusing. Nevertheless, meeting the Duke took precedence. He resolved to converse with Dylan afterward. After offering a courteous bow to Dylan, Klober adjusted his attire and stepped into the hall. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of vastness and solemnity. The expansive space evoked a sense of awe, as the towering ceiling seemed to stretch into the infinite sky. Massive stone columns stood steadfast, imparting a feeling of solidity and stability. The floor was adorned with exquisite marble, polished to a reflective sheen that added a layer of mystique to the ambience. Enormous paintings graced the walls, depicting the Duke's heroic triumph over the storm dragon while riding the golden dragon. The hall was devoid of excessive decoration, its simple yet dignified arrangement evoking a sense of pure beauty. In this expansive and hallowed hall, time appeared to stand still, everything radiating tranquility and sanctity. At the far end of the hall stood an exquisitely luxurious throne, intricately carved with elaborate designs, its high back and broad armrests commanding respect. Constructed entirely of gold, it resonated with the essence of the golden dragon. The seat was spacious and comfortable, draped in sumptuous silks or furs to signify its nobility. At this moment, the golden duke sat regally upon the throne, clad in an opulent robe, adorned with a golden diadem, and wielding a scepter that emanated an aura of authority. Strangely, in this vast throne room, she was the sole occupant, with not even a guard in sight, which struck Klober as peculiar. "Klober, Golden Rose, my loyal knight, why do you linger there in a daze? Step forth, kneel, and pledge your oath to me, for I shall bestow upon you glory." The duke's voice was melodious, ethereal yet commanding, snapping Klober back to reality. Without further contemplation, he obeyed her command, approaching the steps of the throne and kneeling on one knee, reciting the ancient vow. "I, your noble sovereign, the mighty golden dragon knight, the great golden duke, the vanquisher of the storm dragon, the conqueror of the azure sea, your loyal knight Klober, Golden Rose, hereby pledge my ancient oath. I shall fight for you. My spear, my sword, my everything. I safeguard what you safeguard, I cherish what you cherish. My sword shall strike for you, and my shield shall stand for you. As a knight, I shall obey your commands, uphold your reign, protect your subjects, and submit to your leadership." As the oath concluded, Veronica gracefully descended from the throne and placed her scepter upon Klober's right shoulder. "By the name of the Duke, I command you to be faithful." She then tapped the scepter on his left shoulder. "In the name of your sovereign, I command you to be merciful." With a final tap, she retracted the scepter and laid her hand gently on Klober's shoulder. "My loyal knight, Klober, Golden Rose, I, the sole ruler of the Golden Duchy, officially bestow upon you the title of Dragon Breath Knight. As your sovereign, I shall share with you bread and sword, and there shall always be a place for you by the hearth in my hall." With that, the oath was complete. Klober rose, intending to take his leave, but the duke's voice halted him. "Lift your head, little one, let me see your face." Her tone, now seated back on the throne, conveyed an undeniable authority that left Klober with no choice but to comply, raising his head and displaying an elegant smile. Veronica's right hand gently caressed Klober's face. Delightful. Vivian was indeed correct. You are quite the fine young man." As Klober felt the smooth touch on his face, his expression grew somewhat rigid, and the elegant smile took on an awkward quality. "Ah," Veronica chuckled softly, withdrawing her hand behind her back and seemingly relishing the sensation. "Well then, little one, a maid will escort you to your quarters. You shall find that room most agreeable." Vivian, a youthful golden dragon, resided atop the higher peak nearby, where Veronica had constructed a nest for her. With eyes that could perceive every movement within the castle, Vivian would alert Veronica of any disturbances through their bond, which explained Dylan's sudden transformation upon entering the castle. He had once been personally reprimanded by the Duke for lacking the demeanor befitting a knight. It was only thanks to Vivian's prompt that Veronica quickly donned her attire and ascended to the throne, awaiting Klober's arrival. Who would choose to languish on that rickety throne all day, after all? Vivian had remarked. That one? The wayward knight from the Golden Rose family has brought another of his kin who is quite handsome. I like him, and his inner vigor is remarkably pure. A scent I find pleasing. Thus, Klober successfully completed the oath-taking ceremony. In truth, the initiation into the Dragon Breath Knight order was determined the moment one entered the castle. Before the Golden Dragon, there were no secrets to hide. Chapter 23. The shotgun is swapped for a cannon the moment Klober completed the oath ceremony. He officially entered the ranks of the Dragon Breath Knights, becoming a true knight of the order. Throughout the annals of history, every knight who successfully pledged loyalty to the Grand Duke was bestowed with the title of Court Knight. While this title is merely honorary and does not entail any actual land grants, it nonetheless guarantees a substantial monthly stipend. Klober was no exception. After taking his oath, he naturally earned the title of Court Knight of the Golden Grand Duchy and pledged his allegiance directly to Her Highness, Grand Duchess Veronica. At this moment, Klober stepped out of the throne hall, following a maid towards his designated chamber. Today, he was granted a full day of leave, ample time to address various matters. such as arranging accommodations for his accompanying attendants. However, before attending to those duties, he first needed to reach his room in the castle and collect the armaments befitting a dragon breath knight. The journey from the throne hall to his room was remarkably brief, so short that Klober hardly registered it. It was merely a matter of exiting the throne hall, turning right, and taking a few steps to arrive at his destination. Was this not merely a room adjacent to the throne hall? What did this imply? According to Dylan, while the Dragon Breath Knights were permitted to reside within the inner fortress, their quarters were situated towards the outer areas. The central region of the inner fortress, encompassing the throne hall, was largely uninhabited, save for the Grand Duke and a few personal maids. Strictly speaking, Klober's residence was not the barracks of the Dragon Breath Knights. The maid guided Klober to the door of his room, performing a courteous bow. "Esteemed Sir Klober, this is your chamber. The weapons and armor have already been placed in your room since your arrival at the castle. Rest assured, the size of the plate armor is perfectly suited for you. By the way, the Grand Duke mentioned that with your addition, the Knight Order now comprises exactly 53 members. The captain and deputy captain typically attend to their duties in their own quarters, and the other 5 knight squads are fully staffed. Thus, your primary responsibility, Sir Klober, is to safeguard the throne hall. Please ensure you report there tomorrow morning to fulfill your duties." With that, the maid performed another polite bow and turned to leave. Klober reciprocated the gesture, watching her retreating figure before entering his room. The chamber was spacious, albeit sparsely decorated, inferior to Lilith's former quarters in Flower Crown City. Nevertheless, Klober was unconcerned with such trivialities, as long as he had a place to stay. It was a significant improvement over his past accommodations in the Deepwater territory. At least he had a proper bed. He placed his belongings on the bed, just a few articles of clothing, his training resources for the month, and nearly 300 gold coins, which constituted his entire fortune. This sum comprised part of Lilith's legacy within the castle and a portion gifted by Count Daniel. His original funds had long been exhausted purchasing equipment. Against the right wall of the room stood a nearly 3-meter-high armor and weapon rack. Upon it rested a set of exquisite plate armor, a finely crafted longsword, far superior to the ordinary one Klober had previously acquired, and a shield adorned with a golden dragoness head. This was merely a portion of what the Dragon Breath Knights provided, as they were also entitled to mounts, including high-tier warhorses infused with the bloodline of magical beasts. After swiftly organizing his personal items, Klober seized the new, razor-sharp long sword from the rack and swung it with ease, instantly appreciating its exceptional balance and craftsmanship. Without hesitation, he removed the old sword that hung at his waist, carefully setting it aside, and donned the more fitting new sword. Having replaced his sword, Klober strode confidently towards the armor rack, extending a finger to gently caress the cold, hard surface of the gleaming plate armor, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. At first glance, it was evident that this armor was of considerable value, radiating a dazzling silver light, as if forged from a multitude of brilliant stars. Upon closer inspection, intricate gold filigree adorned the armor, resembling mysterious runes that densely covered its surface. Each line flowed seamlessly, intertwining to form a magnificent pattern, echoing ancient totems that bore the weight of history or strange symbols imbued with boundless power. The entire suit of armor sparkled in the sunlight, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility that captivated all who beheld it. However, this nobility stemmed not only from its opulent appearance, but also from the formidable presence it commanded. The armor was quite heavy, with a thickness nearing 1 centimeter. Without the aid of fighting spirit, even a seasoned knight would struggle to breach its defenses. Similarly, its weight was not something an average person could bear. It was likely that a knight attendant would find it nearly impossible to walk in it. Only an official knight could wear it comfortably. Fortunately, donning the armor was not overly cumbersome. If necessary, Klober could manage it alone. Plate armor represented the romance of knighthood. No knight would wish for anything less than a superb set of armor, as it was the most vital piece of equipment for survival on the battlefield. Moreover, in this world, the metallic ores were forged through the breath of dragons, rendering them far more precious than those in Klober's former life. Thus, a set of valuable plate armor could be regarded as a family heirloom. As the saying went, a man may die, but the armor remains, passing down for 10 generations. Unable to contain his admiration any longer, Klober eagerly donned the heavy plate armor. To his astonishment, it fit him as though it had been custom-made. Neither too tight nor too loose, it clung to his form like a second skin. Not only that, the weight was perfectly balanced, providing ample protection without sacrificing agility and dexterity in combat. Its design was exceptionally refined, with every detail meticulously crafted, allowing Klober to move freely and unleash his true potential. Yet, did everything in the castle go unnoticed by the Grand Duke? Was there some form of magic at play? Klober remained unaware of the Golden Dragon Vivian's circumstances. He merely gleaned hints from Dylan's actions, the Grand Duke's demeanor, and the maid's words. Now fully equipped, a formidable knight in heavy noble plate armor stood within the room. Klober glanced at his reflection in the crystal floor-length mirror, nodding in satisfaction at his appearance. Quite fitting indeed, to my aesthetic. With his coin pouch securely in hand, Klober donned his plate armor, slung his longsword, and shouldered his shield before departing his chamber to seek out someone to address his attendant's accommodations. Chapter 24. Attending to Mundane Affairs in Truth. The management of the servants' quarters did not necessitate Klober's direct involvement. A mere word to the servants would suffice for them to relay his instructions. However, this visit to the outer fortress was not solely for such trivial matters. More importantly, Klober had to assign specific tasks to Sam and Will, as well as procure the warhorses and other supplies allocated by the knightly order. The scope of duties for Sam and Will was extensive, with one critical task being their monthly journey to the Golden Rose family's merchant guild situated below the castle to collect Klober's training resources. Additionally, they were responsible for acquiring various essential supplies, such as oils for the maintenance of weapons and armor. Furthermore, Klober's own knightly sword, which he had previously purchased, required meticulous care to ensure that he had a backup weapon in case of any unforeseen damage to the one currently in use. Simultaneously, they were tasked with attending to Klober's daily needs, even standing respectfully by to pour wine for him during his leisure hours. As attendants, Sam and Will were entitled only to the meals provided by Klober, and their overall treatment was hardly comparable to that of others. In stark contrast, Sir Foster, as a follower, enjoyed a different status. He had willingly accompanied Klober to the St. Gold Fortress, and Klober was obliged to provide him with a fixed monthly allocation of training resources and living necessities. Sir Foster had cared for Klober since his childhood, nurturing him as a guardian, thus fostering a profound bond of trust and affection between them. To Klober, Sir Foster was not merely a follower but akin to family, a venerable elder, the person in whom he placed the utmost trust. Regarding the treatment of his followers, Klober was anything but stingy, particularly towards someone as closely related to him as Sir Foster. He would readily open his purse to offer monetary support, recognizing it as a reflection and reciprocation of their relationship. It is noteworthy that the monthly resources allocated to Sir Foster did not include potions. Potions were deemed a strategic national resource, reserved exclusively for offspring of the nobility and members of the Dragon Breath Knights directly under the Duke's command. Klober could not conjure potions from thin air. The 3 vials he received monthly were just sufficient for his needs. To spare 1 vial would hinder his training pace, and he preferred to wait until he had surplus potions to share with Sir Foster later. However, Sir Foster was entitled to a cash allowance of 10 gold coins each month. This sum was considerable and could be deemed generous. With this money, he could procure various necessary items as he saw fit. One must not underestimate these 10 gold coins. Klober himself received a substantial 30 coins monthly due to his dual status as a member of the Golden Rose family and a knight of the Dragon Breath Knights. After many years in the Deepwater domain and countless mercenary endeavors, he had managed to accumulate just over 100 gold coins. Upon leaving the inner fortress, a vibrant atmosphere of life enveloped him. The sun hung high in the sky, marking the late morning. Apart from those preparing lunch, most people leisurely occupied the open space, engaged in pleasant conversation. In this vicinity, Klober's gaze fell upon Sir Foster and his 2 attendants, who were casually seated, conversing idly, occasionally falling into silence. Sir Foster appeared somewhat distracted, often glancing towards the inner fortress's door, seemingly anxious not to miss Klober's emergence. At last, Klober stepped out of the inner fortress. However, clad in heavy plate armor and a helmet, Sir Foster momentarily failed to recognize him. Yet, as Klober approached them with purpose, the familiar figure gradually became discernible through the cumbersome attire. "Master," Sir Foster exclaimed, confirming that the person advancing towards them was indeed Klober, the Golden Rose. He promptly rose to offer his respects. Will and Sam, taken aback, quickly regained their composure upon recognizing the Dragon Breath Knight's standard armor adorning Klober. realizing that their young master had successfully joined the order. Master, master. They both rose and bowed deeply. Their unwavering belief in Klober's ability to join the knightly order contrasted sharply with Sir Foster's distracted demeanor. Indeed, Klober replied with a slight nod, acknowledging them. As you can see, I have successfully joined the order. Shortly, you shall seek out the steward of the outer fortress to arrange accommodations for you. However, before that, we must first visit the stables to select suitable mounts. Understood. The stables were located at the edge of the outer fortress, and on their way to find the steward, they would conveniently pass by. Thus, Klober decided to visit the stables first. Before long, the group arrived at their destination, the stables. The stable master, having anticipated the arrival of a member of the Golden Rose family, had already prepared several exceptional warhorses for selection. Knowing that this noble young man was there to join the Dragon Breath Knights. Congratulations on your successful induction into the order, my lord. He greeted Klober with a respectful bow. I am Jack, the stable master of St. Gold Fortress, responsible for the management of all horses within these grounds. Klober responded courteously. Greetings, Jack. I am Klober Golden Rose, a newly inducted knight of the Dragon Breath Knights. I have come to select a suitable warhorse. Jack smiled and nodded, understanding his duty well. He led Klober to the prepared steeds and began to detail their individual characteristics and advantages. Chapter 25. Wind Chaser. This magnificent steed, known as Wind Chaser, boasts an illustrious lineage of Shar horses. Both of its progenitors were imported from the Shar region of the Emerald Kingdom, and it is said that their ancestors were the mid-level magical beasts known as serrated horn horses, which originally inhabited the central part of the Shar region. The serrated horn horse, a mid-level magical beast of the metal attribute, is a social creature whose combat prowess rivals that of human knights, known for their fierce and combative nature. Purebred serrated horn horses have unfortunately been driven to extinction, leaving only warhorses with traces of their bloodline in the Shar region. Wind Chaser possesses a slender figure and agile posture. Its coat smooth as silk and radiating a vibrant sheen, with each curve embodying the perfect amalgamation of power and speed. Its long neck, elegantly sculpted, appears to proudly display its nobility and grace, a characteristic hallmark of warhorses from the Shar region, which are known for their lengthy bodies and legs. Currently, Wind Chaser stands as the fastest horse in the stable, its hooves extending longer than those of the native warhorses of the duchy, making it a favored choice among the Dragon Breath Knights. Jack enthusiastically introduced Wind Chaser to Klober, his voice brimming with pride and anticipation. He was acutely aware of Wind Chaser's immense potential and yearned to find an exceptional rider who could harness its extraordinary abilities on the battlefield. Klober listened intently to Jack's description while scrutinizing Wind Chaser. He could not deny that Wind Chaser was indeed an extraordinary warhorse. Its physique, coat, and temperament all set it apart from others. In comparison, the red-blooded horse he had previously acquired from Frank was somewhat inferior, merely possessing a trace of low-level magical beast blood, far removed from Wind Chaser's substantial lineage. However, he had once held great hopes for that horse, naming it Radiant Glory, aspiring for it to accompany him and achieve fame on the battlefield. Radiant Glory stood approximately 1.3 meters tall, while Wind Chaser nearly reached 1.5 meters, making the description of Wind Chaser as a tall and powerful horse entirely fitting. Such a grand and impressive steed undoubtedly exudes a sense of strength and majesty. Despite the allure of Wind Chaser, Klober felt a tinge of hesitation. Since he was already present, he preferred to explore more options. After all, selecting a suitable warhorse is no small feat. It requires careful consideration, as it pertains not only to personal honor, but also to matters of life and death. Therefore, Klober would not make a hasty decision regarding the warhorse that would accompany him into battle. Having spent over 20 years in the Golden Fortress, Jack had mastered the art of reading expressions. He noticed Klober's interest, yet his silence indicated a desire to view additional warhorses. Thus, Jack guided Klober to inspect other unclaimed warhorses in the stable. After much deliberation, Klober concluded that Wind Chaser best met his requirements, and without further hesitation, he chose Wind Chaser as his mount. Upon completing the transfer procedures, Wind Chaser, with its substantial lineage of serrated horn horse blood, officially became Klober's possession. After serving for a year, the ownership would fully transfer to him, though for now, he merely held the rights to use Wind Chaser, with the nominal ownership still resting with Duchess Veronica. Jack carefully presented 2 exquisitely crafted saddles and warhorse cloaks to Klober, as these were among the perks afforded to the members of the Dragon Breath Knights. In principle, the Dragon Breath Knights, as heavy cavalry, required their steeds to don splendid cloaks and to be equipped with sturdy iron or steel armor to enhance their defensive and combat capabilities. However, due to the knights' infrequent engagement in substantial combat tasks, the heavy and costly warhorse armor offered little value to them. Moreover, for Duchess Veronica, as long as the warhorse wore a cloak, it appeared indistinguishable from one that was armored. Ultimately, she decided to forego the inclusion of warhorse armor. Nevertheless, even if Klober were to possess such fine warhorse armor, he would typically refrain from outfitting Windchaser with it. The reason was simple. The weight of his own armor was already considerable, and adding a layer of warhorse armor would likely prove too burdensome for Windchaser to endure during a prolonged and arduous battle. This dilemma is one shared by most heavy cavalry. While they possess immense explosive power capable of delivering devastating strikes in a short span, their endurance is relatively lacking, often leaving them exhausted after a single fierce assault. The adage that a man is judged by his attire and a horse by its saddle holds true. Windchaser, already a magnificent creature, ascended to an even higher echelon upon donning the saddle. Yet, Klober did not adorn Windchaser with the splendid cloak at this moment. With no immediate tasks at hand, such an addition would only serve as an unnecessary burden. It would be more appropriate to have Windchaser wear the cloak when he officially commenced his duties the following day. As Klober gazed at the strikingly handsome and spirited Windchaser before him, his heart swelled with deep affection. For any knight, it is nearly impossible to resist the allure of such an extraordinary steed, and Klober was no exception. He understood that possessing such an exceptional mount would not only enhance his reputation on the battlefield, but also symbolize his status and honor. After all, in the vast duchy, only the affluent Duchess Veronica could afford to provide her knights with warhorses that possessed the bloodline of mid-level magical beasts. Klober had yet to encounter a marquis, but from his dealings with 2 count families, he knew that the warhorses allocated to their knights were merely of low-level magical beast blood, with an exceedingly diluted lineage, merely a 3% concentration at best, primarily exemplified by the red-blooded horses of the Moonlight Mushroom family. Windchaser's serrated horn horse bloodline concentration was approximately 45%, and Jack subtly advised Klober to regularly feed Windchaser magical beast meat to enhance its chances of advancing beyond the low-level magical beast threshold. In truth, the proportion of low-level magical beast mounts within the Dragon Breath Knights was around 60%, with most members choosing to invest resources to aid their mounts in breaking through to become low-level magical beasts. After all, low-level magical beasts possess the strength to contend with formal knights, providing a significant advantage. Generally, when an ordinary beast successfully ascends to a low-level magical beast, it awakens a mysterious magical power akin to a human unlocking their fighting spirit. This extraordinary force enables magical beasts to execute formidable skills reminiscent of martial techniques. Should Windchaser, as a descendant of the serrated horn horse, be fortunate enough to be promoted to a low-level magical beast, it may very well sprout a unique horn composed entirely of concentrated metal elements. Undoubtedly, this horn would embody the essence of the serrated horn horse's famed technique. Specifically, the serrated horn horse would first concentrate its metal attribute fighting spirit at the tip of its horn. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it would charge at its foe with lightning speed. In this process, utilizing its tremendous momentum, it would pierce through the opponent's body with its sharp, serrated horn, continuously infusing them with its potent metal magical energy, delivering a heavy blow and inflicting grievous harm. However, the success rate of beasts transforming into lower-tier magical creatures is significantly more challenging than humans breaking through to become official knights. Humans have the aid of potions, whereas beasts must rely solely on chance. Consuming a greater quantity of food rich in magical essence can enhance their likelihood of transformation. It is said that during the early days of the duchy, an unknown marquis attempted to nourish his warhorses with his family's potions, but after investing considerable resources, he discovered that the potions offered little assistance in their transformation, proving that consuming meat from magical beasts, abundant in magical energy, was far more beneficial. Scholars have previously studied this phenomenon, noting that the method through which warhorses absorb energy differs from that of humans. To elaborate, humans possess a more refined approach, while warhorses exhibit a more rudimentary one. After heeding Jack's admonition, Klober left his steed, Swift Wind, in the stable, as he had to meet with the steward of the outer fortress, with whom he would need to engage frequently in the future. Chapter 26. The first day at work, the steward of the outer fortress was an unremarkable middle-aged man with brown hair and a beard. Yet the fleeting glimmer in his eyes indicated that he was far more complex than he appeared. Upon learning that Klober had officially joined the Dragonbreath Knights, he first expressed his congratulations and then volunteered to arrange accommodations for Klober's attendants, Sam and Will. As a formal knight, Foster, Klober's loyal follower, was entitled to a private room within the outer fortress. At Foster's request, the steward specifically assigned him a room close to the training grounds. Since Klober's return to the family, Foster had become increasingly proactive. He stated, "Great Knight Foster can protect the young master far better than the formal Knight Foster." This sentiment echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the time when Lilith, the Golden Rose, bestowed a potion upon him and remarked, "Once you become a formal knight, won't you be able to protect me better?" Those words lingered in his ears, impossible to forget. The scene was vividly etched in his memory, the beauty and nobility of Lilith's visage, and the trust reflected in her eyes, deeply imprinted on his heart. Time had passed swiftly, yet those words remained firmly lodged in his thoughts. Klober shared in this sentiment and naturally supported Foster's decision. After a busy morning, Klober had nearly resolved his various tasks and sought to strengthen his bond with Windrunner in the stables, entrusting Jack with the care of his first warhorse, Radiance. With the holiday still holding an afternoon to spare, Klober had no intention of idling outside. He planned to return to his room for training. It was uncertain whether all rooms in St. Gold Fortress were of such ample size, but the one he occupied was certainly sufficient for his daily practice. Clad in his heavy plate armor, he began to repeatedly practice his swordsmanship. Previously, he had been accustomed to fighting in light leather armor, yet the weight of the armor did not hinder his performance. However, the circumstances had now changed. The cumbersome plate armor he donned would severely restrict his agility and responsiveness, directly altering his combat style. In the past, lacking quality protective gear, Klober had prioritized nimble and varied movements in battle, striving for swift, precise, and deadly strikes. If he could not achieve this goal, he relied on his own agility to outmaneuver his opponents, gradually wearing down their stamina and resolve. Now, however, the situation had shifted. Klober was required to wear plate armor daily, making it challenging to employ his former agile tactics. Instead, he must fully leverage the impenetrable advantages of his armor and the unmatched sharpness of his weapons to vanquish his foes. Thus, Klober had to adjust his combat strategy, adopting a bold and aggressive approach characterized by power and momentum. This new style, marked by decisive strikes, instilled an unprecedented sense of security within him, for the solid plate armor afforded him formidable protection. In terms of training, Klober's primary objective was to increase the total amount of fighting spirit within him. Once he reached the requisite level, he could undergo his first transformation of fighting spirit to ascend to the rank of Great Knight. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Klober's resolute and handsome face. After an entire afternoon of focused training, he felt invigorated and refreshed. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, Klober slowly opened his eyes, awakening from a sweet slumber. Just as he prepared to rise, a gentle knock echoed at the door. "My lord, are you awake?" "It's Will, bringing your breakfast." Klober replied, "Come in." The door opened, and Will entered with a light step, carrying a plate of enticing food. It was a steaming bowl of honey oatmeal, accompanied by a generous portion of tender and juicy monster steak. Will carefully placed the breakfast on the table and then turned to assist Klober in dressing, serving him with utmost respect. Once Klober was properly attired, Will swiftly tidied the bed and cleaned the room, moving with practiced efficiency as if it were second nature. At that moment, it was still early. The dawn had just begun to break, around 5 o'clock in the morning. Under Will's careful attention, Klober's previously tousled hair was now neatly styled, and his heavy plate armor gleamed brightly. In no time, a gallant and dashing knight stood before him. Klober nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation for Will's service. He then set forth with firm determination, ready to embrace the challenges and adventures of a new day. The author, too, was beginning their first day on the job, feeling a sense of kinship. The Dragonbreath Knights comprised 50 members, excluding the leader and deputy leader, divided into 5 squads of 10 knights each. The first, second, and third squads were tasked with guarding and patrolling the inner fortress, The fourth squad was responsible for the outer fortress's vigilance, while the fifth squad oversaw the patrols of the entire castle's surrounding area. Dylan belonged to the fifth squad, the very group he had encountered outside St. Gold Fortress. Their leader, Victor Sunflower, was indeed a character with a peculiar sense of humor. According to Dylan, another member of the Golden Rose family served as the captain of the third squad, primarily focusing on patrolling the inner fortress. After Klober's swearing in yesterday, he had no direct squad and was assigned by the Duke to guard the throne hall. Creak. Klober pushed the door open and immediately spotted a familiar figure standing at his post, head bowed and back to the sunlight, her face shrouded in shadow. As he approached, he recognized her as the maid who had escorted him to his room the previous day. She appeared to have been waiting for some time, and upon noticing Klober's approach, her eyes brightened as she looked up. Sir Klober, by the Duke's command, your duty henceforth is to guard the throne hall. You have the authority to punish those who trample the law and provoke the dignity of the kingdom. Please follow me. I will lead you into the hall. With that, the maid turned to guide Klober, who followed her with a sense of curiosity. Guarding the throne hall, wasn't this supposed to be standing at the entrance? Why was he being led inside? There was no one here apart from the Duke, who would want to work under the watchful eye of their superior. Stop. Though Klober maintained a calm exterior, a tempest brewed within him. He never considered standing guard under the Duke's scrutiny to be a favorable situation. He merely hoped to leverage his affiliation with the Dragon Breath Knights to gain some advantages, enhance his family's reputation, and ideally contribute to the war effort. Seeking recognition in front of the Duke was not his goal. At the very least, that should come after he solidified his standing as a great knight. Not while still a formal knight. The Duke was surrounded by trouble, a great terror. If he were to be ensnared in that turmoil, it would lead to his utter destruction. Yet, the maid remained oblivious to Klober's inner turmoil as she led him deeper into the throne hall. Approaching the high platform near the throne, Sir Klober, this is where you will fulfill your duties. Please do not betray the Duke's trust. Uphold the knight's code and remember your oath. Having spoken, the maid departed, leaving Klober standing alone in a daze. To be honest, on the very first day of work, being assigned to a position beside the leader was truly overwhelming. Chapter 27. Stand by my side and guard me. Knight the maidservant respectfully ushered Klober into the magnificent edifice. They traversed the splendid corridors, each step seeming to tread upon the dust of history. Yet, after only a short distance, the maid abruptly halted, casting a glance at Klober that urged him to proceed. Besides the personal attendant, no other servants were deemed worthy to approach the Duke beneath the throne. Reluctantly, Klober inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and then embarked upon the red carpet leading to the throne. This carpet, long and solemn, appeared to be crafted from the wool of the long-haired sheep, a breed raised for its magical properties. However, within this grand hall, its economic value was of little significance. The carpet symbolized power and status. Only those of certain standing were permitted to tread upon it, while the servants circled around it. With each step forward, Klober felt the weighty atmosphere enveloping him. After traversing several dozen paces, he finally reached the foot of the throne. The throne retained its regal majesty, but it paled in comparison to the woman who occupied it. Veronica, Gold. During his oath-taking yesterday, Klober had been somewhat anxious, kneeling and reciting his vows without closely observing the appearance of his sovereign. Now, he knelt on one knee, a fundamental gesture of respect before his liege. Your Excellency, the Duke, I, your loyal knight Klober, pay my respects to you. May your beauty shine as brightly as the sun, and may your sword be as sharp as the fangs of a dragon. Klober's words were not mere flattery. Rather, they stemmed from the undeniable splendor of Duke Veronica. Her visage resembled that of a finely sculpted masterpiece, radiating an enchanting allure. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as silk, seemingly emanating a soft glow. The nobility and authority in her gaze, so deep and clear, contained boundless wisdom and strength. Her straight nose and slightly upturned lips bore an effortless smile, as if the world itself lay within her grasp. Her demeanor exuded grace and elegance, every movement reflecting her noble stature. At that moment, she sat upon the throne, observing the young knight bowing before her with a radiant smile. As a duke, she had witnessed countless individuals bowing before her. Some were tiresome, others merely sought mutual benefit, and some bore insidious intentions. Yet, most of these individuals had been consigned to the annals of history. Now, she stood as the sole dragon knight at the southernmost tip of the continent, a formidable ruler overseeing a duchy that thrived under her reign, rivaling even her brother's Emerald Kingdom and the dukes under his command. Currently, her combat prowess had reached the pinnacle of the continent. Her personal strength was no longer her foremost concern, as her focus had shifted to the development of her nation. Previous campaigns had been thwarted by a vexatious adversary in the Great Mora Forest, yet this time she was confident in her ability to vanquish him and reclaim the forest. Beyond her grand aspirations of fortifying her nation, Duke Veronica harbored her own unique and peculiar preferences. It was well known that golden dragons cherished all things of exquisite beauty. As a valiant golden dragon knight, Duke Veronica seemed to share this trait, albeit with a twist. She was particularly enamored with treasures that aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities. For instance, she had a penchant for handsome young men with flowing golden hair and tall, striking figures. This was, in fact, the very inspiration behind the formation of the Dragon's Breath Knight Order. As a ruler of unparalleled strength, why should she not cultivate a knightly order that was both attractive and formidable? However, due to difficulties in recruitment, she gradually lowered her standards. Initially, she sought young men under the age of 20, for she favored those imbued with youthful vigor. Only the most handsome and graceful young knights could meet her aesthetic expectations. Yet, the initial attempts yielded dismal results. She could scarcely find 5 suitable candidates, none of whom were appealing, and one was a towering brute with bulging muscles that nearly made her retch. Thus, reluctantly, she adjusted her criteria, extending the age limit to 25. Which finally allowed for the inclusion of a first batch of members whose quality was barely acceptable. This cycle of recruitment continued, with countless iterations. It was said that no knight served in the order longer than 4 years, making the Dragon's Breath Knight Order the most frequently rotated in the duchy. Duke Veronica had initially believed she would never encounter someone who met her aesthetic standards. However, just yesterday, Klober arrived at the Holy Golden Fortress. During their meeting, Veronica found herself captivated by his striking appearance and graceful demeanor. More importantly, Klober had just turned 16, radiating the freshness of youth, which only deepened Veronica's fondness for him. Thus, she arranged for Klober to remain in the throne hall, so she could behold his beauty at all times. Were it not for her lingering resentment from a previous ambush, she might have even considered canceling this impending campaign. To borrow a phrase from Klober's past life, after a lifetime of battle, can one not indulge a little? Ultimately, however, reason prevailed, and she refrained from issuing an order to cancel the Western expedition. Nonetheless, this did not preclude her from pursuing Klober. Indeed, pursue she would. From her childhood, Veronica had immersed herself in training, and upon reaching adulthood, she gained the friendship of a golden dragon. Her subsequent journey of cultivation was akin to a charmed existence, and by the age of 30, she had transcended to the rank of Sky Knight, becoming a formidable force. Eventually, she ventured forth and, through unknown fortunes, transcended to the Dragon Knight realm, merging with the golden dragon Vivian to become one of the continent's mightiest beings. Furthermore, she displayed an enterprising spirit, cultivating the once barren Golden Duchy, achieving growth comparable to other venerable principalities within a mere few decades. This journey forged within Duke Veronica a resilient heart of a conqueror. Whatever she desired, she would seize by any means necessary. In her youth, she did harbor thoughts of romance, but her brother's overprotectiveness and the demands of cultivating her martial prowess consumed her time, leaving her bereft of romantic experience. As she matured, the notion of love faded, perhaps due to the passage of time. After all, she was nearing a century of life. While 100 years might seem juvenile to a dragon knight, to ordinary mortals, it signified the passage of several generations. Indeed, she had yet to encounter anyone who met her exacting standards. She was, after all, an admirer of beauty. As she reached a more advanced age and officially celebrated her 100th birthday, she began to gravitate towards youthful appearances, perhaps a reflection of her burgeoning maternal instincts. Yet, confronted by the harsh realities of life, she cast aside such notions, focusing her energies on strengthening her nation, until Klober's arrival rekindled the flickering flame of hope within her heart. Were it not for her discernment that Klober was a self-respecting young man, she might have been tempted to take him as a consort. But could she let such a prize slip through her fingers? One should truly relish the experience, for devouring everything in one bite offers little enjoyment. Rather, it is far more gratifying to gradually peel away the layers, thus savoring the softness concealed beneath the hard shell. Upon reflecting on this notion, The countenance of Princess Veronica flushed with a rosy hue, and a dreamy laughter escaped her lips, drawing the gaze of Klober, who knelt below. Ahem. Noticing Klober's attention upon her, Princess Veronica swiftly regained her composure. Rise, my loyal knight. I grant you permission to stand by my side and protect me, as is your duty as a knight. She gestured towards the space beside her throne, indicating where Klober should take his place. Since arriving at the Holy Golden Fortress, Klober felt as though his entire worldview was on the verge of shattering. Chapter 28. Teasing what troubles you, my knight. Why do you hesitate to fulfill your duty? Do you wish to betray your oath and your lord? The words of Grand Duchess Veronica, laced with playful mockery, echoed from her lofty throne, reminiscent of a gentle breeze that stirred the air, yet compelled Klober, standing below, to let out a resigned sigh. As you command, your grace. In this realm, where hierarchy reigns supreme and rules abound, only a true king may bask in the honor of being addressed as your majesty, while a grand duke, despite being a sovereign, must settle for the title of your grace. Klober inhaled deeply, ascending the staircase with resolute, yet somewhat heavy steps. Each footfall felt as if he were treading upon clouds, devoid of strength. To face such a formidable figure, the ruler of the continent, would unavoidably induce a sense of anxiety in even the most stoic of hearts. Just as he was about to ascend the final step, Klober paused momentarily, drawing several deep breaths in an attempt to calm the tumult within, mustering the courage to proceed. At last, he stood beside the throne, straightening his back, resting his hand lightly upon the hilt of his sword, his piercing gaze fixed upon the magnificent hall beneath him. At that moment, Grand Duchess Veronica sat regally upon her throne, her profound and piercing eyes seemingly capable of discerning all truths. Observing Klober's demeanor, a faint smile graced her lips, betraying her satisfaction with his reverence and caution. However, Klober remained oblivious to the expression on Veronica's face, his mind a blank as he stared vacantly at the columns in front of the hall. Oh no, what have I done? In this vast duchy, countless individuals would dream of standing in his position, yet none had succeeded. Here he was, on his very first day, having accomplished a feat that others could only aspire to throughout their lives. Was this not placing him in dire straits? Presently, he was merely an unremarkable knight, a member of the lower echelons of the noble class. The potential occurrences within the throne room far exceeded his capacity to endure. For instance, should anyone harbor resentment towards the Duchess and attempt to dispatch an assassin, that assassin would at least need the prowess of a beast knight to infiltrate the castle. Yet Klober, a mere formal knight, would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. Nonetheless, retreat was not an option. He bore the weighty responsibility of guarding the Duchess and must charge forth fearlessly into battle on her behalf. Otherwise, should the Duchess successfully fend off the assassin, it would be he who faced the consequences. The thought deepened Klober's frown. Those fortunate enough to gain an audience with the Duchess were typically distinguished nobles or individuals of great might. Engaging with such figures was a perilous endeavor, for making enemies would be an exceedingly foolish act. Even the illustrious Golden Rose family he represented warranted careful consideration. Noticing Klober standing like a statue, Grand Duchess Veronica shook her head in mild disinterest. Typically, she conducted her affairs in the privacy of her chamber, but this occasion had drawn her to the throne due to Klober's presence. A maid, at her behest, brought forth a small table, and Veronica leaned over it, delicately handling her paperwork with a feather quill. Klober, lost in thought, found his attention inadvertently drawn to the maid's movements until she placed the table down and moved away, prompting him to retract his gaze. Yet, the vast emptiness of the hall soon proved monotonous, particularly after prolonged observation, which rendered it dull. Apart from a few sculptures and some red carpets providing a hint of embellishment, the rest consisted of ordinary columns and flooring. Such repetitive scrutiny was undeniably vexing. Consequently, Klober's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the Grand Duchess, who was deeply engrossed in her duties. As the saying goes, a focused individual is most captivating. This sentiment, when applied to a woman, holds equally true. At that moment, Veronica's dedication to her responsibilities rendered her enchanting in Klober's eyes. With her left hand gently holding a document, she read it carefully, while her right index finger rhythmically tapped the table, producing a melodic sound. In truth, the content of the document was not of great significance. It merely reported the number of soldiers and supplies from various nobles. As she concentrated on estimating the duration of the impending conflict based on the forces and armaments of both sides, an inexplicable intuition suddenly stirred within her, prompting her to glance to the right. Indeed, a fervent gaze was intently fixed upon her, as if seeking to melt her very being. Veronica momentarily paused, yet quickly regained her composure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She recognized the source of the gaze, her chosen little knight, the golden rose, Klober. Setting aside her document, she spoke. "My knight, is there something on my face that has captured your undivided attention?" Snapped back to reality by the Duchess's words. Klober swiftly turned his head forward, striving to adopt the demeanor of a dutiful guardian knight. A chuckle escaped Veronica's lips at the sight, further amplifying Klober's embarrassment. "Oh no, I've been caught stealing glances at the superior. What should I do?" At that moment, Veronica disregarded her paperwork entirely, wishing only to tease the little rose before her. "Sir Klober, while in the hall, you need not wear your helmet. Remove it so that you may better detect potential dangers." Upon the Duchess's command, Klober complied, lifting his helmet and cradling it under his arm. Noticing the flush on Klober's cheeks, Veronica beamed with delight. She relished the thrill of teasing this little rose. It was simply exquisite. Chapter 29. The commencement of war. As time elapsed, Klober's cheeks gradually regained their composure. The faint blush that had surfaced dissipated, returning to their original hue. Realizing his lapse in decorum, he swiftly averted his gaze from the Duke. Internally chastising himself, he muttered, "What a folly! How could I have stared at the Duke so intently? Should he choose to investigate, I could face considerable repercussions." Fortunately, the Duke seemed indifferent to such trifles, a realization that brought Klober a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Veronica observed her little rose, who, overwhelmed with shyness, refrained from acknowledging her presence. This only heightened Veronica's amusement, intensifying her desire to tease the other. However, recognizing the pressing matters at hand, she resolved to attend to her official duties before indulging in playful antics. In the face of national affairs, the frivolity of teasing her little rose would have to be postponed. Opening the second letter, she fortuitously discovered it was correspondence from Count Daniel, detailing news from the border territories. The message conveyed that nobles from all corners of the realm were responding en masse to the Duke's call to arms. The majority had already completed their mobilization and would only require 2 to 3 days to assemble at the border regions of the two noble houses, the Moonlight Mushroom family and the Golden Rose family. At this moment, everyone awaited the Duke's orders to finalize the assembly point. Veronica's gaze swept over Klober, who stood dutifully at her side, feigning diligence in his post. A spark of mischief ignited in her eyes as she made a decisive choice. Without hesitation, she wielded her quill, swiftly and resolutely designating the assembly point at the Golden Rose family's crown city. From this location, the army would advance westward along Rose Avenue, ultimately reaching Hild Fortress and drawing near to the Great Moira Forest. Before long, a detailed military order outlining the march route and assembly point appeared on the parchment. After meticulously reviewing it for accuracy, Veronica sealed the letter within an envelope. Subsequently, she retrieved a delicate insignia from her waist, and with a soft thud, she pressed the seal onto the envelope. In that instant, a vivid impression of a golden dragon's head emerged, signifying that this was a missive penned by the Duke himself. Setting the letter upon the table, she addressed Klober, "My dear little Rose." Realizing the informality of her words, she opted for a more formal address. "Sir Klober, please deliver this letter to the steward at the outer castle and ensure it reaches the Golden Rose family's crown city." "Yes." Klober promptly acknowledged the command, eager to depart the hall, as the atmosphere felt oddly oppressive, as if a beast were lurking, watching him. With the letter in hand, Klober almost sprinted from the throne room, oblivious to the pair of amused eyes that followed his retreating figure. Upon exiting the hall, Klober chose to don his helmet. Though St. Gold Castle was undeniably secure, the sense of safety provided by the helmet was unparalleled. In the steward's chamber at the outer castle, the steward gazed at the knight before him, astonished. "You mean to say this letter is a direct request from the Duke?" Given that only a few personal maidservants typically attended to the Duke's affairs, it was unusual for a knight to be entrusted with such a task. Klober nodded, pointing to the golden dragon insignia on the seal. "Observe this mark, it represents the Duke himself. Have you been in the castle for so long that you fail to recognize it?" The steward shook his head. He was well aware of the insignia. His confusion stemmed from Klober being the one to deliver the message. The Dragon Breath Knights were tasked with critical responsibilities, primarily patrols and sentry duty, and did not typically engage in message delivery. The emergence of a Dragon Breath Knight assigned to such a task, especially one who had only recently taken up his post, was indeed perplexing. Years of service had honed the steward's keen insight and honed intuition. The Duke valued the balance of power among his servants, entrusting them with the castle's resources, finances, and intelligence, while reserving military actions strictly for the knightly order. The Duke's reluctance to allow the knights to engage in intelligence activities was not born of distrust, but rather a necessity to mitigate risk, as not all who entered St. Gold Castle harbored loyalty to the Duke. Contemplating the enigmatic Dragon Breath Knight and the implications of this message, the steward mused, the Duke must hold this young man in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have sent him to convey a letter. With this realization, a knowing smile crept across the steward's face, as if he had unearthed the crux of the matter, his demeanor transforming into one of ease and delight. Right this way, Sir Klober. The carrier pigeons designated for message delivery are kept by the tower. I will select one accustomed to the route to Crown City. With that, the steward retrieved a pigeon from a collection of cages, placing the letter in a feathered nook between its wings. Klober was taken aback. The letter was nearly the size of his palm, yet once the steward tucked it away, it vanished from sight. Although hidden behind his helmet, Klober's astonishment was palpable, and the steward could sense it from his earlier remarks. Do not be surprised, Sir Klober. These pigeons are specially bred by the Duke. Although they may appear unremarkable, they are, in fact, low-level magical beasts enhanced with wind elements, allowing them to fly swiftly. The construction of these pigeons differs from ordinary birds. The area beneath their wing feathers is hollow, concealed by other feathers. Once the letter is placed inside, the pigeon can secure it, ensuring it is not lost en route. You may rest assured. Through the steward's explanation, Klober grasped the unique capabilities of the carrier pigeon. It seemed that these birds had sacrificed their combat abilities, channeling their skills into swift escape, making them exceptional messengers. As he watched the pigeon take flight, Klober bid farewell to the steward and returned to the throne room. At this moment, the Duke had concluded his affairs and sat languidly in his chair, awaiting Klober's return. Upon seeing Klober, Veronica's eyes lit up, signaling him to approach promptly. Klober complied, hastening to await the Duke's command. Now, you shall proceed to the inner castle's main gate. The first room on the left is your captain's quarters. Inform him to consolidate the troops. After lunch, he is to escort me to Crown City. Learning that he was to deliver another message, Klober nodded impassively, preferring action to idleness. Furthermore, you currently do not have a dedicated knight squad. Henceforth, serve beside me as my messenger, primarily responsible for conveying my orders. Upon receiving this promotion, Klober knelt in gratitude, adhering to the decorum expected of him. Yet, internally, he could not deny that his feelings were far more complex than mere joy. Chapter 30 Departure. Arrival. Klober conveyed the Duke's orders verbatim to Odyssey, the commander of the Dragon Breath Knights. This marked his first direct interaction with his nominal superior since joining the order. Odyssey appeared to be an unremarkable, middle-aged man, lacking the striking looks of the other dashing young knights, creating a stark contrast. Yet, it was precisely this unassuming exterior that rendered him particularly noteworthy within the visually esteemed knightly order, making him a distinctive figure. Klober understood well that appearances could be deceiving. Odyssey's formidable prowess as a sky knight stood tall like an insurmountable mountain, impossible to overlook. The moment Klober entered the room, he felt the imposing presence akin to that of Count Daniel, albeit with a slight difference. This was the true reason the Duke had chosen Odyssey to lead the entire order. While appearance holds significance, it is strength that ultimately determines everything. Even in a ceremonial guard, there must be a few who can uphold the dignity. Otherwise, they would merely be ornamental. Odyssey appeared neither surprised by Klober's arrival, nor did he question the authenticity of the orders. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that Klober should return to the Duke with his report. Furthermore, he advised Klober that he need not attend the Knights' Assembly in the afternoon, as he could remain by the Duke's side. Klober nodded in agreement, refraining from further conversation. After all, as a messenger, it was expected of him to stay close to the Duke. Over time, he had grown accustomed to his presence, realizing that the Duke was not as stern as he had initially imagined. As afternoon approached, the knights gathered in the training grounds, forming orderly rows of 5, totaling 50 knights. At the forefront stood Odyssey and the vice commander, distinguishable by the golden cloaks draped over their armor, which bore unique engravings. setting them apart from the standard dragon breath knights. At this moment, Duke Veronica stood proudly upon the platform. Below, Odyssey passionately delivered a speech. Brave and fearless knights, we are about to embark on a journey to the distant western frontier to commence a campaign of expansion. In this battle, you must remember two crucial missions. First, we shall vow to protect the safety of His Grace at all costs. Second, we shall fulfill every duty we can in this war. With that, Odyssey drew his razor-sharp sword from his side, its blade glinting coldly upon his resolute visage. He then raised his arm and called out, "At this moment, I implore you to respond with vigor, true knights. Are you willing to fight for the Duke? Will you dedicate everything for the principality?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the knights erupted in unison. "We pledge our loyalty to the Duke unto death. We shall sacrifice ourselves for our nation. Long live the Duke. Long live the Golden Principality, everlasting and immortal." This fervent and grand proclamation echoed through the heavens, as if to shatter the sky and resonate through the earth. Ideally, this was how it should have been, or at least how they envisioned it. Yet, Kleber found himself awkwardly curling his toes in embarrassment at the scene before him. This display was evidently rehearsed. Rehearsed or not, where did they conjure the term long live? It sounded utterly out of place. And that fellow in the second-to-last row, why was he moving his lips without a sound? Did he truly think no one would notice his little antics? Kleber struggled to maintain a composed expression as he turned to glance at the Duke, curious about her reaction to such a spectacle. To his surprise, the Duke seemed to enjoy the scene, at the very least. He did not detect any signs of annoyance from her. After a stirring speech, the Dragon Breath Knights escorted the Duke on the road to Crown City. The Duke typically did not ride the Golden Dragon, as these majestic creatures possessed intelligence, and the bond between the dragon riders and their dragons leaned more towards companionship than servitude. Each dragon had its own peculiarities and aversions based on its temperament. For instance, the Golden Dragon Vivian adored beauty and nobility, detesting anything filthy, and was particularly averse to dirt encroaching upon her space. Essentially, she was a severe germaphobe, quite narcissistic, and had an acute sense of aesthetics concerning various races and objects. While Duke Veronica could ride upon the Golden Dragon during battle, in everyday circumstances, Vivian preferred soaring through the skies alone rather than carrying her rider, especially with a multitude of burdens below. Thus, the Duke generally traveled by carriage, and the knightly order meticulously organized various military operations during their journey. The first squad was tasked with guarding and escorting supplies, positioned at the rear of the convoy. The second squad served as scouts, leading the way at the front. The third, fourth, and fifth squads were assigned to maintain vigilance on the left flank, center, and right flank, respectively. Oh, and how could I forget? Kleber, as the messenger, rode alongside the Duke's carriage, ever ready to relay her commands at a moment's notice. Fortunately, the Rose Avenue was splendidly constructed. Not only was the road wide and smooth, but there were also personnel dedicated to trimming the flowers and trees along the path, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Time flew by, and on the 10th day after departing from Holy Gold Fortress, the caravan finally arrived beneath the walls of Crown City. Chapter 31. Arrival at Flower Crown City. Gazing upon the familiar castle, a profound sense of warmth surged within Klober. Although this marked only his second visit to this place, the feeling of returning home was strikingly real and intense. Just a month prior, he had merely been the impoverished younger son of a baron, incapable of affording even the most basic of armaments, with scant hope of acquiring an appropriate breathing technique to advance to knighthood. Yet, in the brief span of a month, the wheel of fate had turned dramatically. Today, Klober bore 3 illustrious titles: Knight, Grand Duke's Herald, and the coveted Dragon Breath Knight. These distinguished titles shone like brilliant stars, illuminating his glory in splendid fashion. Had Kleber encountered him, it would be the Baron of Deepwater who would bow to Klober. The saying that the Chancellor's gate is graced by the 3 ranks of officials holds true in this world as well. The status of the Grand Duke's close aides far surpasses that of lesser barons. Back to the matter at hand. The patrols of Flower Crown City had long since identified this elite troop, the Golden Dragon head emblazoned on their banner, silently declaring their identity. The Dragon Breath Knights, who stood guard around the Grand Duke, further corroborated this troop's distinction. Consequently, the soldiers of the patrol hastened back to the castle to report. Count Daniel had already received correspondence from St. Gold Fortress and was prepared to welcome the Grand Duke. The gates of Flower Crown City had been opened long before the Grand Duke's arrival at the walls. The local residents seemed to sense the approach of a notable figure, spontaneously gathering along the sides of the road, displaying smiles to varying degrees as they watched the thoroughfare. This practice had been personally taught by the steward of the former Golden Rose family, specifically for the reception of distinguished guests. Upon the troops' entry into the city, they were to cheer, toss flowers, and exhibit an air of jubilation. The steward had mentioned that 10 individuals who displayed the best conduct would be selected from among them, each receiving a gold coin as a reward. Although they resided in the bustling flower-crowned city, a single gold coin represented a significant sum, requiring considerable effort to accrue. Thus, they awaited patiently. After an indeterminate period, the sound of movement from the city gate reached their ears, and the astute among them deduced that the dignitaries had arrived. Their previously frozen smiles transformed into genuine expressions of happiness at the grand arrival. Upon entering the city, the Grand Duke divided his entourage into 2 segments. The majority of the knightly order escorted the Grand Duke's carriage at the forefront, forming the first part. The second segment comprised servants, attendants, and a substantial portion of supplies. Trailing behind, in the eyes of the residents of Flower-Crowned City, a cohort of valiant knights clad in plate armor entered the city first, numbering perhaps over 20. Following them was a magnificent carriage, adorned with a golden emblem. The exact nature of the emblem remained unclear to the residents, who could only speculate it resembled the head of a dragon, having heard descriptions of dragons from minstrels, though none had ever laid eyes upon one. Yet, these details mattered little. What was significant was that a great figure had finally entered the city. Surely, within that carriage sat the noble being shielded by these knights. Consequently, they beamed smiles, and those with flowers cast them toward the carriage. However, before their blossoms could reach the carriage, a handsome knight, equally clad in plate, but without a helmet, severed the flowers with his long sword. Really, what folly to throw flowers aimlessly. Is there an excess of wealth with no outlet? Klober could do nothing but fend off the thrown flowers with his long sword, all the while hoping the procession would hasten to its destination. Eventually, the entourage arrived at the castle. Count Daniel, along with a throng of nobles, had been awaiting their arrival. They bowed in reverence to the Grand Duke's opulent carriage. Daniel of the Golden Rose, Baron of the Sunflower, XXX, we salute your grace. As one of the 2 pivotal gathering points, Flower-Crowned City hosted at least half of the nobility of the duchy. Observing the densely packed nobles bowing before the carriage, Klober could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Goodness, this assembly boasts an overwhelming concentration of elite combatants." Notably, the prominent figures at the forefront included what appeared to be the legendary phantom beasts, the final form of advanced magical creatures. Count Daniel, as the host, stood in the second row, which seemed to consist entirely of sky knights. Incredible! Behind them, there was a veritable sea of earth knights. It was at this moment that earth knights appeared plentiful, something rarely seen within the duchy. As for the great knights, they regrettably lacked the standing to greet the Grand Duke in the front. Instead, they could only bow from the rear as vassals of the great nobles. And formal knights? Aside from the Dragon Breath Knights, there were scarcely any formal knights visible in the open space. Engrossed in marveling at the duchy's formidable elite, Klober's attention was drawn to the Grand Duke's hand extending from the carriage window. It was a summons, instructing Klober to enter the carriage. Observing the gesture, Klober furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to draw attention in front of such esteemed nobles. Yet, defying a royal command was not an option. With a resigned sigh, Klober approached, dismounted, and climbed into the carriage. Inside the carriage, his gaze fell upon a pair of exquisite jade-like feet. The toes were elongated and perfectly proportioned, round and lovely like pearls. The soles were smooth and flawless, while the graceful lines of the ankles exuded an alluring charm. Even Klober found himself momentarily entranced. Oh no, have I developed a foot fetish? Fortunately, he regained his composure just in time. Shaking off the allure of that captivating sight, he silently scolded himself and promptly inquired about the Grand Duke's summons. The Grand Duke, pleased, lifted her foot slightly. Having observed the entire scene, it seems my allure remains undiminished, unchanged even by the adventures and wars of my youth. Clearing her throat, she raised her hand and gently caressed Klober's cheek. Despite 10 days of exposure to the elements, his skin remained smooth and unblemished, unaffected by the harshness of his surroundings. Sensing the warmth of her fingers, Veronica understood that her little Rose had likely turned shy again, and she decided not to tease him further. Withdrawing her hand, she spoke with earnest authority. Sir Klober, convey my orders. Immediately prepare the nobles for dinner. I shall dine with them. Following our meal, we will hold a military meeting to finalize our plans for departing to Shield Fortress tomorrow. As the gentle hand that had caressed his cheek withdrew, Klober felt a pang of reluctance, yet his mind was consumed with contemplation. After days of interaction, he sensed that the Grand Duke harbored distinct feelings toward him. However, he swiftly dismissed any notion that she had fallen in love with him. Being a dragon knight and a ruler, she had encountered countless men, and he was but a minor formal knight among many. He surmised that the Grand Duke had merely taken notice of his handsome visage and splendid golden locks, perhaps finding him appealing to her aesthetic sensibilities. Much like the care bestowed upon a beloved pet, the aesthetically pleasing and well-behaved are often afforded superior treatment. I find myself in that very category, both attractive and agreeable. Furthermore, it seems the Duke harbors intentions of elevating me to the status of a favored companion, a notion that Klober finds somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, this situation elucidates why the Duke grants me privileges not typically extended to an ordinary Dragon Breath Knight. Of course, this could also stem from the Duke's own character, magnanimous and unconcerned with trifles, but based on the subtleties of daily interactions, Klober perceives this likelihood to be rather slim. Indeed, Your Grace, Klober responded with alacrity, bowing slightly before turning to exit the carriage. After all, serving as a paramour does come with its advantages. The ability to exchange one's allure for cultivation resources and a safe period for development is not without merit. By the Duke's command, esteemed lords, please prepare the detailed accounts for this impending war, he announced, then turned to inquire of the local lord, Count Daniel. Count Daniel, have you prepared the evening repast? The Duke has expressed a desire to dine with you all. Count Daniel was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Klober. His grandson had only just joined the Dragon Breath Knights. And yet here he was, mingling in the presence of the Duke, an individual with the capacity to influence the Duke's decisions. Please inform the Duke that the banquet has long been prepared, awaiting his arrival. Klober nodded in acknowledgement. After the dinner, please make arrangements for a military meeting. As the Duke has commanded you to present all intelligence and clarify the strengths of both our forces and the enemies. With that, Klober returned to the carriage, extending his hand to assist Duchess Veronica as she descended from within. Duchess Veronica grasped Klober's hand, stepping down from the carriage with deliberate grace. This gesture is indeed a vestige of ancient customs. Otherwise, given Duchess Veronica's physical prowess, she could easily dismantle the carriage with a mere flick of her wrist. The appearance of the Duke incited a chorus of cheers from the assembled nobles, who rallied in support of their sovereign. Duchess Veronica, in turn, displayed her amiable nature, engaging in light conversation with the gathered aristocrats. Subsequently, the grand procession made its way from the castle courtyard to the banquet hall. Chapter 32. The Silver Dragon as anticipated. Even on the brink of war, these pampered nobles remained steadfast in their pursuit of life's pleasures, hosting an extravagantly opulent banquet. The tables, laden with exquisite delicacies, were surrounded by elegantly attired aristocrats engaging in lively conversation and toasting one another. The exquisite dishes were delivered by attentive servers in a seemingly endless flow, dazzling the onlookers. Each course was not only presented with artistic finesse, but also exuded aromas that tantalized the senses. Due to the limited space of the hall, Klober, despite his noble status, could not claim a seat at this grand feast. However, he served as the Grand Duke's herald, standing by attentively. The host, Count Daniel, occupied a position directly beneath the Duke's right hand. At that moment, Count Daniel had little appetite for the sumptuous fare before him. His thoughts were consumed by the whereabouts of his grandson, who had unexpectedly appeared under the Duke's watchful gaze. Though Count Daniel felt immense pride for his grandson, he understood that securing such a prestigious position was no easy feat as a close confidant of the Duke and amidst a throng of marquises. Many would go to great lengths, even risking their own safety, to ensure their progeny gained favor with the Duke. This coveted position not only signified power and prestige, but also entailed immense responsibilities and pressures. It demanded exceptional intellect, remarkable talent, and unwavering conviction, qualities not possessed by all. Nonetheless, Count Daniel was acutely aware that his grandson possessed such potential, intelligent, quick-witted, and audacious. Yet, amid fierce competition, distinguishing oneself remained an arduous challenge. In this struggle for proximity to the Duke, various factions emerged, engaging in both overt and covert rivalries. For Count Daniel, the pressing issue was how to assist his grandson in establishing a foothold and shining amidst the chaos. The Golden Rose family, while merely a count's lineage, held strength comparable to some lesser marquises, yet they were but one among many vying for the duke's favor. The nobles had long taken notice of this handsome young knight, and some had likely already devised schemes to remove Klober from the duke's sight. Their restraint in revealing such intentions stemmed from respect for the duke and the Golden Rose family. Thus, the assembly of nobles concluded the feast with ulterior motives, swiftly transitioning to a military council. Having participated in numerous campaigns, the nobles were accustomed to the procedures, replicating previous routes and personnel arrangements with only minor adjustments to details. Klober, previously unfamiliar with the MO Forest, gained insights into its power dynamics through this meeting. The MO Forest was governed by a beastly force, led, according to the Duke, by a young silver dragon, significantly smaller yet far more agile than its golden counterpart. The prior failure stemmed from the silver dragon's unscrupulous ambush on the troops of the Golden Duchy, resulting in numerous noble and soldier casualties. By the time the Duke returned on his dragon, fewer than half of the camp's inhabitants remained alive. The wretched silver dragon had fled, leaving the Duke without even a trace of its presence. The primary objective of this campaign was not to slay the silver dragon, an endeavor only the Duke could undertake. Vivian, colossal and unwieldy, could not catch the nimble silver dragon. Thus, the focus shifted to constricting the silver dragon's territory, encroaching upon its habitat within the MO Forest. Should circumstances necessitate, the Duke even contemplated incinerating the entire forest. Although such an act would incur significant losses and long-term repercussions, eliminating the silver dragon was deemed worthwhile. Upon the silver dragon's demise, Veronica intended to inter its remains within the peak of the Grand Golden Fortress, allowing its body to enrich the surrounding mountains with silver ore, thereby bestowing substantial benefits upon the duchy. Veronica had never doubted her ability to vanquish the silver dragon. Like the golden dragon Vivian, the silver dragon belonged to the mineral dragon category, possessing the ability to infuse the vicinity with mineral resources. However, dragons, much like humans, were not all created equal. In the realm of mineral dragons, the silver dragon was considered a common breed, while the golden dragon could also be categorized as ordinary, differing primarily in elemental composition and traits. Vivian's journey alongside Veronica in their youth had fortuitously elevated her to an elite status within the golden dragon lineage, transforming her from a mere golden dragon into a formidable golden great dragon. As the name suggests, this transformation entailed significant growth in size, strength, and resilience. One should not underestimate the combat prowess that accompanies a dragon's physical growth, for dragons, unlike humans, are pure magical beings. While they may appear to possess flesh and blood, each scale and every drop of blood is composed of pure magical energy. Consequently, the total magical power of the golden great dragon Vivian far surpassed that of her kin, bestowing upon her unparalleled might. Furthermore, a dragon knight and a wild dragon existed on entirely different planes. The dragon knight, as humanity's strongest, exhibited a synergistic effect in combat. A silver dragon, which could not contend with Vivian, stood no chance against the combined forces of the golden great dragon and dragon knight Veronica. The diminutive silver dragon posed no threat to either Veronica or Vivian, had it not been for its cunning nature, akin to that of an eel. The MO Forest would have long since been annexed into the Golden Duchy's domain. In this impending conflict, the silver dragon's demise was all but assured. Chapter 33. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall not fear 100 battles. As the conference drew to a close, the nobles dispersed like a receding tide, each returning to their respective chambers. The scale of this war was unprecedented, attracting a multitude of nobles, many of whom brought their progeny, some even arriving with a dozen or more. Although the Golden Rose family's castle boasted numerous guest rooms, the sheer volume of visitors rendered accommodations somewhat strained. Consequently, Count Daniel made a judicious decision to house the barons in the towns surrounding the castle. These towns, rich with the residences of affluent merchants and minor nobility, provided a level of comfort and ease suitable for the barons. The Knights of the Dragon Breath Order found themselves in a similar predicament. While the members of the Golden Rose clan enjoyed their own quarters, the remaining knights had no choice but to set up camp in the castle's training grounds. Klober was no exception. He strode purposefully towards his designated room. The herald merely conveyed the Duke's orders, allowing him the respite of returning to his chamber for rest. With the impending adversaries primarily consisting of the silver dragons and the beasts of the great forest of Moi, Klober instructed his servants to retrieve 2 tomes from the family library, Compendium of Beast Behavior and Illustrated Guide to World Dragons. The former aimed to provide insight into potential foes he might encounter in battle, while the latter sought to satiate his curiosity. After all, who would not wish to ride a dragon? Klober was no different. The advantages of becoming a dragon knight were manifold, not least the possibility of founding a nation, a prospect that greatly intrigued him. Thus, he commenced with the Illustrated Guide to Dragons, a work collaboratively compiled by the Council of Scholars from the Emerald Kingdom, reputedly based on first-hand observations of dragons, thus possessing considerable authority. The first page introduced the Emerald Dragon, the majestic beast ridden by the founding king of the Emerald Kingdom, measuring over 80 meters in length. Beyond its ability to imbue the land with emeralds through its breath, the Emerald Dragon could also unleash magical attacks upon its foes using its inherent magical prowess. This formidable creature, classified as a magic dragon, was a titan among dragons. In comparison to ordinary silver or golden dragons, the Emerald Dragon was not only larger, but also endowed with unique abilities, its distinct magical power being associated with mental strength. Turning the page, Klober discovered a plethora of magic dragon varieties, such as the Platinum Dragon, Mithril Dragon, and Mountain Copper Dragon. These dragons could be understood as superior forms of mineral dragons, yielding resources far more resilient than those of their lesser counterparts. For instance, while the Emerald Kingdom did not possess a Platinum Dragon, they could acquire some through trade with other realms. By comparison, the advantages of gold, such as its strong magical conductivity, malleability, high heat resistance, and density, were all present in abundance. Moreover, the deficiencies of gold, including its softness and susceptibility to wear, were absent in platinum. The same could be said for mithril and mountain copper. These dragons represented a higher echelon in the dragon hierarchy, encompassing all types, be they gem dragons, elemental dragons, or mineral dragons, each having a corresponding classification within the realm of magic dragons. The second page detailed elemental dragons, such as fire dragons and water dragons. The numbers of elemental dragons were generally scarce, and it was speculated that their uniqueness stemmed from their embodiment of elemental forces, suggesting that each type existed singularly in the world. If one were to perish, the world would give rise to another, but there would never be a duplicate of that particular elemental dragon. To date, no dragon knight had ever tamed an elemental dragon, and they were known for their volatile temperaments and general disdain for humans, leading some scholars to postulate that the world itself was beginning to resent humanity. However, many others believe this was merely a reflection of the elemental dragon's lack of intelligence. The third category encompassed gem dragons, akin to mineral dragons, but serving entirely different purposes. As their name suggests, gem dragons could produce gemstones, and similar to golden or silver dragons, their prolonged residence in a particular location would gradually saturate the surrounding environment with their essence, resulting in the creation of gems imbued with their attributes. The Emerald Kingdom was home to a forest green gem dragon. The classification of gem dragons was based on the color of the gemstones they produced. For example, the forest green gem dragon yielded forest green gems, which contained substantial magical energy, enhancing the abilities of those who bore them. The forest green gem could augment vitality, allowing for rapid healing when fashioned into magical equipment. Furthermore, these gems could gradually absorb magical energy from their environment, negating the phenomenon of one-time use. However, the yield of gem dragons was markedly less than that of mineral dragons. If a mineral dragon could easily saturate an entire mountain, a gem dragon could only infuse the ground directly beneath its body, typically to a depth of 5 meters. Consequently, the resources produced by mineral dragons were predominantly utilized by the military, such as iron for weaponry, as well as for currency, including gold, silver, and copper coins. One should not underestimate these currencies, as they inherently contain trace amounts of magical energy, being products of the dragons themselves. Gem dragons, on the other hand, primarily catered to the nobility, who took pride in possessing magical artifacts crafted from gemstones. As for the choice of gold, silver, and copper as currency, it was due to the presence of a bronze dragon and 3 silver dragons in the Emerald Kingdom. Gold coins were an obvious choice, especially given that the Duke was a golden dragon knight. Adjacent to St. Gold Fortress lay a mountain of gold, where one could unearth precious or with a mere shovel. However, once a gold vein was discovered, one had to flee swiftly. Otherwise, encountering the patrolling dragon breath knights could prove fatal. The fourth category comprised mineral dragons, also known as or dragons, which occupied the most substantial portion of the text. The first mentioned was the golden dragon, which typically ranged from 30 to 40 meters in length. Vivian was an anomaly, having reached over 40 meters during her youth, whereas most golden dragons were slightly over 30 meters. The text also recorded the silver dragon, which, in its youth, averaged around 30 meters and grew to approximately 40 meters as an adult. The tin ore produced by silver dragons found applications in pharmaceuticals and the creation of alloys. Given the rarity of minerals in this world, the inhabitants had already devised various uses for those minerals unsuitable for military or economic purposes. For example, by proportionately blending the tin produced by silver dragons with the bronze produced by bronze dragons, one could forge a metal with hardness rivaling that of steel, aptly named tin-bronze alloy. Steel itself was similarly derived through a process involving iron. From the illustrations of the silver dragon, it was evident that their limbs appeared more elongated, distinctly longer than those of other dragons depicted. This slender physique enhanced their agility, bolstering their combat prowess and enabling them to evade battle even if they could not prevail. Having absorbed the knowledge of dragonkind, Klober then turned to the second tome, Compendium of Beast Behavior, to delve into the creatures inhabiting the great forest of Moi. He aimed to familiarize himself with the various beasts of that region, as those from other locales were of no immediate concern, thus conserving his time. Currently, the compendium recorded approximately 40 species of beasts residing in the great forest of Moi, predominantly social creatures, with only a handful being solitary or mutated wild animals. The nature of sociality is easily comprehensible. Take, for instance, the ancestors of the wind chaser, the serrated horned horse, which exemplifies a mid-tier social beast. In contrast, solitary creatures represent those beasts that lead a solitary existence, predominantly comprising predatory species. The term anomalous variant was, in fact, coined by the scholarly council. For example, the wind chaser itself is a wild beast, should it fortuitously become a low-tier magical creature through chance or artificial nurturing. It is referred to as an anomalous variant. This is because once the wind chaser ascends to the status of a low-tier magical beast, it no longer embodies the essence of its former wild self, the Shurima. However, scholars are hesitant to assign a new name to such creatures. Thus, they collectively refer to them as anomalous variants. Nevertheless, the populace does not adopt this terminology. They generally prefer to use the original species name. A low-tier magical Shurima is still referred to by its prior equine designation, albeit with the prefix of low-tier magical beast, a nomenclature that is particularly favored among the nobility. After all, no one wishes for their painstakingly nurtured steed to be labeled an anomalous variant, as it carries a connotation of mutation. It is said that the scholarly assembly once referred to the golden dragon Vivian as an anomalous variant, inciting the wrath of Her Highness Princess Veronica of the Emerald Kingdom, who, in a fit of indignation, rode Vivian to confront the scholars and delivered a sound thrashing to them. Since that incident, the term anomalous variant has only appeared in written texts, rarely, if ever, surfacing in public discourse or official communication. Chapter 34. Hild Fortress. After a night of rest, the formidable coalition of nobles, under the esteemed leadership of Grand Duke Veronica, embarked on their journey to Hild Fortress. The Moonlight Mushroom family and a handful of other noble factions had already proceeded to Hild Fortress the previous day to establish a vigilant watch and scout the area, eagerly awaiting the Grand Duke's arrival with the main force. Nestled in the far western reaches of the principality, Hild Fortress stands as a radiant gem along the border. This ancient and sturdy bastion bears the scars of history and the passage of time, having witnessed two fierce wars of expansion, and remains a precious remnant of the brutal conflicts that once ravaged the land. Originally constructed to provide a reliable and secure resting place for adventurers delving into the depths of the Maui Great Forest, Hild Fortress gradually evolved into an economic hub as the number of adventurers swelled. Merchants flocked here to procure unique goods and materials from the Maui Great Forest, thus enriching the coffers of the Golden Rose family. However, as time flowed and adventurers continued to surge, the number of magical beasts surrounding the Maui Great Forest began to dwindle. Yet, this reduction in magical creatures also meant that the threat of beastly assaults on cities was significantly mitigated. Presently, the only formidable threat to the principality emanates from the Silver Dragon, should it choose to strike, it could effortlessly launch attacks across nearly all western territories of the principality. After all, a dragon's flight far surpasses the speed of a galloping horse. It is evident that if such an event were to transpire, the next force to confront it would not be Grand Duke Veronica alongside the golden dragon Vivian, but rather the dragon-riding squadron of the Emerald Kingdom. As the sovereign of the southern continent, the Emerald Kingdom boasts nearly 20 dragons, ensuring its dominance in the region. However, the number of dragon riders within the kingdom is relatively scarce, with only 8 riders. The remaining dragons are housed in the dragon-keeping garden in the capital, Emerald Valley. Logically, Grand Duke Veronica's ability to establish a nation is largely attributed to her royal lineage within the Emerald family. Otherwise, a solitary dragon rider attempting to claim land at the kingdom's borders would be a blatant affront to the Emerald Kingdom's stature. Yet, according to Klober's conjecture, Grand Duke Veronica must harbor ambitions to prove her strength to the kingdom. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to confront the silver dragon single-handedly. Typically, a minimum of 2 dragon riders would be dispatched for such a hunt. It is not a matter of being unable to defeat the creature, but rather a precaution to prevent a wild dragon from escaping and causing greater casualties, embodying a sense of prudence. After all, dragon riders are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, tasks involving the capture or slaying of wild dragons are typically undertaken by a pair of riders or one rider accompanied by a dragon, ensuring a near 100% success rate. The journey stretched long and dreary, with nothing but endless terrain stretching before them. The soldiers trudged forward, their heavy footsteps echoing in somber silence, their silhouettes appearing particularly solitary under the sun. Flanking the road, dense woodlands resembled a green sea, yet failed to infuse life into the oppressive atmosphere. Klober remained closely aligned with the Grand Duke, his senses taut with tension, unwilling to succumb to even the slightest lapse in vigilance. He maintained an acute awareness, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning for any sign of movement that might betray a lurking enemy. His grip on the hilt of his sword ready for any unforeseen circumstances. There was no choice. While other soldiers could afford to be somewhat relaxed, he was under the Grand Duke's scrutiny and could not display even a hint of laxity, lest he leave a poor impression. After all, leaders tend to favor diligent and conscientious subordinates. As the procession advanced steadily, reports from the scouting team ahead confirmed the sighting of Hild Fortress's silhouette, indicating that they would soon reach their destination. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Hild Fortress. The main structure was constructed from massive bluestone blocks, its towering walls reaching several dozen meters high, adorned with watchtowers and artillery. The fortress gates, forged from resilient ironwood, stood before a seemingly bottomless moat. Within the fortress, bustling streets and a diverse array of buildings thrived. Soldiers patrolled the walls, clad in distinctive heavy armor, clearly elite troops serving various noble houses, their sharp weapons at the ready, ever vigilant. From the ramparts, one could gaze beyond the border into the enigmatic expanse of the Maui Great Forest, marking the edge of the Golden Principality and serving as the first line of defense against external threats. The soldiers atop the walls had already discerned the approach of this great host, having verified their identities. They hastily opened the gates to welcome the main force into the fortress. It was at this moment that the true war commenced. Chapter 35. The audience. As news of the Duke's arrival at the Hild Fortress spread like wildfire, numerous nobles, akin to cats sensing blood, swiftly moved to the scene. Some traveled in opulent carriages, while others rode spirited steeds, converging towards the heart of the fortress like a surging tide. Viewed from above, these nobles formed a dense throng, resembling a swarm of greedy flies, bustling and clamoring forward. Adorned in splendid garments, crowned with dazzling diadems, and wielding precious scepters, their faces radiated with flattery and sycophancy. Each noble was eager to demonstrate their loyalty and servitude to the Duke, hoping to earn his favor and reward. Yet amidst this cacophony, a few individuals remained composed and vigilant. They were acutely aware of the myriad intrigues and machinations veiled behind this audience, understanding that a moment's lapse could lead them to an irretrievable abyss. Nevertheless, the allure of power was irresistible, compelling them to thrust themselves into this arena of cunning and rivalry. After all, the outcome of the war was already a foregone conclusion. The goddess of victory had firmly aligned with humanity. Once the Duke successfully vanquished the formidable silver dragon, the remaining beastly factions in the Moira forest would crumble like fragile chaff, posing no substantial threat. At this juncture, Some perspicacious nobles began to contemplate how to exploit these defeated beasts for greater gain. Suggestions emerged to tame the more docile creatures, nurturing and training them to become loyal companions or instruments of war. Others envisioned large-scale breeding of rare beast varieties to satiate the market's demand for precious materials and gourmet ingredients. This approach would not only yield substantial profits, but also ensure a stable supply of beast-related products for an extended period. Consequently, the original distribution of interests would become intricately convoluted, leading to inevitable discord and conflict among the nobles over unequal profit-sharing. Should this scenario unfold, it would not only incite hostility among their soldiers and knights towards one another, but could also significantly influence the overall trajectory of the war. In truth, not all nobles were oblivious to these latent risks and issues. However, they chose to disregard them, driven solely by their absolute trust in the Duke's prowess. After all, during the last expansion war, the Duke had personally ridden the majestic Golden Dragon, decisively vanquishing the once mighty Silver Dragon, forcing it into a humiliating retreat. Had it not been for the cunning Silver Dragon's unexpected assault on their camp, that grand battle might have concluded with a swift victory, etching a glorious legend into history. The tales of the Golden Dragon Rider, Duke Veronica, would echo across the continent, recounting her valor in slaying the Silver Dragon and utilizing its carcass and blood to enrich the nation with a wealth of tin deposits. At that moment, Duke Veronica's stature would soar to unprecedented heights, her every utterance commanding the utmost reverence from the nobles who, in their usual arrogance, would treat her words as divine edicts. They would be gripped by anxiety, fearing even the slightest misstep, or elated, believing they had received unparalleled honor and favor. Regardless, Veronica's words would carry an unmatched authority and influence, compelling all to heed them with utmost seriousness. Although Duke Veronica currently enjoyed high esteem, the reverence bestowed upon her was primarily rooted in fear of her formidable strength and the noble lineage of the Emerald Royal family. When she founded this nation, she received unwavering support from numerous influential nobles and the Emerald Kingdom. Unlike those great monarchs who expanded territories through sheer strength and the might of a dragon, Duke Veronica's journey was significantly bolstered by the formidable forces backing her. Were it not for this support, how could she have been granted permission to explore the desolate southern reaches of the kingdom, given the strict policies of the Emerald Kingdom? The southern wilderness had always been a unique territory, only opened when internal pressures reached a critical point, serving as a means to alleviate domestic strife. The geographical position of the duchy further illustrates this, bordered by the Emerald Kingdom to the north, with the east and south flanked by seas, and the west dominated by the vast Moira forest. It is likely that many years hence, once the Moira forest had been adequately explored, Duke Veronica would seek new territories to the west. This represents a kingdom's method of exerting control over unclaimed lands. It is not simply a matter of a dragon rider arriving on a dragon to establish a nation. They require the consent of neighboring realms. Throughout history, many dragon riders have perished in wars due to their inability to secure such consent. Yet, upon success, a dragon rider's reputation would reach its zenith, sometimes even being deified. Regrettably, Duke Veronica did not achieve such heights. Her renown fell short of such grandeur. This may well be a primary reason for her desire to personally slay the Silver Dragon, to prove her capability to uphold a nation independent of external assistance. Nevertheless, these nobles remained oblivious to such considerations. They were solely preoccupied with presenting themselves before the Duke, pledging loyalty in hopes of securing new lands or other benefits. After receiving wave after wave of nobles, Klober felt as though his voice might give out. Since entering Hild Fortress with the Duke, he had witnessed numerous delegations of nobles, the most memorable being 5 marquises and 9 earls. These 14 families constituted the pinnacle of nobility within the Golden Duchy, controlling the majority of resources and land. As the Duke's herald, Klober naturally bore the responsibility of welcoming these esteemed nobles, for it would be unseemly for the Duke herself to appear. Having a close aide like him perform this task was a suitable choice. The first to be received was the Frost Wolf Marquis, a prominent noble renowned for his iron-fisted methods, famous for single-handedly slaying a powerful phantom beast during the last expansion war with his unique combat techniques. This Marquis appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. He wore a perpetually stern expression, remaining cold even when Klober approached on the Duke's behalf. Initially, Klober assumed the Frost Wolf Marquis regarded him as an inconsequential figure, until he observed the same demeanor during the Marquis's conversation with the Duke, realizing that he treated everyone with such gravity. One should not be daunted by Byron's appearance. It was a remnant of a 2-decade-old incident when he forcibly fused with the phantom beast Frost Wolf to transcend into a phantom beast rider, leaving him unable to express any other emotion than an icy faade. In truth, he was quite amiable, at least more genuine than most nobles. Duke Veronica seemed to perceive Klober's thoughts and took the initiative to explain the Marquis's demeanor. In response to the Duke, Klober respectfully bowed, as was obligatory, for any lapse in decorum would be deemed a grave offense. The subsequent marquises and earls were largely unfamiliar to Klober, such as the ominous shadow Serpent Marquis and the tall, resolute Jade Feathergrass Marquis. It is worth noting that the Marquis of Qingyu Grass is the only one among the 5 marquises who is not a beast knight. However, should all proceed smoothly, once Count Daniel ascends to the rank of Marquis, the uniqueness of the Marquis of Qingyu Grass will diminish. True to his upright and resolute demeanor, the Marquis's expression visibly soured upon encountering Klober. When in the presence of the Grand Duke, he boldly counseled him to divert his focus away from trivial matters and to contemplate how to strengthen himself and the nation, which is the true essence of governance. Despite the Marquis's imposing stature, his tongue was as relentless as a monk's, incessantly chattering until he finally noticed the Grand Duke's distinctly darkening expression, at which point he gradually fell silent. As for the other 2 marquises, they had already paid their respects to the Grand Duke within the confines of Flower Crown City, and thus, the Grand Duke saw no reason to squander time meeting with them again. Chapter 36. Count Stephen following the audience with the Marquis family. The next to enter the Grand Hall for an audience with the Duke was an elderly count, Count Stephen of the Moonlight Mushroom family. This count was not an unfamiliar figure to Klober, as he had previously forged a profound friendship with his heir, Frank. The lands owned by the Moonlight Mushroom family were situated on the western fringes of the principality. Though they were less extensive compared to the Golden Rose family and only had a limited adjacency to the Great Moira Forest, they still held significant importance in the borderlands. Klober recalled that during his last visit to procure equipment, Frank had disclosed that Count Stephen was in seclusion, striving earnestly to ascend to the realm of Sky Knights. However, it appeared that Count Stephen had not succeeded in his endeavor this time. Despite the robust aura that enveloped him, he remained shackled by the limitations of an Earth Knight, revealing a considerable gap compared to true Sky Knights. It was likely that Count Stephen had intended to use the ongoing war as a means to elevate his family to Marquis status, yet alas, his aspirations had fallen short. A critical requirement for becoming a Marquis was the presence of a Sky Knight within the family. Without one, it would be impossible to command the loyalty of subordinate nobles. Upon encountering Klober, Count Stephen was momentarily taken aback, for he had been engaged in his seclusion and had been preoccupied with territorial matters after his unsuccessful breakthrough. He was unaware that Klober had joined the Dragon Breath Knights. His son, Frank, had mentioned Klober's ascension to a formal knight, but Stephen had merely expressed admiration for Klober's talent, never anticipating that they would meet again in such circumstances. Esteemed Count Stephen, Dragon Breath Knight, and Royal Attendant, Klober extends his greetings to you. The Duke is prepared to receive you. Please follow me inside. During this time, Klober had attended to countless nobles, and the herald's words flowed with practiced finesse, complemented by his elegant demeanor and impeccable etiquette, earning him accolades from all who beheld him. Truly, he was a favored courtier of the Duke. Count Stephen had met Klober a handful of times before, while the young man had always possessed striking looks. He now radiated a confidence and grace that was markedly enhanced. This thought elicited a sigh of resignation from Stephen. That fellow Crowl had brazenly cast away the family's hopes, relinquishing a powerful vassal that could have been his future. According to the laws, if Klober still bore the surname Oat, he would be a steadfast vassal of the Moonlight Mushroom family, unless Stephen reclaimed their lands and revoked their noble title. However, given Klober's prodigious talent, he was destined to ascend in rank. How could one possibly strip him of his nobility? By the time Stephen led his family to Marquis rank, Klober would likely be the first he recommended for a countess title. The highest title a Marquis could bestow was that of a Viscount. Counts and Marquises directly pledged allegiance to the Duke, with Marquises holding only the right to recommend, but not to confer titles. Yet in recent years, the allocation of Viscount titles had dwindled, and no new counts had emerged for many years. Currently, All nobles in the principality were fixated on the great Moira forest, eager to carve out a piece for themselves. To Stephen's knowledge, Marquis Frostwolf was keen to recommend a capable family for elevation to the Countess rank. The old Daniel had even broken through to become a Sky Knight, aspiring to Marquis status. Given the proximity of their territories, Count Stephen had established a considerable intelligence network in Flower Crown City. When reports arrived indicating that Count Daniel had a significant chance of breaking through to Sky Knight, Stephen found himself in a state of distress. After all, if his neighbor grew stronger, it was likely that he would ascend to Marquis rank through the ongoing war. With only two prominent noble families in the West, their covert and overt rivalry had persisted for many years. It was inconceivable for Stephen to acquiesce to being overshadowed. Thus, that very night, Count Stephen delegated his responsibilities to his son, utilizing the family's finest potions to enter seclusion once more, hoping to achieve a breakthrough to Sky Knight and keep pace with the Golden Rose family. Regrettably, Count Stephen failed in his attempts. This audience with the Duke was likewise aimed at this matter, hoping the Duke would maintain a balance in the West, preventing the Golden Rose family from dominating the region. As a ruler, the Duke surely would not wish for the entire West to be adorned solely with the Golden Rose's banner. Even though the Duke's herald was a member of the Golden Rose family, he felt compelled to present this counsel before the Duke. Consequently, as Klober escorted Count Stephen for their audience, he broached this matter with the Duke. When he suggested suppressing the Golden Rose family and supporting the weaker neighboring families, Klober sensed that Count Stephen's strategic intentions were almost palpable. Weaker neighboring families? Aside from the Golden Rose, was there not only the Moonlight Mushroom family left in the entire West? He could have simply stated his desire for support without dragging other minor nobles into the fray. Did they not realize they were being pitted against such a formidable hypothetical adversary? Despite the internal grievances swirling in his mind, Klober maintained a composed exterior, refraining from any sign of dissent. Upon hearing this matter, Duke Veronica furrowed her brow slightly. To be fair, she did not wish for the Golden Rose to monopolize the West, as it contradicted her principles of governance. One should not presume that a Dragon Knight could merely wield words to govern a nation. The nobility was also a crucial element in maintaining her rule. Should one noble family dominate, it would breed discontent, and when an opportune moment arose, they could very well raise a rebellion against their sovereign. Thus, Count Stephen's proposal bore a semblance of merit. Golden Rose. As she contemplated the surname, Duke Veronica's gaze drifted toward Klober, who stood nearby. Chapter 37. Investigating the tracks of the Silver Dragon, the subtle changes in the demeanor of Grand Duchess Veronica did not escape the keen observation of Count Stephen. He pondered inwardly, could it be? Is Klober truly so favored by the Duchess? To the extent that she would regard his personal feelings even amidst discussions of such critical significance for the western region of the duchy. With this thought, Count Stephen furrowed his brow, his expression revealing confusion and contemplation. In truth, he had misjudged the situation. It was not that Grand Duchess Veronica was considering Klober's feelings. Instead, she was reflecting upon the loyalty of the Golden Rose family towards her. This family was among the founding noble houses that had supported Veronica in establishing the nation. Had their power been somewhat greater, they might have been granted the title of Marquis from the outset. After all, at that time, the duchy was vast with a sparse population, and there existed ample unclaimed lands available for bestowal. Reviewing the history of the Golden Rose family, Grand Duchess Veronica held a reasonable degree of trust in their loyalty, yet she understood that she could not permit this family to monopolize the western region. It was imperative to find them a rival. This is a fundamental quality that a ruler must possess. For regardless of how steadfast a family may have been in the past, once their strength and status are elevated, greater ambitions will inevitably arise, leading them to aspire towards higher echelons, thus posing a threat to her reign. In this expansive continent, although Dragon Knights are rare, they are by no means scarce. Moreover, those with extraordinary talents and abilities emerge in abundance. The Golden Duchy is not without adversaries. In the northern part of the continent, there are several powerful nations, whose spies and intelligence agents have been attempting to infiltrate both the Emerald Kingdom and the Golden Duchy. Should a single noble family gain dominance in the western region, they would surely incite discord and provoke civil war to weaken the duchy's power. To counter the potential threats and adverse influences from external hostile forces, Grand Duchess Veronica resolved to implement measured actions to restrain the resplendent Golden Rose family, yet without overstepping. After all, This family had earned its accolades through years of service and sacrifice, thus a marquis title was undoubtedly warranted. However, when it came to the allocation of territories, Veronica might consider merely expanding the Golden Rose family's existing fiefs to meet the minimum standards for marquis status. Furthermore, the newly bestowed lands would be situated on the fringes of the Moy Forest, where resources and magical beasts are notably scarce compared to the core areas. Consequently, while the overall strength of the Golden Rose family would still see some enhancement, they would not ascend to a position of unparalleled supremacy in the western region. At that point, Grand Duchess Veronica also intended to bestow titles upon 1 or 2 additional earls in the territories originally belonging to the Moy Forest, thereby ensuring a more stable situation in the Western Duchy. As for Count Stephen of the Moonlight Mushroom family, although the Grand Duchess harbored a certain disdain for this family, Count Stephen had indeed rendered valuable counsel. Thus, it was conceivable that Veronica might grant him a territory appropriate for a viscount, which would significantly enhance the standing of the Moonlight Mushroom family. However, Grand Duchess Veronica did not openly acquiesce to Count Stephen's suggestions, instead offering vague responses to dismiss him, as she continued to receive the other nobles. Since only earls and marquises were being entertained, the audience concluded swiftly. Grand Duchess Veronica returned to her chamber to rest, while Klober, unfortunately, had to remain on guard at her door, ever vigilant and attuned to any commands that might emanate from within. Due to the demanding nature of his watch, Klober found most of his daytime consumed by this duty. Nevertheless, the diligent Klober did not abandon his path of self-improvement. After extensive exploration and practice, he devised a unique cultivation method, allowing him to train his fighting spirit while maintaining his guard stance. Although this approach could not match the concentration of regular practice, Klober's perseverance enabled him to utilize his watch time for training day after day, yielding considerable results over time. Klober had shared this method with Dylan and others, hoping to assist them. Regrettably, both Dylan and Foster struggled to enter a state of cultivation after personal attempts. Perhaps this method was indeed best suited for Klober alone. At this moment, Grand Duchess Veronica was acutely aware of Klober's actions outside her door. As a dragon knight, she transcended the bounds of humanity. Upon merging with the dragon, she embodied qualities akin to a half-magical being. With her heightened perception, she could easily sense that Klober was absorbing the ambient metallic magical energy, circulating it within his body to transform it into fighting spirit. Like the dragon knight's body also imbued the surrounding environment, albeit in a gentler manner. During her regular breathing, Veronica would inadvertently release stray metallic magical energy, not due to any physical ailment. Much like humans exhale air, as a dragon knight, her breath would expel unclaimed metallic magical energy, a customary trait of high-level life forms. This resulted in the concentration of metallic magical energy around her being significantly higher than elsewhere, thereby accelerating Klober's cultivation speed. With more magical energy, there would naturally be a greater conversion into fighting spirit. Moreover, Klober's fighting spirit was inherently pure, possibly due to the 3 potions he had consumed during his breakthrough, which had refined his fighting spirit, enhancing both its quantity and quality. Klober had an instinct that as long as he maintained his vigil at the Grand Duchess's door, it would not be long before he broke through to the rank of Great Knight. After all, the transition from a formal knight to a Great Knight merely involved an increase in fighting spirit and its ultimate metamorphosis, challenges that posed no difficulty for the exceptionally gifted Klober. The following day, under the Grand Duchess's orders, the Dragon Breath Knights and nobles of formal knight rank and above were dispatched in teams to execute reconnaissance missions in the Moy Forest. Each 10 formal knights would be led by a Great Knight, with every 10 teams forming a larger unit commanded by a Land Knight, and every 10 such units under the leadership of a Sky Knight. Each team carried a scale shed by the Golden Dragon Vivian, imbued with her essence and capable of detecting movements. Should the Silver Dragon appear within the range of the Dragon Scale's reconnaissance, Vivian would swiftly arrive to engage it in battle. Due to Grand Duchess Veronica's decision to deploy all individuals of formal knight rank and above, the once heavily fortified Hilton Fortress was now markedly vacant. Presently, only the fledgling knight attendants and untrained soldiers comprised of ordinary civilians remained. Even if the Silver Dragon chose to exploit this vulnerability and launch a surprise attack on Hilton Fortress, the resultant losses would likely be minimal. After all, to the lofty Grand Duchess, the lives of these ordinary soldiers were as inconsequential as weeds. they could perish without significantly impacting her. It is worth noting that in less than a decade, a new generation of soldiers would arise, ready to fill the ranks and address any voids left behind. In contrast, as long as the core strength of the formal knights and above sustains minimal losses, everything remains within a controllable realm. These individuals are the true pillars supporting the entire nation and its military. Their absence would impose an unbearable burden upon the Duke. The Duke remains firmly seated at the central command of Hild Fortress, accompanied by Klober, who naturally stays by the Duke's side. Anticipating an imminent fierce battle with Silren, Duke Veronica has already donned a magnificent suit of seemingly indestructible armor. This armor, crafted from pure gold, shines with a brilliance akin to that of the sun, radiating an almost overwhelming light that envelopes the Duke. Adorned in this resplendent golden battle attire, she stands poised and valiant, resembling a Valkyrie descending from the heavens, instilling awe and reverence. Chapter 38. Where has it gone? In truth, Veronica had anticipated from the very beginning that locating the dragon, Shilong, would be a daunting task in the short term. After all, dragons, akin to humans, are creatures of remarkable intelligence, possessing an even keener instinct. When they sense impending danger, dragons are likely to conceal themselves rather than reveal their presence. However, to Veronica's astonishment, after nearly half a month of searching, the reconnaissance team had nearly scoured the entirety of the Mo forest, yet they had not uncovered a single trace of Shilong. Faced with this predicament, the Duke Veronica found herself plagued by doubts. Was Shilong truly still hiding within the depths of the Mo forest? It was worth noting that the daily expenses incurred by the army for provisions were substantial, and the lack of progress over such an extended period had severely dampened the morale of the troops. Amidst these intertwining factors, Veronica's anxiety grew increasingly palpable. With no other recourse, she dispatched all 4 of the Illusion Beast Knights to join the search for Shilong. Additionally, ordinary soldiers stationed in the fortress were sent out to begin clearing the trees from the periphery, fundamentally reducing Shilong's habitat. She could not fathom how the cunning dragon could possibly hide if the entire Mo forest were stripped bare of its trees and leveled to the ground. Thus, led by the Marquis of Frostwolf, the 4 Illusion Beast Knights commenced their search. Yet, it appeared that Shilong had vanished as if into thin air. The Knights of the Golden Duchy scoured the vast Mo forest, but no trace of the dragon was to be found. Seated in a position of authority, Duke Veronica furrowed her brow, contemplating. Shilong could not possibly relinquish the Mo forest, a haven of unparalleled beauty, so easily. The dragon's inherent cunning suggested that its current concealment was part of a larger scheme. Relying on her years of astute perception and instinctual judgment, she firmly believed that Shilong would not simply acquiesce. Admittedly, there existed to the west of the Mo forest a tract of land yet to be cultivated. However, its flat and hilly terrain, along with its ecological and resource conditions, could hardly rival those of the Mo forest. Veronica held a genuine interest in this land, yet only after vanquishing Shilong and successfully claiming the Mo forest. Presently, the foremost challenge lay in the protracted and unyielding campaign of conquest, with not even a glimpse of their primary target, Shilong. This series of troublesome events seemed to convey a clear signal to Duke Veronica. A meticulously orchestrated conspiracy, aimed directly at her, was quietly brewing. Though she was acutely aware of this, she found herself bereft of effective strategies to confront the impending crisis. After much contemplation, Veronica resolved to personally mount her dragon and survey the area. If she could ascertain that Shilong had indeed departed from the Mo forest, she would allow her nobles to proceed with the expansion. During this period, she would remain stationed at Hild Fortress to preempt any sudden incursions by Shilong at the borders. Once the land was partitioned and settlements and towns were established, she could then embark on her westward journey in search of Shilong. Should she be fortunate enough to locate her target, it would be ideal, yet even if nothing materialized, it would not be of great concern. By that time, humanity's presence would undoubtedly have spread throughout the Mo forest, with towns and villages taking root like stars in the night sky, leading to a significant disruption of the wild beast's ecological environment. Even if Shilong exerted all its strength to obliterate every town and its inhabitants, it would ultimately be futile, for the land would no longer be suitable for its habitation. However, this was the least favorable option. Had there been any other alternatives, Duke Veronica would never have resorted to such a decision. For her, the only path to maximize her gains lay in slaying Shilong on the battlefield. thereby reclaiming the entire forest in one fell swoop. This would not only eliminate her primary source of worry, but also enhance her reputation and solidify her standing. After signaling for Klober to act freely, Duke Veronica gradually exited the castle. Her tall and resolute figure bathed in sunlight emanated an unparalleled aura of authority and confidence. At that moment, the golden dragon, Vivian, gracefully spiraled in the sky, its massive wings gently sweeping through the air. This legendary dragon, revered within the Golden Duchy, shimmered with a golden glow, akin to a radiant jewel suspended in midair, patiently awaiting the arrival of its rider, Duke Veronica. At last, Duke Veronica arrived at the center of the castle's courtyard. Taking a deep breath, she leaped with vigor, soaring into the air like a lithe cheetah. With remarkable agility, she ascended onto Vivian's crescent platform, settling securely atop. In an instant, the bond between rider and dragon formed a breathtaking tableau. Their unspoken understanding required no words. A mere glance or movement sufficed to convey their intentions. At Veronica's command, Vivian unfurled her grand wings and flapped them vigorously. A fierce gust of wind swept through, stirring up the surrounding dust and leaves, all of which ascended into the sky as they ventured toward the distant Emo forest. During their flight, Duke Veronica tenderly caressed Vivian's scales, reveling in the exhilaration of the wind rushing past her ears. She gazed down at the towns and fields below, gradually receding into the distance, as a swell of ambition surged within her. The Emo forest loomed ever closer, its dense treetops unfolding before her like a verdant ocean. Duke Veronica knew that this enigmatic forest was poised to become her domain, and she would be its sole sovereign. Presently, all of the Golden Duchy's elite forces were concentrated within the Emo forest, with Hilder Fortress housing no formal knights of greater strength, save for Klober and a handful of members from the Dragon Breath Knights. Chapter 39. The Frostwolf Marquis, clad in heavy armor and wielding a sharp longsword, traversed the dense forest alongside the elite warriors of his family. Their expressions were grave, and their steps resolute as they pursued the whereabouts of the elusive silver dragon. This valiant marquis understood the significance and peril of the task at hand. As one of the most trusted and loyal subordinates of the Duke, he plunged into the endeavor without hesitation. He firmly believed that only through his efforts could he locate the enigmatic and immensely powerful silver dragon, thereby alleviating the Duke's concerns. Throughout the lengthy and arduous search, the Frostwolf Marquis remained ever vigilant. With keen observation and the acute senses of his companions, he advanced cautiously while continuously analyzing the surrounding environment for clues. After all, every detail mattered. Even the slightest trace could be pivotal in uncovering their target. Simultaneously, the other team members coordinated closely, leveraging each other's strengths to confront various difficulties and challenges. Among them, the mages cast spells to detect the ambient energies or employed special skills to track suspicious signs, even resonating with the forces of nature to gain additional insights. However, as time wore on, they gradually felt overwhelmed. After an exhaustive search of nearly a quarter of the forest, they were disheartened to discover no leads related to the silver dragon. This outcome sowed seeds of doubt in the Frostwolf Marquis's mind. Had the silver dragon truly departed from this place? Or had it sensed some imminent danger and fled elsewhere in search of refuge? A myriad of possibilities flickered through his thoughts, plunging him into deep contemplation. If that were the case, would all their previous efforts have been in vain? Yet, to abandon the search now would leave him with an unquenchable sense of regret. After all, the intrinsic value of the silver dragon was undeniable, not to mention its significance in demonstrating the Duke's formidable power, instilling fear in adversaries and subduing vassals. The mineral wealth it possessed paled in comparison. Missing this opportunity would make it exceedingly difficult to hunt down another wild dragon. Amidst his internal struggle and conflict, the Frostwolf Marquis resolved to press on, no matter what lay ahead. A scene reminiscent of the Frostwolf Marquis unfolded throughout the vast expanse of the Moai forest. While some, like the Marquis, chose to continue their search, the majority began to grow lax. Although they refrained from overt idleness, they began engaging in conversations and hunting during their mission, making it seem as if they were merely out for a leisurely outing. At that moment, deep within the Moai forest, near the westernmost reaches, a cave emerged. A colossal silver dragon stepped forth, and had Duchess Veronica been present, she would have immediately recognized this cunning silver dragon, surprised to find it dwelling not in the heart of the forest, but rather in the plains closest to the west. This silver dragon had undergone significant changes since the last war. Its once slight frame had transformed into a majestic embodiment of silver, radiating a chilling brilliance. Its scales were hard and smooth, each shimmering with mysterious runes, seemingly brimming with boundless power. Its wings, broad and splendid, unfurled like a silver canopy, and each powerful beat conjured the sound of thunder. The dragon's massive head exuded authority, with sharp fangs glinting coldly in the sunlight. Its eyes, akin to burning stars, radiated wisdom and strength. Long, flowing whiskers danced like silver threads with every breath. Its elegant neck arched gracefully, exuding an air of nobility, while its elongated claws, sharp enough to rend the very fabric of reality, inspired awe. However, this silver dragon had grown substantially since the last conflict, now boasting an impressive length of nearly 40 meters. As it stepped out of the cave, an overwhelming aura of draconic might enveloped it, causing the world to tremble. It rumbled deep within its throat, akin to an impending volcanic eruption, channeling a cataclysmic force. Finally, a resounding, earth-shattering roar erupted from its maw, echoing with the might of thunder, as if it sought to tear the heavens asunder. This roar, imbued with unparalleled majesty and power, instilled fear in all who heard it. At that moment, Duchess Veronica and the golden dragon Vivian, having just departed from Hildur Fortress, instantly sensed the overwhelming draconic presence and the distant roar. Vivian, feeling a surge of power far greater than their last encounter, thought to herself, "This silver dragon has likely reached adulthood, Veronica. This time, defeating it may not be an easy task. We could be facing a fierce battle." Duchess Veronica nodded gravely. As a seasoned dragon knight, she understood the combat prowess of an adult dragon. Fortunately, the silver dragon's lineage was not particularly strong among dragons, and its living conditions could not compare to those of Vivian, who was nurtured by the resources of an entire kingdom. Even as an adult, reaching the standard length of 40 meters for a silver dragon was commendable. With Vivian, an elite variant of the golden dragon in her youth, they felt confident. Even with the silver dragon's maturation, Veronica and Vivian viewed the encounter as a challenging battle, yet they remained steadfast in their belief that victory was assured. Dragons are undoubtedly powerful. However, the synergy between a dragon knight and their dragon transcends mere addition, akin to stars converging to form a magnificent galaxy. As long as the silver dragon did not manifest another dragon knight, Duchess Veronica felt assured of victory, with no fear of defeat. In that moment, Veronica urged Vivian forward, racing like a flash of lightning toward the western edge of the Moai forest, where she would confront the silver dragon and determine the outcome of this conflict. Meanwhile, the knights still searching for the silver dragon's trail within the Moai forest, upon hearing its roar, hastily sprinted toward Hildur Fortress, their urgency reminiscent of lamenting the absence of 2 extra legs. As for why they did not ride horses, most of the steeds had been paralyzed with fear from the sudden draconic presence. Only those mounts classified as intermediate magical beasts could maintain composure. Yet, even they trembled, unable to run swiftly, making it more expedient to dismount and proceed on foot. The mounts of higher magical beasts appeared relatively unaffected. However, even within the entire duchy, only a handful possessed such steeds, making their representation among the thousands dispatched to the forest exceedingly rare. Thus, no further elaboration was necessary. At this moment, the Frostwolf Marquis found himself near a cave in the central region of the Moai forest. His phantom beast companion was particularly attuned to the draconic aura, able to pinpoint the exact location of its source. The west. The Frostwolf Marquis clenched his fists. The west was the farthest point from Hildur Fortress within the Moai forest, a region shrouded in scarce intelligence. He only knew that there were no formidable magical beasts nor precious resources there. Moreover, his phantom beast companion indicated that the silver dragon's aura was significantly stronger than during the last war, amplifying his concerns. Everything felt exceedingly abrupt. He was perplexed as to why Shilong had appeared there. All he knew was that, as a vassal, he had failed to alleviate the burdens of his lord, leaving him to confront the battle at the western border of the forest, utterly unprepared. What if that cunning Shilong had laid some treacherous trap? The Marquis, exuding an aura of coldness, trembled with frustration, his dissatisfaction with the duchy's intelligence department growing ever more profound. Yet, there was naught he could do. Even with his formidable prowess as a beast knight, he was unable to intervene in the war against the dragon. Reluctantly, he resolved to return to Healed Fortress, safeguarding it for the Duke while silently praying for his lord's triumph and hoping he would not perish in that conflict. Otherwise, contemplating the king of the Emerald Kingdom, who placed great value on familial bonds, the Frostwolf Marquis shivered involuntarily. Should Duke Veronica fall in defeat within the Moe Forest, the assembled noblemen would likely become the targets of the Emerald King's wrath. Stripped of their titles would be the least of their worries. One could fear a Dragon Knight squad being dispatched to unleash devastation upon the duchy. Alas, Baron Frostwolf caressed the soft fur of his beastly companion, the gentle sensation somewhat alleviating his anxiety. Observing the surrounding knights, who, though visibly flustered, managed to maintain their formation, he nodded in satisfaction. All units, heed my command. Immediately turn around. Destination, Healed Fortress. Advance at full speed. The Frostwolf Marquis glanced back towards the site where his lord was engaged in battle with Shilong, silently imploring for victory while resolutely deciding to overhaul the intelligence department upon his return. How could one wage war without even knowing the enemy's whereabouts? Thankfully, they were contending with magical beasts and Shilong. Had they been facing a rival nation of equal might, they would likely have been ambushed before even assembling their forces. How could they possibly fight under such circumstances? Chapter 40. The Battle of Dragons. The colossal dragon unfurled its immense wings, soaring through the sky with astonishing swiftness. Before long, Grand Duchess Veronica, riding Vivian, arrived at the western border of the Moy Forest. At that moment, Shilong had been patiently awaiting their arrival. As Vivian soared above, she observed Shilong's formidable physique, leading her to firmly conclude that this dragon had matured into adulthood. Upon spotting Vivian, Shilong emitted a low, rumbling growl, a sound imbued with a certain power that resonated through the clouds and lingered in the air. Vivian responded with her own roar, seemingly engaging in a unique form of communication. Indeed, dragons possess a distinctive linguistic system, a mysterious tongue referred to by scholars as Dragonese. For those aspiring to become dragon riders, mastering this language is an essential undertaking, as it allows for a profound understanding and connection with these magnificent creatures. Why has Vivian dared to encroach upon my territory? I have made it abundantly clear that I shall not invade your lands. In return, you must refrain from trespassing upon my domain. Shilong glared at the duo before him, a lone human and her dragon, with a mixture of trepidation and resolve. Despite having ascended to adulthood, Shilong found himself at a disadvantage in combat against Vivian, who fought alongside her knight. The odds were grim. An optimistic estimate placed them at 40% in favor of Shilong, while Vivian held a dominant 60%. Clearly, without a substantial chance of victory, Shilong had no intention of instigating this senseless conflict. Should Vivian and her knight be willing to negotiate peace, conceding the Eastern Forest would not be an unacceptable proposition for him. Upon hearing this condition, Grand Duchess Veronica hesitated momentarily. The unexpected turn of events had shaken her confidence in securing a definitive victory, yet acquiring the Eastern Forest would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. However, much to everyone's surprise, Vivian staunchly opposed this suggestion. For her, only through a genuine clash of might on the battlefield could the victor be determined. It would be more appropriate to discuss the division of territory after a decisive confrontation. Both Shilong and Grand Duchess Veronica nodded in agreement with this perspective. Shilong silently contemplated that should he gain a more significant advantage in this battle, he could minimize the loss of his territory. Conversely, the Grand Duchess harbored vastly different ambitions. She yearned to extract greater benefits from this conflict, whether in territory, resources, or reputation. This ambitious noblewoman understood that only through relentless expansion could she solidify her dominion and realize grander aspirations. She was acutely aware that opportunities, once missed, are seldom regained. And thus, every chance to enhance her power and influence must be seized to remain unyielding. Though each harbored distinct motives, both were filled with anticipation and confidence as they prepared to face the impending battle. Thus, the Dragon War commenced, with Vivian and Shilong engaging in a fierce duel amidst the forest outside the cave, while Veronica observed from the sidelines. The wood swayed, and leaves danced, adding an air of mystique to the ferocious clash. Vivian's enormous form gleamed with golden light, each scale shimmering brilliantly. She ascended and charged toward Shilong, who, undeterred, exhibited his agility, his scales glistening silver as he unleashed a breath of dragon fire, composed of 10 elements. The moment they collided, The sound of their impact was deafening, sparks flying in all directions. Fortunately, Vivian's robust hide mitigated the damage from Shilong's breath, though it was still undeniably painful. This pain ignited her desire for battle, and she relentlessly attacked Shilong with her sharp claws and powerful wings, each exchange generating tremendous force. Animals and beasts of the forest fled in terror, fearing the devastation of this conflict. Vivian unleashed a fierce torrent of dragon fire, a searing golden wave rushing toward Shilong, who nimbly evaded while counterattacking. His tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking Vivian with a resounding thud. The battle intensified, neither side yielding an inch. The air was thick with smoke and the scent of dragons, bearing witness to the ferocity and brutality of their struggle. Ultimately, both Shilong and Vivian found themselves utterly exhausted. Yet the fire of determination still burned in their eyes. This breathtaking confrontation concluded in a stalemate, with neither side achieving victory. Shilong's ferocious onslaught, though seemingly formidable, had not inflicted significant harm upon Vivian. As for her counterattacks, they scarcely grazed Shilong's slick exterior, for he moved with the agility of a slippery eel. Elusive and unpredictable. In the end, both dragons found themselves unable to best the other. They exchanged glances, mutually abandoning any intentions to continue the fight. Shilong recognized his defeat, having battled to a standstill against the youthful Vivian. Were she to reach full maturity, or if her knight were to join the fray, he would have undoubtedly faced certain defeat. You have triumphed, Golden Dragon and your rider. The eastern portion of the forest shall henceforth belong to you, and I hope you will refrain from disturbing my existence henceforth. Upon hearing Shilong concede, both Veronica and Vivian sighed in relief. Their collaboration had indeed proven capable of overcoming Shilong, yet killing him had become an impossibility. It would be better to avoid provoking a resentful Shilong, who could leverage his agility to strike at their homeland, than to seek vengeance. A mutual retreat would allow for further deliberation once Vivian matured. Thus, this grand and imposing campaign concluded rather hastily, evoking a sense of wistfulness. Yet, such is the commonplace occurrence of warfare across this continent. Here, the true determinants of victory reside solely with those possessing immense power. The lower-tier nobles, despite their valiant efforts on the battlefield, are but pawns manipulated within the grander game. Fortunately, their lives are typically safeguarded. Even if their faction ultimately falls, they have two avenues to pursue. 1. To pay a ransom for their freedom, or 2. To pledge loyalty and allegiance to the victors. In this manner, they can preserve their lives. This unique system of rules renders warfare on this continent rife with unpredictability and strategic depth. Chapter 41. The Wrath of the Frostwolf. Despite the agreement reached between Grand Duchess Veronica, Vivian, and Shilong, they were acutely aware that as the disparity in their strengths widened, it would inevitably incite a new round of conflict. However, both parties chose not to dwell on this unsettling reality. Shilong's intentions were straightforward. Should he fail to defend the Great Moai Forest, he would fly southward towards the boundless sea in search of a habitable island. Meanwhile, Grand Duchess Veronica remained fixated on her desire to slay Shilong, having no intention of seeking assistance from the Emerald Kingdom. Vivian, too, shared this sentiment. As a dragon, her pride prevented her from resorting to tactics of ambush. She preferred to vanquish her foes in direct confrontation, showcasing her formidable power. It must be said, these two were indeed a perfect match, their competitive natures mirroring one another. Nevertheless, Vivian harbored a lingering reluctance regarding the decision to slay Shilong. After all, they were both dragons, cherished children of the world. The thought of staining her hands with Shilong's blood would undoubtedly unsettle her. Regardless, her close bond with Veronica was unparalleled. Even against her better judgment, she would favor Veronica over Shilong. Yet, if there remained even a glimmer of hope, Vivian still wished for Veronica to spare Shilong's life, allowing him to join the duchy and find a suitable dragon knight. This would not only bolster the nation's strength, but also facilitate the extraction of tin, a truly advantageous arrangement. In fact, Veronica had entertained similar thoughts during previous conflicts. However, following the fierce battle where she and Veronica suffered grievous injuries due to Shilong's ambush, Veronica's attitude towards him soured drastically, especially after Shilong's surprise attack on the Noble Coalition's camp, which ignited a terrifying fury within her. From that moment forth, Veronica had internally marked Shilong as her sworn enemy. After their discussions concluded, Veronica mounted Vivian and departed, for despite the peace treaty, The western region of the Great Moai Forest remained under Shillong's dominion, while the eastern territory belonged to the Duchy of Gold. At this very moment, within the impregnable fortress of Hild, an exceptionally heated argument was unfolding. The Frostwolf Marquis slammed his palms against the table, his previously cold and expressionless visage now contorted with rage. Yet, it was his bloodshot eyes, blazing with fury, that betrayed the true depth of his emotions. Opposite him stood a throng of individuals, among them the nominal leader of Klober, the captain of the Dragon Breath Knights, Odyssey, his familiar, Count Stephen, and even his grandfather, Count Daniel. Explain to me why a vast army, boasting nearly 10,000 members, each possessing the strength of a formal knight or greater, has failed to locate the western region of the Great Moai Forest for over half a month? Have their legs been sapped of strength by those cursed goats, rendering them unable to move? The Frostwolf Marquis's voice resonated with thunderous ire and disappointment. In his furious state, the fire in his eyes flickered as though he might incinerate those before him. At that moment, he could hardly contain the overwhelming aura of the beast knight within him. A tremendous force erupted from his being, akin to a volcanic eruption, striking terror into the hearts of those present. The once defiant nobles, who had intended to retort, fell silent, crushed beneath the weight of his oppressive presence. They felt as though a great mountain had settled upon them, rendering their breaths labored. Only those of Sky Knight caliber managed to maintain any semblance of composure. Although the Marquis of Greenfeather had been chastised by the Frostwolf Marquis and felt a tinge of displeasure, he fundamentally understood the source of the Marquis's wrath. Thus, he too spoke up in support. It appears the Grand Duke has shown you far too much leniency and mercy. With war looming, you dare to be so negligent. Should the Grand Duke face defeat due to the erroneous or delayed intelligence you provide, be prepared to bear the brunt of his fury. At that point, no one shall come to your rescue. Upon hearing these words, several nobles turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. They were the very individuals tasked with searching the western region of the Great Moai Forest, yet their actions had been utterly contemptible. Initially, they had approached the task with seriousness, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny. However, as time wore on, their patience waned, and they abandoned their mission, indulging instead in hunting and revelry. After all, they believed they had thoroughly explored the area, and the farthest west of the forest did not seem a likely lair for Shillong. Who could have anticipated that fate would play such a cruel trick, revealing Shillong precisely in the forest's western expanse? Consequently, these so-called elites under the Grand Duke's command accomplished nothing of merit. Grand Duchess Veronica, a formidable ruler of the duchy, was caught unawares by the wild Shillong. Had Shillong harbored intentions to annihilate the duchy's main force still within the forest, a tragedy akin to the complete destruction of the kingdom's army would have likely unfolded once more. Amidst the bustling crowd, this group of nobles stood out starkly. The others maintained stony silence or murmured with their companions, while they, with faces as pale as parchment, trembled visibly, betraying their inner guilt and fear. The Frostwolf Marquis's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze fixated upon this group of societal parasites. In that moment, he had resolved that upon the Grand Duke's return, he would unhesitatingly petition for the revocation of their titles and lands, condemning their families to a life of perpetual servitude until death. Temporarily setting aside these useless pests, the Frostwolf Marquis resumed his assessment of the other issues exposed by the war. Next, he turned his attention to the intelligence department. Where was the intelligence officer? Why had there been no prior reconnaissance regarding Shillong? This left us floundering like headless flies in the forest. The intelligence officer was a portly, middle-aged, balding man, his skin unnaturally pale, as if he had long dwelled in shadow. Upon hearing his name mentioned by the Frostwolf Marquis, he promptly rose from the crowd and bowed deeply. Esteemed Marquis Frostwolf, and esteemed lords, I am Nick, the intelligence director. I extend my greetings to you. The intelligence department was a specialized agency directly under the Grand Duke, answering solely to his commands. Thus, even though Nick held no title himself, the nobles regarded him with a modicum of respect. The gathered nobles returned the courtesy with simple gestures of acknowledgement, including the Frostwolf Marquis. Though his heart brimmed with fury, this emotion did not cloud his rational judgment. Rather, it kept him acutely aware and clear-headed. Ahem. Nick cleared his throat and succinctly recounted the events leading up to the present situation. Before the onset of war, Nick had proposed to Grand Duchess Veronica to dispatch personnel to gather intelligence on Shillong. However, The Emerald Kingdom's northern neighbor, the Flame Steel Kingdom, had suddenly amassed troops at the border. The king of the Emerald Kingdom found himself severely lacking in intelligence operatives and had no choice but to borrow from his sister, the Grand Duchess Veronica. Consequently, a substantial number of intelligence agents from the Grand Duchy of Gold were requisitioned to the Emerald Kingdom, leaving the remaining personnel barely able to maintain the daily operations of their various hideouts, rendering any attempts to gather intelligence a mere fantasy. Upon hearing Nick's explanation of the circumstances, Marquis Frostwolf let out a resigned sigh. He did not doubt Nick's honesty. Rather, it was the painful truth of the situation that left him feeling helpless. In reality, for nobles of their stature, Grand Duchess Veronica was hardly a competent ruler. In her heart, her identity as a princess of the Emerald Kingdom overshadowed her role as the ruler of the Grand Duchy of Gold. While Marquis Frostwolf could empathize with the Grand Duchess's sentiments, it left the nobles under his command in a state of confusion. Were they nobles of the Grand Duchy of Gold or of the Emerald Kingdom? Although the rulers of both realms were indeed siblings, Veronica was still the sovereign of her duchy. How could she sacrifice the interests of the Grand Duchy for the benefit of the Emerald Kingdom? This was, without a doubt, a mockery of the future of the Grand Duchy of Gold. If Grand Duchess Veronica were willing to merge into the Emerald Kingdom as a duchess, such an action would naturally be unproblematic. Yet, the Grand Duchy of Gold remained an independent nation. An independent nation must prioritize its own interests, placing sovereignty above the rule of a family member. Alas, Marquis Frostwolf suddenly felt a headache coming on. As his liege, he could not directly point out the Grand Duchess's errors, only hint at them delicately. However, given the Grand Duchess's temperament, it was likely that she would soon cast this matter aside. With this thought, the Marquis felt a significant portion of his inner fury dissipate, replaced instead by an unfamiliar sense of bewilderment. Chapter 42, Celebration Feast. Ultimately, the concluding assembly was abruptly interrupted by the triumphant return of Grand Duchess Veronica, who had just emerged victorious from a fierce battle with Shilong. Riding gracefully upon Vivian, she descended slowly, exuding an aura of formidable power, as if the entire world lay within her grasp. Upon seeing the noblemen gathered to welcome her, a satisfied smile broke upon her lips. From her elevated position, she proclaimed with resounding authority, "I have conquered Shilong. Henceforth, the eastern region of the Moy Forest shall be entirely annexed to our principality." Her voice thundered across the square, invigorating all present. The nobles below, upon hearing this momentous news, were awash with excitement and joy. Those who had previously faced punishment for their misdeeds were particularly elated, silently thanking fate for the Duchess's timely return, bearing such a glorious victory. It seemed their errors might be mitigated or even overlooked, sparing them from severe retribution and the dire fate of ruin. However, Marquis Frostwolf harbored no intentions of absolving these errant nobles. He recognized the gravity of their transgressions, yet understood the Duchess's desire to enshrine the outcome of this war in triumph. Thus, he resolved to momentarily suspend his scrutiny of these nobles, awaiting a more opportune moment to address their faults. The Grand Duchess continued, "This victory belongs to every valiant soldier who fought bravely, and to you, the noble supporters who have steadfastly stood by us. Let us collectively celebrate this magnificent moment." As her words resonated, fervent cheers and applause erupted from the square, with all present offering their congratulations and respect. No one dared question why the conquest of Shilong resulted only in the acquisition of the eastern region of the Moy Forest. They were simply aware that the principality had gained vast new lands, ripe for the emergence of numerous nobles, each eager to seize the opportunity to elevate their families. Amidst the victorious cheers, Grand Duchess Veronica, surrounded by a throng of nobles, entered the grand and magnificent hall, preparing for the lavish celebration feast. It was not long before the opulent banquet commenced in the spacious, brightly lit hall. Delicate braziers adorned the periphery, each burning with precious spices sourced from the distant Emerald Kingdom. Wisps of fragrant smoke ascended, enveloping everyone in a warm embrace of delightful aromas that lifted the spirits. Candlelight filtered through the colorful glass, casting a starry glow upon the elegantly attired guests, imbuing the atmosphere with an air of mystery and romance. At this juncture, the minstrels and musicians who had been entertaining in the taverns were summoned before the throne, passionately performing stirring melodies that elevated the jubilant ambience. The enchanting notes danced through the air like sprites, intertwining with the laughter and merriment of the nobles, together composing an ode to victory. The long table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and exquisite wines were plentiful. The nobles indulged in the rich libations and feasted upon a sumptuous banquet, reveling in the boundless joy that victory had bestowed upon them. Laughter echoed continuously, as people exchanged congratulations and shared wondrous tales and amusing anecdotes. As if to immortalize this moment of bliss, seated regally upon the highest throne, Grand Duchess Veronica wore a gentle smile, her gaze tenderly surveying the jubilant crowd below. Her eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction, silently conveying to all, "This is the fruition of my efforts." Indeed, what the Grand Duchess sought was precisely this, a thriving, powerful, and prosperous nation, alongside loyal noble subjects who fervently supported her. She understood that only through her own strength and capabilities could she substantiate her right to govern this realm. And now, this grand celebration feast undoubtedly marked a significant stride towards her success. Veronica's eyes resembled deep lakes, reflecting the flickering candlelight, their brilliance akin to the burning ambitions within her heart. Yet, this ambition was not unrestrained. It lay deeply buried within her spirit. Until she amassed sufficient power, she would not readily reveal her desire for a higher echelon of authority. The entire celebration feast was suffused with an atmosphere of joy and honor. As people luxuriated in this ocean of elation, they cheered for this hard-won victory, attributing the glory to the wisdom and leadership of Grand Duchess Veronica. And with graceful poise, she acknowledged their acclaim, savoring her well-deserved moment of brilliance. Chapter 43. The beginning of the emotional chapter. As the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly lively, noblemen and women of varying ranks began to indulge themselves, casting aside their inhibitions. In the center of the hall, they spontaneously formed a social dance group, where elegantly dressed men and women swayed their bodies with grace and sensuality, filling the grand space with an alluring ambience. In the Grand Duchy of Gold, ruled by the female Duke Veronica, the prevailing attitude towards women was notably respectful. Female nobles were permitted to cultivate their fighting spirit and even maintain their own retinues. However, female knights, burdened with the duty of procreation, experienced a significant decline in their fighting spirit's advancement post-childbirth. Consequently, apart from a few who vowed never to marry, most noble maidens displayed a certain lethargy towards martial training, unwilling to sweat under the sun for fear of damaging their delicate skin. Nevertheless, in the face of promising wars, such as the one at hand, many nobles brought along capable female heirs to participate, not only to foster connections with peers, but also to demonstrate their family's investment in their female members. After all, a female duke would naturally appreciate such displays. As various dance groups gathered in the hall, the music shifted from grandiose epic narratives to romantic compositions celebrating love. This alteration intensified the hall's already charged atmosphere. Yet, Duke Veronica, seated at the high table, remained unmoved by the festive scene. A hint of fatigue and boredom flickered in her deep-set eyes. She furrowed her brow slightly, inwardly lamenting the frivolity of those around her, who seemed perpetually entranced by such superficialities. Thus, she resolved to leave the raucous environment for a breath of fresh air. Seeking a moment of solace, rising gracefully, she adjusted her gown and made her way towards the exit. As she did not explicitly forbid her attendants from following, Sir Klober, who had been awaiting her side, naturally accompanied her. He placed his helmet on a nearby table and tidied his armor before falling into step beside the Duke. Upon exiting the castle, the sky had transformed into a dark canvas, reminiscent of the gown of the goddess of night. The outside air was refreshing, and a gentle breeze caressed Veronica's face, invigorating her spirit. She strolled through the courtyard, savoring the beauty surrounding her, her mood lifting away from the pretense of the social gathering, allowing her to experience true tranquility. In this moment, Duke Veronica was reminded of her former self, vibrant and passionate, once enamored with social engagements, pampered by her father and elder brother, and accompanied by Vivian, who had been with her since birth. At that time, Vivian was merely an ordinary golden dragon, still in her youth, measuring just over 10 meters in length. Yet to Veronica, Vivian was the mightiest dragon. However, as time passed, things changed. With her growing years, she became the object of envy among the kingdom's nobility, all vying for a union with the royal family. Unwilling to succumb, she yearned to forge her own destiny. Thus, she set forth with Vivian, confronting numerous challenges, ultimately achieving her current standing. As time flowed inexorably, She gradually grasped the essence of life. In the grand tapestry of existence, she discerned what truly held value. Power, wealth, and fame, while alluring, often drove many into madness, symbolizing success and status, satisfying vanity and desire. Like the intoxicated nobles within the hall, long-standing peace and power had eroded their will, with the younger generation failing to produce heirs who could rival their forebears. However, with the accumulation of experience, she recognized that these were mere superficialities, incapable of providing genuine inner peace and fulfillment. In contrast, strength was the cornerstone of assurance. Only through relentless self-improvement could one secure a foothold in this ever-changing world. Veronica was formidable, capable of shouldering the weight of a nation, yet not the strongest, for she could not slay a wretched silver dragon, merely engaging in a fade to buy herself time to grow stronger. Just as Duke Veronica was lost in contemplation, the sound of hurried footsteps reached her ears. Turning, she spotted a handsome, golden-haired knight hastening towards her. Upon seeing the knight approach with urgency, a smile graced Veronica's lips. Her cherished rose was indeed perceptive. Eager to find her shortly after her departure, her spirits lifted considerably. The earlier sense of frustration from the agreement with the silver dragon faded into oblivion. "Sir Klober," she teased, "why do you not indulge in the fine wines and delightful dances of the banquet, instead of accompanying me to gaze at this desolate starry sky?" This remark caught Sir Klober momentarily off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and replied earnestly, "My duty is to protect you. I have no obligation to enjoy the festivities." Having said this, Klober positioned himself beside Duke Veronica, continuing, "Please allow me to guard you, my lady." However, Veronica was not inclined to let Klober off so easily. She contemplated teasing the young knight, aware that in a few years he might mature and lose his current charm, making it impossible to relish such unique amusement. "Then, your lady grants you permission to enjoy the banquet and revel to your heart's content. You may fulfill your duty of guarding the throne tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Klober felt an inexplicable resistance rise within him. Though logic urged obedience to the Duke's command, he pondered whether she truly desired solitude. As he glanced at Veronica, an unnameable feeling surged forth, endowing him with newfound courage. Perhaps this sensation sharpened his intuition, for he sensed the Duke appeared vulnerable at this moment. As her guardian knight, it was his duty to remain by her side, a task he genuinely wished to undertake. Thus, Klober remained steadfast, lowering his head, his eyes cast in shadow as he took a small step closer to Veronica. The once vibrant golden hair seemed to dim in response to her mood, evoking a pang of empathy within her. Silent yet resolute, Klober stood behind Duke Veronica, serving as her unwavering protector. Though words were unspoken, his actions conveyed his loyalty and commitment to safeguard her. It must be said that this action indeed piqued the interest of Duchess Veronica. As a long-lived dragon knight, she had encountered a myriad of individuals over the nearly century of her life, interacting with many so-called geniuses. Countless handsome men had crossed her path, yet most were dutifully obedient to her commands, outwardly professing loyalty while secretly harboring ulterior motives. Klober was not particularly exceptional. Although his talent was commendable, it certainly could not surpass hers. His physical allure merely aligned with her preferences, prompting her to pay him more attention and entertain whimsical thoughts of teasing him. However, it now appeared that this young rose possessed his own character and would express concern for her in his own unique manner. Oh, how astonishing it was that a mere formal knight would show care for a dragon knight, akin to a babbling infant worrying over an adult. Such a notion was almost laughable. Yet, this very concern evoked in Veronica a sensation she had not experienced in a long time, a feeling that captivated her while simultaneously instilling a fear of loss. Reminiscent of days gone by, as a ruler who had weathered many storms, Veronica understood that people change, as does loyalty. She could wield power to govern them. Yet such strength could not procure genuine affection. The nobles who feigned concern were ultimately driven by their own ambitions for power and status. Their attentiveness resembled the mere formality of stamping documents, an obligatory process. In stark contrast, Klober's concern seemed remarkably juvenile, boldly protesting her orders, a thankless endeavor that few would dare undertake. Yet, it was precisely this childlike defiance that stirred within Veronica a fervent emotion, pure concern, representing the warmest facet of humanity. In that instant, she perceived in the young man before her echoes of her father and brother from her childhood, memories that had nearly morphed into obsessions, haunting her dreams. As she silently savored this heartfelt warmth, Veronica suddenly felt an end to her solitude, an urge to share countless unspoken words with the person behind her. However, she forcefully suppressed this feeling. Rulers are inherently suspicious, and she was no exception. After all, Klober had been by her side for too short a time. Despite his seemingly unblemished lineage and his recent display of loyalty, it was insufficient for her to bestow upon him a significant place in her heart. She was a sovereign, not the naive princess of yore, and she understood that those who drew near her invariably had their own motives. Thus, she must remain ever vigilant. The once fervent flame of her heart gradually cooled, as memories of past betrayals surged forth like a tidal wave in her mind, further dissuading her from accepting Klober's concern. She feared that the sincerity she offered might again be met with treachery, a sentiment she did not wish to endure a second time. Consequently, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tranquil. Chapter 44. Exclusion. At this moment, the atmosphere around grew increasingly heavy, enveloped in a profound silence akin to death. However, Klober appeared oblivious to this anomaly, resembling a stone statue steadfastly standing beside Grand Duchess Veronica. He silently vowed that all the resilience he possessed in his lifetime was being exerted in this singular moment. It was unbearably difficult, nearly suffocating. Time slipped away unnoticed, and no one could ascertain how long had passed. The nobles continued to revel in the hall, completely unaffected by the outside world, while Grand Duchess Veronica remained outside, gazing at the dim and lifeless night sky. Suddenly, Grand Duchess Veronica began to move. She stepped forward slowly yet resolutely, heading in a direction starkly opposite to the hall. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Klober found himself engulfed in uncertainty. He could not fathom the true thoughts of the Duchess, nor could he decide whether to follow her. Yet, as he observed her retreating figure, an inner voice urged him not to let her depart alone. Thus, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, determined to follow her vanishing silhouette. Ah, silence, the bridge to tonight's Cambridge. This is the divide. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hild Fortress, Baron Klober of Deepwater was feeling exceptionally stifled and melancholic. As a mere insignificant baron, he lacked the qualifications and opportunities to join the grand celebration hosted in the castle's center. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon him, for Count Stephen had not forgotten the presence of lesser nobles. Consequently, this benevolent and generous count decided to host a special banquet exclusively for the minor nobility within his domain. Although modest in scale and somewhat unadorned, this gathering fostered a unique warmth and camaraderie among the familiar minor nobles. By the comforting glow of the bonfire, they savored exquisite wines and engaged in lively discussions on various topics, relishing a rare moment of relaxation. This casual exchange imbued everyone with a profound sense of friendship and belonging, creating an atmosphere rich with charm and allure. However, Klober felt a deep-seated sense of exclusion at this gathering. Baron Klober, having surpassed the ranks of a great knight, was surrounded by a group of formal knights, primarily nobles from his fiefdom, along with some barons and knights with whom he enjoyed amicable relations. In such a gathering of minor nobility, great knights held the utmost esteem, especially since the great knights had accompanied the count to the hall for the grand feast. Yet, Baron Klober was not swayed by the flattery of those around him. As a great knight with a powerful lineage, he was fully qualified to ascend in rank to a viscount. Regrettably, in this conflict, he had earned no merits. Rather than gaining a fief, he might have to personally bear the war's expenses. As he pondered this, Klober noticed Klober sitting alone in a corner, drowning his sorrows in wine, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. He was aware that Klober, in his foolishness, had sent his unappreciated younger son back to the Golden Rose family, and it was rumored their relations had completely soured. Might this be an opportunity to seize Deepwater for himself? Though impoverished, Deepwater boasted substantial land. If he could claim it entirely, his viscountcy would surely expand, perhaps even allowing him to allocate lands to his knights. After all, Klober's fief could scarcely muster 2 or 3 formal knights. A mere squad could easily vanquish this feeble lineage. However, before proceeding, Klober needed to gauge the sentiments of his lord, Count Stephen Moonlight Mushroom, while simultaneously gathering intelligence on the Oat family to ascertain the presence of any formidable allies. With this thought, Baron Klober swiftly concealed the malice and ambition in his eyes, turning to engage jovially with the nobles beside him. Yet, This scene did not go unnoticed by the keen observers present. They were well aware of Espier's ambitions and the entanglement with Baron Klober. As they sensed the tension, they chose to distance themselves from Klober's vicinity. This very circumstance led to Klober feeling increasingly ostracized from the gathering. Thus, an invisible coldness permeated the entire banquet, rendering even Baron Klober, who had been incessantly indulging in wine, unable to withstand it any longer. After consuming nearly a barrel of red wine, Klober could no longer endure. His head buzzed and his surroundings began to blur. He realized that remaining at the banquet would likely lead him to make regrettable decisions. Consequently, he excused himself, claiming a need to visit the restroom, and fled the scene. Damn Espier, damn the golden rose, and that loathsome wretch. You all deserve it. Klober muttered to himself as he walked, his heart brimming with anger and resentment towards those around him. Having consumed such an excessive amount of wine, Klober staggered out of the banquet into the refreshing breeze, feeling a disorienting intoxication wash over him. As a formal knight, he possessed the ability to dispel the effects of alcohol through the manipulation of his energy, a common practice among soldiers permitted to drink. However, in this moment, Klober seemed to have forgotten his capabilities. Perhaps he wished to revel in the intoxication, or perhaps he was simply unable to harness his energy to counteract the alcohol's effects. Regardless, none of this mattered now, for soon he would pay a heavy price for his actions. Chapter 45. Hilder Fortress, Princeton Avenue. Today, the Grand Duke has triumphantly returned after a fierce battle with Shillong, and Count Daniel has graciously lifted the curfew, allowing the populace and adventurers to jointly revel in this hard-won victory. Princeton Avenue stands as the most bustling and vibrant commercial street of Hilder Fortress, suffused with the aromas of ale and the delicate scents of courtesans. At this moment, the inebriated Baron Klober stumbles forth from the noble residence. Upon observing the taverns lining the streets and the flirtatious courtesans, a lascivious grin spreads across his plump visage. Surely, the women plying their trade in such a thriving and competitive environment cannot be of ordinary stock. After all, surviving in such a fiercely contested and ever-changing milieu is no small feat. These women, having navigated through diverse crowds for years, have honed their keen and discerning eyes. As Baron Klober enters Princeton Avenue, his exquisite attire draws numerous gazes. In this society, the clothing options for commoners are rather limited, typically consisting of woolen garments or a scant few linen pieces. Despite the widespread cultivation of linen, its complex processing and propensity to wrinkle render it unpopular among the lower classes. Only a handful of women might consider it for their undergarments. In stark contrast, Klober's attire exudes an air of nobility. He dons a deep blue formal suit, crafted from silk spun by a certain species of magical silkworm, adorned with a ruby the size of a fingernail on his left breast. Do not underestimate this gemstone. It is a magical artifact that enhances the wearer's physical prowess. Though modest in size, it can augment Klober's strength by a notable margin. A finely wrought knight's sword, glinting ominously, dangles from Klober's waist, serving as a warning to any ill-intentioned souls nearby. Despite his apparent intoxication, no one dares to provoke this rotund man, for the repercussions of inciting his wrath could be dire. Thus, amidst the gazes of many adventurers and courtesans, Klober sways down the center of Princeton Avenue, oblivious to the scrutiny of those around him. However, the situation shifts when he passes by a strikingly beautiful courtesan. Captivated by her allure, Klober is lured into a secluded alley and into a dimly lit room by her sweet words. The moment he steps inside, barely having time to close the door, his fat, greasy hands eagerly reach towards certain indecorous areas. This action elicits a playful scolding from the enchanting woman before him, yet he remains undeterred, wearing a lewd grin as he clutches her tightly and presses his alcohol-laden lips close to her face. This courtesan, seasoned in the ways of the world, instinctively pushes Klober away, her expression tinged with distaste. Nevertheless, her captivating charm and saccharine tone leave Klober entirely unfazed. As she delicately searches him for hidden coin, he mistakenly interprets her advances as an invitation, collapsing onto the bed like a swine destined for slaughter, allowing her to paw at him as she pleases. After a fruitless search for money, frustration mounts within her, prompting her to summon the local gang members to swiftly dispose of this unwelcome intruder. Meanwhile, Klober, succumbing to the effects of alcohol, drifts into a stupor, utterly unaware that the hands exploring his form have vanished. Suddenly, A loud crash reverberates through the room as the courtesan ushers in two fearsome-looking gang members. She points at the motionless Clarl on the bed, instructing them. Your task is to carry this dead weight out onto the street. The gang members, astute and aware of the current state of affairs in Hilder Fortress, understand that it has recently welcomed a multitude of soldiers and nobles, and today marks the celebration of the Grand Duke's return. The man sprawled on the bed clearly possesses a significant status. Even if he is merely an ordinary knight, he is not someone of their humble ilk to provoke lightly. However, all the courtesans and establishments along Prington Avenue fall under the jurisdiction of the Golden Rose family, and adherence to their regulations is mandatory. Without the means to pay, one must accept the consequences, and being cast into the streets in disgrace is a fate that befalls the unfortunate. With this in mind, the two gang members waste no time. They position themselves on either side of Clarl's body, exerting their full strength to hoist him before striding out onto the street. Meanwhile, Klober follows the Grand Duchess Veronica as they exit the castle, arriving at a bustling thoroughfare alive with revelers celebrating their victory. The unique architecture flanking the street, though not towering, exudes a distinct aesthetic charm. Shops brimming with an array of wares line the sides, from iron weaponry and armor to magical beast materials and everyday supplies. Street performers showcase their talents, with music, dance, and magic captivating passers-by. For opportunities to perform in public are rare, they are typically confined to taverns. The air is rich with enticing aromas, from the heady scent of ale wafting from taverns to the malty fragrance emanating from bakeries, provoking salivation. Oh, how plentiful the courtesans are in this locale. Klober's discerning gaze sweeps across the crowd, swiftly identifying the alluring figures hidden among the throngs, clad in revealing attire. With their garish makeup and feigned shyness, they vie for the attention of the passing gentleman. What brings the Grand Duke to such a place? Klober muses anxiously, hoping fervently that no unforeseen incidents occur. Should the Duke's ire be provoked, the repercussions could be catastrophic. His mind is plagued with uncertainty and concern. For Hilder Fortress is the domain of the Golden Rose family, situated in a border region where unsavory and illicit dealings are likely to thrive. Klober fervently wishes the Duke remains unperturbed by such matters, lest his opinion of the Golden Rose family wane, resulting in diminished favor. The ramifications of such a misstep would be disastrous for the entire lineage. With this thought weighing heavily on him, Klober feels a surge of anxiety and resolves to keep a vigilant watch over their surroundings, ensuring the Duke's safety and comfort. Simultaneously, he seeks a way to extricate the Duke from this den of iniquity, to avert any complications that may arise. Chapter 46. An act of violence in public. Klober resolutely determined in his heart that he must persuade Princess Veronica to depart from this place at the earliest opportunity. After all, he was the only one accompanying her on this journey. Any unforeseen circumstances would be a burden too great for him and the Golden Rose family to bear. Thus, Klober swiftly approached Princess Veronica, lowering his voice to express his deep concerns and earnestly imploring her to return to the castle, where the knights could ensure her safety. However, to his astonishment, when Princess Veronica heard Klober's suggestion, a look of disbelief crossed her face, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Have you forgotten? I am a formidable dragon knight. Unless an entire squadron of dragon knights is deployed, who could possibly threaten me? Seemingly finding Klober's suggestion amusing, Princess Veronica erupted into laughter, her mirth resonating in the air and lingering for quite some time. Klober, listening to her laughter, felt an uncomfortable flush of embarrassment. Strangely, since he had been guarding the princess, he had largely overlooked her prowess as a dragon knight, perceiving her as someone in need of protection. This was not entirely his fault. From the very first day he joined the Dragon Breath Knights, he had been taught to protect the princess. Additionally, Princess Veronica rarely showcased her Dragon Knight's might, leading Klober to remain oblivious to her true strength. Perhaps Klober's words had lightened Veronica's mood, for her previously tense expression gradually softened, and she even began to engage him in conversation. Speaking of which, it seems you have yet to witness the true power of a Dragon Knight. As her laughter subsided, a gentle smile lingered on her face, her deep, bright eyes fixed intently on Klober's somewhat youthful visage. Take, for instance, Vivian and me. As she spoke, Princess Veronica raised her arms, extending them straight out and drawing two large circles in the air. If we were to unleash our combined attack, its force would be sufficient to devastate nearly half of this hilled fortress. Of course, This is also because Vivian is not particularly adept at using powerful large-scale magic. Were it another elemental dragon proficient in such magic, a single full-force strike could obliterate the entire fortress. Amidst the bustling crowd, illuminated by the flames, Veronica appeared as a resplendent star, shimmering with brilliance. Her proud, playful tone, the graceful movements of her arms, and her exquisitely beautiful face created a delightful contrast that shot straight through Klober's heart like arrows. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt his heart skip a beat. Hey, why are you suddenly daydreaming, my dear Sir Klober? What? Snapped back to reality, Klober noticed a delicate hand waving in front of him, and upon focusing, he realized it belonged to Princess Veronica. Oh no. Now fully present, Klober felt a cold sweat break out. The phrase drenched in sweat aptly described his state. God, the primordial celestial sovereign. What on earth was I just doing? Klober silently chastised his own foolishness. He had always prided himself on his composure. Yet for some inexplicable reason, after spending just over a month in the princess's company, he had already attracted her attention twice, and right in front of her, no less. Please forgive my rudeness, my lady. I. His once eloquent tongue now faltered, leaving him utterly speechless, while his usually calm and rational mind was a blank slate. In that moment, Klober lost all semblance of his usual grace and poise, with only panic swirling around him. Helplessly, he directed his pleading gaze towards the princess, completely at a loss for how to justify his behavior. Yet Veronica merely patted Klober's head, and he felt a strange sensation akin to an electric shock. It was oddly delightful, leaving him momentarily disconcerted. The soft touch from above prompted Klober to look up at Princess Veronica with curiosity. Come, my knight. Your task today is to accompany me on a shopping excursion. I trust you will not fail in this duty. Upon leaving the castle, Veronica seemed to transform into a different person, exuding an extraordinary cheerfulness and engaging in conversation with ease, devoid of the earlier distance she had maintained with her vassals. Now, she resembled a fully fleshed-out individual, her humanity shining brighter than ever, rendering her far less intimidating. Yes, my lady. Klober sighed in relief, glad that the princess did not pursue his earlier thoughts. It appeared that he still held a modicum of significance in her eyes. Klober had always maintained an acute awareness of his position. Possessing good looks, but lacking in strength clearly designated him as a favored pet of the princess. In fact, the entire Dragon Breath Knights could be seen as the princess's little pets, with Klober perhaps being the most favored among them due to his striking appearance. He held no objections to his current role. For him, it served as a means of safeguarding himself while affording him ample time for growth. Feeling the energy of his fighting spirit within, Klober anticipated that it would not be long before he could fully harness it, facilitating his first transformation and ascension to the rank of a great knight. At that juncture, he would have more options, either to be dispatched as a baron or to remain by the princess's side as a messenger, gradually amassing power until he could secure a substantial fief upon reaching a higher realm, thus embarking on a journey of cultivation. As Klober silently trailed behind the princess on their shopping expedition, he noticed a familiar figure ahead, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument. Damn it, you! And you, do you know who I am? How dare you treat a noble with such disrespect? To cast me aside in the street like this. I will make you pay for this indignity. With that, Kral drew his long sword from his waist, swinging it angrily like a frenzied wild boar. Klober found the figure's silhouette somewhat recognizable, resembling a certain baron from Deepwater, yet his duty compelled him to intervene. The princess's outing required utmost caution to avert any mishaps, for sometimes, within unforeseen circumstances lay hidden dangers. He turned to inform the princess, and, upon receiving her permission, proceeded towards the unfolding altercation. Upon arrival, the already unstable Kral, relying on his knightly physique, swiftly dispatched the two gangsters with ease. Outrageous! To dare commit murder in the presence of the princess. Lay down your weapons and confess your crimes before her. Klober's robust golden fighting spirit surged forth, and he cast a stern, darkened gaze at the still drunken Kral, who was struggling to comprehend the situation. To commit violence on the street, especially before the princess, was undeniably a provocation, a blatant affront to the authority of the law. Hearing the familiar voice, Baron Kral turned to see a familiar face, and the mounting frustration he had been harboring erupted into uncontrollable rage. Damn it, it's you, you scoundrel! How dare you conspire with outsiders to force me into signing an adoption agreement? You are clearly my son, destined to bring greater glory to the Oat family. Yet you collude with outsiders to humiliate your own kin. Anger turned Kral's eyes crimson, and his fighting spirit seemed to grow more violent. A weak water element fighting spirit enveloped him. This was undeniably the Oat family's most powerful ancestral combat technique, the tidal armor. Klober let out a resigned sigh. Since the situation was irrevocable, it would be prudent to awaken this misguided individual. Who could fathom that a baron would engage in drunken debauchery on the streets, and even commit murder before the duke? Suddenly, a longsword radiating a golden glow appeared before Kral. The radiant blade, the first technique mastered by Klober, was wielded with effortless grace. Just as Kral was attempting to harness his fighting spirit to summon his armor, Klober's radiant blade had already been unleashed, launching an assault on Kral. Despite Kral's habitual neglect of his training, when faced with such a life-and-death predicament, his mind became remarkably sharp under the influence of adrenaline. He swiftly channeled the fighting spirit within him, concentrating it upon the longsword in his grasp. With a resounding clash, Kral's valuable knight's sword was effortlessly cleaved in two by Klober's strike, the fighting spirit contained within it dissipating entirely, serving only to provide minimal resistance. The radiant blade, having severed the knight's sword, followed through with a strike to Kral's shoulder. However, due to Klober moderating his force, the wound appeared grievous yet did not compromise the bone. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering onto Klober's breastplate and his cheek. It was only then that Kral was finally roused by the pain. He aimed his sword at Klober's neck, adopting a chilling tone he had never used before, addressing the still wailing figure before him. Baron of Deepwater, Kral Oat. You have committed acts of violence in public, disregarded the law, and unprovokedly slain two legally protected freemen. Upon being restrained, you attempted to resist and assaulted the Duke's messenger, showing contempt for the laws of the land. Do you confess? Chapter 47 Trust. The pain. It hurt so much. After all, it had been a long time since Klober had set foot on the battlefield, engaging in high-intensity combat. His corpulent body trembled violently from the excruciating agony. He was enduring the pain while listening to Klober recount the transgressions he had committed, assaulting a public figure, attacking a close advisor of the Duke, flouting the law, and challenging the Duke's authority. Good heavens, how had he accumulated so many offenses in such a short span? His newly activated mind could scarcely support a comprehensive recollection, leaving him standing vacantly, slowly piecing together the events that had transpired. As he pondered, an unsettling realization washed over him. Damn it, why was his shoulder in such agony? With a heart laden with confusion, Klober managed to turn his head, only to discover a gaping wound on his right shoulder, deep enough to reveal bone. Gradually, Klober recalled the events leading up to this moment. It seemed he had merely sought out a courtesan, yet somehow found himself in this dire predicament. Oh yes, he had indeed killed someone. For those two had dared to show disrespect to a noble, he held the right to punish them. Observing the visibly malfunctioning Klober clicked his tongue in disapproval. He raised his sword and bellowed at the onlookers. Everyone, step back at least 10 paces. Anyone who dares to breach this distance shall be punished for the same offense. As he regarded the indifferent crowd, Klober felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Are you all deaf? Move back at once. I command you as the Duke's herald and a dragon breath knight. Upon learning that this merciless knight was a close aide of the Duke, the crowd hastily retreated, fearing entanglement in the gruesome affair. Watching the crowd disperse, Klober turned his attention away from the seemingly brain-dead Baron of Deepwater and made his way back to report to the Duke. How slow you are, my knight. Do you intend to keep your Duke waiting on the ground? Despite the fact that only a few minutes had elapsed from the incident to Klober's dismissal of the spectators. For Veronica, observing Klober's handling of such trivial matters had already felt unbearably torturous. Upon hearing Veronica's remark, Klober lowered his head in shame. I sincerely apologize, Lady Veronica. I failed to uphold the authority of the laws you established. This is my negligence. At this moment, engrossed in his earnest apology, Klober failed to notice the satisfied smile gracing Veronica's face. Forget it. I have no desire to continue this outing. My knight, escort me back. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. As you command. Klober did not even glance at the still-dazed Klober, knowing he could not escape the Duke's inevitable punishment. At this juncture, he would execute any command issued by the Duke without hesitation, even if it entailed serving her in bed. That still required further consideration. After all, women are often like this. Once they achieve their desires, they fail to appreciate them. Thus, a boy must protect himself when venturing outside. And so, Klober followed Lady Veronica as they slowly made their way to the castle. Typically, Veronica's outings required a grand display, even if it was just the two of them this time. Since Veronica had expressed her fatigue, it was only fitting for her close aide, Klober, to alleviate her burdens. Therefore, when she extended her right hand to indicate that Klober should guide her, he accepted without hesitation, removing his gauntlet to clear the path for her. However, as they walked, Klober sensed an unsettling proximity. Veronica's right hand rested atop his left. His face began to flush, and the skin behind his ears reddened. Inwardly lamenting his plight, he attempted to conceal his heated cheeks with his other hand, only to realize that this action drew even more attention. Meanwhile, Veronica, walking beside him, noticed the subtle change in her little Rose. She keenly observed the blush spreading across Klober's face, stirring within her a surge of affection. Humph, she mused, glancing at Klober's flushed earlobes, a smile of delight curling her lips. Her laughter was soft and low, imbued with a hint of endearment. He truly is so adorable. I wish to devour him. If only I could strip him bare and toss him onto the bed, allowing him to display that bewildered gaze akin to a fawn. Oh heavens, merely contemplating it sends thrills coursing through me. Her gaze grew fervent and yearning, as if she had succumbed to her own fantasies. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was not the moment to indulge such desires. Reflecting on the recent incident, it was indeed a grand misunderstanding. This was not a scenario that Lady Veronica had orchestrated. It merely unfolded by chance. In truth, she had observed the events unfold, and in a moment of whimsy, refrained from intervening, entrusting the matter to her little Rose to manage while simultaneously assessing his capabilities and loyalty. It is said that a person's immediate reactions reveal their genuine thoughts, a sentiment Veronica wholeheartedly endorsed. When she witnessed Klober's act of violence, she had been closely monitoring Klober's expressions and body language. She noted that, upon witnessing Klober raise his sword to strike, Klober instinctively moved to shield her, attempting to protect her from the impending danger. While he had been positioned in front of her, his action was undeniably a subconscious protective gesture. After all, he was the one she intended to keep by her side, and testing him was only natural. Fortunately, Klober's performance had been commendable, particularly when Veronica witnessed his instinctive act of protection and recalled how he had defied her orders to safeguard her. She felt an authentic, pure, and fervent emotion swell within her. In truth, at this moment, Klober had indeed earned a degree of trust from the Duke. However, to be candid, the events of the day had certainly dampened her spirits for leisure. As her right hand brushed against her little Rose's delicate fingers, sensing his tension and rigidity, Veronica could not suppress a satisfied smile. Yet, this outing had yielded a remarkable treasure, loyalty. That night, everyone received their due. Klober garnered the Duke's favor. Veronica acquired a loyal knight, and as for Baron Klober, well, he had obtained an opportunity to make a name for himself. Chapter 48. The varied lives of beings. May I be so bold as to inquire about the ultimate resolution of the recent case? After a moment of hesitation, Klober resolved to ask Klober about the final outcome of the proceedings. If the consequences were dire, he would need to devise a plan to extricate his sister from the depths of trouble. As for others, he remained indifferent. However, given Christina's relatively amicable relationship with him and her concern for his younger self, Klober naturally wished for her to avoid an unfortunate fate. Oh, as for him, let him be judged for his breach of decorum before the monarch and his offense against the Duke. I shall leave this matter to Stephen. He will appropriately gauge the severity of the punishment. His tone was so casual that it seemed as though he were discussing the fate of an inconsequential insect rather than a nobleman. Understood. Such matters were not for Klober to handle. The Duke had professionals at his side to manage such unsavory tasks. Klober cared little for Klober's punishment, provided it would not adversely affect his sister Christina. By the way, are you preparing to break through to the rank of Grand Knight? As they walked, Veronica suddenly expressed concern regarding Klober's training. Although perplexed, Klober dutifully replied, "Yes, my lady. My fighting spirit is nearly at capacity, and I am now preparing for a transformation in my abilities." Veronica nodded slowly. "I have observed the path of your fighting spirit. You are practicing the Golden Heart secret tome of your family. That tome is a foundational intermediate guide, with rather mediocre enhancements, and is not particularly suited for you." After critiquing Klober's training material, Veronica offered some praise as well. Nevertheless, the Golden Heart is still commendable for foundational training. yielding sufficient quality of fighting spirit to allow you to excel among your peers at the Grand Knight level. Klober was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected direction of their conversation, unable to fathom why the Duke would suddenly evaluate his training material. As my messenger, your current strength is insufficient. Focus entirely on breaking through to the Grand Knight level in the coming days. Upon your success, you may resume your duties, Veronica instructed Klober. For her, the value of a formal knight was indeed quite limited. Though both Grand Knights and formal knights appeared weak in Veronica's eyes, it was undeniable that Grand Knights possessed significantly greater power. In this world, strength served as the highest form of currency, granting access to numerous doors leading to success and glory. Possessing formidable power meant acquiring greater benefits and advantages, whether in battle or social situations. The strong invariably occupied more favorable positions. They could command respect, amass wealth, and obtain resources to further enhance their abilities. The wealth they acquired could then be reinvested in their own growth and development. This virtuous cycle rendered the strong even stronger and the weak even weaker, thus solidifying class divides. This, indeed, is the essence of this world. Nobles exerted every effort to seize various benefits, aiming solely to augment the power of themselves or their families. For only with considerable strength could one establish a foothold in a fiercely competitive environment, wield a degree of influence, and secure the basic rights for their own and their family survival. Understood, my lady. I shall return and focus on breaking through to the Grand Knight level, ensuring I will not disappoint you. Throughout their journey, Klober inquired extensively about the transformation of fighting spirit and subsequent training as a Grand Knight, and Veronica generously imparted her knowledge to him. Thus, the two gradually returned to the castle, which had lost its earlier festive atmosphere. Most nobles had already heard of the grave incident outside, particularly Count Stephen, who was seething with rage upon learning of Klober's audacity to murder free citizens in the Duke's presence. How could that fool Klober be so foolish? How did he manage to find the Duke in such a grand fortress and commit murder before him? You ask me, who should I ask? One noble remarked. Just look at Stephen's face. It's as dark as a pot's bottom. He was indeed unfortunate, having been enjoying the banquet. He now faced the disgrace of his vassal committing murder before the Duke. Seated in his place, Count Stephen clenched his cup so tightly that he almost crushed it into powder, hearing the derisive and scornful comments from the surrounding nobles. At that moment, a keen-eyed noble announced, "It seems the Duke has returned." Upon hearing this, the gathered nobles rose in unison, gazing toward the entrance. Some quick-witted ones rushed to the door, eager to be the first to greet the Duke and enhance their presence. With this, others followed suit, crowding at the entrance, effectively blocking it. However, only lesser nobles approached the door. The marquises and earls remained seated like old monks, merely setting down their utensils and ceasing to eat. As the Duke approached step by step, those blocking the entrance instinctively retreated, as if an invisible force urged them to clear a wide path. Initially, these nobles had hoped to advance and become familiar faces, possibly earning the Duke's favor. However, when the Duke truly stood before them, their petty schemes evaporated, replaced by profound reverence. This was the majesty of a sovereign, the Dragon Knight. Seeing the throng of nobles awaiting her, Veronica smiled and gestured for them to remain calm. I trust you have all become aware of the events transpiring outside through various channels. However, there may still be some ambiguities regarding the specifics. Therefore, I shall dispatch my trusted messenger, Klober of the Golden Rose, to elucidate the matter in detail. Veronica's voice was clear and resolute, exuding confidence and authority. After delivering these words, she turned and departed from the assembly. Citing fatigue as her reason, she opted not to continue participating in the banquet. In truth, she merely sought an excuse to retreat to her chamber for some peace. Following the Duke's orders, Klober began recounting the events from the beginning. To be frank, it was merely the killing of two individuals, which noble here has not stained their hands with the blood of many lives. Yet, poor Klober chose the worst moment to commit murder, right before the Duke. The laws of the Golden Duchy explicitly state that nobles must not kill other nobles' free citizens without just cause, lest it be viewed as provocation. Thus, Klober's actions constituted not just the slaying of two free citizens, one of whom belonged to the Golden Rose, as Hild Fortress is their territory, and those free citizens were their property. The second strike was against the Duke himself, for Klober had dared to defy the law in the Duke's presence, openly resisting, refusing to surrender, and even assaulting the Duke's messenger. Was this not courting death? In that instant, the attention of the assembled nobles shifted to Count Daniel and Count Stephen, eager to discern their reactions to the unfolding situation. As anticipated, it was Count Daniel who first took action. What is the meaning of this, Stephen? You allow your vassals to slaughter my property within my own domain. Are you declaring war upon our family? Count Daniel rose in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Count Stephen, unleashing a torrent of invective, his anger so palpable that he seemed ready to engage physically. Had it not been for the intervention of Marquis Kinjiyoko, it is likely that Count Daniel would have indeed set upon Count Stephen. Stephen, what a vexing predicament. How could this matter involve the Duke? At this point, he must acknowledge it, for the Duke has already rendered his judgment. What could I possibly say? To claim the Duke is mistaken would be tantamount to courting disaster. A weary sigh escaped Count Stephen. It seemed he had been sighing with increasing frequency of late. My apologies, Count Daniel. I shall provide you with a proper response and ensure you do not incur losses. I will compensate you with 200 gold coins. Does that suffice? Count Stephen was acutely aware that these two commoners were scarcely worth 20 gold coins, yet he offered the coins primarily to placate the Golden Rose family, hoping they would cease their relentless pursuit of the matter. Count Daniel smirked coldly. Is my family's honor truly worth only 200 gold coins? At this, Count Stephen furrowed his brow. 500. If you do not agree, we shall seek the Duke's judgment. This price was Count Stephen's limit. 500 gold coins would be sufficient to equip 2 or 3 light cavalrymen, while anything more would cause him considerable discomfort. 500, you say? Count Daniel tapped the table, his mind made up. Very well. Seeing that this cunning old fox had finally been satisfied, Count Stephen exhaled in relief. Now, we must consider the Duke's opinion. Sir Klober, what does the Duke think of this matter? As Duchess Veronica had retreated to her quarters, Sir Klober was the only knight present who served closely as her protector. Thus Count Stephen turned to him for the Duke's view. Sir Klober reiterated the Duke's words. The Duke believes you will render a judgment that pleases her, Count Stephen. Count Stephen's lips twitched involuntarily. To do as I see fit? That is quite a daunting task. Should I err on the side of leniency, the Duke may be displeased. Should I be too harsh, my vassals will harbor resentment. Am I to be placed upon the pyre? I understand. Please convey to the Duke that I shall indeed deliver a judgment that satisfies her. With that, Count Stephen took his leave from the castle hall, accompanied by his retinue of nobles, making his way directly to Plinkton Avenue. Once Count Stephen departed, the remaining nobles began to converse amongst themselves. Some mocked him as an unfortunate soul, while others sensed an unusual undertone to the events. Furthermore, as they observed the Golden Rose family seemingly consolidating their power over the West, some sought to forge closer ties in hopes of reaping some benefits. Such is the myriad of human existence. Chapter 49. The verdict. At this moment, Baron Klober sat despondently by the roadside of Plinkton Avenue, his pallor resembling that of parchment, a reflection of either excessive blood loss or the profound terror within him. Despair shone in his eyes as he grappled with the impending calamity that awaited him, a torrent of endless regret flooding his heart. Trembling hands tore his beloved deep blue tunic into strips, once a symbol of his noble status, now repurposed to bind the gruesome wound on his right shoulder. Each rap elicited a piercing pain, yet he gritted his teeth, stifling any sound of anguish. Then, summoning the last vestiges of his fighting spirit, he struggled to concentrate it around the injured muscle. As the energy surged, the muscle in his shoulder was forcefully compressed together, a method taught by his father, Baron Yauman, during Klober's first foray into battle. At that time, his father was merely a common knight of the Moonlight Mushroom family. Yet through valor and strength, he ascended to nobility, earning a rightful place among the elite. Klober often lay awake at night, tormented by comparisons between himself and his father, each reflection deepening his suffering. He realized he was a mere shadow of the man who had carved out a legacy through hardship, now poised to relinquish it all. The physical pain paled in comparison to the torment of his spirit. Each pang felt like a dagger piercing his soul. He could scarcely fathom the folly of his actions. If time could rewind, he would have preferred to drown himself in intoxication rather than offend the esteemed Duke. The imminent disgrace he faced was far more unbearable than the loss of his dignity. Klober, aware he could not return to his encampment in disgrace, chose to remain on Princeton Street, awaiting the arrival of his lord, Count Stephen. After such an elapsed time, Stephen must have already been apprised of the events, perhaps even formulating his judgment. A heavy weight settled in Klober's heart. He was unsure of the punishment that awaited him. Perhaps it would involve the loss of his title, banishment to a remote land, or even more severe torture, potentially culminating in death. These thoughts overwhelmed him, rendering the wait for judgment far more agonizing than the verdict itself. When Count Stephen finally arrived, Clar felt an unexpected sense of relief. However, the very first words spoken by Stephen plunged him back into despair. "You have betrayed my trust, Clar." The disappointment in Stephen's voice resonated deeply. He felt utterly powerless, like a lamb awaiting slaughter at the celebratory feast, while the cunning Daniel wielded his knife, carving away at his dignity. The source of this calamity lay squarely with the man standing before him, the Baron of Deepwater. Observing Clar, who was barely able to stand, Stephen reminisced about the days spent fighting alongside Yalman in their youth. Ah, yes. It was Yalman who had entrusted the match between Clar and the Golden Rose family to Stephen's wife. A nostalgic smile crossed Stephen's face as he thought of Yalman, but it quickly faded into regret. Yalman had bequeathed a promising legacy to his descendants, only for it to be squandered by his foolish son. Yalman was a remarkable knight and nobleman, yet he faltered as a father, particularly in making Clar the heir to his title. Ignoring Clar's pleading gaze, Stephen began to enumerate the charges against him. "Baron Clar of Deepwater, you have committed acts of violence in public, defied the laws of the kingdom, and assaulted the Duke's herald, deserving of multiple penalties." As he gazed down at the crumpled figure of Clar, a flicker of compassion stirred within Stephen. After all, Yalman had left behind a final letter, a testament to his dire condition, reminiscing about their youthful days of hunting together. In the end, it contained a plea, asking Stephen to spare his son should he err gravely in the future, invoking their long-standing brotherhood. With a silent sigh, Stephen resolved to fulfill that last wish. "You shall face multiple penalties: the revocation of your baronial title, the forfeiture of your Deepwater estate, the loss of all your privileges, and the prohibition of retaining your surname, along with the confiscation of all your assets." As the verdict echoed in Clar's ears, a tremor coursed through his body, fear engulfing his mind. He could hear nothing but the impending loss of everything he held dear: his status, his wealth, even his name. Yet, Stephen's subsequent words pulled Clar back from the brink of despair. "However, in light of the contributions of your father, the first Baron of Deepwater, I shall grant your family a modest estate to reside in for 10 years, with rights to use and tax it. Nonetheless, your second son, Klaus, shall be expelled from the Red Flame Knights, stripped of his equipment and title as a knight." While this fate was considerably less than that of a baron, Clar felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for merely retaining his life. "Thank you. I shall forever remember your kindness, my lord. I would gladly give my life in return for your generosity." This outcome astonished Clar, for his crimes warranted execution. Although the toll was significant, it was a far better fate than death, and he would have a decade to secure armor for his son and restore honor. As he wept with gratitude, Stephen lost all desire to converse further, leaving behind a final remark: "You should be most grateful to your father," before turning away. Chapter 50. Grand Knight Klober remained unaware of how Count Stephen would deal with Crow, yet he discerned that the Duke harbored no immediate intention to end Crow's life. Klober surmised that the most severe consequence would be the forfeiture of his peerage, with no mortal peril involved. As Klober stood on the precipice of attaining the rank of Grand Knight, he knew that upon achieving this milestone, he could petition the Duke for a knight's fiefdom, a customary entitlement. A baronial title and land were less probable, given his lack of distinguished service. Even if the Duke were inclined to bestow such an honor, he would need to consider the sentiments of the nobility. Numerous knights of Grand Knight caliber remained stuck at the knightly rank due to insufficient accomplishments. This juncture would reveal the strength of one's lineage. A powerful family could, through influence, secure a baronial title for a Grand Knight within their ranks, albeit with a slightly smaller domain than a typical barony. Yet, for those of modest means or common birth, a baronial title and land remained unattainable without ascending to the rank of Land Knight, wielding considerable influence, or achieving significant battlefield triumphs. Otherwise, their Grand Knight status alone, devoid of backing, would not suffice. The nobility would scarcely permit a commoner to encroach upon their domain. Instances of formal knights becoming barons, like old Baron Yarman, were exceedingly rare. Moreover, Yarman's barony stemmed from his close friendship with Count Stephen and his notable wartime exploits. Once he possessed a fiefdom, Klober intended to bring Christina to his land, ensuring her happiness. When they signed the adoption agreement, he had inquired of Christina, But she insisted on retaining the Oates surname and remaining in Deepwater territory, her birthplace. Thus, Klober relinquished the notion of bringing her back to the Golden Rose family. Klober sighed deeply, recognizing her unwavering nature. While she occasionally appeared timid and indecisive, she displayed remarkable resolve when faced with crucial decisions. She would steadfastly uphold her stance, undeterred by external pressure or skepticism. This trait perplexed Klober, who wished she were more resilient, yet less obstinate in matters of such importance. He lamented her unwillingness to heed her brother's counsel. Muttering to himself, Klober returned to his chambers. Had he known Krallo would commit such an offense, he would have forcibly reclaimed Christina. Klober meticulously removed his heavy plate armor and then his boots, a wave of relief washing over him as he shed these constraints. He felt liberated, his steps now light. Without hesitation, he dove onto the pillow by his bed, curling up like a languid feline. He reveled in the softness of the bedding and the comfort of the pillow, as if all weariness had vanished. He stretched luxuriously, allowing his muscles to unwind. Then, he nestled his cheek against the pillow, savoring its gentle touch. His body, once stiff from the armor, gradually relaxed. Finally, Klober reached under the pillow and retrieved a leather pouch. Inside lay 3 vials of golden elixir, a gift from Count Daniel upon learning of Klober's impending ascension to Grand Knight. Ascending from formal knight to Grand Knight necessitated 2 prerequisites. First, one's body must be saturated with battle chi to its utmost capacity. Second, one must undergo a battle chi metamorphosis, also known as battle chi restructuring, an essential transformation for formal knights seeking to become Grand Knights. Secondary and tertiary battle chi metamorphoses corresponded to the advancement thresholds for land knights and sky knights, respectively. Accurately, the reason for undergoing battle chi metamorphosis or restructuring was that the primary battle chi within a knight's body had reached its zenith, an impassable state. To attain greater heights, predecessors had gradually developed the ranks of Grand Knight and beyond. Throughout humanity's extensive history, countless knightly forebears had devised methods to transform battle chi. The most effective and stable method was the one Klober now employed, the prevailing cultivation practice throughout the duchy. The initial step required crushing all formed primary battle chi, condensing it into a single point. Eventually, this quantitative change would induce a qualitative shift, transforming the gaseous primary battle chi into liquid. The gaseous battle chi born upon becoming a formal knight was termed primary battle chi, and the liquid battle chi resulting from the metamorphosis was called secondary battle chi. Knights possessing secondary battle chi gained physical attributes and combat prowess far surpassing those of formal knights, thus earning the title of Grand Knight, signifying a powerful knight. The transition from formal knight to Grand Knight, the battle chi metamorphosis, carried inherent risks. If the aspiring knight possessed inferior physical attributes and a lower battle chi capacity than their peers, they might fail to condense the primary battle chi into liquid secondary battle chi, resulting in battle chi loss and physical harm, though not life-threatening. They would need to dedicate more time to honing their body and accumulating battle chi, hoping for success in their next attempt. However, Klober had no fear of failure. His foundation was exceptionally solid, and his physical attributes were among the best of his rank. The Duke himself had affirmed that Klober's battle chi was far purer than that of other formal knights. The most crucial aspect of secondary battle chi metamorphosis was ensuring ample quantity. If a typical formal knight's battle chi quantity was 10, Klober's was 15 or even 20, eliminating any possibility of failure. He merely needed to proceed with the metamorphosis methodically to achieve success. After mentally reviewing the precautions and procedures for becoming a Grand Knight, Klober sat cross-legged on the bed, adjusting his breathing and physical state in preparation for the breakthrough. After about half an hour, Klober felt that his condition had been adjusted to its peak, and he could make a breakthrough at any time. Extending his right hand, he ingested all the elixir on the bed, then condensed his battle chi, focusing it on the dantian 3 inches below his navel, the site where he had formed his battle chi seed when he became a formal knight. The potion consumed moments ago began to take effect, as the abundant magical energy was transformed by Klober into his unique golden fighting spirit. This energy was continuously infused into the seed of fighting spirit nestled within his abdomen. Gradually, as the fighting spirit filled the seed, it began to swell, until at last, when Klober had filled it to the brim, the seed of his fighting spirit erupted, not in an explosion, but rather, it blossomed. What once resembled a mere seed, under the impetus of the fighting spirit, transformed as if by magic into a tree of fighting spirit, adorned with numerous budding branches. This metamorphosis serves as one of the signs of intermediate fighting spirit evolution, when the time comes for him to transcend into a land knight. This coiled sapling in his dantian will develop into a grand tree with branches extending through the meridians of his entire body. Chapter 51. Enhanced combat techniques. As the seed of fighting spirit transformed into a small tree, the previously compressed fighting spirit within it underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The golden gaseous fighting spirit began to flow gently, gradually coalescing into a swirling vortex. This vortex spun incessantly, drawing in the surrounding fighting spirit, causing it to expand and intensify. With each passing moment, the fighting spirit within the vortex became denser. Finally, at a certain moment, a droplet of golden liquid appeared at the center of the vortex. This droplet emanated a dazzling radiance, resembling a resplendent pearl. Kleber's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the golden liquid. A wave of indescribable joy and excitement surged within him. He realized that this breakthrough was undoubtedly a success. It is worth noting that this droplet of golden liquid was far from being an ordinary fighting spirit. It signified that the fighting spirit within Kleber had completed its transformation from gas to liquid, marking a qualitative leap. Furthermore, according to Kleber's understanding and research on fighting spirit, this liquefaction did not merely indicate an elevation from primary to intermediate quality. Compared to gaseous fighting spirit, the potency of liquid fighting spirit was on an entirely different level. Moreover, liquid fighting spirit possessed a significant advantage. It required considerably less space. Hypothetically, if Kleber could originally contain 10 units of gaseous fighting spirit, upon successfully transforming it into liquid, he could accommodate as much as 100 units of liquid fighting spirit. More importantly, the strength of liquid fighting spirit vastly surpassed that of its gaseous counterpart. It could be stated that after the breakthrough to becoming a great knight, Kleber's combat power surged exponentially, more than tenfold. This exemplifies the profound nature of fighting spirit transformation. It is no exaggeration to claim that each metamorphosis of fighting spirit signifies a substantial enhancement in combat capability. In the realm of knightly cultivation, only transformation brings about such significant advancement. Subsequent training remains a monotonous accumulation of fighting spirit, aiming for the next transformation. Feeling the immense power surging through his limbs like a mighty torrent, Kleber could not help but smile with satisfaction and pride. His successful breakthrough marked his ascension to the rank of great knight. This signified that on the grand stage of national warfare, he was no longer a mere nameless pawn, but had transcended that trivial realm to become an important figure with considerable combat prowess. From a national perspective, given Kleber's current strength, he would undoubtedly manage the responsibilities of a baron with ease. Unlike knights, who are often regarded as the nobility in waiting, barons serve as critical cornerstones within the internal aristocratic hierarchy of a nation. Knights typically receive only a title, much like Kleber, who holds the rank of knight without any corresponding fief. Conversely, barons are true nobles who wield actual power. They possess their own territories, can organize their own armies, and establish councils. Within their jurisdiction, barons enjoy indisputable supremacy. This power extends beyond political and military realms, encompassing economic and social domains as well. The regulations of the duchy explicitly state that barons can enact laws, levy taxes, manage resources, and govern the inhabitants within their lands. Most importantly, everything within their territory, including but not limited to elves, inhabitants, animals, magical beasts, and even dragons, belongs to the lord. This is a sacred and inviolable right of local lords, one that even kings and emperors must respect. While there may be room for maneuvering, the rules must be adhered to visibly. However, with such power comes corresponding responsibility. First and foremost, lords must ensure the prosperity and stability of their territories. They must also maintain amicable relations with other nobles and the king, collectively safeguarding the interests and order of the realm. While it may sound simple, the reality is far more challenging. Should a top-tier magical beast wreak havoc in their lands, the lord must lead a campaign against it, risking life and limb in battle. They may seek assistance, but they must bear the costs, regardless of how exorbitant the demands may be. If a lord abandons their territory and subjects to flee, they will be forever branded with disgrace, subjected to public scorn, and their liege would unhesitatingly revoke their lands and titles. Despite these challenges, there remains a multitude of individuals eager to claim a baronial title. Clara, look at what you've done. After completely transforming the residual primary fighting spirit within him, Kleber slowly rose to his feet, stretching his body. He glanced out the window, realizing that the time spent on this breakthrough had not been long. The night outside remained shrouded in darkness. Yet, invigorated from his recent success, Kleber felt no fatigue. He retrieved the fighting spirit manual, Heart of Gold, which he always carried, intending to practice some advanced techniques suitable for great knights to further enhance his strength. The techniques of the Great Knight stage require a higher mastery of fighting spirit and skill application, consuming considerably more energy than those employed by formal knights. Nevertheless, the techniques Kleber had previously mastered as a formal knight could still be utilized at the Great Knight stage, with the power of mid-level fighting spirit significantly amplifying their effectiveness. In essence, combat techniques represent a unique method of utilizing fighting spirit, operating on the principle of channeling fighting spirit through specific meridians within the body, thereby activating its inherent properties and achieving a series of enhancement effects. For instance, in Kleber's first technique, Radiant Blade, the fighting spirit emanates from his dantian, traversing through his chest, right shoulder, and right hand to the sword. Given that Kleber's golden fighting spirit possesses a sharp nature, the attacking power of the Radiant Blade far exceeds that achieved merely by applying fighting spirit to the weapon, potentially reaching several times that strength. Moreover, Kleber discovered an additional enhancement within this technique, not so much an enhancement, but rather a small trick he stumbled upon while executing the technique. He realized that while performing the Radiant Blade technique, he still had surplus energy to utilize another technique simultaneously. Responding to readers who suggested that the protagonist lacked a distinctive advantage and satisfying moments, I have arranged for him to possess a small advantage that allows for the simultaneous execution of two or even multiple techniques. With more to come in the future, this revelation filled Kleber with immense delight. He had never heard of anyone being able to wield two techniques at once in battle. Even Grand Duchess Veronica employed only one technique at a time. However, should he boldly proclaim his ability to execute multiple techniques, he would likely attract the attention of formidable mages eager to study him. In this world, mages are more akin to researchers from Kleber's past life. Most are relatively normal, yet a small fraction are fervent zealots. They obsessively seek to comprehend all knowledge of the world, aiming to uncover its secrets. If they were to discover Kleber's unique constitution, they might very well come knocking to dissect him. However, if viewed from another perspective, Kleber could easily frame his ability to execute two techniques as a modified enhanced technique of his own invention. This technique would possess greater potency or formidable defensive capabilities compared to ordinary techniques, allowing him to showcase his talent without appearing excessively extraordinary, perfectly aligning with Kleber's current desires. Having devised a solution, Klober decided to showcase his two most proficient combat techniques, the Radiant Blade and the Golden Shield. These techniques, one offensive and the other defensive, were formidable weapons he had acquired during his formal knighthood. With unwavering focus, Klober channeled the energy within him, guiding it along a predetermined path. The robust energy, under his meticulous control, was flawlessly manifested through the execution of these techniques. Gazing into the floor-length mirror, he beheld his own figure radiating a golden glow, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. He understood that he had succeeded. Now, these two techniques flowed seamlessly within him, as if they had become one. Chapter 52. Metamorphosis of Battle Aura. The smelting gold physique given Klober's current mental fortitude, he can, at most, simultaneously employ two battle techniques, provided their respective battle aura flow paths diverge. Should the flow paths converge, Klober's body would be assailed by waves of piercing pain, an affliction he attributes to his present physical constitution. He surmises that as his physical prowess burgeons, he shall be able to execute battle techniques with confluent battle aura routes in unison. Notwithstanding these constraints, Klober's elation remains unbridled. Upon successfully executing the amalgamation of the two battle techniques he has mastered, he not only gains the formidable defensive capabilities of a golden light shield, but also commands the potent offensive force of a radiant golden blade, achieving a harmonious balance of offense and defense. Even before the exhilaration of the fused battle technique subsides, Klober discerns that his battle aura, having undergone a metamorphosis, seems to have awakened a novel characteristic. In theory, when knights experience battle aura transformation, they possess a certain probability of awakening the aura's inherent qualities, which essentially entails augmenting the original battle aura with a distinct attribute. Klober, upon transcending into a formal knight and awakening his nascent battle aura, successfully awakened the twin attributes of sharpness and fortitude. The attribute of sharpness empowers Klober's battle aura with enhanced cutting power, substantially augmenting his attack power when employing battle techniques or imbuing his body with battle aura. In essence, his attacks become more incisive and lethal, effortlessly piercing through enemy defenses. His ability to cleave through Kral's knightly sword with such ease was a testament to this attribute. Concurrently, the attribute of fortitude enabled Klober's battle aura to exhibit superior defensive capabilities. Furthermore, it bolsters Klober's defensive battle techniques and, when battle aura courses through his body, augments his resistance to physical blows. This signifies that Klober can better safeguard himself in combat, endure greater damage, and sustain formidable combat prowess. Typically, the probability of awakening an attribute upon ascending to the rank of formal knight hovers around 50%. The determining factor lies in the quantity and quality of life force within the knight's body. Only when one's life force is minimally depleted during the breakthrough is there a higher likelihood of awakening an attribute. Those who nearly exhaust their life force during the breakthrough have no prospect of awakening an attribute, which explains their diminished combat effectiveness compared to knights of the same rank. As one recalls, during his time at Moonlit Fortress, Baron Adam, upon learning that Klober had awakened 2 attributes, personally lauded Klober's exceptional talent. Now Klober, upon transcending to the rank of Grand Knight, has once again successfully awakened an attribute, indubitably demonstrating that his cultivation during the formal knight stage was solid and unwavering, devoid of any instability in his foundation. Klober inhaled deeply, then gradually concentrated his battle aura at the tip of his right index finger. As the battle aura coalesced, Klober could distinctly perceive that the color of the aura at his fingertip had shifted. It was no longer the luminous golden hue of before, but had become somewhat muted and profound, exhibiting a reddish-gold tint akin to that of Grand Duchess Veronica's battle aura. Veronica's battle aura has consistently been the purest reddish gold, still scintillating with golden light, but predominantly exhibiting a somber russet hue, reminiscent of molten lava. Lava, Klober murmured to himself, gently placing the finger imbued with battle aura on the tabletop. As he had anticipated, the sharpness of his battle aura did not disappoint. The moment his finger made contact with the tabletop, it sank into it, as if into soft sand, encountering no resistance. However, the ensuing spectacle caused Klober to widen his eyes in astonishment. Whispers of black smoke suddenly emanated from the area around the finger that had sunk into the tabletop, accompanied by a pungent, acrid odor that assailed Klober's nostrils. The once smooth wooden surface now displayed a network of fine cracks radiating outward from Klober's finger, causing the entire tabletop to teeter precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Upon witnessing this, Klober's heart leaped, and he hastily withdrew his finger. Such intense heat! Klober exclaimed. Klober's battle aura is unequivocally of the gold element, but upon transcending to the rank of Grand Knight, his battle aura had awakened the attribute of high temperature, a characteristic seemingly unrelated to the gold element. This prompted Klober to reminisce about his previous cultivation by absorbing the overflowing gold elemental magic at the entrance to the Grand Duchess's chambers. This would explain why Klober's battle aura, after transcending to the rank of Grand Knight, resembled that of Grand Duchess Veronica more closely than it retained its original bright gold hue, and why he had awakened the attribute of high temperature, which seemed entirely incongruous with his nature. But where did Grand Duchess Veronica acquire the characteristic of high temperature? Isn't her battle aura also of the gold element? Could it be a reaction resulting from the fusion between her and the Golden Dragon after becoming a Dragon Knight? That shouldn't be the case. The Golden Dragon is also the purest gold elemental life form. If it possessed another attribute, it would be a crimson gold dragon, not a golden dragon. Or perhaps, Klober pondered, his mind seemingly finding an answer in Grand Duchess Veronica's reddish gold battle aura. However, now is not the time to dwell on these scattered thoughts. Having confirmed that he had awakened the attribute of high temperature after this breakthrough, Klober resolved to name his transformed battle aura Smelting Gold Battle Aura, and the new battle technique that fused the golden blade and golden light shield Smelting Gold Physique. Smelting, synonymous with sparkling, denotes combustion, aptly reflecting Klober's awakened attribute of high temperature. The rationale behind the name Smelting Gold Physique is straightforward. The battle technique, driven by smelting gold battle aura, is both offensive and defensive, encompassing nearly every part of the body, hence the adoption of the name Smelting Gold Physique. However, should the opportunity arise, Klober would undoubtedly seek to restore his battle aura to its original hue, as bright gold better aligns with his aesthetic preferences. While reddish gold is undeniably a unique color, Klober consistently perceives it as excessively somber, devoid of vitality and vibrancy, and wholly incapable of satisfying his aesthetic standards. In reality, Klober's most cherished hues are purple gold and platinum gold. These colors not only resonate with his aesthetic sensibilities, but also better epitomize the qualities of nobility, elegance, splendor, and allure. In Klober's estimation, only such colors can truly match the epitome of beauty that he seeks in his heart. Following a successful breakthrough, Klober, rather than resting on his laurels, remained seated, wholly engrossed in absorbing the ambient magical energies. As the day dawned, he concluded his practice. He rose deliberately and donned the dragon scale knight's armor, a symbol of his station. Notably, Sam and Will were reassigned to assist Foster, as Klober anticipated soon ascending to the rank of High Knight. Upon learning of Klober's impending advancement, Foster redoubled his training efforts, dedicating most of his waking hours to honing his skills. Klober observed this with satisfaction, considering Foster's growing strength a boon. Fully armored, Klober meticulously groomed himself before a mirror. He understood the importance of impeccable presentation before the Archduchess, as even the subtlest details could reveal one's true character. Having attended to every possible detail, Klober proceeded to the Archduchess's chambers, awaiting her summons. He stood guard until approximately 8 or 9 in the morning. Veronica, with her heightened senses, was aware of Klober's presence from the early hours. However, this did not deter her from indulging in her fondness for her bed and pillows. It was a habit she had maintained since her youth, a trait she shared with Klober. She typically attended to official matters from her bed until around 9 o'clock, finding no issue with conducting her daily training there. At her level, accumulating combat energy was of limited practical value. Dragon Knights prioritized a deeper understanding and application of the fundamental rules of existence, transcending the confines of mere combat energy. Conversely, after 9 o'clock each evening, Veronica would leave her chambers to address various matters, such as consulting with subordinates, engaging with dragons, mediating noble disputes, and scrutinizing existing laws for potential improvements. "Sir Klober," a voice echoed from within the room. Without hesitation, Klober turned the doorknob, opening the door slightly, and inquired, "May I enter, Your Grace?" Receiving no objection, Klober proceeded, adhering to the protocol taught by a well-meaning maid. Upon entering, he was met with an atmosphere of opulence. His gaze was immediately drawn to a massive golden dragon head banner adorning one wall, radiating a dazzling light that underscored the owner's prestige. However, it was the enormous, approximately 4-meter square soft bed that truly captured his attention. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed inwardly. Beneath his feet lay a rug crafted from the hide of a mystical beast, emanating a faint magical glow that enhanced the room's mystique. The rug was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also undoubtedly of immense value. The seemingly ordinary furniture was constructed from costly jade trees, a unique variant originating from the Emerald Kingdom's Jade Valley, influenced by the aura of emerald dragons. Jade trees possessed a dreamlike, translucent, white-green hue, reminiscent of jade. Each piece of furniture fashioned from jade trees was a work of art, and an entire set was beyond the means of most nobles. After a brief survey of the Archduchess's furnishings, Klober lowered his gaze and bowed in greeting. Veronica, still emerging from her slumber, responded vaguely, seemingly unaware that she had summoned him. A silence ensued. Eventually, Klober broke the awkwardness, taking the initiative. As his superior's most attentive subordinate, he felt it was his duty to initiate conversation. "Your Grace, after my breakthrough to High Knight, the color of my combat energy has changed significantly, resembling yours. Could you enlighten me as to the cause?" Veronica, previously drowsy, was instantly alert upon seeing the crimson gold combat energy on Klober's hand. Her bright eyes fixed on the energy, and her fair feet arched slightly, betraying her curiosity and surprise. Veronica's astonishment stemmed from the fact that her unique crimson gold combat energy was appearing on another person, as if someone were stealing her identity. However, she quickly regained her composure and recalled the Scholar Council's theory regarding Dragon Knights imbuing humans. The theory posited that dragons could influence their surroundings, creating minerals or gems aligned with their element, and that dragon knights, upon uniting with a dragon, would inherit some of the dragon's physical attributes. Dragons influenced their environment, but dragon knights did not. The Scholar Council discovered that dragon knights influenced humans, though their influence was less aggressive than that of dragons. Knights with a certain level of combat energy were resistant to this influence, their energy instinctively rejecting magical factors incompatible with their own element. Klober's high-quality combat energy allowed him to accommodate a small amount of crimson gold energy. Furthermore, Veronica had no intention of influencing him, which allowed Klober to absorb her energy emissions without incident. A knight with lower quality combat energy would likely be injured by the volatile magical factors. Dragon Knight influence was detrimental, gradually assimilating those around them, turning them into appendages of their combat energy and causing them to lose reason and soul, ultimately becoming inanimate, mineral-like beings. Klober was fortunate, as he not only avoided being influenced, but also used the energy to break through to High Knight and unlock new abilities. Nonetheless, Veronica could no longer allow Klober to remain in her presence, as she had forgotten about the Dragon Knight influence theory. After all, having been a Dragon Knight for so many years, surrounded by countless individuals, none have ever exhibited such a phenomenon of being permeated. Thus, upon sensing Klober absorbing the magical essence that overflowed from him, he did not intervene. Fortunately, it is not too late to do so now. After careful contemplation, Duchess Veronica has decided to grant Klober a fiefdom, allowing him to govern as a lord. Although the thought of possibly not seeing her little Rose again brings a tinge of sorrow, Veronica is even less inclined to extinguish the potential brilliance of a future genius within the duchy due to her own reasons. In truth, the decision to send him forth was made after thorough consideration. Firstly, Klober has already demonstrated his unwavering loyalty to her and to the nation, marking him as a trustworthy knight, and undoubtedly a reliable vassal as well. Secondly, Klober's innate talent, even in the discerning eyes of Duchess Veronica, ranks among the elite. Such a loyal genius is someone who deserves to be nurtured, unless one is a fool. Thirdly, while Klober possesses significant talent, this world does not yield its challenges merely to those with high potential. One must also have the insight to perceive the essence of events, a rational and astute mind, and a unique charismatic personality. Currently, Klober still lacks in these areas. If Veronica were to retain him by her side, it would not be an act of assistance, but rather a disservice to him. For the sake of the nation, and for herself, Veronica will not selfishly keep Klober close, which might jeopardize his future. Instead, she chooses to release him, allowing the harsh realities of life to temper him. In her youth, she too traveled extensively with Vivian, enduring countless hardships before finally becoming a dragon knight. For Klober to achieve greatness, he too must undergo trials. Unbeknownst to her, Veronica has gradually transformed her feelings for Klober from that of an exquisite pet to that of a remarkable and loyal genius worthy of cultivation. Sir Klober, she summoned him. The purpose of your summons today is to assign you a task. Chapter 54. The task: the Golden Grand Duchy, Northeastern Region, Azure Feather City. This is the domain of the Azure Feather Marquis, one of the 5 great marquises. Azure Feather City is situated in a vast plain, encircled by verdant forests and fertile farmlands. The city is celebrated for its formidable ramparts, bustling marketplaces, and the wood-attributed magical herb, azure feather grass. However, an atmosphere of palpable tension has gripped Azure Feather City. An elite squadron of cavalry has materialized within the city's perimeter. The vigilant sentinels on the walls immediately discerned the unidentified army and promptly sounded the alarm. The pealing of the bells reverberated through the city, rousing its inhabitants from their occupations. In an instant, the soldiers patrolling the ramparts abandoned their posts, swiftly seizing their bows, their arrows uniformly aimed at the cavalry outside the city. These soldiers, disciplined and resolute, exuded an aura of dauntless courage, indicative of seasoned veterans. Upon observing the Azure Feather City soldiers brandishing their bows, their arrowheads glinting menacingly, the lead knight, taken aback, urgently instructed his attendant to hoist their standard to avert any misidentification by allied forces. The attendant, without hesitation, retrieved an exquisitely crafted banner from a saddlebag. The banner, vibrantly colored, depicted a yellow, high-stepping steed, rendered with such realism that it seemed poised to gallop forth. The banner's background was artfully divided into contrasting red and black hues. The left half of vivid crimson, the right a profound ebony. Once the lead knight ascertained that the banner was aloft, he inhaled deeply, mustered his inner aura, and bellowed, "I am Sir Warteva of the purple alfalfa family. Open the gates at once. I bear urgent tidings of utmost importance." His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with a sense of desperate urgency. The soldiers on the walls, upon hearing the proclamation, directed their gaze toward their commander. Recognizing the familiar banner and the equally familiar Warteva, their initial apprehension waned. However, erring on the side of caution, the commander cautioned, "Warteva, in accordance with the laws decreed by the Marquis, you may only bring 5 individuals into the city. The remainder must encamp outside the walls. This is non-negotiable." Warteva, well acquainted with the commander's inflexibility, understood that non-compliance would engender needless complications. He promptly assented, "Understood. I shall abide by the Marquis's laws." With dispatch, he selected 5 robust and experienced warriors from his retinue, leaving the rest to establish a camp outside the city, awaiting his return. With these arrangements finalized, Warteva heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the gates of Azure Feather City swung open. Without delay, he mounted his steed and spurred it toward the city's heart. Travel-worn and anxious, he hastened through the streets. Finally, after a protracted journey, he arrived at the castle in the city's center. An air of apprehension permeated the castle, its guards on high alert. Warteva, disregarding his fatigue, proceeded directly to the castle's conference chamber. He pushed open the door and was met by the steward, entrusted with managing affairs in the absence of the Azure Feather Marquis. Disregarding formalities, Warteva thrust the missive into the steward's hands. "What? Black Feather Island plundered by pirates from the Three Daughters Archipelago? Baron Sasko slain?" The steward, upon reading the report, was visibly shaken, his voice rising an octave. For years, the pirates of the Three Daughters Archipelago had been a persistent threat. Only recently had the coastal baronial families united to suppress them. How could they have resurfaced with such ferocity? Furthermore, the devastating losses, including the demise of Baron Sasko, were simply unfathomable. The steward, his countenance grave, studied the report. The gravity of the situation exceeded his authority, as the Marquis had not delegated military responsibilities to him prior to his departure. "Very well, I am aware of the situation. Accompany me to Master Conrad. Only he is capable of addressing this matter." The 2 men then rode with haste to the training grounds, where they found Conrad. Conrad, upon reading the report, was equally alarmed. Despite his youth, he was experienced and promptly instructed the steward to dispatch a raven to St. Gold Fort. He then hastily composed a letter. Once the steward returned with the raven, Conrad secured the letter and the report, then ascended to the castle's tower to release the bird. With these tasks completed, Conrad exhaled in relief and remarked to the steward, "The Baron of Black Feather Island has been slain, the populace abducted by pirates. Surely, this news will enrage the Grand Duchess. We must contemplate how to mitigate her wrath. Earl Klober, I have a task for you." With these words, Grand Duchess Veronica retrieved 2 missives from her desk and tossed them to Klober. Klober caught them and selected one at random to peruse. As he absorbed the contents, his brow furrowed. Black Feather Island attacked by pirates? The Baron slain, his family extinguished, and the populace enslaved? He was familiar with Black Feather Island, a coastal island in the northeastern region of the Golden Grand Duchy, its origins tracing back to the maritime explorations of 2 decades past. Legend had it that a cadet of the Azure Feather family led an expedition that discovered the then uninhabited Black Feather Island. According to the laws of the time, the Grand Duchess could ennoble and accept the allegiance of those who discovered new lands during exploration. The Grand Duchess accepted the cadet's fealty and permitted him to establish his own lineage and name the island. The Azure Feather family cadet christened the island and his new family Black Feather, after a species of edible black grass indigenous to the island. Legally, Black Feather Island was a direct possession of the Grand Duchess, a royal domain. The pirates' audacity in raiding Black Feather Island, slaughtering nobles and commoners, was an overt challenge to Grand Duchess Veronica and the Golden Grand Duchy's sovereignty. Earl Klober, your mission is to locate those pirates and exterminate them, leaving no survivors. The entire Three Daughters Archipelago must be scoured by fire, leaving no patch untouched. I want that wretched land rendered barren, incapable of sustaining life. Grand Duchess Veronica's placid tone belied the sheer terror of her words, leaving Klober slightly unnerved. However, he dismissed his qualms. reasoning that a ruler must possess such resolve to retaliate against provocation and safeguard the nation's honor, lest its dignity be compromised. Unless, of course, one is outmatched. Klober silently added, "As you command, your grace. How many knights may I enlist for this endeavor?" Klober was yet unaware of the pirates' strength, but he was certain that they possessed formal knights, perhaps 3 to 5 at the very least. The Black Feather clan, despite not being a family of great knights, still holds the noble title of Baron, with several formal knights among their ranks. To achieve victory, the pirates must either possess a formidable knight or enjoy a numerical advantage in formal knights. Therefore, Klober ardently hoped that Duchess Veronica would grant him a knightly squad to assist him. With himself, 2 great knights, and 9 formal knights, this force would be sufficient to annihilate the band of pirates. However, the next words from Duchess Veronica left him utterly astonished. "No, for this mission, I shall not confer command of the Dragon Breath Knight order to you." Klober was taken aback. "Yet," she continued, "if you can vanquish this band of pirates using your own strength, I shall bestow upon you the lands of Black Feather Island, grant you the right to bear your own surname and name the island, and elevate you to the rank of Baron." Upon hearing this, Klober's breath grew noticeably heavier. Chapter 55. The inauguration ceremony. Klober conceded that he was indeed captivated by the munificent offer put forth by Grand Duchess Veronica. Black Feather Island, a discreet isle encompassing roughly 30 square kilometers, boasting a modest littoral expanse, was an enticing prospect. The minimum domain for a barony was 20 square kilometers, akin to a small county from Klober's former life. While 30 square kilometers fell short of a city, it was tantamount to a sizable county, a rather generous baronial estate. Moreover, Black Feather Island was strategically positioned. Approximately 50 nautical miles north lay the Tempest Strait, the frontier between the Emerald Kingdom and the Golden Grand Duchy. The strait owed its appellation to a draconic conflict, the very one that birthed Grand Duchess Veronica's moniker, the Dragon's Bane. The specifics of this battle shall be elucidated subsequently. A further 20 nautical miles north was Red Crab Island, the Emerald Kingdom's southernmost outpost. Emerald Kingdom merchants typically traversed the Tempest Strait from Red Crab Island, and after a 50 nautical mile voyage, Black Feather Island would come into view. Black Feather Island was replete with recreational amenities, boasting taverns, casinos, and a sprawling marketplace. Its commercial potential was undeniable. However, like the Golden Grand Duchy, the Emerald Kingdom had failed to discover new continents beyond a few coastal isles during its exploration of the Azure Sea, resulting in a lack of emphasis on maritime trade. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the Black Feathergrass family from amassing a considerable fortune. They merely collected tolls from passing merchant vessels and erected taverns and other amusements, allowing the gold to accumulate. Their affluence may have precipitated the pirate incursion. Despite the allure of the Grand Duchess's reward, Klober maintained his composure. The more tempting the morsel, the more imperative it was to scrutinize the potential peril lurking behind it. A sugared poison could still prove lethal. Could these pirates be problematic? Were they backed by a clandestine power? Unlikely. Were such a force to exist, it would not content itself with a mere raid on Black Feather Island. It would have assailed Brown Earth Island to the southwest. Brown Earth Island was equally affluent, but its baron was a formidable great knight, commanding a far greater number of formal knights than Black Feather Island. Klober surmised that the pirates, judging by the carnage on Black Feather Island, were likely bloodthirsty. In such a state, they would be highly inclined to assault Brown Earth Island. Only fear could dissuade the frenzied pirates from further action. Despite their numbers, these predominantly ordinary pirates were no match for Brown Earth Island. Hence, they dared not attack it. After careful deliberation, Klober resolved to accept the commission. The remuneration was substantial, and the task, based on available intelligence, did not appear overly arduous. Of course, every endeavor entails risk and the potential for unforeseen complications. However, fortune favors the bold. To attain the unattainable, one must embrace the unbearable. Furthermore, he believed that his great knight prowess would enable him to devise a strategy and complete the mission successfully. After all, the Grand Duchess had merely prohibited him from deploying the Dragon Breath Knights. She had not forbidden him from enlisting the Golden Rose family's aid. The Golden Rose family, though preoccupied with establishing new territories in preparation for an imminent elevation to marquisate, could surely spare a small contingent of troops and a few formal knights. Your trust and generosity are greatly appreciated, Grand Duchess. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your commission flawlessly. Klober avowed with unwavering conviction, his gaze resolute, his tone confident, as if he already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Good. Grand Duchess Veronica nodded. You may depart for Black Feather Island after today's inauguration ceremony. The mission deadline is 3 months. Failure to complete it within that time frame will be deemed a failure, and you need not return. Klober stiffened and promptly replied, Have no fear. I shall obliterate those damned pirates and uphold your dominion. The hall of Hilder Fortress teemed with a multitude of nobles, both high and low, resplendent and vibrant. Costly attire. Many adorned themselves with gem-encrusted magical artifacts that emitted brilliant arcane luminescence. They had congregated for the imminent inauguration ceremony, a spectacle that captivated all present. The nobles' expressions were a tableau of emotions, ranging from elation to trepidation. The ceremony would not only confer rewards but also mete out punishment to those who had proven derelict in their duties. Indeed, the unique nature of the war had rendered the majority of the nobility utterly inconsequential, with some even proving to be a burden on the nation. However, the Grand Duchess's recent conquest of a vast territory presented an opportunity for those who had distinguished themselves in past conflicts. They secretly plotted to secure further advantages from the impending distribution of honors. Daniel Golden Rose was the epitome of such ambition. The Earl had diligently calculated for days, concluding that his family's wartime merits warranted a marquisate and a commensurate fiefdom. This prospect filled him with elation and elicited envy and resentment from his peers. Have you heard? Earl Daniel has ascended to the rank of Sky Knight. Indeed, he will likely be elevated to Marquis at this inauguration ceremony, bringing our nation's total number of Marquises to 6. It is truly enviable that the Golden Rose family has so swiftly reached the apex of the Grand Duchy's nobility. Earl Daniel, oblivious to the surrounding whispers, was engrossed in meditation, preparing to greet the inauguration in the best possible condition. This was the day he would lead his family to the rank of Marquis, a day of glory. Shortly thereafter, Grand Duchess Veronica arrived, accompanied by a solemn-looking Klober. Greetings, Grand Duchess. The nobles bowed, paying homage to their sovereign. Veronica waved her hand, accepting their deference. Very well. Today, we shall distribute honors based on prior wartime merits. Those deserving of promotion shall be elevated, and those requiring new lands shall receive them. Daniel, you shall be the first. Count Daniel, standing below, offered a bow and stepped forward from the assembly, kneeling before the Grand Duke. Daniel of the Golden Rose, your actions have substantiated your capabilities, and time has validated the fidelity of you and your lineage. By the authority vested in me as ruler of the Golden Grand Duchy, I bestow upon you the title of Marquis. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Marquis of the Golden Rose, and I shall delineate an additional 1,500 square kilometers of land westward from your county to serve as your new fiefdom. Now, take up the sword I proffer, and with the dragon as your witness, vanquish all adversaries before you, striving for the attainment of sublime honor in battle. Count Daniel, or rather, Marquis Daniel, as he was now known, had successfully obtained the title of Marquis and acquired 1,500 square kilometers of new territory, combined with his existing county of 1,500 square kilometers. This formed a marquisate of precisely 3,000 square kilometers. According to the statutes, a marquisate typically encompassed an area of approximately 3,500 to 5,000 square kilometers. However, the lands conquered by the Grand Duke, though vast, were only about the size of 3 or 4 counties. Thus, the allocation of a quarter of this land to Daniel was cause for considerable elation. Subsequently, other nobles stepped forward to receive their apportionments. Count Stephen, on this occasion, was granted a barony, situated at the westernmost periphery of the territory, a detached exclave. However, the Grand Duke, in her benevolence, exempted the fiefdom from taxation for a year, providing some financial respite. With the rewards dispensed, the time for retribution arrived. Viscount Pierre stepped forward. A middle-aged man, adorned in opulent attire, emerged from the crowd with trepidation. Kneeling before Grand Duchess Veronica. Viscount Pierre, in this war, you were derelict in your duties, engaging in opportunistic malfeasance. Your conduct has entirely forsaken the honor and integrity befitting a knight. Therefore, I decree the forfeiture of your viscountcy, reducing you to the rank of knight. Relinquish all aspirations for your former lands. I have prepared an estate for you in the south, where you shall reside and reflect upon your transgressions. Thus, Grand Duchess Veronica called forth several other nobles by name, each of whom suffered severe penalties, with most being demoted in rank and some even dispatched to serve on the frontier. Service on the frontier primarily involved scouting the lands beyond the borders, especially since Veronica had lent most of her agents to her royal brother and was now in dire need of replacements. These errant minor nobles were deemed suitable candidates. The investiture ceremony persisted for nearly an entire day, and by its conclusion, the sun was nearing its descent. The throng of nobles departed from the hall, the political landscape of the duchy having undergone substantial transformation in a single day. They were naturally eager to seize every available opportunity and exert every effort to advance the interests of their families. Marquis Daniel, having reaped the greatest benefits from the war, became the primary target of the nobles' attentions. Indeed, prominence often invites scrutiny, a truth universally applicable. Marquis Daniel has undeniably ascended to the zenith of admiration, a focal point for the nobility's attention. Even the customarily aloof Frostwolf Marquis graced him with a visit, presenting a magnificent pendant crafted from verdant crystal. The Frostwolf Marquis's gesture amplified the urgency among the other nobles to pay their respects. Marquis Daniel found himself engaged in a series of exchanges with these dignitaries, primarily those of commodal and higher ranks. Even Count Stefan, traditionally indifferent to Marquis Daniel, felt compelled to offer felicitations, wary of appearing divisive before the assembled nobility and the Archduchess. The aristocracy's adaptability is undeniable. While the Golden Rose family once enjoyed considerable influence, it had not experienced such ubiquitous reverence until Daniel's ascension to Sky Knight and his subsequent marquisate. This elevation prompted a palpable shift in the other marquises' demeanor, marked by increased cordiality, perhaps partly motivated by a desire to ingratiate themselves with Archduchess Veronica. As dusk descended, Archduchess Veronica departed, and the nobles began to disperse, retiring to prepare for their imminent departure. Klober, having escorted Archduchess Veronica, sought out his grandfather, Marquis Daniel, for guidance. "I trust grandfather is preferable to grandpa," which feels somewhat informal. Marquis Daniel had just entered his chambers, instructing the staff to prepare supper while he perused the intelligence reports on his desk. The attainment of the Earth Knight rank bestows the ability to sustain oneself for brief periods by absorbing ambient magical energies. Sky Knights possess an even more refined capacity for extended sustenance without food. Nonetheless, most knights of these ranks hail from noble lineages, accustomed to culinary opulence. While not strictly necessary for survival, these knights often maintain regular meal schedules to indulge their palates. Furthermore, while magical energy sustains basic functions, the diets of the nobility, often featuring magical beast meats, significantly enhance a knight's martial prowess. Marquis Daniel, though unable to procure the rarest magical beast meats, could still partake in the flesh of advanced magical beasts, thereby accelerating his own martial growth. As he examined the reports, he was informed that his grandson, Klober, awaited an audience. He promptly ordered a supper prepared with intermediate magical beast meat, having discerned Klober's recent advancement to the rank of Grand Knight, a source of considerable pride. Klober's rapid progression, becoming a formal knight at 15 and a Grand Knight soon after, marked him as a prodigy. Upon entering, Klober experienced a profound sense of ease in his grandfather's presence, akin to the comfort of returning home. He settled onto the sofa, his armor compressing the cushions. Marquis Daniel, unconcerned with such formalities between close kin, recalled his beloved daughter Lilith's mischievous youth. A shadow of coldness crossed Marquis Daniel's countenance as he reflected on his daughter. His agents had delivered a comprehensive report that, upon review, nearly overwhelmed even his composure. Were it not for the timely intervention of his staff, he might have sought retribution against Krau and his illegitimate offspring. The report confirmed that Lilith had indeed borne 4 children. However, the Krau family's inferior lineage appeared to have produced offspring of limited talent. Klober's elder brother, Krok, remained a non-knight at the age of 28. Consequently, Krau sought a means to enhance the martial aptitude of his subsequent children, enlisting the local mage to concoct a potion for Lilith to consume during her second pregnancy. Remarkably, the mage succeeded in creating a potion, resulting in their second son, Klass's, superior talent. Krau attributed this improvement to the potion and continued to administer it to Lilith. Further investigation revealed that the potion did not genuinely bestow talent. Klass's aptitude was innate, not induced. An examination of the potion by the Marquisite's mages revealed a partial success. The potion was intended to amplify the fetus's talent by channeling ambient magical energy through the mother. However, it only drew energy from Lilith herself, and even then, It failed to effectively transfer this energy to the fetus. The siphoned life force dissipated over time. Fortunately, the Golden Rose family's monthly gifts of magical supplements sustained Lilith's health. Without these, she might have perished in Deepwater territory, precluding Klober's birth. After bearing Klaas and Christina, Lilith's condition contravened further pregnancies, yet Krau persisted in his desires. He preferred Lilith's beauty over others. Consequently, Lilith conceived Klober. Throughout this period, she only requested additional supplements from her family. In retrospect, it was likely that the beastly Krau coerced Lilith with her children, leading to her demise in Waterdeep. However, what incensed him most was the fact that Croc, the eldest son, was already 12 years old and yet assisted Krau in persuading Lilith to ingest the potion. Similarly, Klaas, the second son, though younger, had already exhibited a callous and cunning nature. He not only disregarded Lilith's pleas for help, but even suggested a ruse to divert the foster knights from the territory, depriving Lilith of her last resort. These were the actions that Daniel, a marquis who valued kinship above all else, found most incomprehensible and infuriating. How could they, her own flesh and blood, dare to push their mother into the abyss? The thought of Lilith's despair and the sense of betrayal she must have felt at the hands of her sons brought tears to Daniel's eyes. Consequently, he also harbored resentment towards Count Stephen, who had vigorously promoted the ill-fated marriage. Chapter 57. The Untamed Sea. At that time, the Baron of Deepwater was Alman, a valiant nobleman of commendable character. The primary reason for his confidence stemmed from Count Stephen's unwavering assurance. Alman was on the brink of becoming a Grand Knight, and upon his ascension, he would be granted the title of Viscount. Furthermore, Clarl was not as foolish then as he is perceived now. He was merely a naive young man with limited talent, but of good nature, which was the reason Daniel had agreed to Stephen's proposal. The Marquis Daniel did not wish to marry his daughter Lilith to a particularly powerful noble family, as this would jeopardize her future well-being. A weaker family would be more inclined to fear the might of the Golden Rose, and even if they harbored resentment, they would be compelled to care for and support Lilith. Daniel could also discern Alman's intentions, which were simply to pave the way for his only son. Being a knight from the Moonlight Mushroom family, he had a strong rapport with Stephen. A marriage alliance with the Golden Rose would intertwine the two great noble families of the West with the Oat family. Daniel welcomed this, believing the higher the value of his daughter, the better her future would be. However, he did not anticipate his own misjudgment. He could hardly fathom Clarl's sheer foolishness. The cost of his error was the loss of his beloved daughter. It was his fault for protecting her too well, allowing a worthless individual like Clarl to ensnare her. Had he been in Clarl's position, he would have personally slain the two despicable sons who dared to threaten their mother, making the matter public and ensuring it was widely known. Did Clarl dare to harm Lilith? If he did, Daniel would dispatch dozens of Earth Knights to raze the entire Deepwater territory, leaving not a single soul behind. Despite his fury, Marquis Daniel forced himself to remain composed. Time was on his side, and he had ample opportunities to gradually torment them. Death would be too merciful. Only prolonged suffering would lessen the anguish in his heart. Klober, seated on the sofa, observed as Marquis Daniel stared blankly at the letter in his hands. His eyes reddened, fearing something grave had occurred in the territory. Not daring to speak, he patiently awaited the conclusion of Daniel's affairs. Eventually, the monotonous atmosphere was broken by the sound of a servant knocking to deliver dinner, startling Daniel from his reverie. Upon noticing Klober had been waiting, he erupted into laughter and invited Klober to join him for dinner. Regarding the cause of Lilith's demise, Daniel planned to disclose the truth to Klober at a more opportune moment. Now was not the time. Once he had sufficiently tormented Clarl and his two wretched offspring, he would reveal the reality. Even without Klober's words, Daniel could sense his concern over Lilith's tragic fate. At the dining table, individuals indulged in exquisite cuisine and engaged in lively discussions, free from the constraints of silence during meals. Thus, during their repast, Klober and Marquis Daniel conversed animatedly, with Klober passionately recounting tales while Daniel listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement. When Klober mentioned how his fighting spirit had transformed into a golden hue resembling that of the Grand Duke S, Daniel furrowed his brow. He set down his utensils and gestured for Klober to demonstrate his newly acquired power. Klober inhaled deeply, channeling his energy into the fingertip of his right hand. Instantly, a dim golden aura resembling a flickering flame manifested in the air. This energy radiated intense heat, causing the surrounding air to shimmer noticeably. As a noble from an ancient lineage, Daniel was well aware of the concept of Dragon Knight infusion. He had initially permitted Klober to join the Dragon Breath Knight Order to provide him with a gilded opportunity. Daniel envisioned reclaiming Klober after a year, granting him a barony over the newly acquired lands, rich in resources. He intended to refrain from bestowing titles upon powerful nobles, instead favoring a few barons, ensuring the majority of the territory remained under his control. Once Klober ascended to the rank of Grand Knight, Daniel would recommend him to the Grand Duke, increasing the likelihood of Klober being elevated to Count, given their prior connection with the Dragon Breath Knight Order. By then, Klober would have solidified his status among the dukedom's elite, enhancing the Golden Rose family's power. However, the current predicament concerning his valued family caused Daniel considerable distress. He was uncertain how to resolve this infusion phenomenon and suggested Klober consult the Grand Duke, believing his standing would facilitate such an inquiry. Klober recounted his earlier conversation with the Grand Duke, who claimed there was no issue but advised him to refrain from training near her in the future. Klober also recounted the task assigned by Grand Duchess Veronica to eliminate pirates. Black Feather Island? Ah, indeed, it is a fine location. Yet I would not recommend you become its lord. The island is relatively small. A barony would be the utmost title attainable. Should you aspire to a higher rank, you would need to annex surrounding islands. As far as I know, only 3 islands encircle Black Feather Island, the largest being Brown Soil Island, comparable in size. The others, Thorn Island and Dark Ring Reef, combined, do not equal Black Feather Island's size. Even if you unified these lands, they would barely constitute a viscountcy, especially considering each island is under its own noble's dominion, making intervention impossible. Daniel articulated his reservations about Klober's intentions regarding Black Feather Island, emphasizing his disapproval. The coastal islands of the eastern region had been extensively explored. If Klober sought greater territories and titles, he would need to embark on new maritime expeditions. However, the probability of discovering new islands was exceedingly slim. The age of exploration had seen countless fleets set sail, yet few returned safely, and even fewer became nobility through their discoveries. Presently, the western lands of the duchy remained ripe for development, and Klober had no need to squander his efforts in barren seas. Upon reflecting on Daniel's words, Klober realized that the world's exploration of the ocean remained superficial. There were no methods for extracting salt from seawater, and the consumption of seafood was limited to a few fish varieties. This revelation only intensified Klober's desire to acquire Black Feather Island, as he yearned for such a domain to fulfill his aspirations. Even if he failed to exploit marine resources, the island's trade would provide ample sustenance. In essence, he believed there was little risk in pursuing his ambitions. Chapter 58. Family Assistance After Careful Consideration. Klober ultimately resolved to heed the Duke's command and embark on a journey to the Three Daughters Islands to eradicate the band of pirates and to claim the title of Baron of Black Feather Island. In his discourse with Marquis Daniel, Klober astutely recognized that the understanding and utilization of marine resources in this world remained at a rudimentary stage. Although this vast ocean differed from his previous life in lacking mineral resources, the abundance of biological resources it harbored constituted a significant fortune. Furthermore, this realm possessed a form of toxic natural sea salt, yet it lacked effective processing methods for such salt. However, Klober felt assured, for he had at his disposal a comprehensive set of sea salt processing techniques and seawater filtration methods from his former world. To him, the tumultuous sea resembled a treasure trove concealing boundless wealth, eagerly awaiting his discovery. Yet, Marquis Daniel fundamentally disagreed with this notion. He preferred that Klober follow the path he had meticulously arranged for him, allowing him to cultivate his abilities under his protection and subsequently strengthen the family as a Sky Knight, rather than risking himself for a modest barony at such a fragile stage. If Klober were willing, the Marquis could bestow upon him the title of Viscount on the spot. Daniel was well aware of the interests entwined with Black Feather Island. He simply did not wish for Klober to gamble his future for trivial gains. In a comparison confined to baronial territories, Black Feather Island would undoubtedly become a coveted prize. Even among the ranks of Viscounts, Black Feather Island would be akin to a hen that lays golden eggs, generating substantial tax revenue annually. However, the Golden Rose family, being affluent and large in scale, could hardly regard the meager profits derived from maritime trade as significant. Moreover, their family territories lay entirely inland, rendering a distant enclave of limited utility compared to the prudent management of their own lands. I have no choice, grandfather. This is the Duke's command. You cannot expect me to defy it, Klober lamented, invoking the name of Duchess Veronica. The Duke merely requires you to eliminate the pirates. I can send a land knight along with a formal knight squad to accompany you. However, I urge you to decline the title of Baron of Black Feather Island. If you desire a fief, I can delineate a viscount territory from my marquisate, which would be far superior to that of the Baron of Black Feather Island. It was apparent that Marquis Daniel was genuinely considering his grandson's well-being, even generously offering to grant him the title of viscount directly. Nevertheless, Klober harbored a divergent perspective. Grandfather, I believe the Duke intends for me to gain experience on Black Feather Island. After all, it is a royal domain. And the Duke's decision to assign me there stems from his trust and desire for my growth. Therefore, I believe it is imperative not only to go to Black Feather Island, but also to govern it effectively. Only then can I demonstrate my capabilities to the Duke, potentially earning his favor for future responsibilities. Furthermore, I could assist the family in expanding trade routes, cultivating naval power, and even seek out new islands, with Black Feather Island serving as our stronghold. Klober's words prompted Marquis Daniel to ponder deeply. Observing the spirited and confident young man before him, Daniel sighed, evidently moved by Klober's sentiments. The Golden Rose family indeed lacked its own maritime force, whereas other Marquis families possessed their own fleets, facilitating trade between the Emerald Kingdom and the Duchy. Though the shipbuilding technology in the Duchy was not fully developed, it sufficed for coastal and transoceanic trade, albeit with modest profits that barely warranted the effort. However, if a fleet could be organized, the Golden Rose family might leverage its formidable strength to explore broader markets rather than remain confined to the Emerald Kingdom. To speak frankly, if the Emerald Kingdom and the Golden Duchy were to fall into discord, severing trade ties, the Golden Rose family would suffer significantly. The current economic situation within the family leaned heavily towards the cultivation of cash crops, with agricultural produce constituting a mere 30% of their economy. Each year, nearly 10% of their food supply was reliant on imports, a precarious position should war arise. As a leader of the family, Marquis Daniel had to consider the worst-case scenarios. Maintaining the 30% agricultural ratio was already a considerable challenge. The terrain of the Golden Rose family's lands, dominated by forests and mountains, was unsuitable for large-scale agriculture, yet ideal for cultivating cash crops, such as agarwood and medicinal herbs. This reality meant that although the Golden Rose territory appeared prosperous, a disruption in food supply could yield catastrophic consequences. If Black Feather Island could become a forward post for the family to expand its trade routes, Marquis Daniel mused inwardly. Perhaps allowing Klober to undergo some trials would be beneficial. You make a valid point. The Duke may indeed admire you and wish to provide you with an opportunity for growth. Black Feather Island could very well bring new benefits to the family. After a moment's pause, Daniel continued, how many individuals do you intend to bring? Let it be understood that since the Duke has harbored intentions for your development, I cannot provide you with excessive strength. A land knight is the most formidable support I can extend. It was as if the man who had previously suggested sending a land knight was no longer present. Grandfather, I do not require many. Just 2 squads of soldiers will suffice. Ideally, please assign me 2 formal knights, but a land knight is unnecessary. Knight Foster is on the verge of a breakthrough, and I plan to take him with me for this mission. 2 squads of soldiers would amount to 20 individuals. The Three Daughters Islands lie at the far eastern edge of the duchy, and taking more than necessary would be impractical for the long journey. 20 individuals would be just right. Very well, I will arrange for you 2 elite squads. As for the formal knights, let Hermann and Hire accompany you. I will ensure that provisions are sufficient for your use for a month. Once depleted, you may replenish your supplies at the various merchant associations of the Golden Rose family. Chapter 59. Departure. With the unwavering support of his family, Klober brimmed with confidence for this mission. To his delight, the Marquis Daniel had privately informed him that once Klober embarked on his journey, he would dispatch a caravan towards Qingyu City. Should the operation against the pirates encounter unforeseen difficulties, Klober and his troops would prioritize their safety and seek reinforcements from the caravan sent by the Golden Rose family to Qingyu City. Klober nodded in agreement, acutely aware that if circumstances spiraled beyond his control, safeguarding his own life and that of his subordinates would be paramount. After all, these were elite warriors, meticulously nurtured by the family and forged through numerous battles. They could not afford significant losses in what was ostensibly a lowly task of eradicating pirates. The pirates, at best, wielded only a few iron weapons. However, Klober surmised that after plundering Black Feather Island, this band of pirates had likely acquired a substantial arsenal. Given the strategic location of Black Feather Island, their armament would undoubtedly surpass that of a typical baronial territory. Moreover, upon reaching Chinyu City, Klober would not act impulsively by leading his men to the Three Daughters Archipelago. Instead, he would meticulously investigate the specific circumstances surrounding this group of pirates before proceeding. The fact that these brigands had successfully raided Black Feather Island and slain the local baron and members of the guard exceeded Klober's long-held perceptions of brigands. Historically, brigands had been synonymous with weakness, typically composed of impoverished vagrants or deserters, lacking the fighting prowess that stronger individuals would possess. As the formidable warriors pledged their allegiance to the nobility, only those unwilling to be bound by rules would resort to banditry after acquiring significant strength. Yet, even they would not be overwhelmingly powerful, as formal knights would be the pinnacle of their ranks. After all, great knights ruled over territories where they could reign as local sovereigns, who would willingly choose a life of banditry, fraught with peril and the uncertainty of encountering a formidable knight who could easily vanquish them. The intelligence from Chinyu City was overly one-sided, merely suggesting that the pirates had survived due to their fierce resistance, leveraging the treacherous terrain of the Three Daughters Archipelago. It was only until recent coalitions of several noble houses in the coastal regions united to launch an offensive that they successfully dismantled the pirate stronghold. Reports indicated that the majority of the pirates had indeed been eliminated, with only a few insignificant remnants managing to escape, incapable of stirring any considerable unrest. Therefore, the sudden reassembly of the once dispersed pirates, culminating in the attack on Black Feather Island, hinted at underlying reasons that could only be uncovered upon Klober's arrival. After enjoying a delightful dinner with Marquis Daniel, Klober retired to his chamber contentedly for rest. The following morning, Klober, unusually victorious against the demon of slumber, rose early. As he donned his armor, he stood by the window, overlooking the scene below. He observed several vividly bannered groups departing from Hild Fortress. These groups primarily consisted of lords from the eastern regions of the duchy, who, given the distance of their territories from Hild Fortress, were eager to return home as soon as possible. In contrast, those with closer fiefs appeared unhurried, some even leisurely preparing enticing breakfasts, treating Hild Fortress as their home. This gathering mainly comprised members and vassals of the Golden Rose family. After all, Hild Fortress could indeed be considered their residence, as it was under the dominion of Marquis Daniel. Klober had risen early to fulfill his duty before the departure of Grand Duchess Veronica. Once clad in armor, he proceeded to stand vigil at the door of the Grand Duchess's chamber. Although Grand Duchess Veronica had permitted Klober to forego his role as herald during the mission, he wished to perform his duty once more before her departure from Hild Fortress. Standing before the familiar door, he remained as still as a statue, unwavering. Inside, Grand Duchess Veronica sensed the unusual presence at her door. Lifting her head from the pillow, she gazed towards the entrance. Upon feeling that familiar aura, she nestled her head back into the pillow, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. He stood there until the clock struck 9. It was only when the leader of the Dragon Breath Knights, Odyssey, arrived that Klober concluded his vigil, offering a respectful nod before departing. As Klober's figure receded from view, Odyssey turned back to the door of Grand Duchess Veronica, quietly inquiring, "Milady, the knightly order is prepared and awaits your command to set forth." Within the room, Grand Duchess Veronica remained silent for a moment before her muffled voice finally emerged. "Temporarily entrust the Dragon Breath Knights to your deputy. I have a special task to assign to you." Having exited the castle, Klober made his way directly to the training grounds. According to the arrangements made by Marquis Daniel the previous evening, 2 official knights had gathered 20 soldiers. Among them were Knights Foster, Sam, and Will. Regrettably, Foster had not yet succeeded in breaking through to the rank of Great Knight during this period. However, as Klober's loyal follower, Foster had been gifted a vial of wind attribute potion by Marquis Daniel to aid in his breakthrough before their departure. With this potion, Foster was confident he could achieve the status of Great Knight within 3 to 4 days, which would significantly enhance their efforts in combating the pirates. At last, Klober arrived at the training grounds. His gaze immediately fell upon the elite forces of the Golden Rose family, clad in gleaming silver armor. Their attire shimmered with a cold brilliance in the sunlight. Each piece of armor was evidently crafted with utmost care. adorned with intricate engravings that embodied the dignity and glory of the unit. They also donned white cloaks embroidered with the golden rose insignia, which seemed to come alive, vividly animated by the wind. The soldiers stood tall, and Klober could discern their steadfast resolve and determination in their eyes. Clearly, this was an elite force, with each member seasoned by the trials of battle and equipped with superior weaponry. At the forefront stood 2 knights clad in plate armor, their insignias revealing their identities, Hermann Bidonkia and Higher Lanweong. Hermann appeared to be a quintessential warrior, tall and powerful, wielding a 2-handed greatsword that signified his formidable strength. He hailed from the Bidonkia family, whose emblem depicted a deep purple trumpet flower adorned with 2 green leaves. The Bidonkia family resided in the southeastern region of the Marquisate, adjacent to the territory of the Frostwolf Marquis, and boasted 3 official knights, with Hector Bidonkia being a baron loyal to Klober's grandfather, Marquis Daniel. Hermann's combat aura was of the earth attribute, specializing in defensive techniques, firmly establishing him as an official knight. In contrast, Higher Lanweong appeared relatively shorter, clad in lighter armor, leading Klober to surmise that his fighting style leaned towards agility. His weapon, akin to Klober's, was a single-handed knight's sword. The family of Jacaranda and the family of Winterberry are both baronial families under the Golden Rose. However, the Jacaranda family possesses greater strength than the Winterberry family, boasting 5 formal knights among its ranks, with their territory located in the northern region of the Marquisate. The family crest of the Jacaranda features a branch extending at an angle, adorned with clusters of jacaranda blossoms of varying sizes. Hail Jacaranda! A formal knight with a water attribute in his fighting spirit, excels in both offensive and supportive combat techniques, and possesses a rare healing technique, making him both a formidable warrior and a capable healer. Upon seeing Klober in the training grounds, the gathered individuals immediately recognized him. There was no escaping the high recognition factor that Klober possessed. The striking golden hair, handsome visage, refined demeanor, and the standard armor of a dragon breath knight, all combined in one individual, unmistakably revealing his identity. Hermann and Hale, upon Klober's arrival, hurried over to pay their respects. Hermann Winterberry. Hail Jacaranda! We are honored to meet you, Sir Klober. As formal knights, they were entirely at ease in saluting a grand knight, especially since Klober was the commander of this mission and their family was a vassal of his. Without a moment's hesitation, they approached Klober with eagerness to bow. The soldiers behind them also greeted Klober in unison. The 3rd squad under the Golden Rose family salutes Master Klober. Klober first accepted their homage, then promptly assisted Hermann and Hale, who had knelt before him, to their feet. I acknowledge your respect. From this day forth, I shall be your commander. Your duty is to heed my commands, while my duty is to lead you to victory and glory. After a brief pre-battle mobilization, as the forthcoming time would be devoted to the journey ahead, he continued, let me be clear, I will not tolerate any betrayal or disobedience. Should any of you dare to defy my orders or betray me, do not blame me for being unforgiving. However, he added, if you excel in your performance, I shall grant you an opportunity to change your fate, which may come in the form of substantial riches or finely crafted weaponry. If anyone achieves extraordinary merit, I can promise them a knighthood and a fief. With such promises, he sought to ignite the spirits of the soldiers present, knowing that the allure of titles was a powerful motivator. Observing the soldiers' reactions, Klober nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, let us depart. Our destination is Qingyu City. At Klober's command, over 20 individuals mounted their steeds. He too mounted his horse, Wind Chaser, and the group swiftly departed from Healed Fortress, leaving behind a fading silhouette. Chapter 60. The route planned by Klober for this journey was straightforward. They would set off from Hilder Fortress, traveling eastward, passing through Frostfang City, Soulflare City, and Changhu, ultimately reaching Horst Castle, where they would then embark on a waterway journey northward to the territory of the Marquis of Qingyu Grass. Frostfang City, the heart of the Frostwolf Marquis' domain, was originally named Frost City. However, this martial Marquis, eager to showcase his illustrious achievements, had renamed the city to Frostfang in honor of his remarkable feat of defeating a peak-state phantom beast using his self-created combat technique, Frostfang Bite. Soulflare City, on the other hand, fell under the jurisdiction of the Sunflower family. Klober recalled that the captain of the Dragon Breath Knights, Dylan, who belonged to the Golden Rose family, was a member of the Sunflower family. Traveling east from Soulflare City led to Changhu, an oval-shaped freshwater lake stretching from west to east. Continuing along the lakeside to the east would bring them to Horst Castle, home to Baron Horst, who possessed a small port. Klober and his subordinates planned to set sail directly from Horst Castle to first visit the Violet Klober family to gain detailed insights into the pirates, and then proceed to Qingyu City to meet the Marquis of Qingyu Grass in hopes of acquiring additional intelligence. Upon departing from Hilder Fortress, Klober and his companions hastened their journey, finally arriving at their first destination, Frostfang City, on the morning of the third day. The city exuded an air of tranquility and solemnity, its color palette appearing more subdued than other places. Its grandeur surpassed that of the Golden Rose family's crown city, yet it lacked the bustling vibrancy. The city walls bore numerous marks of blade and axe, resembling the wrinkles on the face of a weathered elder, with the scent of war and blood palpable in the air, quite fitting for Klober's impression of the cold and iron-willed Frostwolf Marquis. Stepping into the city, the atmosphere of war diminished significantly. However, Klober noted that the commercial ambience in Frostfang City was rather sparse, leaning more towards a self-sufficient agricultural community. Although shops lined the streets, most merely offered essential goods, with occasional merchant caravans stopping briefly to procure necessary items before continuing their journey. The residents moved slowly, their expressions calm, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil of the outside world. Each individual was absorbed in their tasks, whether busy or leisurely. This serene environment provided Klober and his companions with a peculiar sense of reassurance. If one were to compare the cities Klober had seen in this world to those from his previous life, the crown city of the Golden Rose family would resemble a vibrant metropolis teeming with commercial activity, pulsating with life and energy that seemed never to falter. In contrast, Frostfang City evoked a unique feeling akin to Chengdu, a city representative of leisurely living in his homeland, characterized by fertile land, abundant resources, and high agricultural yields. The pace of life here was slow and relaxed, and one could sense the tranquility and contentment from the residents' easygoing attitudes. There was no disturbance from war. The citizens lived in peace and joyfully celebrated their harvests. Moreover, Frostfang City appeared to have a significantly larger population than Crown City, possibly due to its ample food supply and stable social environment. From the condition of the soldiers within the city, it was evident that their numbers were insufficient, and they did not possess elite training. Klober speculated that the main forces of the Frostwolf Marquis had yet to arrive in Frostfang City, despite having set out slightly earlier than he had. With Klober's small group, each mounted on horseback and traveling day and night, he dismissed the idea of seeking the Frostwolf Marquis for a change of mounts. According to the law, local lords and nobles were obliged to provide assistance when fulfilling tasks assigned by the Grand Duke. The horses of Klober and his companions had noticeably diminished in speed and endurance after 2 days of intense travel. Even Klober's steed, Chasing Wind, was not exempt. Fortunately, Chasing Wind possessed the blood of a serrated horn horse, granting it a strong recovery ability, and it was not in serious trouble. However, the mounts of the 20 soldiers were merely ordinary horses, and the arduous journey had nearly exhausted them. Without a change of steeds, they might not even reach Soulflare City. Fortunately, although Frostfang City lacked a robust commercial atmosphere, it was still a city governed by a marquis. The Golden Rose family maintained a trading post there, thus relieving Klober and his companions from the burden of searching for an inn, as the trading post would provide them with a comfortable and safe place to rest. Additionally, the trading post had a certain reserve of horses, albeit of varying quality, which would suffice for Klober's party to reach Soulflare City. Upon arriving at the trading post, Klober presented his identification and explained his purpose. The trading post manager, upon seeing this, immediately welcomed him inside and arranged for the finest room for his rest. After a night of deep sleep, Klober and his soldiers appeared visibly rejuvenated, each brimming with vitality. Early the next morning, they mounted their newly acquired steeds and continued their journey eastward. After a night of rest, Chasing Wind had noticeably recovered, and Klober had arranged for Sam to feed Chasing Wind a substantial portion of monster meat the previous night, which had increased its magical energy. If this continued, Chasing Wind could potentially evolve into a low-level magical beast within 3 to 4 months. It was considered normal for a knight to ride a low-level magical beast, as the number of trainable magical beasts was limited, and those suitable for riding and capable of adapting to combat were even fewer. Aside from certain gentle breeds of magical beasts, horses remained the sole option. Leaving Frostfang City, Klober and his party maintained their relentless pace. enduring wind and rain until they finally reached their second destination, Soulflare City, where they procured mounts and supplies supported by the Count of Sunflower and rested briefly in the castle before resuming their journey. Upon departing Soulflare City, they would not encounter any more large cities, only various baronial territories, with occasional passages through the lands of viscounts. Changhu, located in the southern part of the principality, was the longest freshwater lake within the principality's territory. Unlike the Deepwater Lake, Changhu was far more abundant in resources. Continuing east along Changhu, Klober and his party finally arrived at Horst Castle. After a warm meeting with Baron Horst, he graciously invited Klober to dine with him and offered that Klober could travel with his fleet to Qingyu City for mutual support. While referred to as a fleet, it consisted of 3 well-maintained standard-sized sailing vessels, providing ample space to accommodate Klober and his party, along with their horses. Departing from Horst Castle, they would sail for about 4 to 5 days before reaching the northeastern territory of the Marquis of Qingyu Grass. Chapter 61. Causes and Consequences. After more than a month of arduous travel, enduring the elements, and sleeping under the open sky, Klober and his entourage finally arrived in the northeastern region of the principality, with their first destination being the Alfalfa family. The Alfalfa family is one of the many baronial families loyal to the Marquis of Qingyu, and their primary industry revolves around horse breeding. Having relied on this trade for generations, they possess profound expertise and exceptional skills in horse husbandry. The family name, Alfalfa, is also derived from a high-quality fodder specifically cultivated for feeding horses. Thanks to their inherited skills and years of diligent management, the Alfalfa family has seen remarkable financial success in recent years, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Currently, the family boasts 5 formal knights, with rumors suggesting that one among them is on the verge of breaking through to the rank of a Grand Knight. Upon reaching their destination, the imposing castle of the Alfalfa family came into view. The one who came to welcome Klober was Sir Wadawa Alfalfa, who had previously led a mission to Qingyu City to deliver a message. Compared to before, he now appeared much more composed and at ease, shedding the impatience he had once exhibited. After receiving Klober's letter delivered by a messenger, he meticulously organized everything within the castle with great attention to detail. Since Klober intended to discreetly gather intelligence, he did not create any grand commotion. Prior to arriving, Klober had decided to send Will ahead as a messenger to relay a message to the Alfalfa family. Upon seeing Klober's handwritten letter and the familiar golden dragon crest, Sir Wadawa promptly inquired how he could assist Will in their mission. Upon learning that Klober was concerned about the potential presence of pirate spies in the vicinity of the castle, Sir Wadawa proposed an excellent idea. "Let me hide you in a fodder cart to enter the castle." Klober, who was camping in the nearby woods, nodded in agreement upon hearing Sir Wadawa's suggestion. To be frank, it was indeed a clever idea. First and foremost, the geographical location of the Alfalfa family's castle was meticulously chosen to facilitate the care of horses, being situated far from the town, thereby ensuring a high degree of confidentiality. Unlike the previous lakeside castle, which resembled a permeable wall, where the comings and goings of people and various events had become an open secret, here, the delivery of fresh fodder had become a daily routine. Each morning, servants would drive horse-drawn carts to harvest fodder, establishing a habit that would make it improbable for any pirate spies to suspect that someone might be hiding within the cargo. As the sun set, Klober reclined slowly within the fodder cart and entered the Alfalfa castle. Sir Wadawa warmly welcomed Klober and shared with him all the intelligence he had gathered. The situation was as follows. Firstly, there was the Three Daughters Archipelago, consisting of 3 small islands: Eldest Daughter Island, Second Daughter Island, and Younger Sister Island. This archipelago, a haven for local pirates, had long been overlooked by the nobility, who regarded its inhabitants as nothing more than a ragtag assembly of refugees and deserters. These pirates would only target small merchant vessels, daring not to lay eyes on the noble fleets. The archipelago was characterized by its harsh environment and rocky terrain, riddled with natural caves. It was said that the noble who initially discovered these islands confirmed that they held no resources other than stone, deeming them worthless. Consequently, the islands were sold off at a pittance to the Duke, who, upon acquiring them, did not distribute them to any vassals. Thus, these desolate islands remained neglected and forgotten. At some point, a group of homeless pirates fortuitously stumbled upon the islands and, disregarding their lack of perceived value, decided to settle there. They adorned the rocky landscape with the spoils of their raids, transforming it into a semblance of a thriving community. Over time, this pirate settlement gained notoriety, attracting an increasing number of pirates seeking refuge. Perhaps the swelling numbers instilled a sense of audacity in them, or perhaps the inability to sustain their numbers through the plundering of small merchant vessels prompted them to set their greedy sights on the trade fleets of the nobility. Initially, they successfully assaulted several fleets while the nobles were caught off guard. However, as soon as the threat was recognized, the nobles swiftly bolstered their security. Consequently, the success rate of pirate attacks plummeted. Just when it seemed that this status quo would endure, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A band of rogue pirates from the Emerald Kingdom infiltrated the Golden Duchy through the Hurricane Strait, purposefully making their way to the Three Daughters Archipelago, where they consolidated their power. Thus, these formidable pirates began their reign of terror at sea, seizing nearly every vessel that dared to traverse their waters. This incited the wrath of the coastal nobility, who united their resources to form a coalition to assault the archipelago. The pirates' strength exceeded the nobles' expectations, boasting 4 formal-level fighters, with their leader being a Grand Knight. By the dragon above, the combined forces of the barons only amounted to 3 or 4 Grand Knights, with the remainder being formal knights. How could these ruffian pirates possibly possess a Grand Knight among their ranks? It is worth noting that the title Formal Knight is primarily reserved for nobles possessing such strength, whether they are commoners who have risen through the ranks or noble descendants. But it does not extend to those wretched brigands. The nobility considered it an affront to refer to pirates with the same title. Thus, they simply referred to the strength levels, such as Formal Knight level strength or Grand Knight level strength. Fortunately, they managed to break through the pirates' defenses and eliminate their Grand Knight leader, whose head still hangs at the outer gate of the Alfalfa Castle. Following this victory, the nobles believed that the pirates would not pose a threat for the foreseeable future, allowing them to continue their maritime trade. However, ever since the attack on Black Feather Island, the coastal nobility has reinforced their protective measures to avoid incurring unnecessary losses. As for why Black Feather Island was attacked, and whether the assailants were indeed pirates, there remains no concrete evidence. Merely traces of battle and emptied warehouses that provide scant insight. Sir Wadawa speculated that the fleeing pirates had regrouped and that a powerful pirate crew may have smuggled themselves across the Hurricane Strait. Otherwise, how could they have targeted Black Feather Island, the first island encountered after traversing the Hurricane Strait? Kleber nodded, acknowledging that Sir Wadawa possessed a semblance of wisdom in his words. However, he deemed it prudent to defer any concrete decisions until he had the opportunity to meet with the Marquis of Qingyu in the city of Qingyu. Chapter 62. Sir Foster Klober embarked on his journey to Qingyu City with great anticipation, yet the outcome fell short of his expectations. The Marquis of Kinjiyuko had yet to return from Hild Fortress, and although his heir, Conrad Kinjiyuko, could answer some inquiries, his responses mirrored closely those of Watawa Zihuamaksu. Nonetheless, Klober did not return empty-handed. Conrad generously offered substantial assistance, lending Klober a medium-sized sailing vessel along with the crew, including sailors and a helmsman, who would be temporarily at Klober's disposal. During this period, all wear and tear on the ship and the remuneration for the labor would be borne entirely by the Kinjiyuko family. With the ship and the crew's aid, Klober felt sufficiently equipped for his next course of action. Furthermore, Conrad personally penned a letter for Klober, sealed with the Kinjiyuko family crest, indicating that it could facilitate the mobilization of nobles loyal to the Kinjiyuko family in times of difficulty. Klober graciously accepted Conrad's goodwill, recognizing that preparation begets security. Initially, Klober had contemplated a visit to Black Feather Island, but Conrad dissuaded him, explaining that the island now harbored few survivors, most having been plundered by pirates who had seized their treasures and retreated to the daughter islands. The wealth of the Black Feather family, along with their elven insects and fairies, had been taken. Thus, apart from a handful of survivors and some dilapidated ruins, Black Feather Island held little of substance. After expressing gratitude for the assistance from the Kinjiyuko family and admiring their loyalty to the Duke, Klober politely declined Conrad's invitation to stay and proceeded with his entourage to the daughter islands. Klober first made his way to the Kinjiyuko family's port to retrieve the ship and crew lent by Conrad, preparing nearly a month's worth of provisions before heading directly to the daughter islands. The daughter islands were separated from the coastline by a considerable distance, which had become the breeding ground for pirate activity. Typically, pirates would choose to settle on the second daughter island, which offered more favorable natural conditions than the other 2 islands, featuring a less harsh environment and a larger area. Most importantly, its accessibility greatly facilitated their raiding of passing merchant caravans. In contrast, the first daughter island was closest to the duchy's coastline. Should the nobles decide to launch an expedition, this island would undoubtedly be a critical point of passage. Despite its rugged terrain, pirates had still stationed a portion of their forces there. As for the youngest sister island, it was not only the smallest, but also situated at the easternmost point of the two islands, making it nearly impossible for enemies to launch attacks from the sea's eastern flank. Consequently, very few pirates ventured onto Youngest Sister Island. Klober's strategy involved anchoring the ship at Youngest Sister Island, after which he and the two knights, Foster and another, would scout the pirates' actual situation. Indeed, with the aid of potions, Foster had successfully broken through before reaching Horst Castle, becoming the first knight under Klober's command. With Foster's addition, Klober's team now boasted 2 knightly warriors. However, the ship's captain, a seasoned and weathered middle-aged man who had previously navigated a harrowing pirate siege, proposed a markedly different approach. He suggested disguising the vessel as a solitary merchant ship, coincidentally passing near the waters of the second daughter island, while ensuring that most of the soldiers remained concealed within the ship's hold, revealing only a scant defensive force to create a facade of vulnerability. By doing so, they could easily incite the pirates' innate greed. According to the pirates' customary protocol, faced with such an evidently disadvantaged merchant ship, they would typically refrain from rushing to seize it, as doing so could jeopardize their share of the spoils. Instead, pirates preferred to adhere to tradition, allowing the first individual to spot the merchant vessel to organize a small raiding party. After a successful plunder, the majority of the loot would be surrendered to the pirate captain, while the remaining treasures would be at the discretion of the fortunate discoverer. The captain conveyed that this intelligence had been shared by a pirate captive aboard the ship, who had sought a decent meal in exchange for the information. With many present to bear witness, Klober could verify this with the sailors. Truth be told, Klober harbored a degree of mistrust toward everyone except himself and Knight Foster. Now, he also included Marquis Daniel, Baron Adam, and Duchess Veronica in this circle of suspicion. Yet, at this moment, he could not conceive of an alternative plan. After all, the daughter islands stood isolated at sea. Any approach would inevitably alert the vigilant pirate scouts. In such a scenario, they would have to either engage directly or retreat. Given the uncertainty regarding enemy intelligence, Klober would categorically refuse to choose a confrontational strategy. Thus, he opted to embrace the risk inherent in the captain's proposal. Firstly, the ship, its crew, and the captain had been introduced by the Kingyuko family, implying a level of loyalty rooted in their established ties within the Kingyuko territory. Secondly, Klober genuinely could not envision another viable option. With his current capabilities, he could not silently maneuver his fleet closer to the daughter islands, perhaps under the cover of darkness. But Klober's fleet could not risk approaching the shore in the dark, as a shipwreck would spell disaster. Should the captain prove unreliable or the plan falter, they would have to brace for the worst. If only they could fly. Klober mused silently. After the meeting, Heyer Lanhua found Klober and shared his perspective. A night raid? Klober exclaimed in surprise. However, the fleet could not navigate in darkness. Utilizing illumination would certainly alert the pirates on the island, rendering a nocturnal assault theoretically impossible, only serving to rouse suspicion. Heyer Lanhua bowed to Klober, saying, "My lord, our Lanhua family possesses a breathing technique particularly suited for such circumstances, known as deep-sea perception. This technique grants the user formidable awareness and perception, especially potent in areas rich in water elements. You could have the fleet linger near the waters surrounding the daughter islands during the day and prepare a small boat for me. Once night falls, I will row to the second daughter island to gather intelligence. The reconnaissance may take a day or two. However, if it extends beyond 3 days, it would indicate my mission has failed. At that point, you may proceed with your next plan, whether to masquerade as a solitary merchant ship or to launch a direct assault on the second daughter island." Upon hearing Heyer Lanhua's suggestion, Klober stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Chapter 63. Reconnaissance on land. Heyer's trustworthiness with Klober surpasses that of the so-called captain. After all, Heyer hails from a noble lineage, his family history impeccable and his credentials reliable. Nevertheless, a solo reconnaissance mission is fraught with peril and considerable risk. The true extent of the island's population and the strength of its hidden forces remain unknown. Heyer's audacity in undertaking such a venture undoubtedly stems from his own calculations. There is no doubt that he must gain sufficient rewards from this endeavor to justify the risk, whether through the acquisition of vast wealth or the pursuit of a significant artifact. Sir Hire, I deeply admire your courage. But let us speak frankly. What do you truly hope to gain from me? Or rather, what is the wellspring of your relentless drive? Hire was taken aback by Klober's forthrightness. Ultimately, he was merely dispatched by Marquis Daniel to assist in this undertaking. The team boasted 2 exceptionally skilled knights as its foremost combatants, alongside 20 well-trained elite soldiers managing various tasks. In contrast, he and Hermann, being formal knights, appeared somewhat superfluous, their presence less impactful than that of the diligent ordinary soldiers. At least the soldiers could shoulder the burdensome tasks. As nobles, they could not indulge in such labor without compromising their aristocratic dignity. Hire's family, the Blue Jacaranda, is merely an ordinary baronial house. Nobles of his modest stature are numerous under Marquis Daniel, creating fierce competition. Hire felt fortunate to accompany young Klober on this expedition to eliminate bandits, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the scion of the Golden Rose family. The potential of Klober was evident to all, and his standing in the eyes of Marquis Daniel was well known. Who could ignore the Marquis's fondness for his grandson? The land acquired from the great forest of Mois was retained solely in anticipation of Klober's ascension to a landholding count. Those with discerning eyes in the territory could hardly miss this. If one could not perceive it, they should reconsider their noble aspirations, lest they be devoured by the competition. Furthermore, it was clear that Klober could, at the very least, rise to the status of a Sky Knight, if not higher, and would surely become a Marquis. It could be said that as long as Klober did not meet an untimely end, the Golden Rose family was destined for ascendance. Hire was determined to seize this rare opportunity to leave a profound and favorable impression on Klober, thereby securing tangible benefits for himself and his family. However, Hire was utterly unprepared for the fact that, despite his youth, Klober possessed an astute and penetrating insight, effortlessly discerning his innermost thoughts. This revelation instilled a genuine respect for Klober within Hire's heart. With a wry smile, Hire mused to himself, I never imagined, young Klober, that you would perceive matters with such keen clarity. I merely offered a modest suggestion, and you effortlessly uncovered my true intentions. Indeed, he acknowledged that he harbored ulterior motives. He hoped that upon the successful completion of this mission, Klober would speak favorably of him before Marquis Daniel, highlighting his contributions, which could secure his family a larger portion of land in the forthcoming allocation. Upon hearing this, Klober could barely believe Hire's sincerity. He was uncertain whether Hire's words were genuine or fabricated. The line between truth and falsehood can often blur, and Klober, seasoned by the trials of his previous life, understood the importance of adapting one's speech to suit the audience. He was indifferent to the truthfulness of Hire's assertions. What mattered was that Hire had desires and needs that he could fulfill, unlike the pirates. That assurance was sufficient. The bonds forged through self-interest are the most steadfast. As long as there were no external temptations of greater value, Hire would remain Klober's loyal subordinate. Satisfied, he patted Hire on the shoulder. I am now aware of your loyalty to the Golden Rose family. I accept your proposal. However, due to the inherent dangers of this reconnaissance, I have decided to send Sir Foster along with you to the island. You shall lead the way, and should you encounter insurmountable foes, Foster will assist you. He is a wind element knight, exceptionally swift. Alone, one's wisdom may falter. Together, wisdom flourishes. This realization prompted Klober to consider the necessity of establishing his own retinue. At the very least, when faced with challenges, they could offer diverse perspectives, broadening Klober's horizons. He would first dispatch Hire and Foster to scout the island. If they failed, they could feign being a stranded merchant vessel to ensnare the pirates. Should they succeed, he would await Hire's intelligence before devising further plans. If the opposing forces were weak, he would lead his army in a decisive assault. Conversely, if they proved formidable, Klober would retreat to muster greater forces for a siege. Ultimately, accomplishing the mission was paramount. Klober was unconcerned with notions of honor or knightly glory. His sole objective was to eradicate the pirates. If the situation proved untenable, withdrawal would be the wisest course. Meanwhile, the captain, upon receiving Klober's orders, was perplexed as to why he was instructed to anchor the ship at the periphery of the Three Daughters Islands. However, since Klober had issued the command, he complied without question. Under the cloak of night, Hire and Foster stealthily transported a small boat, navigating toward the direction of the Three Daughters Islands. Given Foster's prowess as a knight, carrying a small boat was a trivial task. The vast ocean under the night sky was impenetrably dark, even with Foster's enhanced vision. He could only discern the surroundings within a radius of approximately 10 meters. For those unfamiliar with a moonless sea, one could barely make out 2 meters ahead without illumination. Nevertheless, Foster attuned himself to the shifting winds around him, sensing that their vessel was progressing toward a fixed destination, which offered him a degree of reassurance. Uncertain of how long they had been traveling, the darkness persisted, but Hire began to glimpse the shoreline of Second Daughter Island. Upon sighting land, Hire felt invigorated and hastened to paddle faster, eager to make landfall. Foster hoisted the small boat upon his shoulder and sought a secluded spot to conceal it. Should circumstances take a turn for the worse, this boat would represent their hope of escape. Fortunately, Second Daughter Island was not solely composed of barren rocks. There were patches of earth as well. Hire enveloped his sword with battle energy, excavating a small pit to partially bury the boat, covering it with dirt and stones. Thus, a suitably camouflaged mound of rubble was artfully created. Upon observing the concealed boat, Foster nodded in satisfaction, offering an initial affirmation of Hire's capabilities. While uncertain about his combat prowess, he recognized Hire as resourceful and clever. With their escape route secured, the two began their reconnaissance of the specific conditions on Second Daughter Island under the veil of night. Chapter 64. The people of the sea. It must be acknowledged that the Second Daughter Island, serving as the stronghold of pirates, exudes a faint aura of a military fortress from its external appearance. Since the noble coalition had not completely obliterated this place during their last incursion, the walls, constructed from stone and clay, have remained remarkably intact. Strangely, the pirates seem to lack any concept of nighttime ambushes. Or perhaps they have long forgotten the painful memory of their stronghold being decisively overtaken by the noble coalition not long ago. Along the entire perimeter of the wall, only a handful of individuals wielding torches are patrolling, while the others are either gathered around a fire, engaged in idle chatter, or have found a corner to rest soundly. Foster, observing this scene, cannot help but question how this disorganized rabble managed to vanquish the guards of Black Feather Island and successfully slay its baron. Together with Hale, Foster adeptly scaled the wall. Note: Foster utilized his wind attribute combat energy to leap onto the parapet, while Hale relied solely on the robust physique characteristic of a knight to ascend. Upon reaching the top of the wall, they found within the fortress only a dozen small stone huts, the largest of which was adorned with several strips of red silk, as if to ensure that no one would mistake it for anything other than the residence of the pirate leader. With the aid of his wind attribute combat energy, Foster easily leapt down from the wall, landing silently and without a sound. Looking up, he found Hale regarding him with an expression of intricate complexity, 3 parts cool detachment, 3 parts mockery, and 3 parts indifference. Oh, no, scratch that. Simply an expression of profound intricacy. Hale retracted his envious gaze and, to avoid making noise, carefully descended by stepping on the stones. Fortunately, the pirates had not smoothed the stones during the wall-s construction, leaving many protruding edges. Thus, Hale too descended with ease. The two held their breath and quietly approached the largest stone hut, peering in through a window. It was merely a hole, reinforced above with thick stones to withstand pressure, allowing for a window below. The hut's interior was simple, furnished with well-crafted items evidently looted from Black Feather Island. A bed made of stones was haphazardly strewn with numerous expensive textiles. Upon the bed lay a disheveled middle-aged man with unkempt facial hair and a pale-skinned woman. Exchanging glances, Foster and Hale resolved to seize the opportunity to interrogate the pirate leader about valuable intelligence while he slept. They entered the room quietly, cautious of making any noise. Foster meticulously scanned for hidden traps, and after a thorough search, found no indications of danger. He gestured to Hale, signaling that the room was safe. Hale acknowledged with a nod. They slowly crept to the edge of the bed, and Foster raised a hand to signal Hale, who produced a dagger he had kept close. 3, 2, 1. At the moment Foster's finger indicated 1, Hale swiftly severed the tendons of the pirate leader's hands, the intense agony jolting him awake. His eyes wide with shock, just as he was about to vocalize his pain. However, Foster swiftly struck, dislocating the pirate leader's jaw. Overwhelmed by dual pangs of suffering, the pirate leader could only emit muffled whimpers, his convulsing body a testament to his torment. The violent movements of the pirate leader inevitably roused the woman sleeping beside him. As her eyelids fluttered, she groggily opened her eyes, only to be confronted with a sight that rendered her aghast, her mouth widening in preparation to scream. Yet before she could utter a sound, Foster delivered a similar fate to her jaw. The searing pain and the terror of death brought forth tears from her eyes. Nevertheless, Hale and Foster remained unmoved by compassion. Foster leaned in and spoke softly to the pair on the bed. "You are not permitted to scream. You will answer my questions. And should there be any deviation, I shall swiftly apply my dagger to your neck." Observing the terror-stricken faces of the two, Foster reset the pirate leader's jaw. Regaining the ability to speak, the pirate leader quickly donned a sycophantic smile. "My lord, I am but a humble pirate, unaware of how I have offended you. You are magnanimous. Why not release me as a mere formality? I swear, my comrades and I shall heed your commands." Despite the flattery, Foster remained skeptical. "No more idle chatter. I ask you answer. Any dissatisfaction on my part, and you shall bid farewell to this world." At this juncture, the woman had regained her composure. She even dared to gesture for Foster to reset her jaw as well. Intrigued, Foster observed that she was merely an ordinary person. What audacity did she possess to issue commands? Yet he harbored no fears of her complicating matters. His speed was sufficient to sever her head the moment she opened her mouth. With her jaw restored, Foster and Hale patiently awaited her next move. Ah, yes. To prevent the pirate leader from shouting during their wait, Foster dislocated his jaw once more. The woman gradually rubbed her jaw, seemingly unconcerned with her exposed state, even puffing her chest with a sense of pride. "I am Sophia Blackfeather, daughter of Baron Sosco of the Blackfeather family. Are you knights sent by the Duke to rescue us? Alas, you have arrived too late. I am the last of my family. And it is only because this man sought to indulge in my beauty that I remain alive for a few more days." With these words, a look of sorrow and pain crossed Sophia's face. Hale offered solace. "I regret to hear of your family's plight, Miss Sophia. We are knights dispatched by the Duke to investigate the events. Are you aware of the details surrounding the Blackfeather Island tragedy? If so, please share with us, so we may arrange for an army to eradicate the pirates." A flicker of sympathy and compassion involuntarily crossed Hale's expression, evoking a surge of goodwill from Sophia, who had endured humiliation since her capture. "I know all too well. This man often uses it to mock me and my family. I am well aware of the entire affair, and I have encountered most of the pirates involved in this incident." Sophia began to recount the events surrounding the Blackfeather Island incident. It turned out that after the noble coalition dismantled the pirate stronghold, the scattered brigands roamed the nearby seas, with the leader of those brigands being the very man now lying in bed like a dead dog. Terrified by the might of the noble coalition, they dared not return to the Third Daughter Islands, wandering the seas instead. However, one fateful day, they encountered a peculiar group. They spoke in a strange tongue, and their attire and weaponry appeared unlike those of the Golden Duchy or the Emerald Kingdom. Fortunately, among the foreigners was one who understood the common tongue. After a brief exchange, they decided to collaborate. It turned out that these individuals hailed from a medium-sized island east of the Third Daughter Islands, calling themselves the People of the Sea. They had ventured out to explore new islands and, after months of arduous travel, arrived in the waters near the Third Daughter Islands. Upon hearing the distance they had traveled, the pirate leader abandoned thoughts of journeying to that place. Yet the People of the Sea were quite intrigued by the Third Daughter Islands. Thus, after the denizens of the sea showcased their formidable strength, the pirate chief was left with no choice but to return to the Isle of the Three Daughters with his crew. Perhaps due to their differing customs, these individuals were averse to residing in stone dwellings. Instead, they preferred to live al fresco along the shoreline. Consequently, the sea folk chose Little Sister Isle as their refuge. This way of life continued for a while, until the denizens of the sea approached the pirates, seeking their assistance. Chapter 65. The capture. It turned out that the food supplies of the sea children had been depleted, which compelled them to seek assistance from the pirates. However, these pirates were not engaged in any production and spent their days idly. Thus, they had no surplus food to offer. After some deliberation, both parties resolved to undertake a significant heist, planning to seize what they could and then flee to the homeland of the sea children to evade the pursuit of the Golden Principality. There were only a few islands in the northeastern part of the Golden Principality. Thorn Island was inhabited solely by impoverished farmers and a patch of worthless thorns. The Dark Ring Reef, in essence, was a wasteland, only deemed worthy of knightly fiefdom for its potential to cultivate coral. Raiding such a place would yield far less than plundering a merchant vessel. Consequently, they set their sights on Black Feather Island. Situated at a crucial crossroads, Black Feather Island had historically been a prosperous land, and its military strength was far weaker than that of Brown Earth Island. Thus, the tragedy at Black Feather Island unfolded. The combat prowess of the Sea Children's leader exceeded the pirates' expectations. Even the esteemed knights could barely withstand a few strikes, and the ordinary folk were capable of contending with knightly squires. Moreover, at that time, the nobles had let their guard down, with the escorts for merchant ships consisting primarily of formal knights, and the Black Feather family lacking any formidable knights. This negligence led to the complete annihilation of the Black Feather family and the utter plunder of the island, leaving even the docked merchant vessels stripped away. Yet, they were not without losses. The leader of the Sea Children, a man named Yen, sustained significant injuries, and their numbers were reduced by nearly half. They also placed great importance on the bodies of their kin, insisting on transporting them back to Little Sister Island, which incited considerable frustration in the pirate leaders who wished to hoard more treasures. During this period, both the pirates and the Sea Children were recuperating, keeping the captured populace confined in dungeons, as the food they had seized was sufficient to sustain them for an extended duration. After hearing Sophia's account, Hire sighed and shook his head, expressing his regret over the tragedy at Black Feather Island. Miss Sophia, do you have any other intelligence to share? For instance, how many of the Sea Children remain? Besides their leader, do they possess any other knights of considerable strength? Sophia shook her head, admitting she was unaware of the precise number of Sea Children, having only heard what the man beside her had conveyed. Alas, very well. Thank you for your assistance. Miss Sophia. Hire sighed, his gaze filled with compassion as he looked at Sophia Black Feather, sensing something amiss. Sophia was about to speak when Hire's dagger swiftly slashed her throat, transforming her words into a gurgling sound. Her incredulous eyes locked onto Hire, unable to fathom why the knight, who had previously shown her pity, would suddenly turn against her. Were they not on the same side? Foster coldly observed the scene, making no attempt to intervene. You wretched commoner, daring to impersonate the deceased Sophia Black Feather. Even if you provided valuable intelligence, if I were to allow you to live, what face would young Lord Klober have to become the Baron of Black Feather Island? Hire, expressionless, wiped the blood from his dagger onto the quaking pirate leader beside him. It is laughable. The Black Feather family is now a relic of the past. For young Lord Klober, a deceased Sophia Black Feather holds far more value than a living one. After all, no one can guarantee the absence of loyalists to the Black Feather family on the island. Should the Black Feather family be eradicated, would those loyalists still remain obedient to Lord Klober? If a survivor from the Black Feather family were to suddenly appear, even if merely a woman, the Duke might still support the Black Feather family's claim over Black Feather Island. He dared not take that gamble, nor did he wish to. Foster shared a similar sentiment, unwilling to permit any obstacles to Lord Klober's ascension. In truth, the moment Sophia revealed her identity, her fate was sealed. Observing the petrified pirate leader, Hire donned a mask of pity once more. And you? Poor soul, do you possess any intelligence to share with me? The pirate leader, nearly losing control of his bladder at the sight of Hire's expression, having just witnessed the man slay a noble woman, stammered, I dare not. I do not dare. My lord, I will tell you whatever you wish to know. My men are willing to serve as your vanguard. Just spare my life. However, the information he possessed had largely been disclosed by Sophia, rendering it of little value to Foster and Hire. How many pirates are under your command? Where is the wealth plundered from Black Feather Island stored? Foster inquired, as if recalling something significant. My crew comprises 26 men, making 27 in total. I am the only knightly squire. The rest are commoners. Most of the loot from Black Feather Island is stored in the stone house in the Far East, and some valuable items are hidden beneath my bed. Casting the unfortunate soul from the bed to the ground, Foster lifted the bedding and floorboards to uncover a small chest. Opening it revealed a tome on breathing techniques, several magical gemstones, and nearly 20 wooden attribute potions. After carefully closing the chest, Foster instructed Hire, you must promptly report the situation here to the young lord. I will remain here to keep an eye on this wretch. Hire nodded, aware that with Foster's knightly prowess, annihilating the camp would be a trivial task, let alone guarding this incapacitated fool. Very well, I shall depart immediately. As Hire's figure receded into the distance, Foster bestowed a benevolent smile upon the pirate leader. It is time for you to serve your final purpose. The next morning, Klober encountered Foster again, amidst a tense and oppressive atmosphere permeating the pirate camp. The pirates sat submissively in the open space before the leader's stone house, their expressions a mixture of despondency and fear. In the center of the area lay several unfortunate corpses, sprawled in disarray. Judging by the scene, these individuals had attempted to rise in rebellion, yet they had paid a grievous price. Their heads now lay beyond their reach. Since arriving on the island, Klober had been meticulously examining the terrain of Second Daughter Island. Upon thorough investigation, he discovered that the island's topography was treacherous, presenting clear defensive advantages. By erecting a sturdy wall between two craggy peaks, external invasions could be effectively repelled, even if the enemy were to outnumber them 2 or 3 times. Breaching this defensive line would prove exceedingly difficult. Such a favorable geographic condition ignited Klober's keen interest in the island. "What is the situation?" Klober inquired of the pirates. "My lord, the quantity of wealth seized from Black Feather Island is overwhelming. We brought too few men to operate the ship, so I took it upon myself to spare their lives temporarily. We will deal with them once the treasures have been transported back to Black Feather Island." Klober nodded, recognizing the potential utility of these pirates, although their numbers seemed excessive. "Instruct them to inform on one another. I will allot 10 of them a place in my guard. The 10 who report the most or the gravest offenses will gain the opportunity to join my ranks." Understood. Under the command of Klober, the band of pirates began to betray one another in a desperate bid for survival. Some accused their neighbors, shouting, "You previously hoarded treasure," while others retorted, "Nonsense. You were the one who secretly pilfered the goods first." In an instant, the atmosphere became chaotic, with accusations and insults flying through the air. And soon, physical altercations erupted. The accused, refusing to be cowed, hurled insults back at their accusers and revealed the misdeeds of those who had betrayed them. After a fierce exchange and tumult, 10 individuals were ultimately selected from the throng of pirates for their relatively lesser crimes. Yet, within this group, animosity and resentment simmered. They regarded one another with disdain, as they had previously sought to expose each other's wrongdoings in a bid to eliminate their rivals. At that moment, the 10 stood in a tense circle, glaring at one another, the air thick with the potential for violent conflict. Witnessing this charged atmosphere, Klober felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Only when these individuals were fractured and embroiled in conflict would they come to rely on his authoritative leadership to maintain order. Klober understood well that should they unite, they might very well band together against his rule. However, their relationships were now irrevocably damaged, marked by deep fissures. Consequently, they could only depend on his voice to secure their positions and benefits. Thus, Klober could firmly assert control over these 10, ensuring his absolute dominance among them. Recognizing the opportune moment, Klober cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Enough. Let us settle down. Now that we have made our selections, there shall be no more fighting." He then turned to Foster and the others, adding, "We must now deliberate on how to assault Sister Island, aiming to maximize our gains while minimizing our losses. If anyone has a good idea, do not hesitate to share." Chapter 66, A Revelation. According to intelligence obtained from Hale, the enigmatic team composed of the seized children is currently stationed on Little Sister Island, taking a respite. In comparison to other islands, Little Sister Island is relatively small, and the group has congregated near the shoreline. This arrangement provides them with a wide field of vision and a high concentration, rendering any plans of cunning tactics futile. Under such circumstances, Klober had no alternative but to lead his troops in a forceful assault, relying on their overwhelming strength to vanquish the enemy. After conducting a thorough reconnaissance of the fortress, Herman reported to Klober, "My lord, we have inspected the dungeon, where only a handful of female civilians and a small number of young men remain. They claim that the elderly, weak, injured, or ill were cast into the sea by the pirates under the pretext of wasting provisions. Currently, there are approximately 50 female civilians and over 20 young men in the dungeon. How shall we proceed with them?" Upon hearing that the number of plundered civilians had dwindled to such a meager count, Klober was taken aback. Logically, Black Feather Island, being a bustling area, should have boasted a larger population. A small island should still house thousands of souls. Yet, after accounting for the remaining populace of Black Feather Island, the number of those taken amounted to fewer than 100. Should he ascend to the rank of Baron of Black Feather Island, it would be a source of mockery if he could not muster even 1,000 subjects. Klober furrowed his brows. This was the first piece of unwelcome news he had received that day. For the time being, we shall not concern ourselves with them. Let the 10 pirates who have surrendered oversee their custody. Our primary objective must be to defeat the enemy forces on Little Sister Island before we can crush the enemy. Ensuring stability in our rear is of utmost importance. If we release them now, who can guarantee they won't create chaos for us? Although this was Klober's inaugural experience leading troops into battle, his rational and composed demeanor, coupled with the wisdom accrued during the era of information explosion in his previous life, enabled him to navigate these intricate issues with ease. Additionally, young Master Klober, we have surveyed the pirate supply warehouse and compiled the following inventory: 123, 600 gold coins, 70,000 silver coins, various copper coins, several weapons and armors, 17 wooden attribute potions, a low-level breathing technique manual titled Brilliant Spirit, a ruby magic necklace that enhances strength, an emerald ring that boosts vitality, and a sapphire ring that increases agility. The gemstones conform to market standards and are of acceptable quality rather than inferior. Due to the nuances of gem processing, the market often sees a prevalence of defective magical gemstone equipment. The small ruby previously possessed by Crow was such a substandard item. Defective gems are significantly cheaper, yet their efficacy pales in comparison to that of quality stones. The varying origins of the gems also cause price fluctuations. For instance, emeralds are generally less expensive than rubies and sapphires, not due to inferior quality, but because emeralds are primarily sourced from the Emerald Kingdom, where their rarity is not as pronounced. Conversely, rubies and sapphires are imported from other kingdoms, which inflates their prices. Klober could hardly fathom the wealth of the Black Feather family. However, reflecting on the fact that this fortune had accumulated over decades, he felt a sense of understanding. No wonder there were only over 130,000 gold coins left. They had evidently been spent on gemstone equipment. Klober mused internally. After all, 130,000 gold coins is a pitiful sum for a family controlling a crucial maritime trade route. Let us make the equipment in the warehouse accessible. We are about to engage in a fierce battle, and I want my soldiers to select superior weapons and armor. I cannot afford to lose a single brother who fights alongside me in this endeavor. Prior to this, Foster had commanded the pirates to deposit their own equipment, as well as that of their surrendered or fallen comrades, into the warehouse. The value of a complete set of armor is considerable, and as Klober has just embarked on his entrepreneurial journey with shallow foundations, this batch of equipment would serve to rectify that deficiency. Klober gently caressed the resplendent ruby ring in his hand, contemplating for a moment before handing it to Sir Foster, who stood beside him. Sir Foster, please accept this. You possess wind attribute fighting spirit. Though agile, your strength could use bolstering. This ruby ring will significantly enhance your shortcomings, Klober said with a smile. Foster was about to politely decline when Klober, with firm resolve, placed the ring onto his finger. Subsequently, Klober adorned the same finger with a sapphire ring. Look, Sir Foster. These two rings are best worn separately. If donned by a single individual, it would appear rather ostentatious, Klober chuckled. Foster was deeply moved, not by the ruby ring itself, but by Klober's pure sentiment, an expression of familial affection. This feeling, this sense of kinship, he had only experienced before with one other person, Lilith, the Golden Rose. The thought of his departed sovereign brought a dull ache to Foster's chest, as if a part of his heart had been forcibly excised. Yet, witnessing Klober enamored with the sapphire ring on his own finger, the pain within Foster's heart subsided somewhat, replaced by a genuine smile on his weathered face. In an instant, Klober, the child Foster had watched grow, had matured significantly, not only in skill but also in the esteem of those around him. The boy who once could not wield a sword had transformed into a commendable knight. Foster gazed at the ruby ring, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. This was not merely a ring. It symbolized Klober's concern and trust. He silently vowed to protect Klober's safety, even at the cost of his own life. He had endured the agony of parting once and wished not to experience it anew. Do we have any leads on the Black Feather family's spirit insects and fairies? Aside from weapons and coins, the most vital assets are the spirits that enhance plant growth and productivity. The rarity of these magical beings far exceeds that of gemstones. At the very least, gemstones can be produced consistently, while the birth of spirits relies heavily on chance. Even with artificial cultivation methods, the success rate can only be marginally improved. 100% success is unattainable. Not yet, my lord. Logically, the pirates should understand the value of spirits and would not harm them. If the spirits are indeed absent from Second Daughter Island, Herman was interrupted by Klober's words. then it can only be inferred that the spirits are in the possession of that group who call themselves the Sea's children, correct? Yes, my lord, Herman nodded, affirming Klober's deduction. Excellent. Once we finish selecting the equipment, we shall commandeer the pirate ship and set sail, aiming to catch them off guard. If we delay any further and they become suspicious, it will be too late. Understood. Herman bowed gracefully before turning away, leading his soldiers to select the appropriate equipment. Chapter 67. The conquest of Little Sister Island. While awaiting the resupply of his soldiers' equipment, Klober did not remain idle. Instead, he engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the impending assault on Little Sister Island with Hire and Foster. Although Klober had been navigating the tumultuous battleground since the tender age of 9, he was merely an ordinary foot soldier at that time. This battle would mark his inaugural participation as a commander. In contrast, Hire and Foster possessed far richer military experience, and their capabilities in commanding troops vastly surpassed Klober's. Thus, it was only natural for Klober to seek their counsel on tactical strategies. Klober's humble approach to learning greatly impressed Hire, who had only recently joined the team. Initially, Hire had harbored concerns that Klober, being of noble birth and considerable prowess, might disregard the suggestions of a lesser noble such as himself. After all, he had encountered many arrogant yet utterly ignorant scions in the past. However, it became evident that Klober was entirely unlike those individuals. He was not only humble and courteous, but also exuded a captivating charm, further enhancing Hire's already favorable impression of him. If we aim to minimize casualties as much as possible, we could form a strike team to launch a surprise attack on the beach. The pirate chief mentioned that the enemy leader is still recovering from grave injuries. He will be unable to withstand the fierce onslaught of our 2 great knights, proposed the seasoned Foster, who understood Klober's desire to keep losses at a minimum. Analyzing the intelligence at hand, it was clear that the enemy's strength was somewhat inferior. Deploying 2 great knights and 2 regular knights from their ranks would significantly increase the chances of successfully executing this decisive strike. Once the enemy leader fell, the remaining forces would be utterly incapable of resisting the slaughter that Klober and Foster would unleash. However, Hire held a markedly different perspective. I concur with the implementation of the decapitation tactic, yet ordinary soldiers should not remain idle. They can join us on the front lines and engage the enemy on the beach. Should our plans falter and the situation become stagnant, the soldiers could prove crucial in altering the course of the battle. Hire's proposal, in stark contrast to Foster's plan, exhibited a greater degree of prudence. While it might result in some casualties among the soldiers, it would significantly stabilize the overall situation. After a brief contemplation, Klober resolved to adopt Hire's strategy. Although he yearned to ensure the safety of his troops, he recognized the necessity of utilizing all available resources to successfully complete their mission and avert any unforeseen mishaps. He was determined to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. Having established the direction of the impending conflict, Klober led 20 soldiers from the Golden Rose family aboard a vessel flying the pirate flag towards Little Sister Island. He harbored no concerns regarding the 10 pirates left behind, who were now embroiled in mutual distrust, each hoping for the other to betray their allegiance. Such treachery would allow them to report the betrayal and gain greater wealth and status. Navigating the pirate ship was also a tactic meant to lull the enemy into a false sense of security. After all, one of the most formidable challenges in naval warfare is the landing phase. If they could successfully disembark, they would have already won half the battle. Thus, the pirate ship approached the vicinity of Little Sister Island. From a distance, the island appeared as a small landmass, characterized by a beach extending approximately 20 meters inward along the eastern coastline, while the remainder was a rugged terrain of jagged stones. As though someone had scooped a handful of sand from a stone, the vegetation on the island was sparse, consisting mainly of hardy plants that tenaciously thrived amidst the rocky landscape. Though diminutive, these plants brimmed with vitality, bestowing a touch of life upon the island. The sea people, who were recuperating on the island's solitary beach, naturally spotted the ship adorned with the skull of a pirate. Why are those cowardly fellows back again? Did you not inform them that they should refrain from visiting us during this period? The leader of the sea people, a robust middle-aged man named Yen, inquired, his blue hair mirroring the sea, exuding an intimidating presence, albeit marred by a significant wound on his chest. I made it quite clear to them. Perhaps they are planning yet another so-called feast. Should we attend again? Yen scratched his head. Let us go? Our tribesmen have never tasted such delectable food. We should bring them back to prepare a feast for the sacred beast, the young man replied with a nod. At this moment, the ship had drawn close to the shoreline, allowing the sea people to discern the figures on the deck. Yin furrowed his brow, sensing that these individuals appeared somewhat different from the pirates he had previously encountered. He turned to the young man beside him. Why do these people seem dissimilar to the pirates? Due to the helmets worn by the soldiers obscuring their faces. Yin initially failed to realize that these pirates were no longer allies but enemies intent on taking his life. The young man, equally perplexed, felt an instinctive urge to act cautiously. Perhaps we should gather everyone together. It's best to be prepared for any eventuality. Yin nodded, instructing several tribesmen to quickly assemble their people. As Klober's forces set foot on Little Sister Island, he was pleasantly surprised by the ease with which they had landed. Upon seeing the sea people gathering on the opposite side of the beach, Klober counted and discovered their numbers exceeded the intelligence reports, totaling approximately 30 individuals. However, in terms of formidable combatants, there was only one great knight, the middle-aged leader, while 4 were regular knights, an issue, yet manageable. Given the change in enemy numbers, Klober knew he must adapt his battle plan accordingly. Foster, you need not accompany me to eliminate the great knight. I can handle it myself. Assist Hyer and Herman in capturing a few alive. We should not slay all 4 regular knights. It is imperative to keep one alive, particularly the translator. I need him to divulge the location of their island. Once that is settled, if I find myself in a stalemate, you can come to my aid. Foster nodded, understanding that as the battle drew near, all actions must align with his master's commands. How he chose to fight would surely be for a reason. Furthermore, with 2 regular knights, his speed would allow him to dispatch them swiftly, especially with the enhancement from his ruby ring. Observing the soldiers descending from the ship, Yin began to sense something amiss. They are the enemies. Rally everyone, arm yourselves, and prepare for battle. With the command issued, the nearby tribesmen brandished weapons, standard knight swords seized from Black Feather Island, creating a stark contrast against their leather-clad, war-painted appearance. Another band of feeble, armored individuals, forsaken by the sea. As the children of the ocean, we shall utterly vanquish them. Charge with me, my kin. With a fierce shout, Yin's blue aura surged forth as he charged forward alongside his tribesmen. Yet, Klober's soldiers, having already formed ranks, stood resolute, their massive shields effectively absorbing the enemy's assault. Klober took the initiative to approach the enemy's leader, his formidable aura and the golden hue of his fighting spirit capturing Yin's attention. That color. You are a follower of the alien deity. Surprisingly, Yin appeared to be quite familiar with the fighting spirit emanating from Klober. Upon witnessing the eruption of Klober's energy, he shouted a torrent of unintelligible words, his face contorted in fear. TSK. Klober felt a twinge of annoyance. He had intended to test his prowess following his ascension to the rank of Grand Knight, yet this towering man seemed to possess a timid nature, appearing ready to soil himself at the sight of someone of equal standing. He raised his sword, unleashing the technique of his golden body, the blade infused with golden energy cleaving downwards towards his foe. Though Yin was gripped by fear, the blood coursing through his veins surged with ferocity. Followers of the alien deity, perish. Yin summoned all his strength, channeling every ounce of fighting spirit into his sword, preparing for a direct confrontation with Klober. With a resounding clash, to Yin's utter astonishment, his seemingly indestructible weapon was severed as Klober's sword altered its trajectory, aimed at his neck. The shattering of his weapon momentarily stunned Yin, but as a seasoned warrior, he instinctively crouched to evade the incoming strike. Alas, Klober's blade was too swift. Before Yin could fully lower himself, he was struck in the face by the sword's body. The intense heat caused the left side of Yin's face to redden instantly. The point of contact charred black, and the searing pain rendered him incapable of further combat. He knelt upon the ground, seeking to alleviate his suffering. Observing his incapacitated foe, Klober realized he might have underestimated his own combat capabilities. With his high temperature and sharp characteristics, he could nearly sever the weapons of enemies of equal rank with a single strike, implying he could potentially vanquish opponents in one blow. Unless faced with foes possessing a higher level of fighting spirit or those specializing in defensive techniques, he was unlikely to deliver a fatal blow. Yet ordinary adversaries of the same rank posed no challenge. Casting his gaze back to the battlefield, he noted that, aided by the strength of Grand Knight Foster, their entire troop had sustained minimal injuries, with no casualties to speak of. Only a few unfortunate souls had been sent reeling by the enemy's elite forces during the fray, sustaining some wounds. However, those two elite foes were swiftly dealt with by the arriving Knight Foster, who rendered them incapacitated, leaving them discarded upon the sands. With the battle concluded, Kleber commanded his soldiers to clear the battlefield and secure the captives. Due to his directive to spare lives whenever possible, Foster and the others refrained from delivering lethal blows, merely incapacitating their adversaries by breaking their limbs and leaving them aside, ensuring that the language system remained intact for inquiries regarding the new island's intelligence. Chapter 68. The Elf and the Baron commanding the soldiers to cleanse the battlefield. They gathered all spoils of war and prisoners into the ship's hold. The elusive elves that had been sought after on the Isle of Second Daughter were discovered within the confines of the rock's embrace. Among them were a black-feathered grass sprite, a pea sprite, an oak sprite, and a diminutive black-feathered sprite. Alongside these sprites, their root-like essence was carefully uprooted and placed within a jade box. The black-feathered sprite was a charming little creature, with ebony hair and a round face, its wings resembling those of a butterfly, presenting an utterly adorable sight. Approximately the size of a palm. Unlike the sprite larvae still in their pupal state, this sprite had evolved to a humanoid form, possessing a considerable degree of intelligence. Upon their inception, sprites manifest in dual forms. The root, akin to their essence, absorbs nutrients to nurture the sprite while simultaneously enhancing the yield of surrounding crops. The sprite itself, having evolved from ordinary flora, expends most of its magical energy to take on an appearance reminiscent of silkworms or other soft-bodied insects. While the roots may be damaged, the Grand Duchy of Gold possesses numerous methods to rejuvenate the sprites, allowing them to regenerate their roots. However, the sprite itself must remain unharmed. Its destruction signifies the sprite's demise. Thus, most nobles keep their sprites within their castles, tended to by designated caretakers, while the roots are generally placed outdoors to amplify crop yields. Due to the unfortunate demise of their contracted master, the sprites appeared rather feeble, and Klober resolved to wait until their condition improved before contemplating a new contract, as forcing one could inflict further harm. Fortunately, the state of the black-feathered sprite was relatively stable, allowing Klober to establish a contract with it. Drawing a drop of blood from his fingertip, he let it fall upon the black-feathered sprite. Instantly, a sensation of bloodline connection surged from the sprite. It appeared to sense the formation of the contract. Awakening from its slumber, quack! The questioning call escaped its lips, and upon gazing at the unfamiliar figure before it, the black-feathered sprite felt a twinge of fear. Yet, the undeniable bond of bloodline emanating from Klober served as a bridge of trust between them. Quack! The sprite, though now humanoid, was still incapable of speech and would only acquire the ability to articulate and wield magic upon maturing into a greater sprite. Gently stroking the head of the black-feathered sprite with his finger, Klober relished the smooth texture, saying, "You shall be my first sprite, and I shall name you Vela. Once we arrive at Black-Feather Isle, I will ensure you and your roots are settled comfortably, allowing you to recover swiftly." The sprite, unable to comprehend human speech, gleaned Klober's intentions from the psychic bond, nodding joyfully. After nuzzling Klober's hand with its small face, it returned to the jade box to continue its slumber. Sensing the connection emanating from the box, Klober smiled with satisfaction. Sprites are, in essence, the very foundation of a nation's governance. Without food, the populace cannot survive. Thus, sprites capable of significantly augmenting agricultural output are immensely valuable. Initially, the ship had been empty, but after the battle, it returned laden with bounty. Klober intended to escort the ship full of prisoners back to the Isle of Second Daughter, ensuring their placement before assigning the soldiers and Foster to garrison the isle, preventing any potential uprisings. He planned to return to St. Gold Fortress to report on the progress of the mission. As for the leader of the mighty knight, Klober had no intention of eliminating him. His current lack of resources necessitated the guidance of locals for the conquest of new territories. Securing the assistance of the rock would be most advantageous. Is failure a possibility? One might say, but as long as there are humans, desires will flourish. And with desire comes opportunity. The rock, leading a raiding party, must have had his reasons. Should life be abundant, none would willingly venture forth to plunder. Klober could gradually assert control over them through trade, teaching these natives the essence of economic warfare before ultimately seizing the island. Just as Klober and his entourage returned to the Isle of Second Daughter, an unexpected guest appeared before him. "Captain Odyssey, What brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Captain Odyssey of the Dragon Breath Knights, Klober's nominal superior. Upon hearing Klober's words, Odyssey twitched his lips, pondering how a distinguished sky knight found himself in such a place, all for the sake of a mere pretty face like Klober's. The Duke's command states that upon your eradication of the pirates, you need not return to St. Gold Fortress. I shall convey the rewards for this mission on the Duke's behalf. With that, Odyssey produced an exquisitely crafted parchment from his cloak and began to read the orders inscribed upon it. By the authority of the royal messenger, I, Klober of the Dragon Breath Knights, known as the Golden Rose, loyal and upright with exceptional abilities, am hereby granted the noble title of Baron Klober. In recognition of your outstanding success in eliminating the pirates and upholding the duchy's authority, I bestow upon you a territory of 50 square kilometers encompassing Black Feather Isle and its surrounding waters. You are permitted to name the island, establish a new family, adopt a new surname, and retain your positions as Royal Messenger and Dragon Breath Knight. Having recited the lengthy decree, he handed it over to Klober. Congratulations, Baron Klober. Regarding the naming of Black Feather Isle and your surname, the Duke suggests you make the changes promptly. As you are now a baron under his lordship. Without waiting for Klober's response, Odyssey turned and departed, soaring towards St. Gold Fortress. Watching Odyssey retreat into the distance, Klober found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, Heyer congratulated, "Congratulations, my lord. Not only have you successfully completed your mission, seizing sprites and vast wealth, but you've also attained the title of baron. Truly, a trifecta of fortune." Heyer, taken aback by the sudden visitor, was astonished that such a formidable sky knight, one of the few in the entire duchy, had come merely to deliver a message to his lord. Contemplating this, Heyer's ambitions surged even further. Chapter 69. The surname dilemma. Klober held in his hand a decree of nobility, detailing the specifics of his title and dominion. Initially, he had intended to personally journey to St. Golden Fortress to address the pertinent matters, but it now appeared that he could save considerable time and effort. Regarding the issue of his surname change, Klober had engaged in profound discourse with Marquis Daniel the Knight before his departure. The Marquis maintained an optimistic outlook on the matter, perceiving it merely as a change of name, devoid of any grave implications. Throughout the annals of history, it was not uncommon for individuals to alter their surnames upon acquiring new territories or through familial divisions. What truly mattered was that the bonds of blood could never be altered. Although the surname Golden Rose may no longer accompany Klober, he would eternally remain the beloved grandson of Marquis Daniel, an inseparable part of the Golden Rose lineage. Moreover, the family that once governed Black Feather Island was merely a branch of the Green Feathergrass family, which did not exhibit any profound distress. Rather, it had offered considerable support to the nascent Black Feather family. As a ruler of a family, Marquis Daniel's vision extended far beyond a mere surname. He aspired for each member of his lineage to establish a new family, possessing their own fresh territories. This, indeed, was the essence of a family's strength. Contemplating this, Klober's apprehensions gradually dissipated. He understood that, regardless of surname changes, his connection to his family was akin to a deeply rooted tree, unyielding and impervious. Furthermore, nobles who pledged allegiance to the Duke inherently held a superior status compared to their peers of the same rank. Perhaps he owed his fealty to a certain count, while you owed yours to the Duke, creating a noticeable disparity in standing. Having grasped this truth, Klober resolved to commence preparations for altering his surname and the name of his territory. Curse it, had he not become a servant bound by 3 surnames? As he pondered his new surname, Klober suddenly recalled his past life as Elfonksien. Yet this was different, entirely different. This was the honor of founding a new family. It was not akin to Elfonksien's mere change of adoptive father. In this world, there existed 4 potential reasons for a surname change. The first was adoption, typically employed in cases where there were no heirs or the biological heirs faced misfortune. The second reason pertained to acquiring a new territory. After pledging allegiance to the Duke, one would adopt a new surname to distinguish it from the old. The third involved the emergence of a new high elf from the family, serving as a testament to their glory, thereby adopting the name of the high elf. For instance, the surname of the Golden Rose family derived from 2 Golden Rose high elves within their lineage. The fourth surpassed the realm of elves, encompassing the glory brought forth by mythical beasts and dragons. Upon becoming a beast knight or dragon knight, one would be granted an opportunity to change their surname. Take, for example, the Marquis Byron Frostwolf, whose surname stemmed from his mythical beast, the polar frostwolf. Upon becoming a dragon knight, one could elevate to a higher form of existence, adopting their own name as their surname. This was akin to Duke Veronica, whose surname of Crimson Gold originated from her crimson golden aura. Regrettably, Kleber had already encountered 2 of these 4 possibilities for surname changes, with potential for further alteration in the future. Thus, in this world, a surname served as both a familial bond and a tool for showcasing glory and power. Therefore, changing one's surname did not equate to betrayal. Rather, it represented the acquisition of greater strength and honor. Would I be scorned for writing this? This was entirely different from the nature of a servant bound by 3 surnames. This was a commendable endeavor to honor one's ancestors. It was a magnificent undertaking to establish a new family. The first entry in the family tree would be his own. What honor could one refuse? Generally, the surnames of baronial families were derived from the names of their little elves. The former Blackfeather family, also referred to as the Green Feathergrass family, legally called the Green Feathergrass family, though they preferred the title Blackfeather family, which most nobles adhered to, had adopted this surname upon discovering the wild black feathergrass elves on the island. Of course, at that time, there was no such appellation as black feathergrass. The little black feathergrass elves were nameless, and the term black feathergrass was merely a name devised for them, which, after several decades, had become ingrained in common usage. Kleber harbored no intentions of altering the designation of the black feathergrass elves. After all, changing public perception required time. He was more inclined to seek a new little elf to serve as his surname for the time being. While contemplating the first surname of his family, Hale reported that the leader of the wild men, the sea people, had been clamoring to meet Kleber. In fact, Yen had been shouting for quite some time. But no one could comprehend his words, and he had been severely beaten by soldiers who mistook his cries for provocation. Fortunately, the young man who had previously suffered limb dismemberment during battle had awakened and translated Yan's intentions, preventing further violence. "Do you wish to see me?" Kleber inquired. Did he specify why? Hale shook his head. He merely stated that he wishes to meet you and has information regarding something you desire most. Information I desire most? Is he planning to sell me something? Having been interrupted in his thoughts, Kleber decided to visit the wild man leader since he had no immediate ideas. Upon arriving at the dungeon, Kleber once again encountered the wild man leader. At this moment, half of his face was covered in blisters, the result of burns inflicted by Kleber's golden aura, and there was a charred wound on his cheek. Due to his incessant shouting, the wound had split, revealing patches of pink flesh beneath the blackened skin. It was likely that even upon recovery, a grotesque scar would remain on his face. Beside him lay the young man who had been dismembered, now serving as a translator. "I have heard from my subordinates that you have been calling for me regarding an urgent matter. Let me make this clear. My time is precious. If you waste even a minute of it, I shall kill one of your kin." Kleber surveyed the number of wild men present. "I shall grant you 20 minutes. During this time, you may speak freely. However, once the 20 minutes have elapsed, it will no longer be permissible, for the remaining members of your tribe are few, and I have no shortage of options." With that, Kleber seated himself on the ground, signaling for the wild man leader to commence speaking. Yen, upon hearing the young man's translation, stared blankly at Kleber seated before him. The ensuing dialogue was translated as follows. "Greetings, adherent of the other gods. I am Yen, chief of the Sea People tribe." Chapter 70. An unexpected joy. According to Yen, the place where he resides is known as Sacred Beast Island, a name passed down through generations of its inhabitants. The so-called Sacred Beast refers to a group that dwells in the central lake of the island. Its appearance is uniquely extraordinary, resembling a perfect fusion of a lion and an eagle. The sacred beast is immense and robust, its body cloaked in a dazzling golden fur. Its head bears a striking resemblance to that of an eagle, featuring an exceptionally hard beak, while the majority of its body resembles a lion, complete with sharp claws and a tail. Yen had once encountered the sacred beast up close, and what left the deepest impression on him was its eyes. Those eyes blazed like raging flames, exuding immense power and extraordinary wisdom. Thus, Yen was certain that the sacred beast was unlike ordinary beasts. It possessed intelligence and the ability to communicate with humans. The most captivating aspect of the sacred beast is its grand and magnificent wings, creating a visual feast as it soars through the sky. Listening to Yan's narrative, Klober increasingly felt that this so-called sacred beast bore resemblance to what he had encountered in the tome Comprehensive Guide to Beastly Habits. Is the sacred beast you speak of the one that captures prey with its forelimb claws, its feathers being iron or silver in color? Klober inquired. Yan, momentarily taken aback, replied, "How do you know that?" Klober then became convinced that the sacred beast Yin described was indeed a griffin. Griffins, as adults, possess the strength of intermediate magical beasts, adhering to a lifelong monogamous mating system, typically residing in family units, with an average litter size of 2 to 3 offspring. Most crucially, griffins belong to the category of magical beasts that can be tamed. Although the process is fraught with challenges and difficulties, success would grant Klober access to an unparalleled aerial power. In their natural state, griffins stand on 4 legs, measuring approximately 2 to 3 meters in length, not including the length of their tails, and their wingspan can reach 7 to 8 meters. Male griffins tend to be heavier, weighing around 1,000 pounds, while females are considerably lighter, weighing only about a third of the males, approximately 700 pounds. Griffins have impressively long lifespans, which means their strength gradually increases with age. Intermediate magical griffins generally live for around 300 years, comparable to the lifespan of human knights. However, once they ascend to the status of advanced magical beasts, their lifespan surges to 600 years, equivalent to the minimum lifespan of human sky knights. Upon reaching the pinnacle of magical beast status, their lifespan can extend to 1,000 years, matching that of human illusionary beast knights. According to incomplete statistics from the Learned Scholars Council, excluding those griffins that perish prematurely, the vast majority successfully transition into advanced magical beasts, half of which become pinnacle magical beasts, with a success rate of roughly 10% for becoming illusionary beasts. The ability to be tamed, long lifespans, and high success rates for becoming illusionary beasts render griffins almost synonymous with perfection. Regrettably, as the second most formidable aerial dominators after dragons, griffins possess a pride akin to that of dragons, instinctively rejecting any creature that attempts to ride upon their backs. To ride a griffin, one must cultivate it from a young age, and the lengthy growth period and exorbitant taming costs often overwhelm most nobles. However, this does not diminish the griffin's value. Once, griffins thrived in the Moy Forest, but following the commencement of the Western Expedition, the magical beast population within the forest dwindled. And for flying magical beasts like griffins, relocating to a new habitat is an uncomplicated task. Griffins are highly vigilant. Should they encounter an insurmountable foe, they will swiftly abandon their original dwelling in search of a new sanctuary. Seeing that Klober was not inclined to respond to his inquiries, Yen continued to elaborate on the situation of Sacred Beast Island. Out of respect and fear for the sacred beasts, the Sea People tribe refrains from venturing deeply into the forest for hunting, relying instead on fishing and cultivating crops for sustenance. Yet, due to the sharp increase in the tribe's population in recent years, they dare not delve too deeply into the forest and have thus sent forth a select group of the strongest warriors to seek new islands. After drifting for a while, they arrived at the so-called Three Daughters Islands, which led to the subsequent events. After listening to Yan's explanation, Klober raised an eyebrow. "What is the purpose of your lengthy tale? Are you hoping to beg for mercy?" Upon hearing this, Yin fell silent for a moment before awkwardly admitting, "I spoke with Ethan before. He introduced me to your powerful nation, and your elves, yes, the elves, can cultivate more food to fill the bellies of my people. Thus, I wish to join you and become your subjects." Ethan? Upon hearing the name, a hint of confusion crossed Klober's face. He turned to his companion, Hyer, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Noticing this, Hyer promptly responded, "My lord, Ethan was the pirate leader executed by Lord Foster." Oh, Klober nodded noncommittally, indicating he understood. His gaze returned to Yen, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes, but it quickly reverted to indifference. He gently patted Yan's shoulder, speaking with gravity, "Chieftain, I am deeply saddened. However, as a Baron of Black Feather Island, I bear the responsibility to protect every common citizen living on this land. Yet, you have cruelly slain so many of Black Feather Island's people. Do you believe I would still grant you mercy?" Klober's voice was soft, yet it carried an irrefutable authority. Yan's expression turned grim, and he clenched his teeth. "But you have only just become the Baron of that island, right? The pillaging occurred prior to your tenure. This seems not to conflict with your duty to protect your subjects." Klober's gaze fell upon the young man lying on the ground. not anticipating that he had heard the proclamation of the Duke's reward being recited by Odyssey. Huh, what of it? You ultimately murdered the citizens of the principality. As a servant of the Duke, I must naturally abide by the laws set forth by him. Klober chuckled lightly, finding this fellow named Yin somewhat clever. Yet that cleverness was nothing more than a fleeting spark. If he possessed no valuable information, there was no need to squander time here. Observing Klober's intent to rise and depart, Yan's expression grew increasingly anxious. Wait, my lord, if I can provide you with a lead on that flying elf, would you be willing to spare my people and accept them as your subjects? Oh, a flying elf? That must be a sprite. The wild folk dared not venture deep into the forest due to the griffins, and thus they were unaware of the existence of elves. The very term elf was heard for the first time today. This implied that the forests of Sacred Beast Island remained an untapped treasure trove. Could it truly be that today was Klober's fortunate day? With this thought, Klober suddenly recalled the look of fear that Yen had displayed upon seeing his martial aura, and thus inquired further. Yen, being forthright, recounted the reason. In their tribe, a legend had long been passed down. It was said that the entire world was constructed by the sea god, and islands favored by the sea god would bear a stele inscribed with martial arts techniques. Upon reaching adulthood, members of the tribe would go to the stele to undergo the sea god's trial. Upon completing the actions inscribed on the stone tablet 3 times, individuals who experience a notable enhancement in their physical prowess are deemed to have passed the trial. Once this group has garnered the favor of the sea god, they need only to consistently perform these actions each day to receive his blessings. The sea god's favor imbues them with a formidable energy, the hue of which mirrors that of the ocean, and is universally regarded by the tribe as a divine gift of strength from the sea god. Chapter 71. Black Feather Island. The blessing of the sea god? The power bestowed upon us. What relevance does that have to the fear instilled by witnessing his fighting spirit? Klober felt a tinge of impatience with Iwa's verbose narration. However, being inherently tolerant of those who hold value, he chose to suppress his questions and listen quietly. On the murals recorded by our tribe, there exists a terrifying otherworldly deity who vanquished the messenger of the sea god, unleashing a massacre upon the island. According to the detailed depictions, this deity wielded a dark, crimson-hued golden divine power and was accompanied by 2 fearsome messengers. One, a grotesque figure that instilled death and terror, and the other, smaller in stature, yet a master of slaughter, feeding on human blood. Furthermore, after our ancestors offered sacrifices to the sea god, he dispatched a messenger to aid us against the otherworldly deity. Yet, this deity swiftly defeated the messenger sent by the sea god with mere strokes. At this juncture, Iwa's gaze rested upon Klober. Upon hearing Iwa's account, Klober formed a rough conjecture. Firstly, the stele on Holy Beast Island likely records a water attribute fighting technique. Its specific level eluded Klober, yet judging by Iwa's fighting spirit quality, it could not be too high. What intrigued Klober was the historical murals within their tribe. But considering Iwa's inability to articulate clearly, with his incessant mentions of the sea god, he deemed it a waste of time and resolved to investigate personally. However, before that, he had to wrap up his current affairs. Black Feather Island was still a significant mess awaiting his attention. Since IWA had already demonstrated his worth and harbored intentions of aligning with Klober, Klober permitted him to leave the dungeon, no longer treating him as a prisoner. Yet, he was still unable to venture too far from that area. His range of activity had merely expanded. As for the otherworldly deity, if all went as expected, it should be Grand Duchess Veronica. However, from the descriptions, it felt reminiscent of events prior to the establishment of the Golden Duchy. Since the founding of the Golden Duchy, Grand Duchess Veronica seldom ventured outside, and when she did, she was always accompanied by the Dragon Breath Knights, rarely seen riding alone. After serving for so long, Klober personally understood that unless driven by a profound sense of responsibility, Veronica would likely prefer to remain in bed rather than embark on overseas conflicts. Klober speculated that this period might align with when the Duchess was still the princess of the Emerald Kingdom, traveling abroad. Having acquired the desired intelligence, Klober had no intention of lingering at the Three Daughters Archipelago. He planned to set off immediately to assess the situation on Black Feather Island. As the island closest to Holy Beast Island, Klober naturally intended to acquire it, but only after fortifying his own fief. He understood the adage that one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. With his current strength, swallowing such a vast territory, devoid of basic infrastructure, was nearly impossible without the assistance of the Golden Rose family. However, at this moment, the Golden Rose family was also preoccupied with constructing their new territory. While providing some military support was not a daunting task, any assistance in terms of population or other resources would likely stretch their capabilities. After all, the newly acquired fief was extensive, with most still under the direct control of Marquis Daniel. Thus, all initial investments were solely borne by the Golden Rose family. Convey my orders, prepare the supplies, and set forth to Black Feather Island at once. I wish to personally witness the current state of my fief. Shortly thereafter, Klober and his entourage embarked on their journey, sailing forth with a grand fleet of several ships towards Black Feather Island. Klober found himself momentarily at a loss for a suitable name, deciding to retain the previous one for the time being. Intending to change both the surname and the island's name once he discovered an appropriate sprite, the captain lent to Klober by Conrad proved to be an exceptionally seasoned and skilled individual, adept at discerning the correct direction and navigating swiftly to the destination. After approximately 2 to 3 days at sea, they arrived at Black Feather Island, significantly shorter than initially anticipated. This captain was indeed a rare talent. Not only was he intimately familiar with the terrain, but his extensive maritime experience allowed him to navigate by celestial signs and discern potential reefs merely by observing the surface of the water. These skills were sorely lacking in Klober and his men. Had it not been for his affiliation with the Green Feather family, Klober would have eagerly recruited him. He silently lamented the predicament. Undermining them would likely lead to widespread criticism if word spread. Instead, he resolved to seek an opportune moment to discuss with Conrad Green Feather the possibility of negotiating a trade to secure the captain's services. If successful, it would fill the void in Klober's ranks regarding maritime expertise, enabling the captain to cultivate further navigational talents. Upon arrival at Black Feather Island, Klober was taken aback by the situation. He had anticipated a desolate ruin, yet what lay before him was far better than he had envisioned. With no ruling family in place, the Green Feather family, being the closest noble house, naturally assumed the responsibility of maintaining order in the area. During Klober's mission, officials dispatched by the Green Feather family had already begun sheltering civilians and organizing efforts to repair homes and rebuild their lives. While much of the area still appeared dilapidated, several crucial facilities had been nearly reconstructed. Black Feather Island, being a hub for trade and commerce, lacked fortifications. The landscape was dotted with various residences and shops, with numerous establishments for entertainment, such as taverns and gambling houses, lining the streets. Upon reaching the castle once inhabited by the Black Feather family, Klober found that the officials sent by the Green Feather family had taken up residence there. The castle, known as Black Feather Fortress, bore witness to a lack of creativity in naming by its former occupants. The gatekeeper, upon verifying Klober's insignia and identity, promptly stood aside, silently granting entry to Klober and his companions. Black Feather Fortress, primarily constructed of bluestone, featured low yet remarkably sturdy walls. A modest tower adorned the castle, complete with a lookout to surveil nearby threats. The fortress had but a single small gate, the sole passageway in and out, embellished with the emblem of the Green Feather family. Inside the castle, a quaint courtyard welcomed them, dominated by a fountain featuring a statue whose head and arms had long since vanished, leaving only the torso, a statue said to represent the slain Baron Sosk. Although the castle's chambers were not expansive, they exuded a cozy ambience. It was evident that even after the plundering by pirates and Iwa's faction, a portion of the Black Feather family's wealth remained intact. The living room boasted a warm fireplace, and splendid tapestries adorned the walls. Klober noted that these tapestries far surpassed the materials pilfered by Eason, the pirate chief, being crafted from the pelts of mid-tier magical beasts. At that moment, officials from the Green Feather family were conducting their affairs in the hall. Upon the arrival of Klober and his companions, the official appeared momentarily taken aback. However, upon examining Klober's identification and the Duke's appointment letter, a smile finally graced his face. "Your Excellency, please," he gestured, leading Klober to a position of honor, while he began to elucidate the current state of Black Feather Island. At present, the structural damage on Black Feather Island stands at approximately 60%. I have already instructed the restoration of the major essential facilities to ensure the island's basic functionality. With Klober offering no objections, the official continued. Following the pirate attack, there remain about 2,000 civilians on the island, most of whom survived by hiding during the onslaught. The currency on the island has significantly dwindled. With only a handful of silver and copper coins in circulation and a mere smattering of gold coins, after elaborating extensively. The essence of his report conveyed that Black Feather Island is in a state of disrepair, barely maintaining its fundamental operations. For development to ensue, an increase in population is imperative. Klober decided to deposit the wealth reclaimed from the pirates within Blackfeather Fortress, assigning Hermann and 30 soldiers to oversee the island's defenses and uphold order. Meanwhile, Hale assumed the role of secretary, assisting Klober in the efficient management of the territory. Thus, under Klober's governance, Black Feather Island gradually began to embark on a path towards recovery and progress. Chapter 72. 3 months later, due to Klober's current lack of a personal entourage, the Marquis Daniel has lent him 2 individuals, Hale and Hermann, along with 20 soldiers, to assist on Black Feather Island. This arrangement has persisted for 3 months. The local populace has become acquainted with their dashing and formidable young lord. Upon my first encounter with his lordship, I felt an overwhelming urge to lower my gaze, as if my mere sight were somehow sullied by his presence. A middle-aged man dressed as a farmer began to converse with his companion about the newly arrived baron. "What do you mean sullied?" queried the companion, seemingly distracted. Noticing his friend's demeanor, the farmer expressed concern. "What troubles you? Are you unwell, or is there something weighing on your mind? You appear quite distracted today." With a sigh, the companion lamented, "It's about the competition for the care of the spirit cordyceps. The baron has allocated only 16 positions for caretakers, yet I failed to secure even one." As time passed, the initially feeble spirit cordyceps gradually regained vitality. Klober, without hesitation, chose to contract with these 3 spirit creatures. Since the pea spirit and black feathergrass spirit are vital crops, they naturally require the tender care of seasoned and skilled farmers. At Hale's suggestion, Klober selected several civilians well-versed in agricultural production from his domain to oversee the nurturing of the cordyceps. The oak spirit, however, was placed in a small grove located to the west of Black Feather Island, receiving special attention and care. The black feathergrass spirit's cordyceps were situated on a vacant plot closest to the castle. To ensure optimal care, Klober handpicked the 4 most proficient farmers from the 16 to attend to this task. Alas, here I am, old Jack, who has toiled in the fields for half a lifetime. Yet I find myself outdone by that young Huey, who snatched away the opportunity to tend to Lady Vera's cordyceps. Lady Vera, as Klober's first spirit, would undoubtedly be revealed to fortify the loyalty of the territory's inhabitants. With the enhancement provided by the spirits, famine would at least be averted, much to the delight of the common folk. Furthermore, their lord was a formidable knight, far stronger than the previous baron. Should pirates attack again, they would likely be routed before even reaching the shore. What did you say? The pirates have been completely annihilated? Then we have nothing to fear. However, this unfortunate turn of events has burdened the 10 soldiers who defected to Klober's command. They endure the cold disdain of the residents whenever they venture outside, though their armor prevents any direct hostility. This situation has made them increasingly reliant on Klober's protection. Should they lose the title of soldiers under the baron, they would likely find themselves lifeless on the streets the very next day. The residents would attest that they had been cast out from the castle in such a state. As this grim reality dawned on them, the 10 soldiers shivered, their loyalty to Klober solidifying. It is the benevolence of our Lord, who not only forgives our transgressions, but grants us a second chance, disregarding our pasts and allowing us to serve him. Unbeknownst to Klober, whose soldiers were unwittingly bolstering his resolve, he was presently reviewing this month's financial report. The port's repairs were nearing completion, most structures were ready for use, and the territory was regaining its footing, making the prospect of expanding the military feasible. After all, the territory currently relied on the 20 soldiers from the Golden Rose family and 10 defected pirates for security. The 20 soldiers would undoubtedly be returned, and 10 alone could not effectively manage the vastness of Black Feather Island. Klober planned to recruit 50 new soldiers, as the previous 30 had kept Hermann perpetually busy, patrolling day in and day out. Speaking of Hermann, one could not help but think of Hale. During this time, Hale had served as his secretary, providing immense assistance with the myriad of affairs that required attention. While Hermann may not have been as versatile as Hale, he was diligent and earnest, making him Klober's ideal choice for captain of the guard. Rubbing his temples, a new habit acquired since becoming a baron, Klober instructed his personal attendant. "Please summon Hermann and Hale to my study. Inform them I have matters to discuss." "Yes, my lord," the attendant replied with a bow before exiting the room. As the castle required servants for maintenance, Hale had selected 11 individuals from among the island's populace as servants the day after Klober assumed control. This included 1 female cook, 1 male cook, 2 cleaning maids, 2 laborers, 1 personal attendant, 2 stable hands, 1 head maid, and 1 steward. In this world, although nobles lead lives of debauchery after reaching adulthood, they impose strict discipline upon their offspring. Unmarried male nobles are forbidden from having female servants attend to them. And the same applies to unmarried noble women, who may only have female servants. Thus, even as Klober rose to the status of baron, he could only appoint 1 male servant for his personal attendance. This realization extinguished a flicker of desire within him. Before long, Hale and Herman arrived at the study to meet Klober. After a period of bustling activity, both had undergone noticeable changes. Herman remained tall, but his daily patrols had darkened his complexion, making him resemble a large, hairless gorilla from a distance. Hale exhibited the most dramatic transformation. He appeared pale and gaunt, primarily due to the endless paperwork and unresolved disputes weighing upon him. Hale barely slept 3 to 4 hours each day, spending the majority of his time hunched over the desk attending to documents, with the remainder dedicated to inspecting the growth of the spirit cordyceps and overseeing the repairs and construction of buildings throughout the territory. Upon observing Hale's haggard appearance, Klober felt a pang of guilt, acknowledging that he had indeed been somewhat neglectful of his responsibilities, spending his days either training or merely skimming through official matters. Far less than Hale's workload. Ahem, I called you here to discuss the matter of expanding our military. Upon hearing the mention of expansion, Herman's eyes lit up, and he eagerly raised both hands and feet in agreement. I concur, my lord. I believe we are sorely lacking in soldiers and should recruit at least 100 more. Klober chose to disregard the gorilla-like soldier's fixation on martial matters, turning his attention to Hale, who oversaw the territory's finances and population. Hale, meeting Klober's expectations, expressed his agreement with the need for expansion, though he held differing views on the number of recruits. My lord, while expansion is indeed necessary, our territory's population is limited, and the number of able-bodied men is even scarcer. If we draft too many, it may prolong the reconstruction of Blackfeather Island. Therefore, I propose that we initially recruit a cohort of 20 individuals, and as the population of the territory grows, we can subsequently use these 20 as a foundation to complete the remaining 80, ultimately achieving a total of 100. Heyer's suggestion resonated deeply with Klober. Currently, Blackfeather Island lacks for nothing, as the food supplies have nearly reached capacity thanks to the assistance of the elves. What of wealth? Klober's spoils of war have remained largely untouched, and with the port now open for use, the coffers have been continuously replenished. The sole drawback lies in the sparse population, which has only intensified Klober's desire to conquer Sacred Beast Island and bring its inhabitants into his own domain. Chapter 73. Expansion. Although Klober harbored such thoughts, he found himself unable to immediately lead his men to storm the Sacred Beast Island. Primarily, the strength of the Sea Folk tribe posed a significant challenge. According to Yen, the tribe boasted a population of 3,000 to 4,000, including several formally ranked warriors and a formidable knight among them. While Klober had the upper hand in terms of elite combatants, the disparity in lower-tier forces was vast. He could not simply land on the island, dispatch their high-ranking warriors with a few swift strikes, and expect the populace to bow before him in submission, as if intimidated by his overwhelming presence. From Yin and his kin, it was evident that their cohesion was quite strong, bolstered by a shared faith that fostered a deep sense of national identity. As an outsider, Klober killing their leader and expecting the tribe to capitulate like a soft shell would be utterly unrealistic. Much like Klober's homeland in his previous life, even when faced with the invasion of a mightier foe, the people had risen with valor, ultimately driving the invaders from their lands. Although the Sea Folk tribe could not be compared to his ancestral homeland, they nonetheless possessed a legacy of beliefs passed down through generations and a fierce spirit honed through their struggles against nature. This was sufficient to render the Sea Folk tribe a formidable challenge. Unlike the commoners of Blackfeather Island, who had grown accustomed to noble rule, the indigenous people of Sacred Beast Island had sustained their tribal traditions for countless years. The sudden emergence of a new ruler would undoubtedly be met with resistance. Throughout history, it has always been the case that the weak submit to the strong, where strength is not solely a matter of personal prowess, but also requires the backing of a formidable force. Consequently, For Klober to successfully conquer Sacred Beast Island, he must first establish a seemingly invincible army. Over the past 3 months, Yen and his tribe had acclimatized to life on Black Feather Island. In comparison to the pirates who reveled in the slaughter of innocents, the Sea Folk tribe merely breached a Baroness fortress and had not committed egregious acts that would incite widespread hatred. Thus, the local populace's animosity towards them was relatively muted. However, as one of the principal aggressors in the attack on Black Feather Island, the commoners displayed no goodwill towards them. Incidents of shops refusing them food were rampant, and some even hurled stones and sand at them. These were individuals who had suffered grievous losses during the onslaught. Yen and his kin could only endure, for they had been subtly made aware of the formidable nature of the nation they faced. He believed that the true strength capable of easily subduing the Sea Folk tribe was merely a grassroots member of the ruling class within this nation. Countless individuals stronger than Klober existed, extinguishing any flicker of rebellion within Yen's heart and shattering the resolve of his people. They now hoped earnestly that Klober would honor his promise, allowing his kin to join his territory and become part of this powerful nation. Yen had made numerous requests for Klober to send envoys to Sacred Beast Island, willing to persuade his people to submit. Yet Klober resolutely declined. Rather than adopting a conciliatory approach, he preferred to instill an indelible sense of invincibility in the hearts of the tribal folk. Otherwise, once they were brought to Black Feather Island, complications would surely arise. Yen's demeanor revealed the wildness of his people. They had initially sought refuge upon capture, but after months of realizing the might of the Golden Duchy, their rebellious spirits had been quelled. If Klober were to accept their fealty too readily, they would not be grateful. They would merely bide their time, temporarily subdued by Klober's overwhelming strength. As he intended to implement secretive projects such as sea salt production on Black Feather Island, any disloyalty could result in catastrophic losses. Klober would prefer to eliminate the tribe entirely than risk integrating those who feigned submission into his domain. Both Heyer and Herman shared Klober's sentiments. After observing the tribesmen for an extended period, Herman noted stark differences in lifestyle and religious beliefs compared to the citizens within the duchy. Introducing them to Black Feather Island without caution would likely incite violent conflict and potentially lead to severe societal upheaval. After weighing the pros and cons, Herman concluded that the simplest and most effective solution was to eradicate these wild men to eliminate future threats. Heyer held a similar view, but leaned towards utilizing the tribesmen as slaves. This approach would significantly alleviate labor shortages on Black Feather Island and further expand the military ranks. After all, a robust labor force is essential for ensuring the stable development of the territory. In truth, Klober harbored a similar notion deep within. He planned to capture all the tribesmen from Sacred Beast Island to serve as slaves, subsequently evaluating them based on their performance and loyalty to the territory. Those who excelled and demonstrated unwavering loyalty could be granted a degree of elevation, becoming recognized as commoners, while those with strong rebellious inclinations would remain forever enslaved, toiling until death. This strategy would not only secure a substantial number of slaves to bolster the labor force, but also alleviate the burden on the local populace. Moreover, by continuously conquering new islands and incorporating them into the realm, he could expand territorial boundaries while enhancing the sense of belonging and morale among his people, a truly advantageous plan. Thus, the order for military expansion was given. The current armaments on the island were sufficient to equip our forces. As long as the minimum labor standards within the territory were met, all others would be summoned to enlist. More would only be better. I sincerely hope that this battle will decisively shatter the dignity of the Sea Folk tribe. After all, they were destined to become slaves, and failing to acclimate beforehand could lead to dire consequences. This was the author's painstaking decision, for the tribesfolk had lived there for generations. How could they allow an outsider to rule over them? Their wildness made direct integration impossible. Utilizing them as labor and a stable military source was far more prudent. Having issued the order for military expansion, Klober also intended to hire several of the nearby nobles' guards. Historically, noble soldiers have served as mercenaries, bringing their own equipment and being well-trained, with many elite units comprising knightly squires. They are capable and convenient, and if negotiations go well, their services may be quite economical. This would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon. Moreover, since Klober had yet to visit his neighboring lords since taking command of Black Feather Island, this would be an opportune moment to pay a visit, engage in discussions, and lay the groundwork for future endeavors. Meanwhile, Upon learning that ships were being prepared at the port of Black Feather Island for a voyage, Yin realized Klober's intentions to head to Sacred Beast Island. He hurried to the castle to seek an audience with Klober, expressing his gratitude and flattering him profusely. Klober, all smiles, engaged in pleasant conversation with Yin for a while. After Yin departed, Klober's smile faded, replaced by an expression of either regret or contemplation. What a pity. A formidable knight. As the leader of the Sea Folk tribe, Klober would not permit him to continue living, as long as he remained. The tribe would possess a backbone and the potential for rebellion. As a ruler, Klober naturally sought to eliminate any unstable elements within his domain, even if they represented the currently scarce high-end combat strength. As Klober remained in his elevated position for an extended period, his suspicious nature became increasingly pronounced, leaving one to wonder whether this was a virtue or a vice. Chapter 74. Preparing for battle. Although a strategic plan for seizing the Sacred Beast Island had been clearly established, it was imperative to consider the current circumstances of Black Feather Island, necessitating additional time to gather essential supplies and troops. Consequently, during this interim period, Klober resolved to personally visit neighboring territories to explore the possibility of forging mutually beneficial agreements and recruiting soldiers from their families to serve as mercenaries. Klober was unperturbed by the prospect of others contesting his claim on Sacred Beast Island. According to the explicit laws of the Grand Duchy of Gold, the first individual to discover a new island is awarded dominion over it, provided they pledge allegiance to the Duke. While the relationship with mercenaries is fundamentally contractual, from a legal standpoint, these soldiers would also be considered under Klober's command. This legal framework further assuaged Klober's concerns regarding potential usurpation of Sacred Beast Island. Grandfather Foster must be returning soon, Klober mused. After all, Sacred Beast Island, as a newly discovered mid-sized island, remained in uncharted territory. The significance of Sacred Beast Island was self-evident. It would be challenging for Klober to conquer this vast expanse single-handedly. While subduing the Sea Folk tribe might not pose a problem, the true challenge lay in conquering the island in its entirety. With the current population of Black Feather Island, even the vacant houses were insufficiently occupied, let alone the much larger Sacred Beast Island. Moreover, deep within the island resided formidable griffin clans. It was surmised that these griffins were of considerable age, with the two strongest elder griffins in their families likely being at least of advanced magical beast caliber. Klober's forces lacked such formidable combat prowess, thus he could only seek aid from his grandfather. Once the situation on Black Feather Island stabilized, Klober dispatched Sir Foster as his envoy to the Golden Rose family, requesting support. Klober's letter to his grandfather could be succinctly summarized in a single sentence. There appeared to be a potential griffin clan on Sacred Beast Island that could elevate to the status of a mythical beast, and he cordially invited Marquis Daniel to explore it together. The proceeds would be distributed according to their value, with Marquis Daniel granted the right of first purchase for any magical beasts. This was not indicative of estrangement between Klober and Marquis Daniel. Rather, as a baron loyal to the Duke, Klober was obliged to express the requisite respect towards another nobleman, which is reflected in the tone customary among the aristocracy. Clarifying the division of interests prior to action was the most sincere gesture and a mark of respect towards the other noble. Based on Klober's understanding of Marquis Daniel, if there was indeed a possibility of discovering griffins on Sacred Beast Island, he might even lead an expedition to explore it alongside Klober. For now, Klober awaited a response from the Golden Rose family. Should they be unable to come, he would have no choice but to recruit troops from the surrounding nobility to conquer the local indigenous population of Sacred Beast Island, gradually exploring the island's interior once his forces were sufficiently strengthened. Thus, Klober continued to await developments on Black Feather Island for several days. During this time, Herman's recruitment and training of new soldiers progressed remarkably well. In addition to the original 30 soldiers, they recruited another 30 new soldiers from the territory. Employing a one-on-one training model pairing veterans with recruits yielded strikingly effective results. The new soldiers quickly acclimated to camp life, enabling them to patrol the streets alongside their mentors and maintain order. However, they had yet to face the crucible of battle. Once on the battlefield, merely retaining their basic combat effectiveness would be commendable. Nevertheless, it was anticipated that there would be dissenters within the Sea Folk tribe against Klober's rule, providing an opportunity for these 30 recruits to taste blood. Until then, they merely needed to maintain a positive morale and ensure the security of Black Feather Island. Moreover, Hire made significant contributions to the development of the territory. Klober's willingness to invest attracted a plethora of merchants, including caravans from prominent noble families, such as the Marquis of Green Feather, the Marquis of Shadow Serpent, and Klober's own Golden Rose family. These families arrived at Black Feather Island laden with supplies. Drawn by Klober's current predicament. No manpower? I have high-quality slaves for sale. Lacking weapons? I possess an abundance of heavy plate armor and weaponry. Even potions were among the wares these merchants offered, awaiting Klober's patronage. However, Klober had no intentions of making any purchases. He was not foolish enough to be taken advantage of, particularly when a mere adult male slave was audaciously priced at 20 silver coins. What did that signify? The restorative potion Klober had consumed during his squire days was valued around 10 silver coins. And yet this slave was priced at twice that of the potions produced by the Golden Rose family. In Flower Crown City, the most expensive slave sold by traders was merely 1 silver coin, unless one were to encounter a slave of exceptional strength, which might command a higher price. But ordinary slaves would not be so exorbitantly priced. While Klober possessed wealth, he would not be a fool. Furthermore, once he conquered the Sea Folk tribe, his territory would no longer suffer from a lack of population. Nevertheless, Klober did find himself in need of weaponry and armor, as these were consumables. And with each expansion of his forces, the demand would only escalate. Thus, he placed a substantial order through his Golden Rose Trading Company for standardized weapons and armor, awaiting the finalization of his family name and crest to be emblazoned upon them. Just as Black Feather Island thrived in its development, Sir Foster finally returned with a letter from Marquis Daniel. The missive contained little but a few brief remarks. First, Marquis Daniel extended his congratulations to Klober for discovering a new island, and second, he represented the Golden Rose family in accepting Klober's invitation to personally lead an expedition to explore Sacred Beast Island. During their exploration, Marquis Daniel and the Golden Rose family were obliged to protect Klober and his forces, supporting all reasonable military actions from Black Feather Island. In return, Marquis Daniel would claim ownership of an adult griffin, should any unforeseen circumstances cause the griffin to perish or escape. Black Feather Island would be responsible for compensating Marquis Daniel and the Golden Rose family with equivalent remuneration. In the letter, Marquis Daniel also noted that he would set out within 2 days of Foster's departure from Flower Crown City, personally sailing to Black Feather Island to meet Klober and discuss matters pertaining to Sacred Beast Island. While the correspondence adhered to the customary language and format of noble communication, Klober discerned the underlying joy and a hint of concern in Marquis Daniel's words regarding his grandson's discovery of a new island. This, perhaps, elucidated the Marquis's decision to personally lead the expedition. After all, he was the strongest among the Golden Rose family. As long as he remained at the helm, nothing would dare to harm Klober in his presence. It is noteworthy that although Marquis Daniel had successfully ascended to the rank of Sky Knight, he lacked the deep-rooted heritage possessed by older marquises. Should griffins indeed inhabit Sacred Beast Island, their presence would significantly bolster the overall strength of the Golden Rose family. More importantly, the emergence of griffins represented a glimmer of hope for Marquis Daniel to become a Beast Knight. Chapter 75. The reunion of grandfather and grandson. The Sky Knight represents the pinnacle of human achievement. However, the ancestors of knights in this world were unwilling to accept humanity's eternal subjugation beneath the phantasmic beasts and dragons. Thus, a multitude of researchers led by mages embarked on a quest to explore the depths of human potential and transcend their limits. After enduring countless years, these mages ultimately unveiled a staggering secret. Humanity's physical constitution is inherently incompatible with magical energy. Our engagement with magical elements often merely involves transforming them into fighting spirit or other forms of energy, with little direct utilization of the magical essence itself. The strength of phantasmic beasts lies in their initial fusion with magical energy, evolving into unique magical life forms. Unlike dragons, which are born as magical entities, phantasmic beasts acquire such abilities through evolution. Consequently, the mages who arrived at this enlightening conclusion redirected their focus to the study of how phantasmic beasts achieve their transformation into magical life. Yet to this day, humanity has failed to uncover the reasons behind this metamorphosis. Instead, an alternate path emerged, allowing humans to coexist with phantasmic beasts, absorbing their magical essence to become magical life forms themselves. Through the passage of time, This symbiotic relationship evolved into a binding partnership, wherein knights merged their fighting spirit with the magical energy of phantasmic beasts, achieving a profound transformation and becoming phantasmic beast knights. This method proves far more stable than mere coexistence, as the fusion of fighting spirit and magical energy enhances both parties. Explaining why phantasmic beasts are not averse to forming contracts with knights they resonate with. After all, once a contract is established, the knight gains a partner they can trust implicitly, and given humanity's culinary prowess, phantasmic beasts seldom venture out to hunt for raw meat once they indulge in human delicacies. Throughout history, numerous instances exist of phantasmic beasts being lured by the promise of exquisite cuisine. Each knight's lifetime permits them to forge a partnership with only a single phantasmic beast, as once their fighting spirit fuses with the beast's magical essence, further fusions become impossible. This exclusivity fosters a deep bond, making the relationship between knight and beast more intimate than that of family. Among the various magical creatures, the griffin stands as the most suitable companion for Marquis Daniel, belonging to the esteemed metallic beast lineage. Griffins boast a high bloodline ranking, with a significant probability for elite individuals within the species to become phantasmic beasts. Should a griffin agree to a partnership contract, Daniel is confident that, with the wealth of the Golden Rose family, he could procure a griffin as a magical entity. Typically, griffins appear in family units of 3 to 4. He is assured that at least one of these could be transformed into a phantasmic beast. Days passed, and Marquis Daniel finally set foot on the land of Black Feather Island with his army. The moment he arrived, Daniel comprehended why Klober had steadfastly chosen this small island as the foundation of his domain. The current state of Black Feather Island can only be described with one word: prosperity. As a lord who has governed territories for decades, Daniel could discern the wealth hidden behind the island's flourishing facade. The streets, wide and straight, were lined with diverse shops and markets, where merchants busily hawked precious goods from across the globe: spices, silk, slaves, and weapons, all available in abundance. Crowds bustling through the streets comprised individuals from various races and cultures, engaging in trade. In the port, vessels adorned with noble crests came and went, massive merchant ships laden with cargo swaying alongside small fishing boats. Sailors bustled at the docks, diligently loading and unloading goods to earn a sufficient wage to support their families. This transformation occurred merely 4 months after Klober assumed control of Black Feather Island. Klober had already been informed of Marquis Daniel's impending arrival in the nearby waters, compelling him to set aside his affairs and head to the port to welcome the Marquis. Upon seeing Klober, a warm smile graced Daniel's serious countenance. Klober had undergone a subtle transformation since their last meeting. The youthful aura that once surrounded him had dissipated, replaced by a mature and composed demeanor befitting a capable ruler. The grandfather and grandson embraced each other passionately. Daniel arrived as an ally and guest, and Klober designated Hare as the guide for the entire party. Within the group, Klober engaged in light conversation with Daniel, discussing mundane matters that, while ordinary, brought them immense joy. Only upon entering the castle did their conversation shift from casual banter to the exchange of vital intelligence. In the castle hall, as the group settled down, Klober instructed Hare to present the gathered intelligence concerning Holy Beast Island. Hare, upon receiving Klober's command, stepped to the center of the hall and began to relay the information collected about the island. According to the indigenous reports, Holy Beast Island spans approximately 400 to 600 square kilometers, with precise measurements to be determined once their military occupies the territory. The island's native forces consist of 3 groups: the so-called Sea People tribe, with an estimated population of around 3,000. Their strongest warrior, the tribe's deputy chief, possesses the strength of a great knight, while others are of lower rank. The second group comprises the wild beasts and magical creatures of the forest, which, according to captives, have been largely captured by the tribe and griffin clans, posing little threat. The third and strongest faction resides at the island's center, the Griffin clan. Due to the natives' reverence for griffins, no substantial information regarding their numbers or strength is available. Hare articulated the intelligence regarding Holy Beast Island with remarkable clarity, earning Daniel's approval for his performance. In preparation for the impending conflict, Black Feather Island could mobilize 50 soldiers, 2 formal knights, and 1 great knight. After presenting the available combat power, Hare quietly returned to his seat, awaiting the report from the Golden Rose family. Klober did not have to wait long. as a representative from the Golden Rose family promptly stood to report on their military strength. The Golden Rose family had brought a total of 500 well-equipped elite soldiers. 13 formal knights, but no great knights, alongside 2 earth knights and 1 sky knight. After concluding, the representative winked at Klober before returning to his seat, ceasing further remarks. Klober recognized this representative as a familiar figure from a previous banquet held in Flower Crown City, an engaging relative, a formal knight 6 or 7 years his senior, whom he ought to address as cousin. After exchanging intelligence and consolidating strengths, the next step is to ascertain the identity of the commander. Undoubtedly, the mantle of leadership in this conflict naturally falls upon Klober, as Sacred Beast Island is, in legal terms, under his dominion. Even though Marquis Daniel possesses formidable power, his position here is merely that of an ally. Thus the authority should rightfully rest with Klober. Ultimately, the title of commander unquestionably rests upon Klober's shoulders. Of course, Klober is not foolish enough to take this title too seriously. It is merely a choice made in accordance with the laws and traditions of the duchy.